Chapter 1. The Bench Emperor System. In 2012, Shen Lang, how does it feel to receive a short contract from an NBA team as a bench player at Hwada University? The basketball arena of Hwada University was packed to the brim, and the focal point was a young lad standing in the center, his gaze seemingly lost. An NBA short contract? Shen Lang was somewhat taken aback. He possessed a clear understanding of his own basketball abilities. Even as a member of the esteemed Hwada University basketball team, revered as the champions of Chinese collegiate basketball, he considered his skills only marginally superior to those of the average player. He was even inferior to professional players in the domestic league, let alone those in the NBA, especially since he was merely a substitute on the team. It's true. Suns head coach Alvin Gentry has confirmed this news at a press conference. A short contract from an NBA team was not an extraordinary event in itself. However, if the invitee happened to be a Chinese player, the significance would be magnified substantially. Moreover, if this player was still a college student, it would indeed be unprecedented news. Thus, sports journalists flocked to the scene the moment they caught wind of the announcement, eager to secure first-hand interviews. Naturally, having researched Shen Lang's prior performances, they were filled with curiosity as to why this rather average performer had attracted the attention of scouts. Suddenly, Shen Lang found himself engulfed in a blinding flash, and the cacophony around him vanished in an instant. He stood alone on an empty basketball court. What on earth is happening? Even the usually carefree Shen Lang was startled by this abrupt transition. Do you remember the dreams of your youth? Like a flower that never withers? If granted a chance to step onto the NBA court, would you seize it? I fear I might not be able to grasp it. Perhaps you should take the opportunity instead. The voice emanated from a large screen hovering in the center of the court. As Shen Lang surveyed the arena, reminiscent of an NBA game, he responded casually. The Bench Emperor system can fulfill your dream. Spare me that. I've downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app. The screen flickered with classic game highlights, and the basketball enthusiast Shen Lang watched intently, responding with a tone of disdain. Were you? Hurry and send me back. After watching a series of thrilling highlights for over 10 minutes, Shen Lang felt a twinge of uncertainty. Binding the system? Please wait. I haven't consented yet. What binding nonsense is this? The very name of the system was absurd. Why Bench Emperor? What does that imply? Is this a case of bench bandits seizing power and declaring themselves emperor? If one were truly an emperor, who would still sit on the bench? Binding successful. Congratulations. The host will become a unique basketball superstar. That sounds increasingly ridiculous. This system is honest and fair. Indeed, it does not deceive the elderly or children, only someone like me who is neither here nor there. This system never lies. Am I a solitary dog affecting your affairs? I believe it. Why? I can actually see your speechless expression. Wow, I have seen it again. Now presenting the host's physical data. Does the word count need to be so formal? Player name, Shen Lang. Height, 197 centimeters. Weight, 90.3 kilograms. Speed, 57. Strength, 59. Jumping, 70. Shooting, 45. Ball handling, 61. Stamina, 40. Defense, 43. A page reminiscent of a basketball game character introduction suddenly appeared in Shen Lang's mind. The data is scored out of 100, benchmarked against top-tier stars, and certain unique star abilities can propel them beyond the 100 mark. Shen Lang's statistics, apart from jumping and ball handling, fall below the passing line. It is precisely due to his notable strengths in these two areas that he qualifies as a University bench player.as for reaching NBA standards. He has a long way to go. With these stats, you expect me to become a unique star? I'd rather be a uniquely comedic figure. Shen Lang gazed at his quantified data, expressing his dissatisfaction with the system. Learn from others who starts with anything less than full attributes. Even a mediocre player should have every stat above 90. Ding! The host has awakened the exclusive talent absolute bench player. Absolute bench player. When the host enters the game as a substitute, all physical data doubles, with no skills allowing for a maximum output of 100. The amplified physical data can be perfectly controlled, and the influence of data is limited to basketball games. Your additional hint implying something? Shen Lang rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Though the name of this exclusive talent sounds somewhat unimposing, its effects are indeed formidable. This means that if Shen Lang were to enter as a substitute, he would transform into a player with 4 stats maxed out, shooting at 90, stamina at 80, and defense at 86. In this scenario, even on paper, his prowess would undoubtedly place him at the level of a key player in the NBA. The host can earn victory points by winning NBA regular season games or collecting skill synthesis fragments. Victory points can be exchanged in the system's shop for physical data, star skill fragments, and debutante fragments. Gathering enough skill fragments allows for the synthesis of any specified star skill that the system provided this information. Shen Lang also glimpsed the newly opened shop interface. Without paying heed to the peculiar items interspersed in the system's introduction, Shen Lang swiftly browsed the contents of the shop. Jordan's back-toe the basket skill fragment. Impressive. Kobe's fadeaway jump shot skill fragment. Stylish. Howie's logo shot skill fragment. Divine. Iverson's right side breakthrough skill fragment. Unstoppable. Kardashian family member fragment. That's a tough one. What do you think? Not bad, right? The system's voice sounded somewhat haughty. Well, it's just all right. Shen Lang scratched his head, offering a non-committal assessment. However, even if I have the talent, it's unlikely I can go straight to the NBA, right? The host has forgotten the news brought by the reporter just moments ago. The system has long paved the way for you. The 15-day contract with the Suns? Did you orchestrate that? Could it be that the host truly believes that the collegiate league in China could capture the attention of NBA scouts? Shen Lang rolled his eyes, fully aware of the lack of prestige associated with the college league. Even if scouts were to notice, the opportunity would undoubtedly not fall into his hands. Now it all hinges on the host's performance. Best of luck. Swish. Next time, try to switch to a more melodious transition sound effect. Shen Lang shook his head, alleviating his brief bout of dizziness, muttering to himself. Indeed, I have resolved to bring my talent to Phoenix. Chapter 2. A performance that captivated Gentry. Tiangang Airport. Shen Lang emerged, hauling 2 oversized suitcases. These unsophisticated folks don't even recognize Lao Ganma. Having packed an entire suitcase filled with Lao Ganma, Shen Lang endured a protracted interrogation by customs officers, leaving him in a rather foul mood. Such a free America, and yet they scrutinize a mere chili pepper. Soon enough, he located the vehicle arranged by the team for his pickup, idly observing the scenery along the way. The arena, renamed the U.S. Airways Center in 2006, is situated in Phoenix, Arizona. Upon entering, Shen Lang found the atmosphere electric with vigorous training. This year's Suns have been struggling somewhat, according to their current record. They must secure victories in 10 of the remaining 12 regular season games to ensure a playoff spot. Curiously, Shen Lang surveyed the sports venue he had only seen on screen before. This arena, established in 1992, had yet to display a single championship banner. Gentry, who was scribbling on the tactical board by the sidelines, quickly noticed Shen Lang's arrival. Hello, you must be Shen, right? Hello, coach. You can also call me Lang. Shen Lang politely extended his hand for a handshake with Gentry. Lang? Gentry raised an eyebrow, recalling that everyone referred to the towering player from the Rockets as Yao. Do you need to rest a bit, or are you ready to join the training? However, Gentry clearly had no time to dwell on this question, pointing towards the players engaged in an intra-squad scrimmage. I did not come here to rest, Shen Lang asserted earnestly. I am ready to take the court at any moment. Very well, then warm up. Gentry nodded with satisfaction regardless of Shen Lang's skill level. His attitude was commendable. After donning his attire and shoes, Shen Lang began stretching on the sidelines, observing the dynamics of the game. This season, the much-rumored departure of the son of the Windy City ultimately resulted in his decision to remain with the team, allowing the Suns to largely retain the tactical framework from the previous season. The intra-squad scrimmage often serves as an opportunity for coaches to practice tactics and experiment with lineups. Clearly, Gentry had similar intentions at this moment on the court. One side was led by Nash, featuring Gortat, Dudley, Fry, and Hill, who was once regarded as a draft template. For Kobe, the opposing team consisted of Lopez, Reed, Brown, Morris, and Terfel. From the perspective of gameplay, Nash's team clearly held the advantage, with the score having already widened to double digits. As Shen Lang finished warming up, Gentry clapped his hands and gestured to Terfel, signaling for a substitution. The atmosphere within the Suns team remained pleasant, with teammates warmly greeting Shen Lang. He courteously responded, then received the ball passed by a teammate from the backcourt. Ding! The host has entered the game. The talent is activated. A prompt echoed in Shen Lang's mind, followed by an explosive surge of power coursing through his muscles. This was evidently the result of his unique talent enhancement, leading to a remarkable increase in physical attributes. Fortunately, his talent was extraordinarily exceptional, allowing him to adapt almost instantaneously despite the significant boost in strength. Shen Lang slapped the basketball with force, stretching his legs before swiftly dribbling past half-court. As he crossed the line, Dudley immediately approached to defend him. Hey, buddy, the NBA isn't the same level as college ball. You'd better adapt quickly. Dudley, a fellow 22nd overall draft pick from the same year as Waxia Spacey, had firmly established himself in the league and even resigned with the Suns ahead of schedule in 2010. His performance over the past few seasons had been consistently stable, providing considerable support to the team. Shen Lang flashed a smile at the affable bearded figure, bending down to dribble the ball while surveying the court. The league is just a business. He understood the weight of this statement. Although everything seemed amicable for now, truly integrating into the team required him to showcase his abilities. In competitive sports, the jungle law of survival of the fittest prevails. With a swift feint, Shen Lang misled Dudley and dribbled past him effortlessly. Even without specialized dribbling skills, his maxed-out speed and ball handling allowed him to easily surpass most players. Dudley was caught off guard, while Gentry, who had been observing Shen Lang closely, noted everything with clarity. Impressive speed and fundamental dribbling skills. Initially harboring some skepticism about the newly signed player from Huaxia, Gentry nodded appreciatively. After getting past, Shen Lang quickly penetrated just inside the three-point line, seizing the moment while other players were still establishing their stance and opted for a quick jump shot. Swish. The ball swished through the net, and a smile crept across Shen Lang's lips as he dashed back down the court. What are you standing there for? Get back on defense. As a student from Huadu University, Shen Lang managed simple communication in English. Gentry finally displayed a satisfied smile as he witnessed the entire sequence unfold. Excellent attitude, very good ball handling and speed, decisive shooting, and most importantly, he appears remarkably composed. It seemed that he had indeed stumbled upon a gem. As Nash, the rival, observed Shen Lang's performance, he could not help but nod in approval. This young man from Huaxia seemed capable of aiding him significantly. Nash swiftly dribbled the ball forward, having etched the positions of his teammates clearly in his mind. Stimulated by Shen Lang's display, the team's defense became notably aggressive, leaving Nash's teammates with scant opportunities. With a reciprocal thought in mind, Nash decided to take a direct shot. Unfortunately, standing before him was the renowned jumping man, Shannon Brown. Even though Nash's maneuver had caused a slight misalignment in Brown's defense, he still relied on his remarkable leaping ability to lightly tap Nash's wrist at the very last moment of his shot. There was a suspicion of foul, yet the referee declined to make a call. Rebound. Nash exclaimed, his shot disrupted. Clang. Indeed, the force was insufficient, and the basketball struck the front of the rim with a resounding thud, soaring high into the air. Under the basket, Gortat had secured the most advantageous position and merely needed to leap lightly to seize the rebound. Humph. Just as Gortat prepared to jump, he felt a tremendous force at his waist, firmly restraining him. Bang! Lopez seized the opportunity to collect the rebound, casting a surprised glance at the smaller Shen Lang, who had effectively immobilized Gortat. Meanwhile, Gentry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Exhibiting rebound protection awareness, impressive strength, and devoid of selfishness, Gentry muttered to himself while jotting down notes. Is this truly just a substitute player from Huaxia University? Has the level of basketball in Huaxia risen to such heights? Chapter 3. Choosing the number 6 jersey. Fall back. Though Nash was uncertain why Gortat had lost the rebound, he didn't dwell on it excessively, shouting a command as he quickly led his teammates back on defense. Lopez passed the ball to Reed, who swiftly advanced. Well done, brother. Lopez was acutely aware that half of his rebounding success was owed to Shen Lang. He could hardly believe that this diminutive figure from the East could hold his ground against the robust Gortat. After all, he himself often struggled during physical confrontations with him. All good, all good. Little Lopez, hurry and protect the boards. Shen Lang chuckled. Then, noticing that Reed had chosen not to pass the ball after his advance, preparing instead to go solo, Shen Lang gave Lopez a vigorous push. Once the Deer King, Reed now showed signs of age, his three-point shooting percentage barely exceeding 30% this season as anticipated. Under Hill's defense, Reed's left-hand three-point attempt missed. Perhaps by stroke of luck, the basketball fortuitously landed in Lopez's hands, who had been pushed into the paint by Shen Lang. Pass it. Shen Lang shouted from the arc summit. Lopez instinctively passed the ball. Swish, with a shooting ability of 90. This indicated that under optimal conditions, Shen Lang had a mere 10% chance of missing a shot. An adept three-point shooter. At this moment, Gentry had risen from his seat, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Lang on the court. The game had unfolded for just 1.5 rounds. Shen Lang contributed directly 5 points and indirectly 2 rebounds. Should such prowess be consistently demonstrated, it would undoubtedly astonish his opponents during crucial moments of the main rotation. Nash and Hill exchanged a glance, revealing a hint of respect in their eyes. Initially intending to impart a lesson to the newcomer, they found themselves outmaneuvered instead. In the subsequent plays, Nash took command of the game, executing three-pointers and assisting, revitalizing the entire team despite some defensive shortcomings. In contrast, Shen Lang's several passes went unanswered by his teammates, save for Lopez, who capitalized on an opportunity beneath the basket. Hey Lang, why not take a shot yourself? At this moment, Gentry was eager to further assess Shen Lang's offensive capabilities, calling out to him from the sidelines. Is that even possible? For the first time, Shen Lang encountered a coach who actually encouraged players to pursue individual efforts. However, this demand was precisely what he had yearned for. He believed that if he could showcase commendable performances in the forthcoming games, the likelihood of securing a spot in the regular season would significantly increase. With a resounding thud, he deftly maneuvered past Hill, who had attempted to defend him, and with Gortat caught off balance beneath the basket, Shen Lang executed a thunderous dunk. Nash cast an envious glance at Shen Lang's calves, marveling at the fact that his leap was at least 90 centimeters high. As he estimated that the intra-team matches wouldn't last much longer, Shen Lang, undeterred by fatigue, continued to weave through defenders after passing the ball, vociferously calling for it whenever an opportunity arose. His shooting from beyond the arc was nothing short of impeccable, with a sharp clap. Thanks to Shen Lang's relentless efforts and an impressive defensive capability rated at 86, he even managed to secure a valuable steal from Dudley. Despite his team's struggles reflected in the score, Shen Lang's individual performance was undeniably explosive. No wonder some individuals are more enamored with accumulating statistics than concerned with the overall record. In the depths of his heart, Shen Lang mused that this sensation was indeed captivating. The fleeting thrill of scoring points brought immediate gratification, and the prospect of continuous scoring seemed infinitely pleasurable. Even though he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of such thoughts, he could not help but feel a stirring within. The defeats were surely attributable to his teammates' shortcomings. His explosive data merely underscored his solitary struggle. He had even concocted excuses for himself in advance. Clap, clap, clap. On the sidelines, Gentry glanced at the timer and applauded, signaling the conclusion of the match. Hey, Shen, welcome to our team. As soon as he left the court, Nash approached Shen Lang, acknowledging the young Huaxia man's commendable performance with his approval. Shen Lang collided shoulders with Nash, a figure who appeared quite slender on television, yet stood merely 6 centimeters shorter than Shen Lang. The fact that this individual could claim an MVP trophy in the NBA despite such a physique speaks volumes about his formidable prowess. Hey, brother. How I wish you could have joined us earlier. Hill, whose features align more closely with Eastern aesthetics, approached with a cheerful greeting for Shen Lang. This season, Hill has faced a series of interruptions, and his performance has not been particularly stellar. Nevertheless, even as he approaches the twilight of his career and grapples with diminished form, he remains a presence not to be underestimated. After all, it is never too late to join, is it? Moreover, opportunities have not forsaken us. Shen Lang naturally discerned Hill's intentions. However, he perceived that qualifying for the playoffs was not an insurmountable challenge. I certainly do not wish for our arena to remain perpetually desolate. Nonetheless, Shen Lang's ambitions evidently extend beyond merely reaching the playoffs. With a gesture towards the vacant expanse above the arena, a wild grin spread across his face. Such words are delightful to hear. Nash clapped Shen Lang's shoulder vigorously and declared, "Let us strive together to bring a championship trophy that belongs to this city." Gentry, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of a smile in his gaze. Although he understood that this goal was formidable, he believed that as long as the players harbored such aspirations, their performance would inevitably improve. Furthermore, in his estimation, Shen Lang possessed the potential to become an unexpected asset, one that could surprise rival teams in ways they did not foresee. However, this surprise must catch the other teams off guard to have the greatest impact. Contemplating the remaining 12 games, Gentry began to devise a strategy for utilizing Shen Lang. Lang, have you decided on your jersey number? Gentry suddenly recalled that Shen Lang's uniform number had yet to be determined. It was essential to expedite the arrangements so that the jersey would be ready for the upcoming games. Let us go with number 6, he mused, considering that his system was dubbed the Bench Emperor and that he must come off the bench to unleash his full potential. Clearly aligning with the path of the ideal sixth man, number 6 seemed quite fitting. He believed that soon countless fans would be cheering for him as he donned that number on their screens. All right, Gentry nodded, signaling to his assistant to take care of the jersey arrangements. That concludes today's training. Everyone may wash up and head home. We face the Nuggets tomorrow, so be sure to rest well. Lang, please stay for a moment. Gentry called out to Shen Lang. As the newcomer to the team, there were numerous matters that required organization, such as accommodation. Chapter 4. Not taking the court. Gentry walked ahead silently, holding the tactical board. while Shen Lang obediently trailed behind him. Lang, I do not plan to have you on the court for tomorrow's game, Gentry suddenly announced. Uh-huh. Shen Lang paused momentarily, expressing a degree of confusion regarding Coach Gentry's actions. Could it be that his solitary performance had displeased him? Yet, this was precisely what Gentry had requested. This was not a reflection of your capabilities, on the contrary. Your prowess far exceeded my expectations. Gentry elaborated patiently, though an inexplicable voice within his subconscious urged him to cultivate a favorable relationship with this young man from Huaxia. As you are aware, our team's record speaks for itself. If we aspire to secure a playoff berth, we must employ some unconventional strategies. A cunning smile crept across Gentry's face. There is a saying in Huaxia's military doctrine: all warfare is based on deception. I hope that other teams do not decipher your abilities too swiftly. Upon hearing Jean Telly's somewhat rudimentary command of the Chinese language, Shen Lang found himself at a loss for words. However, a pressing concern began to surface in his mind as a player in the NBA. If the coach neglects proper training and opts instead for military strategies, what should I do? An urgent dilemma indeed. Yet, this old fellow's seemingly unsavory demeanor oddly resonated with Shen Lang's preferences. Engaging in cerebral pursuits certainly allows for a more efficient expenditure of energy. Naturally, the notion that one must grow stronger through actual gameplay was a truth he refrained from voicing to the other party, choosing instead to acquiesce to his directives. After all, even with a system in place, one requires time to adjust to the time zone. This is your locker. The team will soon hang your jersey there. Though you must procure your own shoes. The NBA has sponsorship contracts for jerseys, so players need not worry about their game attire. However, gifts for fans still require a personal financial investment. As for footwear, the league's contracts do not entail the commodification of the player's feet, thus allowing them to capitalize on their shoe deals for greater commercial value. Shen Lang nodded, casually tossing his red Zirk sneakers inside. As of now, you have yet to secure accommodation, correct? The team will provide you with a dormitory, the conditions of which are rather basic and may not offer much convenience. Yet it incurs no cost. Phoenix, being a prominent city in America, does not present exorbitant housing prices, but certainly, they are not within the financial reach of Shen Lang, who has signed a mere 15-day contract with a salary of $15,000. The value for money in hotels and rentals is not particularly favorable, and more importantly, he is unfamiliar with the surroundings, with his salary yet to be disbursed. The system is inadequate, leaving me uncertain about the arrangements for my life. As Shen Lang expressed gratitude for the generosity of the capitalists, he inwardly cursed his own system. To take advantage without effort is disgraceful. Self-reliance is the true path to success. After packing his belongings, the bored Shen Lang decided to head straight back to the training ground. Relying solely on the system's enhancements left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He needed to see if he could improve his abilities through diligent practice. Bang, bang, bang. Upon arriving at the sidelines, Shen Lang spotted Nash, who was still shooting hoops. After observing silently for 4 or 5 minutes, he was astonished to see that Nash had not missed a single shot. Hey, Shen, are you here to practice as well? Finally, Nash noticed Shen Lang on the court. Shen Lang waved his hand, silently observing his usual physical data, ultimately deciding against a course of action that could jeopardize his carefully crafted persona. No, I merely wish to take a breath of fresh air. You see, I have just disembarked from the plane and still feel somewhat fatigued. I require a moment to recalibrate, lest I risk injury. Shen Lang, unfazed, raised his hands in a gesture of explanation. Although I am an industrious individual, injuries are occurrences I fervently wish to avoid. Nash nodded in understanding, empathizing with the sentiment given his own struggles with injuries. Shall we seek some amusement together? He proposed with a smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. This man, who presented himself as a paragon of virtue, was, at his core, a rather seasoned libertine. Another time, Shen Lang mused, for while he harbored aspirations of bringing glory to his nation, he was acutely aware that he was still under observation by the team. With a subpar system incapable of securing even a villa, it seemed that a 15-day contract was the utmost limit. His continued presence would ultimately depend on his own efforts. Indeed, Shen Lang's response left Nash exceedingly pleased. You are truly a disciplined player. I find myself increasingly eager for your future performances. With that, Nash turned and made his way toward the locker room, wearing an expression of profound satisfaction. Oh dear. What are the fundamental trust between individuals? Shen Lang's face betrayed a hint of shyness, yet his heart was tempestuous with fury. Indeed, only the people of Huaxia would never deceive one another. Reflecting on his time back home, he recalled how the captain had arranged for a lively barbecue before the KTV room was even booked. To refuse? Such a notion was unthinkable. The essence of the team lay in unity, after all, having lost the opportunity to rescue the wayward daughters of capitalism. Shen Lang picked up a basketball and casually tossed it towards the hoop. Clang. The outcome was starkly realistic. Meanwhile, the domestic sports media had already ignited fervent discussions regarding Shen Lang's situation. The videos of Shen Lang's previous competitions have been thoroughly scrutinized. Yet no reasonable explanation can be derived regarding his selection by the NBA. When interviewing his college teammates, apart from discovering his exceptional interpersonal skills, there were no other remarkable traits to highlight. I believe this is a maneuver employed by certain teams within the league. A sports commentator passionately articulated on television, it is widely recognized that this season's NBA schedule has been significantly reduced, leading to a substantial decline in the league's revenue. Thus, they are likely eager to sign Shen Lang in hopes of further penetrating the Chinese market. However, why Shen Lang specifically, rather than other more skilled players? Naturally, there are dissenting opinions regarding this explanation. Do you believe that the current prowess of Chinese players can truly manifest in a game? Conversely, those with considerable talent often have complex affiliations with the Basketball Association, agencies, and other intricate relationships to manage. In contrast, Shen Lang is unburdened by such complications, which makes his selection more likely to elicit a greater societal response than that of some long-established players. The commentator demonstrated a commendable level of insight, as his reasoning was both coherent and substantiated. Of course, the underlying truth is a brutal alteration by the system, devoid of logic or rationale. It is simply enforced. Do you think Shen Lang will have the opportunity to play in tomorrow's match? It is inevitable. Visibility is of paramount importance to the league. But what if he does not play? That could potentially indicate that Shen Lang possesses undiscovered strengths. The commentator could never have anticipated how astutely accurate his assessment was. Chapter 5. Initiating the personal training module the following morning. During the team training session attended by reporters, Gentry consistently instructed Shen Lang to remain on the bench, even failing to engage with him throughout. Were it not for the old man's prior warnings, Shen Lang might have suspected that Gentry harbored some grievances against him. Soon enough, the morning training concluded. Under the watchful gaze of the reporters, Gentry cast a sidelong glance at Shen Lang before departing the training ground with a sullen expression. If this old fellow were not a coach, he would undoubtedly excel as an actor. Silently assessed the situation within himself. After partaking in the lunch arranged by the team, he casually opened his phone to peruse the news. The headlines revealed a grim-faced Gentry, seemingly displeased with the new recruits, and noted the absence of any interaction between him and the newcomers, alongside a loud argument with the general manager in the locker room. The reports suggested that the Suns' latest addition had been spotted at a rendezvous with a beautiful woman, raising concerns about whether he might become a liability for the team. While the earlier news was somewhat expected, the subsequent turn of events felt rather off-kilter. Some sensationalist reports even claimed that Gentry's disdain for Shen Lang stemmed from the fact that his companion was none other than Gentry's own wife. This was utterly absurd. As anticipated, the pre-game press conference was inundated with inquiries centered around Shen Lang. What is your assessment of the new recruit? Will he have the opportunity to play? It was unclear whether Gentry had caught wind of the scandalous gossip, but he seemed to have fully embraced the moment, his expression darkening as he cast an irritable glance at the journalist posing the questions. The recruitment of players falls under the purview of the general manager. I am not particularly informed about that. My responsibility lies in devising the optimal game strategy for the team. Although he refrained from giving a direct answer, his intent was unmistakably clear. Nevertheless, this demeanor incited the ire of numerous domestic fans. You signed him, and now you dismiss him? What a hypocritical stance. Some more radical fans resorted to outright insults. Rational analysts suggested that Shen Lang might merely be a pawn in the internal strife of the team. I told you. A college benchwarmer playing in the NBA is just a frivolous endeavor. There were certainly many who, unable to attain success, disparaged him. I have interacted with Shen Lang. I believe he is quite formidable, remarked a user known as Sad Dancer, representing one of the scant voices in support of Shen Lang. Though this perspective was quickly drowned out by the deluge of comments. Yet, the game would proceed unaffected by the opinions expressed online. The Suns were set to face the Nuggets at their home arena. The protracted entrance ceremony saw Shen Lang's introduction last a mere few seconds, and it garnered no applause from the packed venue. One day you shall all chant my name as dear father, Shen Lang mused, his head bowed. Discomfort settling in as a feeling of ambition began to awaken within him. Ding! The system detected the host's burgeoning ambition, juxtaposed with his currently insufficient capabilities. In a bid to enhance the host's strength expeditiously, the system initiated an upgrade, projected to take 180 minutes. Stay tuned. It seems even this subpar system has come to reflect on its inadequacies. Shen Lang was quite taken aback by the unexpected initiative displayed by a system that usually held little presence. The competition commenced swiftly. Although the digging team's performance was passable, they were devoid of particularly renowned stars. At the very least, Shen Lang recognized two players at a glance. One was Farid, known as the half-orc, and the other was JaVale McGee, whose physical attributes were decidedly top-tier below the neck. Seated on the bench, Shen Lang found himself disinterested in the game due to the system upgrade, his focus entirely on the slowly advancing progress bar. This careless demeanor did not go unnoticed by the reporters on the sidelines, and it was sure to provide excellent material for post-game news. The match offered little in terms of novelty. The Suns performed decently only in the first quarter, trailing behind in the subsequent three, ultimately concluding the game with a score of 99-105, marking a loss for the Suns. Under Gentry's directives, the players uniformly claimed ignorance regarding Shen Lang's situation. Gentry, continuing to deflect inquiries, subtly revealed his lack of trust in this newcomer from Huaxia. As for Shen Lang, he returned to his dormitory immediately after the game, neglecting to visit the locker room since he had not participated. His rationale for such behavior was merely that he preferred to perform his role thoroughly. Proclaiming himself a Huaxia man, adept in the art of war. Following today's game, the Suns were scheduled to face the Lakers in a back-to-back away match. Gentry's decision was even more drastic, publicly stating that Shen Lang was experiencing knee soreness and required a day's observation. Thus, he would not accompany the team to Los Angeles. Were it not for the system upgrade, Shen Lang would have contested this vehemently, considering that it was the Los Angeles Lakers, the team of his idol. Ding! The system upgrade was complete, maintaining existing functions while adding a personal training module. And then, there was nothing more to follow. A wretched system, Shen Lang remarked without mercy. Yet his attention remained focused on the detailed introduction of the newly added personal training module. Personal training module. The host can acquire training points through the tasks assigned by the system. These training points may solely be used to exchange for personal physical data and certain player skills. This serves as an alternative means of advancement aside from achieving victory in matches, albeit with additional restrictions that are nonetheless essential. After all, with a contract lasting 15 days and only 10 matches scheduled, it is certain that he will miss 2 of them. If he cannot deliver an impressive performance in his debut, the prospects of remaining on the team appear bleak. Gentry has his own thoughts, but his influence within the team remains uncertain. Training task, 100 push-ups. Reward, 10 training points. Given this, let the journey of self-improvement commence. Shen Lang's resolute gaze shifted towards the training tasks presented by the system. As he commenced his training, the team had already set off for Los Angeles to face their next adversary. At this juncture, the Lakers, free from the pressure of their record, had begun to conserve energy for the playoffs, recognizing that not every match necessitated a full-throttle effort. Taking advantage of Kobe's rest, the Suns surprisingly secured a resounding victory on the road, triumphing 125-105. This performance bolstered Gentry's confidence in the post-game press conference, where he articulately asserted his profound understanding of the team and the meticulous planning behind their strategies. Following their encounter with the Lakers, the Suns were to confront the Timberwolves, who would challenge them the day after. After their away game, Gentry allocated a day for the players to recuperate, and then stealthily made his way to the gym to meet Shen Lang, who was drenched in sweat from his physical training. The two engaged in a hushed conversation for over half an hour, both sporting satisfied smiles by the end. On April 10, 2012, the Suns faced the challenge posed by the Timberwolves. After the preceding press interviews, Shen Lang's media attention had waned significantly, and it was widely accepted that he would not be utilized in this game. Consequently, the press conference prior to the match returned to its usual rhythm, and Gentry's demeanor appeared considerably more at ease. Soon, the game commenced. This particular match was being broadcasted officially in the country, and at the broadcasting desk sat 2 familiar faces to basketball fans, Coach Zhang and Yu Jia. Coach Zhang, I just saw Shen Lang on the sidelines in training gear, and he has also been included in the activation list prior to the game. Do you think there is a possibility he might see playing time today? Despite Shen Lang's diminished prominence abroad, domestic fans remained highly attentive to his developments. In response to this inquiry, Coach Zhang took it earnestly, clearing his throat and pausing to contemplate before sharing his perspective. Out of personal inclination, I certainly wish to see Shen Lang take the court. However, I also hope that everyone can approach this matter with a degree of rationality. We must acknowledge that Shen Lang's previous performances have shown a certain gap from what is required to compete. Yet we should also trust that the Suns had valid reasons for signing him, and opportunities will indeed arise. Zhang's guidance is indeed quite reasonable and restrained, with his choice of words evidently reflecting a thorough consideration of the audience's sentiments. Yu Jia, nodding in agreement, acknowledged that Zhang possesses a remarkable ability to articulate matters with impeccable precision. Meanwhile, as Zhang and Yu Jia engaged in conversation, the entrance ceremony on the court had already concluded. Shen Lang's appearance failed to incite any commotion, as the majority of spectators perceived this young Eastern player merely as the water dispenser attendant. With one victory and one defeat in the previous 2 matches, the Suns retained their last chance to secure a playoff berth, thus maintaining the fervor of the fans as they watched the game with great enthusiasm. As the game commenced, the Suns starting lineup consisted of Nash, Gortat, Dudley, Fry, and Brown, while the Timberwolves featured Love, Beria, Webster, Wesley, and Peacock. In the prime of his career, Love effortlessly triumphed in the jump ball, allowing Beria to advance with the ball, utilizing his strength to shake off Nash's defense. Beria smoothly delivered the basketball to Love in the paint. With a resounding slam dunk, Love opened the scoring before Gortat could establish his position. The score stood at 0-2. Shen Lang furrowed his brow. Indeed, Gortat's speed was somewhat lacking, particularly when matched against a versatile and agile big man like Love. Fortunately, although Nash faced minor difficulties on defense, he adeptly utilized his passing skills in the subsequent play, assisting Brown in scoring a 2-pointer. In the following exchanges, both teams engaged in a spirited contest. For the Timberwolves, Love appeared to disregard Gortat entirely, effortlessly securing rebounds and points at will. Meanwhile, the Suns clung tightly to the score, bolstered by Brown's commendable shooting touch. However, the fickle nature of shooting soon became apparent. Clang. After Brown's first missed shot, he followed it with 2 consecutive attempts that veered off target. In contrast, Love, positioned closer to the basket, enjoyed a significantly higher success rate. The score quickly widened to 12-18, with just over a minute remaining in the first quarter. Beep. Gentry promptly called a timeout. The players huddled together to absorb Gentry's tactical instructions, and as the timeout neared its conclusion, Gentry's gaze fell upon Shen Lang. Lang, prepare to enter the game. It was a testament to Shen Lang's own reminders that Gentry was the only one in the team who consistently referred to him as Lang. All right. Shen Lang swiftly discarded the training suit draped over his jersey. What? Shen Lang is about to take the court. The Yu family gasped at this turn of events. Coach Zhang, what is your perspective on Jean Taylor's tactical arrangement? The game has barely entered the first quarter, and the Suns have shown no signs of conceding defeat. Given the current deficit, the decision to send Shen Lang onto the floor can only imply one thing. We shall soon uncover the true motive behind their signing of Shen Lang. As the timeout concludes, the Suns regain possession. Nash advances with the ball, while Shen Lang appears to leisurely jog along the 3-point line. Here, although Shen Lang's appearance was rather unexpected, it did not garner significant attention. The players of the Timberwolves maintained a moderate distance in their defense, exhibiting a certain degree of laxity. It was precisely this negligence that allowed Shen Lang to completely shake off his defender with a sudden burst of speed. Nash's passing technique is far from ordinary. The ball is in motion. Shen Lang received the pass in the most comfortable manner, a sense of admiration for Nash welling up within him. With a swift motion, he executed a corner 3-pointer, truly commencing his NBA journey. What a decisive shot. What precision in his 3-point attempt. Coach Zhang exclaimed, acknowledging that despite the opponent's underestimation, Shen Lang's performance was still commendable. One couldn't help but wonder if Coach Zhang noticed the familiarity in Shen Lang's shooting form. It resembled that of Ray Allen. The discerning eye of the Yu family is indeed remarkable. After making the 3-pointer, Shen Lang wore a broad smile, and his skill panel was no longer devoid of content. Ray Allen's corner 3 increases corner 3-point shooting accuracy by 30, enhances interference resistance by 50, and doubles the effect during clutch moments. A gentleman's sword strikes without a trace. This was the fruit of Shen Lang's training over 2 days, 20 training tasks yielding 300 training points, culminating in a star skill. With that 3-pointer, the score gap closed to just 3 points, and the situation improved dramatically. The fans by the sidelines were certainly generous with their applause. What a stroke of luck. Love muttered to himself, clearly unfazed by Shen Lang's shot. However, perhaps influenced by Shen Lang's three-pointer, Love missed a layup after completely shaking off Gortat. The Suns' offensive style has always been characterized by its speed. Upon securing the rebound, Gortat immediately delivered a long pass to Nash, who stood at the midline. Steve. Once again at the right corner, Shen Lang had already positioned himself without notice, while the nearest Timberwolves player remained at the arc's peak. Swish. The same form. The same outcome. 18-18 in less than a minute on the court, Shen Lang scored 6 points, bringing the teams to a tie. Beep. Adelman of the Timberwolves immediately called for a timeout. Keep a close watch on that yellow-skinned lad. Do not allow him to shoot so easily, Adelman exclaimed furiously. His anger palpable as a promising situation was unexpectedly undermined by a rookie he had never heard of. Following the timeout, as Shen Lang re-entered the game, he discreetly whispered a few words into Nash's ear, to which Nash responded with a smile and a nod. Chapter 7. The first victory morale is a phenomenon that is entirely reciprocal. Shen Lang's 2 three-pointers dampened the spirits of the Timberwolves, while the Suns players suddenly exhibited a much more vigorous defensive attitude. Under relentless defense, the Timberwolves took a painstaking 20 seconds to create a somewhat forced shooting opportunity, but unfortunately, Webster failed to capitalize on it. Fortunately, only 6 seconds remained due to the time they had consumed. The basketball ricocheted far and fortuitously landed in Nash's hands. Nash swiftly penetrated, with Shen Lang keeping pace alongside him. As Nash dribbled to the arc's apex, Shen Lang brushed past him, still shadowed by his defender. Shen Lang shouted loudly, "No way." With merely a second remaining, Berea, who had been guarding Nash, let out a cold snort and instinctively took a step towards Shen Lang. Bang! Nash forcefully struck the ball and abruptly halted at the top of the arc. This is bad. Realizing the situation, Berea silently cursed. But inertia prevented him from returning in time. Nash made a slight adjustment and raised his hand for a three-pointer. Swish. Beep. The basketball sailed gracefully through the hoop, concluding the first quarter with a score of 21-18. No one anticipated that Shen Lang's brief appearance, lasting just over a minute, would enable the Suns to transform a 6-point deficit into a 3-point lead. Coach Zhang, how do you assess Shen Lang's performance in the final minute of the first quarter? Yu's tone was somewhat agitated, clearly astonished by Shen Lang's display. His reliable baseline 3-point shooting must be the reason the Suns had signed him. Coach Zhang's voice was equally exuberant. Have you all noticed that Shen Lang's second 3-pointer was taken without any defenders present? A moment when he could have opted for a more secure layup? What does this signify? Unreasonable? You instinctively interjected. Coach Zhang shot him an exasperated glance and continued. No. This indicates he possesses formidable confidence in his shooting. I have a better chance making a 3-pointer than a layup. On the bench, the Suns were jubilant. In stark contrast to the downcast Timberwolves. Do not lose heart. If that kid were truly that exceptional, the Suns would have utilized him long ago. Love remarked to his teammates. His words held merit, for unlike the Timberwolves, who had completely relinquished their playoff aspirations, the Suns were fervently striving to secure as many victories as possible. If Shen Lang's prowess could indeed alter the course of the game, the Suns would seize every opportunity to employ him. Winning or losing is no longer significant for us. Why stress over it? Beasley grumbled nearby. To him, embracing defeat with dignity seemed far more authentic than feigning relentless effort. If they truly cared about winning, their record would not reflect a position as the 12th in the Western Conference. Love remained silent, focused primarily on his own statistics, and his style of play contrasted sharply with that of the former Wolves king, Garnett. While Garnett was often praised for his ability to both engage and retreat, he possessed an undeniable aura that could easily inspire his teammates. In stark contrast, Love felt he had little more than a handsome face and an ambiguous name to offer. The second quarter commenced swiftly, with Shen Lang still on the court. However, under Adelman's meticulous strategy, Shen Lang found himself with limited opportunities. Nevertheless, his presence effectively created space for his teammates. Moreover, buoyed by their morale, the Suns played with remarkable ease. By the time Shen Lang was substituted, the score had escalated to 38-30, leaving the Timberwolves trailing by a substantial 8 points. Shen Lang utilized his speed to execute another fast-break layup. Despite Adelman's attempts to call timeouts, they proved futile, and at the conclusion of the second quarter, the score settled at 53-45, maintaining the 8-point deficit. During halftime, the only sound resonating in the Timberwolves locker room was Adelman's furious outburst. Love discreetly examined the statistics, while Beasley contemplated his future for the next season. As the second half commenced, the Timberwolves' spirit appeared utterly deflated. Gentry had no intention of reintroducing Shen Lang to the game. Aware that the less time he spent on the court, the longer it would take for opponents to analyze his play. In the third quarter, the Timberwolves succumbed to a 7-point loss. Entering the fourth quarter with a 15-point deficit, it wasn't long before Adelman decided to concede. Beep. The game concluded. During garbage time, the Suns bench continued to shine brightly. The final score was recorded at 114-90, with the Suns achieving their second consecutive victory by over 20 points. In just 6 minutes on the court, Shen Lang achieved a remarkable feat, hitting all 3 of his shots and accumulating 8 points along with 2 assists. Nash, on the other hand, recorded a commendable performance with 15 points, 2 rebounds, and 9 assists, almost attaining a double-double. Despite the Timberwolves' defeat, Kevin Love still managed to deliver an impressive stat line with 25 points and 13 rebounds, while Beria contributed 16 points and 4 assists, performing adequately. Post-game, Shen Lang was kept under tight wraps by Coach Gentry, who did not permit him to attend the press conference. Nevertheless, Shen Lang's performance sparked a new wave of inquiries from the journalists. Coach Gentry, you have consistently downplayed Shen Lang's abilities. How would you assess his performance today? He was asked. Gentry cleverly employed a Chinese proverb, stating, "Who doesn't enjoy turkey on Christmas?" The reporters were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. Does your decision not to play him in the second half indicate a lack of confidence in him? One pressed. Gentry responded, I have reiterated numerous times that I will devise the optimal lineup. Just as today, even without him on the court, we would still triumph over our opponents by a margin of 15 points. It appeared that Gentry's theatricality was far from over. Regardless of how foreign media might assess the situation, domestic news had erupted with fervor. With a perfect shooting record, stopping the Timberwolves single-handedly. Could Shen Lang be the beacon of hope for Chinese basketball? Was he genuinely being preserved, or was he a secret weapon? What was Gentry truly strategizing? The discussions among netizens became increasingly animated. 8 points and 2 assists in 6 minutes translates to an astonishing 64 points and 16 assists over a full 48-minute game. Rounded up, that amounts to 100 points. Magnificent, our General Shen. The mathematical prowess on display was duly noted. All his shots were taken without defense. I could do that too. Various opinions flooded in. Meanwhile, Shen Lang was reviewing the rewards provided by the system. Congratulations, host, on achieving your first NBA regular season victory. You have earned 240 victory points. The number of victory points seemed to be correlated with the point differential. This realization struck Shen Lang. Was he destined to tread the path of racking up points during garbage time? Ding. The host's thoughts are deemed excessively shameless. The system has implemented a patch. Should the host exhibit any malicious point padding behavior, corresponding match rewards will be deducted. Shen Lang exclaimed in frustration, Wow. This system is surprisingly quick to respond. What a trashy system. Shen Lang silently extended his longest finger towards the system. Chapter 8. The second skill, taking a shower and changing clothes. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Lang eagerly opened the system marketplace. Socialite list, Kohler, 500 victory points redeemable. Shen Lang's selection was made in haste, inadvertently entering the list of socialites available for exchange. Whereupon he was met with the sight of several voluptuous figures. Ah, my eyes! As he exclaimed, Shen Lang swiftly clicked to the final page. Olsen 5. 000 victory points redeemable. Jessica, 5,000 victory points redeemable. For Shen Lang, the offerings on the last page were considerably more appealing. Humph. Am I the kind of person who is swayed by mere appearances? How crude. Shen Lang gazed at the distant victory value marked behind him, letting out a cold snort before shutting down the page. In light of the host's dissatisfaction with this page, should the option for exchanging for socialites be removed? Ahem. There is no need for that. I am concerned that deleting the page might compromise the integrity of the system, Shen Lang explained. The host may rest assured that removing the option for socialite exchange will not affect other functionalities of the system. Better safe than sorry. It is wise not to make hasty alterations. Shen Lang promptly halted the system's reckless actions and instead opened the skill fragment exchange page. The forthcoming match would pit him against the formidable Grizzlies, a team boasting the prowess of the Black and White Bears. In Shen Lang's perspective, the crucial factor for victory lay in the competition for rebounds. Thus, his focus was resolutely directed towards skills associated with rebounding. Undoubtedly, one day, he vowed to acquire each and every one of these skills. Gazing at the dazzling array of skills, Shen Lang wiped away his drool and declared with determination, However, upon returning to reality, he realized the necessity of maximizing his benefits. This one appears promising. Before long, Shen Lang made a discovery. The Rodman Rebound Location Judgment Skill Fragment. Every 10 victory points could be exchanged for a fragment, and 10 fragments could be synthesized into the skill, starting at level 1. By consuming additional fragments, the skill could be upgraded with a maximum level of 10. His strength and jumping ability, bolstered by his innate talents, could reach their zenith, sufficiently empowering him to vie for rebounds beneath the basket. If he could accurately judge the trajectory of the rebound, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Shen Lang vividly recalls that the formidable Rodman achieved the remarkable feat of securing the title of rebounding champion 7 times, relying solely on his unique ability and standing at a mere height of 201 centimeters. With a resolute plan forming in his mind, Shen Lang chose to proceed with the exchange without hesitation. After deducting 100 victory points, he now has 140 victory points remaining. Would the host like to synthesize the rebounding position judgment skill of Rodman? The answer is obvious. Why would I not synthesize it? Would I keep it as a mere puzzle? Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing the skill. There were no flashy sound and light effects, just the system's bland notification. Shen Lang promptly examined the effects of his skills. Rodman's rebound judgment, level 1. After a teammate shoots, there is a 25% chance of accurately predicting the basketball's landing spot, while after an opponent shoots, there is a 20% chance of doing the same. My dear, you shall not escape my grasp. However, this does not seem entirely satisfactory. Furthermore, why do the skills exchanged here have levels, while those obtained through training points are immediately at their pinnacle? In Shen Lang's view, the probability of successful judgment appears rather low, especially compared to Ray Allen's 3-point skill, which starts at a 30 to 50 success rate and can even double in critical moments. Skills obtained through training points do not exceed the original limits of the player, whereas those acquired through victory points do. The system swiftly clarified. Using the current skill as an example, Rodman himself has a maximum of 50% chance to accurately predict the landing spot after a teammate's shot, and a maximum of 45% chance after an opponent's shot. What about me? Each level increase in skill raises the success probability by 5. Hiss. After a moment's reflection, Shen Lang could not help but gasp in astonishment. According to the system, if he were to elevate the skill to level 10, he would possess a 75% chance of predicting the basketball's landing spot after a teammate's shot and a 70% chance after an opponent's shot. Good gracious. Wouldn't that mean the rebounds are practically all mine? Upgrade. Elevating the skill to level 2 requires 10 skill fragments. Does the host wish to proceed with the upgrade? The cost appears quite reasonable, and Shen Lang promptly consented. The skill was immediately enhanced to level 2, with success probabilities raised to 30 and 25, respectively. The host currently has 40 victory points remaining. Shall he continue the exchange? How can physical attributes be exchanged? Every 10 victory points can be exchanged for 1 point. Shen Lang cast a glance at his data, deliberating briefly before arriving at a decision. He chose to exchange 4 points for defensive capability, the poorest defense of his team. The Suns posed an enormous risk. The exchange was successful, and the system wished the host all the best. After extracting every ounce of victory points from Shen Lang, the system promptly opted for farewell. Shen Lang then redirected his focus to his current statistics. Player name: Shen Lang. Height: 197 cm. Weight: 90. 3 kilograms. Speed: 57. Strength: 59. Jumping: 70. Shooting: 45. Ball handling: 61. Stamina: 40. Defense: 47. Skills: 1. Ray Allen's corner 3. Increases corner 3-point shooting accuracy by 30. Enhances interference resistance by 50, and doubles the effect during clutch moments. A gentleman's sword, invisible yet deadly. 2. Rodman's rebound positioning level 2. After a teammate's shot, there is a 30% chance to accurately predict the basketball's landing spot. After an opponent's shot, there is a 25% chance to do the same. Little darling, you shall not escape my grasp. The foundational statistics were still far from sufficient. It seemed imperative to engage in rigorous training over the next few days. Even with the talent-enhanced stamina, he barely reached 80 points, certainly inadequate for consecutive games or tough matches. Moreover, both shooting and defense required further enhancement. First, let him set a modest goal to elevate all statistics beyond 50. Deep within, Shen Lang resolved to strive fervently, should he surpass the threshold of 50. Coupled with the amplification of his innate talent, he would inevitably transform into a hexagonal warrior in terms of physical prowess. At that point, even if his skills fell short, he could rely on his physical attributes to prevail. Task: complete 600 hollow 3-point shots. Reward: enhancement of projection data by 2. Uncertain if the system had somehow perceived Shen Lang's thoughts, it astonishingly presented a training task that directly rewarded an increase in data. However, this seemed to miss. Training tasks typically awarded a minimum of 100 training points. By the conversion ratio of 10 to 1, I should be entitled to an enhancement of 10 points. Dear host, do not overestimate your intellect. The conversion ratio of training points to physical data stands at 100:1, and you have already reaped considerable benefits. This is a direct reward, devoid of any intermediary profit. How infuriating. Momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 9, trailing by 17 points, Office of the Suns General Manager. Gentry, are you dissatisfied with Shen? The general manager rubbed his somewhat swollen temples. Shen's arrival had certainly brought considerable exposure to the team. Yet it also meant dealing with an influx of media scrutiny. He found himself perplexed, questioning why he had impulsively signed a player who was the least conspicuous in the scouting report. Fortunately, Shen's impressive scoring in yesterday's game provided him with a satisfactory justification. Even the owner had called to commend his discerning judgment. General Manager, we must find a way to retain Shen. Initially, having observed Gentry's performance at the press conference, he had intended to seek a way to mend their relationship. However, upon posing this question, he witnessed Gentry mischievously closing the door. His gaze sharp and his expression earnest as he declared, I must say, General Manager, you truly understand the game. Shen is a raw gem. Our task is to secure his contract before other teams take notice. He absolutely deserves a formal contract. Gentry continued. His performance in yesterday's game is merely a fraction of his true potential. Whether we succeed in making the playoffs this season and how far we can advance hinges on him as the pivotal X factor. The general manager was thoroughly taken aback by Gentry's effusive praise. He had watched yesterday's game as well. While Shen had indeed performed admirably, it did not seem as extraordinary as Gentry implied. Nevertheless, as long as the two did not clash, he could appease his own boss. Regarding the contract, with 15 days left on a short-term deal and 7 games remaining, there was no need for haste. Unfortunately, he would soon regret this decision. The Suns' next game was against the formidable Grizzlies, featuring stars such as Gay, Conley, and the renowned duo of Gasol and Randolph. This season, the Grizzlies had proven to be exceptionally strong, currently securing the 4th position in the Western Conference. Had it not been for Shen, Gentry might not have felt particularly confident about this matchup. Publicly, Gentry maintained the stance that Shen's performance was merely a fleeting phenomenon, yet privately, he had already devised several strategies centered around Shen, preparing to astonish their forthcoming adversaries. Prior to the game, Shen followed the team in a simple warm-up routine on the court. Without the benefit of innate talent, his shooting accuracy was rather disconcerting. This prompted a sigh of relief from the Grizzlies' assistant coach, who had been keeping an eye on him. This guy is even better at feigning than I am. During yesterday's internal training match, witnessing Shen Lang's impressive performance as a substitute, scoring 30 points in just a few minutes, Gentry silently formed his own judgment while observing Shen Lang's awkward shooting posture. It remains uncertain whether it was due to Shen Lang that the match, originally not slated for live broadcast, was hastily adjusted. After all, watching one's own team play is undeniably more exhilarating. Yu's family inquired, Coach Zhang, do you think Shen Lang will take to the court again today? And will he be able to continue his remarkable performance from the last match? As a commentator, one is acutely aware of the points that captivate the audience's attention. Personally, I believe that while Shen Lang's previous performance may have been influenced by the opponent's underestimation, it undoubtedly showcased his sufficient prowess to compete on the court. Coach Zhang seemed well prepared, responding with remarkable fluidity. Nonetheless, achieving a perfect 3-for-3 shooting record is a rare occurrence. However, should an opportunity to score arise, I firmly believe Shen Lang will seize it without hesitation. Shen Lang's warm-up performance was keenly observed. Thus it is prudent to speak delicately, otherwise, one risks undue praise leading to downfall. What aspects should Shen Lang focus on to demonstrate his potential? The Yu family intends to continue this discourse. First and foremost, he must adopt a rational approach to his play, as he is still merely a substitute. He has yet to fully establish himself. Every offensive decision must be made with careful consideration, avoiding impulsiveness. For Zhang, the essence lies in the very notion of being sensible. Moreover, it is imperative to maintain a balanced mindset, for anxiety can severely hinder the performance of a player reliant on shooting. As the match approached, Shen Lang took to the court in an inconspicuous position. However, this time, A number of spectators offered their applause for him. The fan base operates on this principle. Contributions to the team are readily acknowledged. In competitive sports, prowess is the ultimate currency. The Suns maintained their starting lineup without any alterations. A rather conventional arrangement. The Grizzlies' starting five comprised Gay, Conley, Randolph, Marc Gasol, and Pondexter. The game commenced, yet Gortat once again failed to secure the jump ball. The basketball was redirected by Marc Gasol into Conley's hands, who seemed to lack aggressive intent, simply passing the ball to Gay upon reaching the front court. Gay executed a couple of dribbles before performing a simple stop-and-pop jump shot that swished through the net. Last season, Gay's shoulder surgery sidelined him for the latter half of the season, and his performance this season has been inconsistent. Nevertheless, he began the game on a high note, indicating a relatively good form. Subsequent play confirmed this, with the score oscillating as Gay hit the first 3 baskets for the Grizzlies. Remarkably, this rhythm persisted throughout the first quarter, allowing the Grizzlies to finish the period with a 6-point lead, 26-32. In the second quarter, Gay's shooting touch cooled slightly. Yet with the interior duo of the Bears securing rebounds, the teams ended the quarter in a draw. The halftime score stood at 53-59, with a maintained 6-point margin. Initially anticipating an opportunity to play at the start of the second half, Shen Lang was surprised when Coach Gentry merely reiterated the importance of rebounding during the break without further elaboration. As the third quarter commenced, the contest remained fiercely competitive, with the score gap unchanged. However, with 4 minutes remaining in the third, the dynamic shifted. Randolph and Marc Gasol collaborated to dominate the paint, securing 4 consecutive offensive rebounds, which sparked an 8-0 scoring surge. Beep. The 14-point deficit had reached a precarious brink, and Gentry furrowed his brow, yet he had no choice but to call a timeout. However, glancing at the timer, he ultimately chose not to summon Shen Lang onto the court. Upon returning from the timeout, Conley, who had consistently shown a lack of offensive ambition, unexpectedly unleashed a sudden strike, sinking a 3-pointer from the arc. The gap widened to 17 points. The situation on the court was beginning to spiral out of control. "Coach, allow me to take the floor." Upon witnessing the situation, Shen Lang boldly approached Kentley and declared, "We cannot afford to lose this match." Kentley hesitated, as putting Shen Lang on the court at this moment was not his desire. Chapter 10. Entering the final quarter. Coach, I understand your perspective. However, with each game we lose, our chances diminish. If we wait to calculate our options, it will be too late. Kentley surveyed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowed. With a 17-point deficit and less than 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, how should he decide? Everyone, pull yourselves together. Hold on for these last few minutes. Ultimately, Kentley resolved to endure, hoping the situation would not deteriorate further in the final 3 minutes. On the sidelines, Shen Lang appeared to be communicating with Kentley, yet Kentley offered no response. The astute Yu noticed the change on the sidelines and hesitated before voicing his observations. There have been ongoing reports from foreign media suggesting that Kentley and Shen Lang do not share a harmonious relationship. Director Zhang remarked with a hint of displeasure. I wonder if that old fellow harbors any prejudice against our Chinese players. Beep. Under Kentley's somewhat anxious gaze, the third quarter finally came to a close. The Suns entered the final quarter trailing by 20 points, 70-90. Nash's breaths were heavy as the Grizzlies' Gay and Conley executed a tight double team on him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to energize the team. Time showed no mercy. The once sprightly son of the wind in Phoenix now bore the signs of age. Was there truly no opportunity left? Casting a glance at the bench, Nash felt a twinge of doubt regarding the team's future. However, when his gaze fell upon Shen Lang, he was momentarily taken aback. Unlike his teammates, who wore expressions of despondency or fatigue, Shen Lang's eyes radiated fierce determination. "Shen, you will replace Dudley shortly." Kentley uncharacteristically altered his address for Shen Lang, speaking in a subdued tone. "Dudley's performance today has been abysmal. He has shot 6 times but only scored once." As if in a daze, "You will remain on the court for the entirety of the fourth quarter. I hope you do not disappoint me." Shen Lang nodded heavily. It seemed that Gentry had no choice but to place his final hopes upon the unexpected hero, Shen Lang. Observing the Suns' lineup from the sidelines, the commentators, though somewhat astonished, could discern Gentry's intentions. "Hey, everyone, let's lift our spirits. There's still a quarter to play, let's not be cowards." Just before the game resumed, Shen Lang patted each teammate on the shoulder. It must be said, he exuded a unique charisma that effortlessly fostered camaraderie among those around him. In just a few short days, the Suns players had fully embraced this young man from Huaxia. While not entirely invigorated, the team's morale had certainly improved. The potential of a locker room leader, Gentry mused. Though he already held Shen Lang in high regard, the young man consistently surprised him. Despite the score suggesting the game had entered garbage time, the Suns appeared unwilling to concede. All the key players, with the exception of Dudley, remained on the court. The Yu family, observing the players' arrangement, suddenly felt a surge of energy. Shen Lang must perform admirably and decisively put that old fool in his place. The Grizzlies, boasting a formidable 20-point lead, opted for Randolph to lead the bench players onto the court in the fourth quarter. With the playoffs on the horizon, it was crucial for the main squad to rest. General Arenas, following the infamous locker room incident, had lost all semblance of his former glory. This season, he was signed by the Grizzlies on a veteran minimum contract, having failed to make a significant impact, and it seemed his departure from the league was imminent. According to NBA rules, the team that wins the tip-off retains possession at the beginning of the first and fourth quarters, thus the Grizzlies initiated play. After crossing half-court, Mayo passed the ball directly to Randolph, the primary offensive option in this lineup. However, with such a substantial lead, Randolph appeared disinclined to attack, dribbling a couple of times before returning the ball to Mayo. Faced with Nash's defense, Mayo opted to exploit his height advantage against Nash. Crash. Unfortunately, his shooting touch seemed a bit off. Humph. Randolph firmly positioned himself under the basket, keeping Gortat pinned behind him, and glanced upward at the ball. I've got this. Although the ball was slightly beyond his reach, Randolph remained confident. He might not be easy on the eyes, but his aspirations were lofty. Little did he expect. Before he could leap, a shadow darted past him. Smack. Shen Lang firmly seized the rebound, propelling himself mid-air to deliver a pass. Boom. The swift and agile Brown caught the ball and executed a magnificent windmill dunk. 72-90. What a spectacle. Coach Shang in the studio erupted in applause. Shen Lang's core strength is truly formidable. He managed to pass the ball across half the court while airborne. Yu Jia could not help but express admiration. Such physical prowess is indeed rare even in the NBA. Randolph under the basket furrowed his brow, shaking off his previous lethargy. Kid, this will be the last rebound you snatch, he intoned gravely to Shen Lang. Really? Shen Lang replied with a smile. I don't believe you. Randolph said nothing further, gesturing to Mayo to refrain from passing him the ball and instead positioning himself for the rebound. Mayo was more than pleased. With Randolph not occupying the ball, his chances increased. If he could seize the moment to post impressive stats, it would be utterly beneficial for him. Observing his teammates, he found no favorable opportunities. Thus he decided to take matters into his own hands. Noticing the fatigued Nash, Mayo accelerated suddenly, breaking through for a quick stop-and-pop jump shot. Hey, taking any supplements? Mayo called out just as he leapt. This reminded him of a particularly unfortunate moment from the previous year, causing his timing to falter. Clang. Rhythm is paramount in shooting. Without it, Mayo had no doubt that he would miss again. That was his second miss. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, ever prepared beneath the basket, utilized his exceptional vertical leap to snatch the rebound right over Randolph's head. What a low probability. Shen Lang silently cursed, realizing that despite securing 2 rebounds, it was solely due to his jumping ability and speed. His skill in predicting the landing point had yet to come into play. Boom. Yet again, Brown delivered a dunk, this time off a pass from Nash. The previous type of passing had been too strenuous. Shen Lang did not wish to look back and regret during his later years. 74-90, less than half a minute into the fourth quarter, the Suns had already closed the gap by 4 points. Most importantly, both of these offensive plays were spectacular dunks, igniting the atmosphere in the arena. The morale of the Suns was clearly on the rise. Chapter 11, a gracious welcome gift. Let's go. The fans on the sidelines shouted exuberantly, their hopes rekindled by 2 spectacular dunks. The game continued. Mayo of the Grizzlies remained in control of the ball, but having been thoroughly disrupted by Shen Lang, he found little motivation to pursue an offensive play. Moreover, should he fail to score on 3 consecutive attempts, he would likely lose his chance to remain on the court. Passing the ball to Cunningham, Mayo cast a sidelong glance at Shen Lang, who wore an innocent expression. As a second-round draft pick in 2009, Cunningham's performance was decidedly commendable. Confronted by defenders, Cunningham bent low to dribble, then executed a shoulder fake to deceive Fry, seamlessly transitioning into a turnaround jump shot. The skill was in full effect. As the basketball left Cunningham's fingertips, Shen Lang suddenly heard the system's alert tone. and the ball's trajectory appeared clearly defined before his eyes. This skill was impressively potent. Initially, he had assumed it merely enhanced his judgment of the ball's landing. He was astonished to discover it revealed the entire shooting arc. This was the distinct advantage of utilizing victory points to exchange for skills. The system's tone was calm, yet it carried an unmistakable air of arrogance. Compliment you once, and you puff up. Look at this trajectory. It's bound to succeed. But what good does that do? Observing the basketball's path, Shen Lang retorted irritably. You fool, initiate the fast break. His words jolted everyone back to reality. Immediately, a bewildering scene unfolded on the court. As soon as Cunningham released the ball, Shen Lang darted toward the opposing basket without a backward glance. Humph. He recognizes my seriousness and is afraid. Randolph boasted beneath the basket. Swish. Gortat, pass it. The sound of the basketball finding its target coincided with Shen Lang's shout. The ball landed perfectly in Gortat's hands. And upon hearing Shen Lang's call, Gortat instinctively stepped out from the baseline and launched a long pass. At this moment, Shen Lang stood at the three-point line, positioned at a 45-degree angle. After receiving the pass and making a slight adjustment, he released the ball with precision. Swish. In a mere 2 seconds, the offensive play was successfully executed, following a basket by the Grizzlies, who scored to make it 77-92. They had yet to react when the Suns swiftly narrowed the gap by another point. Wow, is basketball truly played this way? The Yu family was utterly stunned by Shen Lang's extraordinary maneuver. This shot undoubtedly contained an element of risk, yet the outcome was evident. He had wagered wisely. Coach Zhang sighed, considering Shen Lang's choice to be quite unreasonable, yet it proved to be the most effective. Beep. Grizzlies head coach Hollins decisively called for a timeout. Well done. Nash excitedly thumped his fist against Shen Lang's chest. Compared to their struggles in the previous 3 quarters, Shen Lang's presence transformed the Suns completely. This was not merely a shift in the score. The Grizzlies' defensive pressure on him gradually eased, redirecting their focus toward Shen Lang. Hollins scribbled on the tactical board, occasionally glancing over at Shen Lang, who sat on the bench. This young man from Huaxia is rather uncanny. Although he did not believe that Shen Lang alone could turn the tide for the team, he was nonetheless alert to his potential. Upon resuming play, the Grizzlies reintroduced Marc Gasol and Conley. Clearly, Hollins believed that as long as they secured the rebounds and organized their offense, the Suns would stand no chance of a comeback. Conley skillfully dribbled past half-court, his gaze briefly scanning Shen Lang. Hollins had just emphasized the need to pay attention to this young man from Huaxia, but Conley thought the coach might be overreacting. Allow me to give you a lesson, Conley thought confidently. Utilizing a teammate's screen, he smoothly turned the defender in front of him into Shen Lang. With ill intentions, Conley prepared to let this young man experience the advantages of his own physicality. Bam! He backed into Shen Lang, expecting to dominate. However, the reality was entirely different. Shen Lang not only remained upright but also caused Conley to stumble from the unexpected recoil. Had it not been for his solid fundamentals, he might have lost control of the basketball entirely. Where does this kid draw such strength from? Conley surveyed Shen Lang, who was slightly leaner than himself, in disbelief. You can't be serious. How is it that your team isn't feeding you properly? Shen Lang's lips were far from idle as he closely shadowed Conley, whispering into his ear. Youngster, I hope your defense is as proficient as your chatter. Conley swiftly adjusted his rhythm, taking a step back before emitting a dismissive grunt and executing a sharp change of direction. With the enhancement of his innate talent, Shen Lang's defensive metrics had escalated to an impressive 94. However, his lack of experience hindered him from making the most optimal defensive choices, allowing Conley to successfully create a separation of a full body length. Welcome to the NBA, kid. Conley beamed with a triumphant smile, immediately leaping into action. On the sidelines, Hollins nodded in approval. If they could suppress Shen Lang in this moment, the fledgling morale of the Suns would be swiftly subdued. What a splendid welcoming gift. Yet, before Conley could fully descend, a shadow enveloped him. Smack! The crisp sound echoed. Despite being out of position defensively, Shen Lang quickly recalibrated his center of gravity. With his activated skill, he clearly discerned Conley's shooting trajectory. With a swift step, he leapt at an angle, executing a beautifully clean block. The basketball was sent soaring to midcourt, landing in front of Nash, who had been caught in the screen. Thud, thud, thud. The wind child rapidly dribbled to the basket, extending his long arm for an effortless layup. Brother, you are far too gracious. Shen Lang couldn't resist teasing Conley. I promise to treat you to a meal sometime. I can't guarantee much, but I assure you it will be hardy. Conley was rendered speechless, frustration bubbling within him, particularly after his recent failed bravado, which slightly diminished his confidence. A volleyball-style block like that was a rarity in matchups where height differences were minimal. In the studio, Yu Jia exclaimed in admiration. To deliver such a block despite a defensive lapse is a true testament to the dominance of physical prowess over skill. No one could have anticipated that a person from Huaxia could overpower foreign players in terms of physical gifts. This visually stunning block ignited a fervor in the arena, prompting numerous fans to rise from their seats, cheering loudly. Under the influence of the exhilarating atmosphere, the Grizzlies' offense lost its edge, adopting a more cautious demeanor. With just over half of the fourth quarter gone, the Grizzlies managed to secure only 6 points through their inside advantage, while the Suns seized the opportunity to further narrow the gap. Although Shen Lang did not continue to deliver explosive performances, he did manage to hit a mid-range shot, provide an assist, and secure 2 rebounds. The score gap narrowed to a suspenseful 10 points at 86-96. Chapter 12, a 1-point margin. Remarkable. On the sidelines, Gentry's heart raced with excitement. It was evident that his understanding of Shen Lang was still insufficient. Initially, he had merely hoped that Shen Lang could alleviate some of Nash's pressure from double teams, allowing Nash to revitalize the team. However, he was surprised to discover that this young man also possessed considerable skills in defense and rebounding. Yet, amidst his excitement, Gentry found himself in a state of perplexity. The more exceptional Shen Lang's performance becomes, the more likely it is that other teams will take notice. This inevitability may adversely affect Shen Lang's play. Should he fail to maintain his current ferocity, the hopes of reaching the playoffs would be dashed. Conversely, if Shen Lang can sustain his extraordinary form, he will likely attract interest from other teams once his 15-day contract concludes and the playoff reinforcement market opens. With just over 5 minutes left and a 10-point deficit, it is evident that this is no longer a secure advantage. Hollins was compelled to call a timeout once more. Very well. Continue playing like this, he urged his players, momentarily setting aside his sweet anxieties. What on earth are you doing? Are you truly intimidated by a rookie whom you've never heard of? Hollins shouted at his players. We are the 4th in the West, and our goal is the championship. To be frightened by a novice while dreaming of the title is absurd. While Hollins did not overly concern himself with the outcome of this game, the attitude displayed by the players was indeed a significant cause for concern. As the timeout concluded, the Grizzlies once again fielded their entire starting lineup. The Suns, aside from Shen Lang, also deployed all their starters. The Grizzlies initiated their offense. Gay signaled for the ball, opting to advance it himself. As the standout performer of the match, he chose to take matters into his own hands. Gay's offensive range is extensive, with commendable accuracy in both mid-range shots and under the basket hooks. However, his creativity and offensive selection leaves much to be desired. He primarily relies on his first-step speed to maneuver past defenders or executes pull-up jump shots, yet his ball-handling skills are somewhat rudimentary. Moreover, and most crucially, his shooting consistency is lacking. After an almost transcendent performance in the first 3 quarters, his touch had cooled off after a half-quarter of rest. Bang! Upon entering the 3-point line, his pull-up jump shot failed to find its mark. This time, Gortat displayed admirable tenacity, seizing the rebound amidst the dual bear-like presence of his opponents. Give it to me. Upon Shen Lang's call, Gortat did not hesitate for a moment and passed the ball directly. It was evident to all that the current state of the match was entirely attributed to Shen Lang's efforts. Shen Lang swiftly advanced past the halfway line with the ball. It must be said that there is a significant disparity between the main players and substitutes of the Grizzlies, as their defensive transition is remarkably swift. Upon witnessing the situation, Shen Lang had no choice but to pass the ball to Nash and then began to move. Although he lacked any skills related to positioning at the moment, his sheer speed was sufficient to disrupt the Grizzlies' defense. After all, Shen Lang had only played half a quarter, and his stamina was abundant, unencumbered by double teams. Nash found himself with numerous options for ball handling. He executed a pick and roll with Fry, threading the ball through the gaps to Brown, who had just brushed past Shen Lang and was lying in wait at the baseline. Swish. A 3-pointer hit the mark. The deficit was reduced to single digits. What a splendid play. In the studio, Yu Jia expressed excitement, noting, with Shen Lang as the disruptor, the Suns' offense has been invigorated. The Grizzlies' defense was indeed faltering, unable to cover all angles. Indeed, Shen Lang's choice in that moment was exceptionally prudent. No one acted recklessly, but rather opted to create opportunities for their teammates through movement. Transition defense. Immediately, transition defense. Shen Lang remained remarkably composed as he called out to his teammates. For the player who relished ambushes was not keen on being caught off guard by the adversary. Calmly advanced the ball to the front court and once again passed it to Gay. I happen to know someone named Gav as well. Shen Lang, closely guarding Gay, demonstrated a masterful command of banter. Were there a category for trash talk in the system's data, Shen Lang's score would undoubtedly be a perfect 100, perhaps even endowed with unique talents. What? Gay was momentarily taken aback by this remark, only to feel a flicker of anger ignite within him. How dare this rookie mock his name? Oh, you must have misunderstood. I was referring to a namesake, though that individual does not bear the surname Rudy. Taking advantage of the moment when Gay was momentarily distracted, Shen Lang deftly poked the basketball with his fingertips. Gay instinctively shoved Shen Lang aside, yet in doing so, he also relinquished his control over the ball. Referee, you shoved me, Shen Lang shouted, but this time he spoke not in a foreign tongue. The referee looked at him in utter confusion, offering no response. The basketball, having been dislodged, rolled into Fry's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Fry passed it directly to the sprinting Nash. Nash delivered a high arc pass, and Brown, trailing closely behind, executed a seamless alley-oop. The score tightened further, now 91-96. In the subsequent play, Pau Gasol executed a hook shot beneath the basket, finally breaking the scoring drought for the Grizzlies. Meanwhile, Shen Lang darted to the baseline ahead of everyone else, and Nash, understanding his intent, delivered a long pass. However, the aggrieved Conley was well prepared, quickly positioning himself for defense. As Shen Lang caught the ball on the baseline, he assumed a shooting stance, causing the somewhat impatient Conley to fall for the feint. With a smile playing on his lips, Shen Lang deftly dribbled the ball, adjusting his stance while casting a glance at the three-point line beneath his feet. Crack! Shen Lang intentionally leaned towards Conley. Suddenly, the sound of the basketball swishing through the net coincided with the referee's whistle. A 3-1. As the Suns trailed by 5 points, Shen Lang executed a remarkable 3-1. The Yu family was utterly ecstatic. Throughout NBA history, there have been many astonishing performances akin to Shen Lang's, yet none have been accomplished by a player of Chinese descent. This should be the first 3-1 executed by a Chinese player in the NBA. Shen Lang's performance today was undoubtedly of superstar caliber. We can now eagerly anticipate his future. He is certainly capable of carving out his own niche in the NBA. Coach Zhang's voice quivered with excitement. Shen Lang's current performance reminds me of Kobe Bryant. As a well-known Kobe enthusiast, this must be the highest praise Coach Zhang could bestow upon a player. With unwavering composure, Shen Lang converted the free throw. The score stood at 95-96 with 3 minutes remaining, and the Suns seized complete control with a mere point separating the two teams. The referee called a timeout, and Hollins, nearly gritting his teeth, was compelled to do so. A 20-point deficit overturned by a bench player was simply unacceptable. Upon returning from the timeout, the Grizzlies demonstrated commendable resilience, completing 3 consecutive offensive plays. However, the surging Suns showed no signs of faltering. The score remained at 101-102, with only 10 seconds left on the clock. Chapter 13, the clutch moment in the final 10 seconds, with a 1-point margin. Would there be an opportunity for a game winner today? In the studio, the Yu family's faces flushed with excitement. A comeback from a 20-point deficit was indeed a rare occurrence. The final possession is mine. Just ensure the ball reaches my hands in the closing moments, Shen Lang declared as he stepped onto the court. The surrounding players, including Gentry, were taken aback. Let's entrust the last possession to Shen. I have faith in him. Ultimately, it was Nash who spoke first. Given Shen Lang's prior performance and the approval from the team's leader, the others naturally held no objections. Gentry took the opportunity to orchestrate a few tactical maneuvers designed to confound their opponents, ensuring that the basketball would ultimately find its way into Shen Lang's hands. With a mere 1-point deficit, their most probable option was to finish at the rim while managing fouls. Hollins made his assessment of the Suns' strategy. The closer one is to the basket, the higher the likelihood of scoring. This is a widely accepted truth. As the timeout concluded and play resumed, Brown passed the ball to Nash, who was calling for it from the backcourt. Nash bent over to dribble, meticulously recalling the position of each teammate in his mind. Time ticked away second by second, and the countdown swiftly dwindled to just 4 seconds remaining. Shen Lang stood near the 3-second area, his right arm resting on Gay's waist as he defended. Nash suddenly changed direction, evading his guard and accelerating into the paint. It appeared that the Suns' final offensive play was to be executed by Nash himself. Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, Yet he understood that this decision was entirely justifiable. It was only natural for the star player to take the final shot, even though Shen Lang had performed exceptionally well today. Keep a close eye on Nash. Hollins shouted from the sidelines. Gay hesitated momentarily before lunging towards Nash, evidently believing that Nash would opt to take the shot himself. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, who was originally tasked with guarding Gay, turned and sprinted towards the baseline. Pass it, Shen Lang called out as soon as he found his footing. Thud. Nash executed a bounce pass, sending the basketball through Gay's legs, landing directly in Shen Lang's hands. Only 1 second remained. What? Nash passed the ball to Shen Lang, who was evidently preparing for a three-pointer. Skill activated. Ray Allen's baseline three-pointer. A 30 increase in baseline three-point shooting accuracy, a 50 boost in interference resistance, and a doubling of clutch moment effectiveness. A gentleman's sword, striking unseen. In this critical moment, the baseline three-point shooting accuracy surged to 60, while interference resistance soared to 100. It is no exaggeration to assert that at this moment, Shen Lang's three-point shot was more reliable than a layup. The basketball left Shen Lang's fingertips, tracing a high arc through the air. As the ball soared, the timer had already expired. Swish. The ball went straight through the net, producing a delightful sound. 104, 102. The Suns triumphed over the visiting Grizzlies. Shen Lang executed a breathtaking three-point buzzer beater, creating an exhilarating climax. Thanks to his remarkable shot, the Suns accomplished a stunning comeback from a 20-point deficit. Yu Jia exclaimed loudly. Teammates rushed towards Shen Lang like a whirlwind, colliding with him and roaring in jubilation. As the match concluded, Shen Lang played the entire final quarter, amassing 12 minutes on the court, during which he garnered 12 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal. Nash, on the other hand, recorded a commendable double-double with 15 points and 12 assists. For the Grizzlies, Gay's efforts were in vain as he scored 32 points and provided 6 assists, while both Gasol and Randolph also contributed with their own double-doubles. Had it not been for Shen Lang's emergence, the Grizzlies would undoubtedly have secured victory today. Alas, it seems the secret can no longer be concealed. Gentry sighed initially, but quickly regained his composure. Although Shen Lang can no longer serve as the team's hidden weapon, his true prowess has exceeded expectations. He should still play a significant role in the remaining matches. After the game, players took showers and changed clothes. As the standout performer of the evening, Shen Lang was unsurprisingly summoned to attend the press conference. When he appeared, the reporters had already filled the venue to capacity. Coach Gentry, how would you assess Shen Lang's performance tonight? The first reporter's question seemed rather routine, yet everyone was eager to hear Gentry's response, especially since he had previously exhibited a lack of fondness for Shen Lang. Gentry smiled broadly and replied, I had initially intended to keep him as a secret weapon, but I suppose it's time to drop the facade. I'll lay all my cards on the table. Shen has consistently performed exceptionally within the team, so his display tonight comes as no surprise. Was the decision for Shen Lang to execute the final play based on his performance in practice? Another reporter pressed. Gentry shook his head, pointing to Shen Lang beside him, and stated, before I even formulated the strategy for the last play, he proactively requested to take the final shot. And as you all witnessed, he did not disappoint me. Shen, where did your confidence to execute the final play stem from? The reporter's questions towards Shen Lang grew noticeably sharper. Shen Lang glanced at the questioning journalist and cleared his throat before speaking. My confidence stems from the trust placed in me by my coach and teammates. Of course, the most crucial factor is the relentless training day in and day out. I have successfully made this shot countless times, and there is no reason for me to lack confidence in this attempt. Shen Lang's response was neither servile nor arrogant, following 2 remarkable performances, particularly in this game where he not only delivered the decisive shot but also scored 12 points in just 1 quarter. He was posed with the question of whether he believed he had a chance to vie for a starting position. The subsequent inquiry from the journalist seemed intent on stirring controversy. The arrangement of player appearances should be a matter for the coach to contemplate. My only obligation is to unleash my full potential when I step onto the court. However, such base provocation could not affect Shen Lang, who consistently garnered praise from those around him. His exceptionally high emotional intelligence was paramount. After addressing a few more tedious questions, the monotonous press conference finally drew to a close, allowing Shen Lang the opportunity to review the rewards presented by the system. Congratulations to the host for achieving his first game-winning shot in the NBA. The victory was secured by a margin of 2 points, and the value of the game-winning shot was multiplied by 100, granting the host an impressive 200 victory points. Shen Lang, who initially expected to receive only 20 victory points, was pleasantly surprised. The game-winning shot indeed offered additional bonuses. However, upon reflection, this seemed entirely reasonable. Even if the game-winning shot could yield 100-fold victory points, the maximum reward would amount to merely 300. If he were to deliberately control the situation, a failure in executing the decisive shot could result in a significant loss. Now, the moment for the most delightful aspect of consumption had arrived. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, Shen Lang opened the system store. Chapter 14, Iverson's right-side breakthrough skill. As a current bench player, Shen Lang relied on Ray Allen's three-point shooting skill, complemented by a perfect shooting accuracy that was temporarily sufficient. Meanwhile, the rebounding skill derived from Rodman's expertise had unexpectedly proven to be a significant advantage under the system's enhancement, allowing him not only to secure rebounds but also to play a considerable role in defense. Coupled with doubled speed and jumping ability at maximum capacity, defense would not become a weak point for Shen Lang. What he lacked most at present was an effective offensive maneuver. After all, when sharing the court with fellow substitutes, he often needed to create his own scoring opportunities. Thus, he contemplated whether there existed any suitable breakthrough skills. Shen Lang swiftly formulated his plans, closing the inadvertently opened Socialite Exchange interface, and earnestly began to select the most suitable skills. Parker S. Spin, Wade S. Eurostep, Iverson S. Right Side Drive. Whom should I choose? After considerable effort, Shen Lang finally filtered through the myriad skills to find his top 3 favorites. Among the NBA players, there is an abundance of adept dribblers. However, those who can truly elevate their breakthroughs to an extraordinary level are indeed few and far between. Parker, affectionately known as the Little Gyroscope, excels in using spins to penetrate defenses. Wade, the epitome of the Eurostep, possessed a groundbreaking ability during his prime that was unparalleled in the league. As for Iverson, there exists a saying about his drives. Everyone knows he intends to break through from his right side, yet they remain powerless to stop him. Shen Lang pondered deeply upon his situation. Although the skills obtainable through victory points were indeed formidable, their primary drawback lay in the inability to preview the intricate details of their effects in advance. This aspect posed a significant challenge to Shen Lang's familiarity with various players. Currently, my offensive strategy predominantly relies on shooting, which makes Parker's spin move quite challenging to integrate into a stable shooting posture. As for Wade, his hesitation dribble serves as a method for penetrating and executing layups. What more is there to discuss? Naturally, the choice is unequivocally in favor of myself, AI. Shen Lang joyfully clicked on the right-side breakthrough skill of Iverson. Does the host choose to exchange 100 victory points for the right-side breakthrough skill of Iverson? In the future, let us try to omit such questions, as we need not inflate the word count unnecessarily. Shen Lang, with a finger poised in his nose, murmured to himself, still inviting scorn, a futile endeavor. The skill of Allen Iverson, right-side breakthrough, level 1 through feigned movements, swiftly bypassed the defending player from the right side. Upon successful execution, the probability of a jump shot increases by 10, while the chance of being intercepted decreases by 30, with a slight chance of causing the defender to stumble. Allow me to inform you in advance. Shortly, I shall depart from the right side. System upgrade. In Shen Lang's perspective, this skill seemed tailor-made for him. Consuming 100 victory points, the skill ascended smoothly to level 2, with both probabilities enhancing by 5, significantly augmenting his combat prowess. Yet, the victory points, scarcely warmed in his grasp, were once again entirely depleted. A detrimental spending habit, excessively extravagant. As Shen Lang gazed upon the dazzling array of various entities in the system mall, a glimmer of delight escaped the corners of his mouth. The upcoming match for the Suns would still take place at their home ground, with a challenge from the Rockets awaiting them after a day of rest. Having played a full quarter and participated in the post-game press conference, Shen Lang chose not to further strain himself, opting instead to return to his dormitory for some much-needed rest. Early the next morning, after enjoying the complimentary breakfast provided by the team, Shen Lang resumed his training regimen. Although there were trainers within the team, he resolutely decided against relying on them. After all, no matter how professional they claimed to be, could they truly enhance his abilities? Upon completing his final set of shuttle runs, his stamina, which had been the lowest among his numerous statistics, finally reached a commendable 50. Thus, empowered by his unique talent, Shen Lang was poised to become an all-round super warrior with perfect scores across the board. However, his troubles soon emerged. Lang, why don't you take the substitute lineup and face off against the starters in a practice match? As the afternoon training session commenced, Gentry called Shen Lang over. Shen Lang's prowess is no longer a secret. Thus, its subsequent utilization must evolve into a regular practice rather than merely resorting to it as a last-minute solution. Shen Lang hesitated. If he did not come off the bench, his prowess would undoubtedly diminish. Is there a problem? Asked Gentling. None at all. Shen Lang waved his hand, his mind beginning to concoct an excuse for the imminent embarrassment of having to take the stage directly. With a sharp clap, 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 the customary warm-up session came to an end, and Coach Gentry signaled for everyone to prepare for the intra-squad scrimmage. Oh dear, Coach. I suddenly have a bit of a stomach ache. You all start without me. I'll be right back. Just as the others positioned themselves according to their groups, Shen Lang abruptly clutched his abdomen and exclaimed. Without a backward glance, he dashed towards the restroom. The group was momentarily taken aback by his antics, chuckling and shaking their heads in disbelief. However, they naturally did not intend to wait idly for his return. A bit of warm-up activity was in order. 3 minutes later, Shen Lang returned, looking refreshed. Are you all right, Lang? Coach Gentry inquired with genuine concern, as Shen Lang had become quite precious to him. I'm fine. It might just have been the milk from breakfast. It was a tad too cold. Shen Lang casually concocted an excuse. Gene Telly nodded slightly, silently retrieving his phone to call the person in charge of the team's meals. Surely, it cannot be so. In his heart, Shen Lang silently apologized to the innocent staff member who bore the brunt of the situation. Coach, I am ready to take the court at any moment. Gentry nodded in acknowledgement and seized the opportunity presented by a dead ball to substitute one of the less prominent players from the bench. Despite Shen Lang's brief tenure with the team, his performance on the court and his rapport with his teammates had already surpassed that of a mere novice. In this intra-squad scrimmage, he was undeniably the linchpin of the substitute team. Assigned to the shooting guard position, he now faced the defensive challenge posed by Brown. The sound of the basketball striking the floor resonated through the empty arena, echoing far more loudly than during the actual game. After Shen Lang dribbled past the halfway line, he executed several deft crossovers. Familiarizing himself with the rhythm of the ball, he lowered his center of gravity, swayed his left shoulder, and glanced nonchalantly to the left. He intended to break through from that side. In an instant, Brown made his judgment, instinctively shifting his body weight towards Shen Lang's left. However, just as Brown stepped forward with his right leg, Shen Lang abruptly slapped the basketball down with his left hand, making a sweeping change of direction to pull the ball back to his right hand. It was executed with precision and flair. Goodness. Allen Iverson. On the sidelines, Gentry discarded his tactical board in disbelief. Shen Lang's maneuver was strikingly reminiscent of Allen Iverson. With a swift motion, he executed a sudden stop and jump shot, hitting the mark with precision. In Chapter 15, Facing the Rockets, it was remarkably effective. A mere change of direction left Brown in the dust, creating an open shot opportunity. Although Brown's defensive prowess is not particularly exceptional, he is nonetheless a starting player for the Suns. During official matches, Shen Lang would predominantly contend with the opposing team's bench players. If all goes as expected, this singular tactic could leave most defenders utterly perplexed. As the game progressed, although Gortat generally performed at a mediocre level against other teams, he demonstrated a commanding presence when facing his own teammate, Little Lopez. With a back-to-the-basket move, he executed a bank shot with finesse. Following the transition from defense to offense, Shen Lang maintained control of the ball, employing the same dazzling dribble technique, but this time opted to pass it to Little Lopez beneath the basket. With a resounding slam dunk, Little Lopez unleashed his pent-up energy. This is precisely what Coach Gentry admired about Shen Lang. His elevated basketball IQ allowed him to make optimal choices on the court, whether for scoring or defense, while also uplifting his teammates' spirits. Indeed, after being scored on by Gortat, Little Lopez erupted with joy following his dunk, celebrating exuberantly. In the subsequent play, riding on this wave of excitement, he delivered a resounding block against Gortat. As the team switched sides, Shen Lang chose not to take the shot himself, but instead passed to Hill. Hill's mid-range shot missed, but Little Lopez valiantly tapped the ball back to Shen Lang, positioned beyond the three-point line. With a slight adjustment, Shen Lang released a decisive shot. His three-pointer was an undeniable force, devoid of any blind spots. What had initially been a one-sided scrimmage, with the starters dominating the bench players, transformed into a competitive exchange with Shen Lang's participation. Ultimately, the bench team fell short in this internal matchup, losing by a narrow margin of 87-86, with Shen Lang's final shot, a layup, missing its target. Nevertheless, a one-point deficit was sufficient for the bench team to hold their heads high. Indeed, it seems that a three-pointer is a more reliable choice for a game-winning shot. Shen Lang pursed his lips and flicked his wrist. Following the conclusion of the competition, the tactical briefing for tomorrow's match commenced promptly, consuming little time, thus wrapping up the day's training for the team. Once everyone had departed, Shen Lang diligently completed 2 additional training tasks before finally taking a shower and resting. He certainly did not wish to rely on a hasty exit to avoid revealing himself during the practice match in the future. On April 14, 2012, the Suns hosted the Rockets. In order to maintain optimal form, Shen Lang engaged in merely a brief warm-up and adhered to the tactical positioning assigned by the team during the day. The match commenced with an entrance ceremony at 8:30 p.m. local time. The Suns had secured 2 consecutive home victories, coupled with a prior away win against the Lakers, marking a commendable 3-game winning streak. This ignited the fervor of their fans, resulting in a packed venue. And remarkably, some fans sported the number 6 jersey. Shen Lang, you can do it, shouted several fans from Huaxia, brandishing handwritten signs. Shen Lang's previous performance had captivated numerous admirers, particularly among his fellow countrymen. Today, Shen Lang was the 6th to last to enter the court, indicating his current standing within the team as one of the key players. When the commentator announced, standing at 6 feet 5 inches, hailing from Huaxia, the remarkable Shen Lang, the cheers from the crowd rivaled those typically reserved for established stars. Good morning, dear audience. Due to the time difference, it was morning in Huaxia, and the familiar faces of Yu Jia and Coach Zhang graced the studio. The duo had recently developed a fondness for commenting on the Suns games. Not only had Shen Lang's presence assured higher viewership, but the thrilling nature of the Suns matches also lent itself to spectacular moments. For instance, Shen Lang's game-winning shot from the previous match had already secured a spot in the week's top 10 place. Since the retirement of Yao Ming, the Rockets had struggled significantly. Coach Zhang seized the opportunity to introduce both teams. Indeed, the Rockets' performance this season had left them languishing in 9th place in the Western Conference, with only a half game separating them from the Suns. Should they lose this match, their standings would directly swap. The Rockets had long been regarded as the favored team among many Huaxia basketball fans due to Yao Ming's presence. However, following his retirement last year, the team's performance had become rather lackluster. The management adopted a rather short-sighted, business-minded approach, showing little success in player acquisitions or development. Coach Zhang, what are your thoughts on today's match, particularly regarding Shen Lang's performance, which has garnered much attention? Yu Jia inquired cheerfully. Firstly, Shen Lang has delivered 2 outstanding performances in succession. We must not impose excessive pressure on him. Coach Zhang expressed considerable concern for the suddenly prominent young player from Huaxia, offering earnest reminders. A rational analysis reveals that Shen Lang's prior performance primarily showcased his ability in spot shooting and contributions on the defensive end, relying heavily on his physical attributes. Despite his advanced age, Coach Zhang maintained a clear line of reasoning, evidently having undertaken extensive preparation before the match. The deficiencies in offensive techniques and the lack of experience in defense present pressing issues for Shen Lang to address, particularly on the offensive front. If he were to receive ample playing time, especially in leading the other bench players, the team would greatly benefit from his emergence. The Suns have never been renowned for their defensive prowess, thus Shen Lang's shortcomings on that front may not be overly pronounced. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the game, the match officially began. The Suns' starting lineup remained unchanged, while the Rockets featured Dragic, Marcus, Courtney Lee, the impressive rookie Parsons, and the seasoned Scola. In a rare turn of events, Gortat won the jump ball, directing it to Nash. The Suns, accustomed to losing jump balls, clearly struggled to establish an offensive rhythm in the opening possession, culminating in a clanked shot from Brown. Marcus secured the defensive rebound and passed to Dragic, who has become a star player for the Rockets, having earned the Western Conference Player of the Week honor for his previous week's performance. He swiftly penetrated the defense, leaving Nash behind as he crossed half court. The aging Nash found it increasingly difficult to contribute significantly on the defensive end, even in his prime. With a deceptive fake, Dragic, upon entering the three-point line, passed directly to Scola. Scola executed a series of deft footwork under the basket, successfully completing a low layup to open the scoring for his team. Players like Scola, with solid fundamentals and intelligent play, require less emphasis on physical prowess, often becoming more formidable as they age. It appears I must shoulder the burden. On the bench, Shen Lang rolled his shoulders, embodying a savior's mentality. Chapter 16, The Honest Shen Lang. The game continued, revealing that the two teams were closely matched in strength, and both struggled with their shooting touch today. The score fluctuated. And soon only 3 minutes remained in the first quarter, with the Suns trailing by 1 point at 16-17. Both coaches tacitly opted to substitute in their bench players, granting the starters a moment of respite. This year, the Rockets were coached by Kevin McHale, whose illustrious player career has not translated into coaching prowess, as his strategies remain only moderately effective. Under his guidance, the Rockets have failed to establish a cohesive offensive system, and their adaptability in critical moments has been relatively poor, contributing to their struggles in high-stakes games. Shen Lang was substituted onto the court, facing off against the Rockets' formidable defender, Lowry, famously known as the Little Cannon. Standing at a mere 183 centimeters, Lowry possesses a remarkably robust physique and exceptional defensive prowess, coupled with his outstanding organizational skills and broad court vision. He serves as a dual-threat leader within the Rockets' bench lineup. Regrettably, today he finds himself matched against Shen Lang, whose formidable presence is a source of considerable concern in the current competitive landscape. Shen Lang, with the ball in hand, gazed at Lowry, who stood nearly a head shorter than him, and began to unleash a stream of playful banter. "Let me share a little secret with you," he said with a grin. "I will be making my move from your right side shortly, so be prepared." Lowry responded with a scoff. "You hit a game winner once and truly believe you've made a name for yourself? Such trifling tricks are best kept away from me. The people of Huaxia do not deceive those from America." Shen Lang dribbled with his left hand, his expression serious as he replied, his gaze fixed on Lowry, filled with sincerity, while his movements remained unhurried. The subtle shift of his left shoulder caused Lowry's eyes to narrow slightly. "You're a great deceiver. I suspect you intend to go left. Do you think such trivial tricks can fool me?" Misled by Shen Lang's words, Lowry firmly upheld his defensive judgment. Slightly leaning to the right, he extended his right hand to obstruct Shen Lang's path. Simultaneously, Shen Lang abruptly pressed down with his left wrist, stepping forward with his right leg, the basketball swiftly passing through his legs to his right hand. With a sharp clap of his right hand against the ball, Shen Lang adjusted slightly for a sudden stop jump shot. Swish. "I told you I was going right. Why didn't you believe me?" After making the shot, Shen Lang shook his head while retreating on defense, calling out to the bewildered Lowry, "What about the fundamental trust between individuals? What did I just witness?" "That was Iverson's crossover," the DJ shouted from the sidelines, the dramatic change of direction unmistakably recognizable. Since early 2010, when Iverson chose to part ways with the 76ers due to his young daughter's illness, such fluid execution of this move had become a rarity in the league. Yet today, they witnessed a replica of that signature action executed flawlessly by a 197 centimeters tall Chinese player. The Little Cannon shot a fierce glare at Shen Lang. This Chinese lad had quite the sharp tongue. Shen Lang's most exhilarating trait lies in his ability to make an immediate impact upon entering the court, akin to a power bank on the playing field. The spectators erupted in cheers for Shen Lang's remarkable offensive display. Lowry, despite his seasoned demeanor and his somewhat frayed mindset, skillfully dribbled past defenders before passing the ball to a wide-open Buetinger. Thud. Buetinger's shooting touch remained as frigid as ever, allowing Shen Lang to seize a defensive rebound and deliver a long pass to the still-in-rush Lopez. Thud. Almost devoid of any defense, Lopez's mid-range attempt went awry, leaving Shen Lang at a loss for words. Even more perplexing was the fact that neither team managed to score in the subsequent 2 possessions, with Lopez absurdly missing an uncontested alley-oop. "This is pushing me to take matters into my own hands." After dribbling past the defense, Shen Lang seamlessly passed the basketball to the youthful Lopez and then signaled to Hill, orchestrating a clever cross movement. He positioned himself at the baseline, calling for the ball, and executed a mid-range jumper with precision. With the score now at 2017, the first quarter was nearing its conclusion, and the Suns finally surpassed the 20-point threshold. The Rockets regained possession, with Lowry confidently advancing. After effectively managing the clock, he utilized his body to pivot and drive to the basket, successfully executing a delicate floater. The score now stood at 2019, with merely 7 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Shen Lang waved his hand, signaling to Jean Tae Lee that a timeout was unnecessary, swiftly advancing the ball past the halfway line. "Trust me, it's still on the right side." Lowry closely guarded Shen Lang, forcing him to rely on his own back to maintain a steady rhythm in his dribbling. Shen Lang, without exerting his full strength, effortlessly resisted Lowry's tight defense. After all, the power at its peak is no trifling matter. I am not so foolish." A flicker of indignation appeared on Lowry's honest face. While dribbling with his back turned, Shen Lang feigned a shoulder move to the right, tilting his head in that direction, only to retract the motion almost immediately. As a result of this deceptive maneuver, the closely guarding Lowry found himself retreating a step back. A swift pivot followed by a retreating step. Shen Lang swiftly connected two dribbling maneuvers, creating a considerable distance between them, thus granting himself ample space to execute a low dribble. The basketball seamlessly transitioned into his left hand. With an identical initiation and a mirror-like feint, he used a shoulder shimmy to mislead, followed by a dramatic change in direction. Poor Lowry, once again, took a step in the entirely opposite direction of Shen Lang's breakthrough. However, this time, with a determined stomp, Lowry anchored his weight back, resolute not to be bested by the same move twice. Leaning his body, he lunged toward Shen Lang with all his might. Yet, all the while, Shen Lang, fixated on the timer, made no alterations. As the basketball bounced off the floor into his right hand, he leaped and released it without hesitation. The sound of the ball hitting the rim echoed, followed by the swish of the net, accompanied by the sharp beep of the timer. As the momentum carried him forward, Shen Lang instinctively embraced Lowry, who was struggling to maintain his balance while ardently defending, nearly stumbling in the process. "Brother, I am an honest man. I have never told a lie. If I say I will drive in from the right, I shall indeed do so." His gaze fixated on the basketball as it swished through the net. Shen Lang shifted his attention back to Lowry in his arms. Lowry found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Should he be angry, given that his opponent had just executed a protective maneuver on his behalf? Or should he suppress his irritation, as this fellow was currently jesting at his expense? Gently pushing Shen Lang away, Lowry walked off with a grim expression, with a two-pointer successfully made and an additional free throw granted. It seemed Shen Lang's Iverson-style crossover was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather a skill he had mastered with finesse. Alas, whether due to overwhelming excitement or the contagious energy of his teammates, Shen Lang failed to convert his inaugural free throw of his professional career. With Shen Lang's performance in the final 3 minutes, the Suns led their opponents by 3 points at the end of the first quarter. Chapter 17. The second half. As Shen Lang and his team stepped off the court, Nash led the main players in a spirited display of camaraderie, exchanging high-fives with everyone. The atmosphere within the Suns appeared to be exceptionally vibrant, as praised by Ujia. It was evident that Shen Lang had garnered the recognition and approval of the entire Suns roster. Coach Zhang concurred with this sentiment. In this regard, Shen Lang exhibited a remarkable superiority compared to earlier generations of Chinese players entering the league. Ujia noted, while Yao Ming was often lauded for his high emotional intelligence, he initially struggled with language barriers and primarily relied on his formidable skills to establish himself. In contrast, current Mavericks player Yi Jianlian, though not as prominent in talent as Yao, has a rather reclusive personality, which has hindered his performance. Yu Jia further drew comparisons between Shen Lang and two other Chinese players who had spent considerable time in the NBA. Indeed, as an outstanding student from Huadu University, Shen Lang faced no impediments in communication and showcased commendable abilities. Furthermore, the information we have suggests that his emotional intelligence is undoubtedly top-notch. If Rockets Lowry were to hear Coach Zhang's appraisal of Shen Lang, he would likely disagree, claiming that the latter is anything but proficient in verbal exchanges, as he can deliver trash talk more skillfully than anyone else. Moreover, can high emotional intelligence truly be so infuriating? The dramatic last-minute victory of Shen Lang has captivated international media. Today, TNT dispatched the renowned Charles Barkley, affectionately known as the Flying Pig, alongside Kenny Smith to provide commentary for this match. Barkley is a legendary figure of the Suns. What are your thoughts on the performance of this young talent from China? Barkley scratched his head and replied in a resonant voice, "He appears quite impressive. You may have noticed his impressive crossover resembling Allen Iverson's, but holding his ground against Lowry in the post is no trivial feat. It seems you hold this young man in high regard," Kenny Smith exclaimed, surprised by his partner's discerning eye. After all, it was not long ago that Barkley had wagered on Yao Ming's performance, leading to a prolonged anticipation that ended with him being outsmarted. "Humph, Kenny, do not entertain any mischievous thoughts. I shall never place a bet on a Chinese player again in my lifetime," Barkley remarked, a glimmer of seemingly sagacious insight flashing in his small eyes. Though I am unsure why this young man from China previously remained under the radar. His abilities undoubtedly make him a splendid addition to the Suns bench, Barkley stated with a serious demeanor. The intermission was brief, and as the second quarter commenced, the Suns retained their substitute lineup. However, the Rockets opted to substitute Scola for added security. With possession, Lowry advanced the ball. "Hey, buddy, you must believe me now, right? The moment I saw you, I felt an undeniable connection, and I would never deceive you. Shen Lang steadfastly maintained his defensive position while incessantly murmuring to Lowry. If you aim to provoke me, save your efforts. Lowry, suppressing his inner fury, passed the ball to Scola, who was demanding it in the paint. Scola's encounter with the diminutive Lopez was a clear case of overqualification, as he deftly maneuvered, leaving Lopez spinning in place, ultimately watching the basketball glide into the hoop. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets swiftly narrowed the score deficit. This brought a sigh of relief from Mikhail on the sidelines. During the inbound play, Shen Lang refrained from requesting the ball and instead began to sprint across the court, pursued by Lowry. Reed, dribbling across the court and initially poised to take matters into his own hands, opted to pass the basketball to Shen Lang, who was waving for the ball after creating space. Once more, he chose to break to the right, but this time Lowry successfully disrupted his shot, resulting in a missed attempt. In the subsequent 3 minutes, Shen Lang took 2 shots, scoring once and delivering an assist to Reed for a 3-pointer. Under Scola's leadership, the Rockets steadied their footing, netting 3 consecutive baskets. The score stood at 27-27, a deadlock. Exhaling deeply as he was substituted, Shen Lang felt that his performance was commendable in the eyes of others, yet he remained unsatisfied. His current focus was not on personal statistics but rather on the team's victory or defeat. After all, according to the system's regulations, only by winning the game could he earn rewards to further enhance his abilities. At this rate, it would take an eternity to accumulate the 5,000 victory points he required. It is important not to misconstrue Shen Lang's intentions. He calculated that he would need at least 5,000 victory points to elevate himself to a level with minimal weaknesses, and he certainly was not fixated on any elite socialite. As Shen Lang exited the court, the Yu family promptly spoke up. Coach Zhang, it appears that Shen Lang is encountering difficulties. Coach Zhang replied, it is not Shen Lang who faces challenges, but rather the Suns who are in a predicament. Evaluating Shen Lang's individual performance, he remains exceptional. However, the Suns evidently lack something crucial to secure victory through his prowess alone. On the sidelines, Gentry was deep in thought, recognizing that Shen Lang's capabilities had not been fully unleashed in this match. Should he play alongside the starters? Gentry recalled Shen Lang's previous performance, where he predominantly collaborated with Nash and other key players. Today, however, leading the bench unit, Shen Lang was evidently more susceptible to the opposing defense's targeting. Amidst Gentry's indecision, the first half drew to a close, with a score of 51-52. In the second quarter, both teams began to regain their rhythm, with the Rockets displaying slightly superior performance, edging ahead by 3 points in the quarter and reversing the lead for the first half. Within the Suns' locker room, the atmosphere had shifted from the previous 2 games' exuberance to a more subdued tension. It was not that the players had lost faith in the game, but rather the head coach had remained silent throughout, engrossed in scribbling on the tactical board, leaving everyone puzzled about his intentions. All right, it is decided. Just as the second half was about to commence, Gentry finally concluded his notations. Brown, you will lead the bench unit onto the court first. Lang, you will join Nash and the others subsequently. Gentry announced the lineup for the third quarter. Brown's playing style could be encapsulated in one word: reckless. With a vertical leap reaching 113 centimeters, he often executed explosive dunks, though his decision-making on offense could be rather questionable at times. This approach was more suited for a bench role, injecting vitality into the team. Unfortunately, in the past, the Suns had too few reliable players, forcing him into a starting position. Fortunately, with a maestro like Nash orchestrating on the floor, Brown's shortcomings were somewhat mitigated. Yet now, the Suns clearly had better alternatives. Chapter 18. Spraying teammates. Upon hearing Gentry's arrangements, Brown, who had been staring down, suddenly lifted his head to glance at Shen Lang. Do not feel pressured. Give it your all. Shen Lang promptly stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Brown was momentarily speechless. He was acutely aware of the threat Shen Lang posed to his position of prominence, yet here he was being encouraged. After all, he was a renowned CU master. And who was this foreigner to think he could stage a confrontation in the locker room? A smile radiated from Shen Lang's face, yet deep within, a demonic essence lurked. Oh, what do we see, Coach Zhang? The Suns have opted for a strategic shift in the second half. The personnel decisions made by NBA coaches are often predictable, including the timing of starters and substitutes, and who leads the bench players. These patterns have long been established. Thus, at the commencement of the second half, when the Suns introduced Brown alongside 4 substitutes, Yu Jia immediately discerned this subtle alteration. Gentry's acumen is commendable. He must have recognized the less-than-ideal chemistry between Shen Lang and the bench players. Coach Zhang nodded slightly, affirming Gentry's coaching prowess. Might this signify that Shen Lang will have an opportunity as a starter in the future? Yu Jia, akin to a kitten sensing a scent of intrigue, was captivated by the prospect. It has been quite some time since a stable NBA starter emerged from the ranks of Chinese players. Even Yi Jianlian was not considered a core player in the Mavericks lineup. Back on the court, Brown appeared like a bull brimming with aggression. He demanded the ball in the backcourt, advancing swiftly while disregarding his teammates, charging into the paint against Lowry's defense. Boom. One cannot deny Brown's explosive athleticism. Shen Lang surmised that this individual had reached peak jumping ability, possibly endowed with some innate skills. Poor Lowry, who initially thought he could avoid confronting Shen Lang, was unexpectedly met with a formidable challenge. "Don't think I'm an easy target," Brown exclaimed triumphantly after successfully dunking over Lowry. "I certainly didn't think so." Lowry was taken aback, bewildered by the son's audacity. Provoked in such a manner, even the usually composed little cannon found it hard to contain his ire. With a violent drive reminiscent of a tank, he executed a feigned shot, followed by a turnaround jumper. Whack! After being faked out, Brown quickly regained his footing and swatted Lowry's shot away. Beep. The referee signaled for goaltending, awarding the points. Brown disdainfully snorted at Lowry before hastily resuming his position on the court. Wang Defa. The points were scored by me. Lowry's frustration mounted. Despite being the one to score, he felt as though he was the one losing face. It seems a round of ideological enlightenment is warranted for young Mr. Brown. Youth often requires a touch of guidance. Shen Lang gazed at Brown, whose cherubic face belied his age, as he began to contemplate future educational strategies. Completely disregarding the fact that he was, in fact, 7 years younger than Brown, who was born in 1985. The third quarter swiftly elapsed, marking the passage of 4 minutes. The Suns' possession was predominantly concentrated in the hands of Brown. Fortunately, bolstered by his extraordinary physical prowess and an unyielding reservoir of fury, Brown excelled on both offensive and defensive fronts. With a score of 60-59, the Suns regained a slender lead. Almost simultaneously, both coaches signaled for substitutions. "Well done. Now sit back and watch my performance unfold." Shen Lang removed the towel draped over his head and, as he entered the court, addressed Brown, who had just brushed past him. Nash, overhearing the exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. Brown was quite a handful, a brash character with limited talent, yet a significant attitude. As soon as he stepped onto the court, Shen Lang approached Courtney Lee, the player tasked with guarding him. "Buddy, I feel an instant connection with you," he exclaimed. Lee frowned and shot him a glance. Barkley noted that this young man from Huaxia was quite different from his predecessors, resembling a local player more than the traditionally reserved and somewhat dull Huaxia athletes. Shen Lang's incessant chatter across the court piqued Kenny Smith's interest. Trash talk was an integral part of the game, as Jordan had once pointed out. Barkley nodded in agreement. Shen Lang's audacity seemed to resonate with the older players. The league was increasingly exhibiting a more refined demeanor. After exchanging a friendly greeting with Courtney Lee, Shen Lang dashed towards the paint. Just as Lee caught up, Shen Lang swiftly retreated. "Old Nash, give me the ball," he called, receiving the pass and shooting immediately. Swish. "Brown, did you see that? That move is called a retreat shot." After scoring, Shen Lang shouted towards the bench at a scowling Brown. "Oh, Barkley, did you catch that? That Huaxia kid is dishing out trash talk to his own teammate." Kenny Smith perked up. The media thrived on the juicy stories that emerged between players rather than the game itself. After all, this was a commercial league, and it was challenging to generate sensational news from a bunch of earnest players focused solely on the game. "I suspect it's a competition for a starting position," Barkley remarked. In the Huaxia broadcast studio, the atmosphere was electric. "Wow, Director Zhang, it seems Shen Lang is really going at Brown," Yu Jia exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. When had Huaxia players ever displayed such bravado? Shen Lang was undeniably correct. Competitive sports demanded a fierce spirit, as true prowess was revealed on the court. Being overly polite would only lead to being underestimated. Director Zhang firmly supported his compatriot. Meanwhile, the domestic internet was ablaze with Shen Lang's bold actions. "Bravo. Oh, god of waves. To trash talk a teammate in just his third game. If he plays 10 more, will he take on the coach next?" One commenter quipped. "Playing basketball isn't about sweet nothings. You can't resolve issues with flattery." It was evident to any discerning observer that Shen Lang was vying for a starting position. If he didn't assert his dominance over his rival on the court, how could he expect to secure his place afterward? "With my husband away from home, I found myself in communication with my brother, discussing various matters. As the number of participants increased, it was inevitable that a few individuals would inadvertently send messages to the wrong recipients. On the sidelines, Coach Gentry tacitly approved of this. Recognizing it as a natural aspect of competition among the players, his intervention would be counterproductive. Whether one can secure a starting position ultimately depends on one's own efforts. Gentry observed Shen Lang actively returning to defense on the court, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes, for Shen Lang's performances consistently exceeded his expectations. Should Shen Lang manage to subdue Brown through his own prowess, granting him a starting role would indeed be a commendable choice. Chapter 19. Single coverage on Nikola Dragic orchestrated the play, passing to Parsons. The duo executed a pick-and-roll, with Dragic driving down and successfully executing a layup. Nash stumbled slightly after being caught by Parsons' screen, wincing as he rubbed his shoulder. "Are you all right, old chap?" Shen Lang stepped forward with concern, for he recognized that this was their esteemed leader. Any injury to him would significantly impact the team. Nash shook his head, signaling that he was not seriously harmed. "You, despite your decent appearance, why must your heart be so wicked?" As Shen Lang advanced to the front court, he whispered softly in Parsons' ear as they brushed past each other. This remark needed to be discreet, for otherwise, it could easily be deemed provocative by the referee, leading to a technical foul. Parsons, a rookie from the 2011 draft class, appeared somewhat apprehensive at the moment and did not respond to Shen Lang's words. To be frank, Parsons' defensive maneuver just moments ago was not particularly egregious. It was merely a coincidence of angles that led to their collision. Nash dribbled across the court, evading his defender, and took a jump shot. Thud. It seemed that the impact to his shoulder had affected him, as the ball ricocheted off the rim. Fortunately, Shen Lang, who had just arrived under the basket, accurately anticipated the ball's trajectory and tapped it back into Nash's hands. Nash, undeterred, dribbled and adjusted slightly, moving his shoulder before attempting another shot. Thud. He still could not find the mark. This time, the Rockets secured the rebound. The earlier collision seemed to have had a significant effect on Nash. Ujia expressed his concern, hoping that it would not result in any injury. As Nash's career neared its twilight, each game felt like a diminishing opportunity, and any serious injury would undoubtedly disappoint many fans. The Rockets initiated their offensive strategy, exhibiting remarkable patience as the ball was passed around 4 or 5 times before it reached Marcus. Swish. A mid-range shot found its target. 62-63. After the starters re-entered, the Rockets had managed to surpass the score. Sensing an issue with Nash's shooting, Shen Lang proactively called for the ball. "How can you be playing worse than Lowry? Others might accuse you of throwing the game." After deftly maneuvering past Courtney Lee, Shen Lang could not resist adding a remark. Underneath the basket, Nikola was already in a staunch defensive position. However, Shen Lang opted not to shoot, but rather charged directly towards the hoop. Nikola's offensive footwork could undoubtedly be described as exquisite, yet on the defensive end, he required a formidable interior enforcer to assist him. Alas, the current Rockets roster lacked such a player. As Shen Lang surged towards the basket, he was merely half a step away from Nikola when he seized the ball with one hand and leapt into the air with a powerful step. In an instant, he propelled himself from the ground with remarkable force. As a representative of the floor general, Nikola found himself utterly helpless against such an unreasonable offensive approach. With a resounding thud, Shen Lang executed a thunderous dunk, relying on his impressive vertical leap to complete a spectacular alley-oop. Had Nikola not instinctively taken a step back, he might have found himself subjected to a far more humiliating posterization. Weekly highlight reels. Shen Lang's style of play is undoubtedly paving his path towards stardom. Yu Jia could not help but exclaim, "What a pity for Yao Ming's former interior partner, who has now become merely a backdrop." Shen Lang's remarkable leaping ability has already been displayed in previous defensive plays during the match. However, whether it be in rebounding or shot blocking, there remains a notable absence of physical confrontation. Yet today, he executed a stunning dunk right in the face of an opponent towering over 2 meters. Shen Lang's physical prowess is indeed extraordinary. One wonders what kind of nourishment has contributed to his remarkable athleticism, for he shows no fear of these towering foreign players. Nevertheless, Shen Lang himself harbors a different perspective. His lack of practice in dunking has resulted in significant shortcomings in both strength control and the fluidity of his posture. Were it not for his innate disregard for convention, this dunk may well have been unachievable. Moreover, the pain in his hand is excruciating. Indeed, every act of bravado comes with its hidden price. This single dunk has undoubtedly elevated the morale of the Suns, yet it has not inflicted substantial damage upon the Rockets. On the sidelines, Mikhail vocally orchestrates his team, urging the Rockets to temper their pace. Anyone who has watched the game knows that the Suns thrive on a fast-paced offense, catching their opponents off guard. In contrast, the Rockets, in the post-Yao Ming era, have relied on Scola to formulate their strategies, finding that a half-court offense is their optimal choice. True to form, Scola has not disappointed, executing a series of elegant and solid moves under the basket to score. With a score of 69-71, Nash has yet to regain his shooting touch. With just a minute and a half remaining in the third quarter, the Suns find themselves trailing by 2 points. Gentry is compelled to call a timeout to stabilize the situation. Their focus now centers on countering Scola. Fry must intensify his defensive efforts against him, while Gortat should assist when necessary. Gentry sketches on the tactical board, emphasizing that perimeter players must strive to disrupt their passing lanes. Coach, perhaps I should take on the task of defending Scola. Interior help defense often leads to lapses, and Scola's passing is quite adept. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang turned to Gentry and inquired, "Are you relying solely on yourself to defend against Scola?" Although Scola's vertical leap was rather unremarkable, his towering height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters posed a significant challenge, particularly against Shen Lang's own height of 1 meter and 97 centimeters. With an 8-centimeter advantage in stature, combined with his adept footwork, the situation appeared somewhat precarious. "How about I take a shot for one possession? If it doesn't work out, I will adhere to your strategy. After all, a single possession can only yield a maximum of 2 points, which can be recovered." Gentry observed Shen Lang's earnest demeanor and ultimately nodded in agreement. We could see that the Suns' offensive flow was hindered by Nash's current form, while defensively, Scola wreaked havoc on their strategy. Ujia astutely assessed the situation on the court. Indeed, if the Suns could not devise a solution for defending against Scola, they risked being thoroughly overwhelmed, given the inherently high success rate of inside scoring. It appeared that the Suns might need to consider implementing help defense in the paint. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. To reassure Gentry, Shen Lang took 15 seconds to create an open shot, successfully sinking a three-pointer. The score stood at 72-71. If Shen Lang's offensive prowess could replicate the extraordinary performance from the previous game, it might be argued that even if Scola dominated the Suns' interior, victory would not be assured. Shen Lang's shooting prompted a sudden shift in Coach Zhang's demeanor. The Rockets had possession of the ball. As Fry positioned himself just outside the 3-second zone, and Shen Lang strode purposefully towards Scola, confusion enveloped the spectators. What was transpiring? Even Coach Zhang seemed to lose his usual air of calm omniscience. Was Gentry truly assigning Shen Lang to single-handedly defend Scola? As the third quarter of Chapter 20 drew to a close, Shen Lang found himself tasked with the defense of Scola, who could easily exploit his height and weight advantage to overpower him. Coach Zhang observed, "Unless Gentry has devised some extraordinary strategy, this appears to be a grave miscalculation." "Hello, Scola. It is a pleasure to meet you," Shen Lang remarked. As soon as Shen Lang came to a halt, he displayed an air of familiarity and casually tossed out a rudimentary English greeting. Hello. Scola, somewhat taken aback, responded, realizing that this fellow from Dayao was quite the extrovert. Bang. One must not lose focus while playing, at your age. How could you still make such a basic mistake? Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was momentarily distracted, Shen Lang swiftly snatched the basketball intended for Scola. Splendid. Shen Lang capitalized on his agility to execute a remarkable front-court steal. Unaware of the dialogue between Shen Lang and Scola, the Yu family perceived this merely as a straightforward interception. Little did they realize that beneath the facade of this seemingly simple theft lay the complexities of human hypocrisy and cunning. In other words, this steal was somewhat lacking in sportsmanship. Caught off guard, Scola shook his head with a sigh and leaned forward, hastening his pursuit down the court. Shen Lang passed the ball to Nash and swiftly made his way forward. As he stepped into the 3-second zone, he eagerly signaled for the ball. "He's going for the dunk," exclaimed Coach Zhang with excitement. However, to everyone's surprise, the soaring Shen Lang opted for a delicate layup instead of a thunderous dunk upon receiving the ball. "Dunking is painful and hardly yields extra points. I'm not foolish." Shen Lang remained utterly indifferent to the disappointment expressed by the multitude of fans in the arena regarding his recent shot. His hand still throbbed from the last dunk he executed. "Scola, Yao Ming sends his regards," he called out as he returned to his defensive position, persisting with his verbal onslaught. However, The seasoned Scola was not one to fall prey to such juvenile provocations. With a dismissive grunt, he chose to disregard the incessant chatter of this bothersome individual. Once he was assured that he had firmly secured Shen Lang behind him, Scola reached out to his teammates for the ball. Upon receiving it, he swiftly resolved to capitalize on his physicality and height advantage to make a play. With a resounding thud, he dribbled forcefully, his back pressing against Shen Lang as he made his move. Humph! As Shen Lang was collided with by Scola, he felt a slight pressure in his chest, yet he did not succumb to the loss of his defensive position as others might have anticipated. Although his strength was undoubtedly rooted in his height, it was far from being easily shaken by Scola. The impact failed to displace him, leaving Scola somewhat bewildered. Unwilling to accept defeat, he immediately attempted to leverage his dribbling strength to push back a few more times. Unfortunately, the outcome remained unchanged. In fact, due to Shen Lang's ample preparation, he did not even emit a sound of discomfort the second time. Shen Lang's strength proved to be on par with Scola's during their confrontation, rendering Scola's reliance on brute force utterly futile. Yu Jia squinted, keenly observing the unfolding situation on the court. Was this truly a guard? Or perhaps a Huaxia individual? Realizing he held no tangible advantage in strength, Scola inwardly cursed. Yet his movements did not waver. After a half-turn, he promptly opted for a feigned jump shot. Shen Lang remained utterly unresponsive, standing rigidly in place. Once more, he feigned a movement, yet remained still. A third feint followed, accompanied by a blink of his eyes. Scola's deceptive maneuvers bore a resemblance to Kobe's signature fakes. Coach Zhang, often likened to Bryant, seldom missed an opportunity to reference Kobe. Regrettably, Shen Lang was unfazed by his ruse, primarily due to the fact that his rhythm paled in comparison to Kobe's, and the deceptive nature of his actions lacked the same potency. Coach Zhang commented, "Many of Kobe's movements may appear unembellished, yet they have reached a level of simplicity that is profound." Nevertheless, Scola possessed a height advantage, making it relatively challenging to defend against his direct shots. At that moment, Scola seemed to share this sentiment. Since Shen Lang disregarded his shooting, he decided to take a shot without hesitation. With a slight shoulder bump to create some space, he decisively released the ball. However, the 7-centimeter height advantage was rendered moot by Shen Lang's leaping ability and precise landing skills. A thunderous block sent the basketball soaring past half-court. Such defense. Who could have anticipated that Shen Lang could single-handedly neutralize Scola's attempt? Yu Jia expressed disbelief, initially considering Shen Lang's one-on-one defense against Scola a grave miscalculation. Any coach capable of leading an NBA team surely possesses considerable acumen. Gentry must have been confident in allowing Shen Lang to defend alone. It seemed Coach Zhang had forgotten that he himself had previously criticized Gentry's defensive strategies as overly foolish. With only 15 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Nash, closely guarded in the backcourt, seized the ball but did not hastily initiate a fast break. Instead, he stabilized the tempo. The Rockets recognized this was likely the final possession of the third quarter, each player diligently monitoring their defensive assignments. Shen Lang is undoubtedly the focal point of scrutiny. His decisive shot continues to be replayed incessantly online, as Shen Lang rubbed his painfully bruised chest after being knocked. He ran laps along the baseline and three-point line like a street hustler. It was evident that he needed to hone his positioning skills, for such a running style lacked finesse and was exceedingly taxing on his stamina. Observing Shen Lang complete 2 laps in 10 seconds, Coach Zhang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. However, did you notice, Coach Zhang, that this seemingly unrefined running has already thrown the Rockets' defense into disarray? At this moment, Yu Jia held a differing perspective. There is an old saying in Huaxia, a chaotic fist can defeat a seasoned master, a phenomenon often witnessed in various competitive sports. Of course, this only applies in specific instances and is not a substitute for the stability and effectiveness that comes from professional and systematic training. Yet, Shen Lang's street-style running had clearly caught the Rockets off guard. On his third run to the basket, instead of continuing along the baseline, Shen Lang executed a sudden 90-degree turn, heading straight for Nash, who was controlling the ball at the arc. As Shen Lang brushed past Nash, only 2 seconds remained in the third quarter. "Pass it to me." The defender assigned to Shen Lang, hindered by Shen's abrupt change of direction and Gortat's entanglement inside, had only just reached the free throw line. Understanding Shen Lang's intent, Nash immediately executed a behind-the-back pass, delivering the ball to Shen Lang, who stood behind him. Subsequently, Nash crossed his arms, effectively creating a perfect screen. Brilliant! After receiving the ball, Shen Lang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Following a brief adjustment, He launched a three-point shot. Chapter 21, Western Conference 9th 77-71. Within a minute and a half, Shen Lang scored 2 three-pointers, executed a delicate layup, and delivered a colossal block. With his remarkable prowess, he propelled the Suns to an impressive 8-0 run. This explosive scoring ability undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the entire league. In just 3 games, the Yu family has become ardent fans of Shen Lang. Coach Zhang, I wonder if you've noticed the statistics. Shen Lang has already amassed 20 points. Suddenly, Yu exclaimed, pointing at the technical stats, noting that Shen Lang, having played for less than 13 minutes, had achieved his first 20-point game in the league. Wow. Indeed, Shen Lang has quietly accumulated points, proving to be quite extraordinary. Coach Zhang, with a grin, gazed at the statistics, convinced that it wouldn't be long before Shen Lang won him over completely. On the bench, the Suns, apart from Brown, were filled with joy and excitement, while Gentry's eyes sparkled with the feeling of having discovered the correct manual for utilizing Shen Lang. Coach, I have an idea. Shen Lang appeared to be the most composed individual among them. Lang, please share your thoughts. Jean Telly increasingly valued Shen Lang's proposals. This young talent from Huaxia not only excelled on the court but also seemed to consistently offer unexpectedly brilliant tactical insights. Seizing this momentum as the fourth quarter commenced, we shall press on and decisively conclude the match. Shen Lang, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, our strength lies in our explosive power, whereas they excel in positional warfare. Therefore, if we can swiftly widen the gap in scores, the match can conclude ahead of schedule. It certainly sounds quite reasonable. Shen Lang observed the hesitance in Gentili's demeanor and chuckled softly before continuing. Coach, let us give it a try for 2 minutes. If it doesn't work, we can reconsider. After all, we are in the lead. The more Gentili found himself in a favorable position, the more uncertain he became, paradoxically, when trailing. He was more inclined to take a chance. Coach, perhaps we should heed Shen's suggestion. I too sense that if we can swiftly widen the score gap, it would be more advantageous than engaging in a war of attrition. The respite soon came to an end. Shen Lang reappeared alongside the starting lineup, eliciting a wave of astonishment from the sidelines. Gentry merely altered the formation. Typically, this juncture would see the substitutes taking the court for 4 minutes, allowing the starters some respite. I surmise Gentry is intent on seizing the moment, striving to clinch victory in one fell swoop. Mikhail, upon observing the players from the Suns, couldn't help but frown, yet he had no intentions of changing the lineup. Ah, my friend, it is always a greater joy to play alongside you. Shen Lang proactively greeted Lowry. Lowry found himself uncertain whether to feel pleased or displeased. While it was flattering to have someone eager to play alongside him, that person happened to be his adversary. The emotional toll was both damaging and demeaning. Perhaps provoked by Shen Lang, Lowry clenched his teeth and charged into the paint, executing a remarkably forceful layup. As per routine, he approached from the right side once again. Shen Lang called for the ball in the half court, gesturing towards Lowry's feet. Bang, bang, bang. He began with a series of dribbles, followed by a shoulder fake and a sharp change of direction. However, this time, Shen Lang opted not to shoot. Leaping into the air, he deftly passed the ball to a defender rushing to contest him, leaving Dudley wide open. Whoosh. This offensive play took merely 7 seconds. Battier's shot missed, but Shen Lang anticipated perfectly and secured the rebound. He executed a long pass to Fry, who successfully completed a dunk. Lowry, controlling the ball, did not collide with the defending Shen Lang and distributed it to the interior player, Samuel. Samuel was forcefully subdued by Gortat, yet the referee remained silent. While Lowry continued to complain to the referee, Shen Lang received a pass from Nash and sank a three-pointer from the baseline with ease. The score surged to 84-73, swiftly reaching double digits, with only a minute and a half elapsed in the fourth quarter. Beep. Mikhail, in resignation, called a timeout to devise a strategy before reinstating the starting lineup. Unfortunately, after Shen Lang effectively neutralized Scola, the Rockets' offensive efficiency plummeted. In contrast, with Shen Lang's influence, Nash orchestrated the Suns' offense with remarkable fluidity. As the fourth quarter progressed past the halfway mark, the score stood at 94-75, inching towards a 20-point gap. Once again, Mikhail called for a timeout. Coach, it's time. Substitutions are in order. Shen Lang cast a glance at the somewhat breathless Nash. Ever since the collision, Nash's shooting accuracy had waned significantly. Otherwise, the scoreline would certainly not have been a mere 19-point difference. Gentry nodded, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand to substitute the entire bench. Brown, do not let me down. I have laid the groundwork for you. Shen Lang reminded Brown before taking to the court. With a grim expression and clenched fists, Brown felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He understood that, following this match, his position as a starter was likely in jeopardy. Fueled by resentment, Brown channeled all his frustrations onto the Rockets players. Despite Scola leading the team to several successful offenses without Shen Lang's defense, Brown retaliated with a few reckless yet fortuitously successful shots, managing to suppress Scola's momentum. As the final buzzer echoed, the score settled at 106-95. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the Suns' triumphant home streak of 3 consecutive victories. With a recent win against the Lakers, they enjoyed a 4-game winning streak, rekindling their hopes for the playoffs. Upon the conclusion of the game, Shen Lang's statistics were finalized at 25 points, 3 rebounds, 1 block, 1 steal, and 4 assists, marking the first time he filled out every category, achieving the highest score on his team. Nash, struggling with his shot, managed only 14 points but matched it with 14 assists. On the Rockets side, Scola scored 21 points after Shen Lang's departure, while Dragic tallied 22 points. Poor Lowry, however, could only muster 8 points and incurred 6 turnovers. It was evident that, after this match, 2 players from the Rockets had become victims of Shen Lang's prowess. Following the streak of 4 victories, the Suns finally climbed 1 position in their division, overtaking the defeated team to secure the 9th spot in the Western Conference standings. With 7 regular season games remaining, the upcoming schedule presented a daunting challenge. The final 7 games included 2 against the Spurs and 1 each against the Trail Blazers, Thunder, Clippers, Nuggets, and Jazz. Except for the Nuggets, none of the opponents ranked below the Suns, particularly the Spurs, who had held the top position in the West since the season's inception. Their first encounter with the Spurs was scheduled for tomorrow. Chapter 22, National Team Rejection? Congratulations, host, on yet another victory. You have earned a reward of 110 victory points from this match. Will you choose to purchase a skill? I must purchase, Shen Lang declared resolutely, already having decided on what to acquire. Congratulations, host, on synthesizing the Vince Carter dunk skill. Vince Carter dunk skill, level 1. This skill activates only when the player's jump reaches maximum height. Upon activation, the dunk reduces the success rate of being blocked by 10, significantly enhancing visual appeal. Prepare to witness the true essence of dunking. The remaining victory points are insufficient to elevate the skill level, rendering it merely a level 1 skill. Presently, it appears that the primary utility of this skill lies in its visual spectacle when employed by Shen Lang. After all, he seldom opts for a dunk in the face of a defender. Furthermore, his choice of the dunking skill is merely to alleviate any discomfort in his hands when preparing to display his prowess. With a record-breaking score, he naturally attracted a flurry of inquiries from the press. Shen Lang offered a few token remarks before returning to his dormitory for some well-deserved rest, as tomorrow looms with a formidable challenge. However, the domestic social media landscape is far from as composed as Shen Lang, scoring 25 points in just 20 minutes. Could he be the next savior of men's basketball? Are domestic league players inferior to their collegiate counterparts, indicating systemic issues within the Basketball Association? What could possibly elevate a Chinese player to the status of a savior for an NBA team? This game, in which he scored 25 points, has undoubtedly stirred up considerable excitement across the nation. Following this match, virtually all domestic fans became aware of Shen Lang, the rising star in the NBA. 20 minutes, 25 points. A simple calculation suggests that if he played the entire game, he would achieve over 50 points. Who else could claim such a feat? Single-handedly defending against Scola, Shen Lang is indeed a man among men. The secrets behind Shen Lang's prowess are circulating, prompting discussions about his potential inclusion in the national team with the upcoming Olympics on the horizon. Based on skill alone, he undoubtedly qualifies, yet there seems to be no news regarding his selection for the national team. The online discourse is fervent, with discussions about Shen Lang's possible inclusion in the national squad already underway. In response to this query, the Basketball Association hastily convened a press conference on the very day following the match. Regarding the recent fervent discussions online about whether NBA player Shen Lang will join the latest national team, we wish to clarify. Earlier this year, at the request of the General Administration, we established a basketball talent pool, from which all national team members must be selected by the head coach. The creation of this talent pool entirely eliminates the practice of favoritism and connections in team selection, providing opportunities for those who perform well on the court to be recognized. Of course, some fans and netizens may wonder whether the talent pool selection might still allow for personal connections. We can assure everyone that the selection rules are based entirely on data and formulaic calculations, devoid of any personal bias. On the podium, a portly official spoke eloquently, while the journalists below exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. As for Shen Lang, he has yet to be included in our talent pool, having never participated in any professional competitions domestically. We will strive to establish contact with him in the future to further assess his competitive level and determine if he meets the criteria for inclusion in the talent pool. Should he qualify, we would certainly not turn him away. Conversely, if he does not meet the standards, we will not grant him special access merely due to his fame. The official's remarks were coherent and logically structured, imbued with a certain audacity that prioritized facts over power dynamics. However, following this press conference, the online reaction was unexpectedly unanimous, filled with scathing criticism. What a ridiculous talent pool, what a ludicrous formula. This formula intends to undermine not only the world of crosstalk but also the realm of basketball. Let those in the talent pool attempt to score 25 points in the NBA. Coach Gong was right. These individuals are indeed dogmatic. Each group's foundational logic differs, leading to entirely disparate perspectives on any given issue. Yet, this so-called logic holds little significance in competitive sports, where the only thing that truly matters is the visible strength of the athletes. News travels swiftly in our country, and when Shen Lang attended the pre-competition press conference, a journalist posed the question, "Shen, there are reports suggesting that the Huaxia authorities do not intend to include you in the national team. What is your perspective on this matter?" Upon hearing the question, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the context after the reporter informed him about the domestic press conference. Such matters were nothing new to him, having become accustomed to them during his days as a fan. "I suppose my skills have yet to meet the standards for national team selection. I will certainly continue to strive for the opportunity to bring glory to my country." However, he was resolute that internal discord would never be displayed for foreign spectators. His response was notably formal. Nevertheless, this brief interlude sparked thoughts in Shen Lang regarding the game ahead. Under the astute guidance of the seasoned strategist, Coach Popovich, the Spurs have consistently remained contenders for the championship over the years. Although the GD duo is gradually aging, the emergence of the new talent, Leonard, heralds a promising future. This season, their performance has kept them at the pinnacle of the Western Conference, indicating that their objective remains the championship title. As for the Suns, the rising star Shen Lang has been meticulously studied by Coach Popovich prior to the match. The conclusion drawn was that Shen Lang possesses a volatile playing style, comparable to that of Kobe when he is in peak form. However, the overall depth of the Suns roster pales in comparison to that of the Spurs, rendering Shen Lang a less formidable threat. Consequently, Coach Popovich's primary concern revolved around managing the playing time of the GD duo to ensure maximum rest, with the outcome of the game never being a source of worry. Before the game, Coach Gentry sought Shen Lang's opinion on whether he wished to start, to which Shen Lang declined, citing a desire not to disrupt the existing team dynamics. Following the press conference, however, Shen Lang approached Gentry with a request. "Coach, aside from not needing to start, I would like to have as much playing time as possible in this game." "Oh, certainly," Gentry readily acquiesced to Shen Lang's request. Ding. The system detected a strong desire for victory from the host, initiating a skill-experience service for this match. Chapter 23. Nash Exits. What is this newfound feature? In this game, the system offers the host 2 random skills from a player at the cost of 10 victory points. The skills are at level 5, and their effects last for only 1 quarter. Level 5. This is the power of an advantage. What am I waiting for? I can hardly contain my excitement. Please choose a player. A multitude of player images swiftly appeared on the system's list. Given my height and weight, I can only select from forwards and guards. Moreover, I recall that the best option against the Spurs would be Kobe. Whenever he took a shot, all we could do was silently pray, for there was no other recourse. This is Zhuge Weiqi's assessment of Kobe, reflecting the profound challenge Kobe posed to the Spurs. Moreover, what is most astonishing is that, as of now, Kobe boasts an average score of over 30 points when facing the Spurs, making him the only player in the entire league to achieve such a feat thus. Let us choose Kobe. In the realm of rental services, there is no elder statesman who claims to be the luxurious version of Kobe. The remaining players either lack compatibility or have been thoroughly outmatched by that cunning fox, Zhuge Weiqi, in past confrontations. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have selected the template player. We are now extracting corresponding skills for you. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Kobe fadeaway jumper skill, level 5. Experience version. and the Kobe back-to-basket scoring skill, level 5, experience version. As a superstar in the league, Kobe possesses an abundance of skills. It is indeed remarkable that Shen Lang has managed to draw his two most iconic offensive abilities in one go. Kobe's fadeaway jumper skill, level 5. Experience version. By leaning back significantly to create shooting space, the interference resistance upon release is increased by 50. For every successful shot, the probability of hitting the next shot consecutively increases by 5, stacking up to a maximum of 25. Take a moment to admire this masterpiece. Whether it goes in or not is solely within my control. Kobe's back-to-basket scoring skill, level 5, experience version. When executing back-to-basket moves, the host's post-shot success rate is enhanced by 30, while the chances of being blocked are reduced by 40, and the likelihood of being stripped is diminished by 50. The Black Mamba has revealed his fangs. Is the antidote ready? Hiss. Upon witnessing the effects of these two skills, Shen Lang, who had previously underestimated other players, could not help but be left in awe. A player whose basic attributes can adapt to the league's intensity, even with just these two skills, can undoubtedly emerge as a formidable player, both as a wild card from the perimeter and a reliable scorer in the post. And this is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding Kobe's capabilities. The road ahead is long and arduous. I must seize the opportunity to strive diligently. Aware that his recent stellar performances in 3 consecutive games had led to a slight complacency, Shen Lang promptly reflected on his arrogance. When the time comes to utilize similar skills interchangeably, it will not be too late to indulge in a life of leisure. During the entrance ceremony, Shen Lang reveled in the cheers from the fans, pleasantly bumping shoulders and clapping with his teammates, before quietly returning to the bench. Once again, he did not secure a starting position for today's game. Yu Jia, observing the list of starting players for both teams, pursed his lips and expressed mild dissatisfaction in his tone, stating that the NBA, at its core, is a commercial league, and its intricacies are far from straightforward. The seasoned coach Zhang regarded the outcome with remarkable composure. Whether considering the spectacle or the verified prowess, there existed ample justification for not allowing Shen Lang to start. Not only the coaching staff of the Suns, but also numerous netizens have suggested that Shen Lang's impressive performance stemmed primarily from his relative obscurity and the absence of encounters with genuinely formidable teams. Today's match against the Spurs could be deemed a significant opportunity for Shen Lang to establish his reputation. With a decisive whistle from the referee, the game commenced. The visiting Spurs fielded their starting players, the legendary Duncan, the Swift Parker, Leonard, DeJuan Blair, and Danny Green. The Suns maintained their original lineup. Right from the outset, Parker swiftly advanced the ball, passing it to the formidable Duncan, who executed a powerful dribble, skillfully maneuvering to shed his defender before turning and scoring off the backboard. The Spurs claimed the first points, leading 0-2. Duncan remains remarkably steady. His backboard shooting has reached an artful level. Coach Zhang marveled, noting that ordinary players have no means of countering Duncan's offensive tactics. Indeed, given GD's current form and Leonard's unexpected rise, the Spurs remain formidable contenders for the championship this year. Yu Jia promptly acknowledged the Spurs' strength. As the Suns initiated their offensive, Nash propelled the ball forward, seeking a fast break. However, Parker's defensive speed matched his own, leaving Nash ensnared. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to the interior player Gortat, only for Duncan to deliver a resounding block. The prowess of the Western Conference leaders was evident, as the Suns failed to score in their first 3 possessions. With the score at 0-6, Gentry immediately called for a timeout. Nash furrowed his brow, walking toward the sidelines while continuously rubbing his left shoulder. "Old Nash, what troubles you?" Shen Lang promptly noticed Nash's discomfort and tossed him a towel, inquiring about his condition. "My shoulder still feels a bit tense," Nash replied. After the previous match concluded, perhaps due to the exhilaration of victory, he had overlooked the discomfort in his shoulder. However, upon taking the court today, he immediately sensed a certain stiffness when exerting himself. "Shall I take your place? Perhaps you should let the team doctor examine you first?" Shen Lang expressed his concerns, noting that although Nash was aging, the influence of a renowned figure remained potent as long as he was present on the court. Moreover, years of competitive experience were invaluable to the team. Nash furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement before striding towards Gentry. "Shen, you must hold steady in my absence. I shall return shortly." The team doctor provided a brief treatment for Nash's shoulder before preparing to escort him to the locker room for further examination. "Rest assured," Shen Lang nodded solemnly. It seemed that Nash's shoulder had encountered some issue. The Suns were certainly experiencing a string of misfortunes. Coach Zhang expressed his concerns upon seeing Nash head towards the player's tunnel. However, from another perspective, it meant that Shen Lang would likely have a more extended playing time. Yu Jiao remarked with a different outlook. As anticipated, following the timeout, Shen Lang replaced Nash, who had gone off for examination. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, Shen Lang received the ball from Brown at the sidelines, exerting pressure on the basketball against his chest before dribbling it forcefully to the floor. Chapter 24, Drawing Fouls. As Shen Lang seized the ball, his gaze was resolutely fixed on the hoop, his intent to attack unmistakable. The player tasked with defending him was Parker. He swiftly activated the right-side breakthrough skill reminiscent of Iverson, effortlessly bypassing Parker's defense in a single stride. However, instead of opting for a direct jump shot, he surged towards the basket. Approaching near the free throw line, he executed a sudden stop and launched a jump shot. 2-6, the Suns finally broke their scoring drought. Today, Shen Lang appeared somewhat different. Observing his assertive style of play, which seemed to disregard his teammates, Yu Jia felt a flicker of curiosity. Could this be a response to the talent pool situation? Suddenly, Coach Zhang recalled this matter. Subsequently, Shen Lang nearly single-handedly accounted for all the team's scoring, sudden stop jumpers, crossovers, and three-pointers from beyond the arc. Unfortunately, the Suns' defense remained lackluster, as both Duncan and Leonard effortlessly racked up points. Compounding the issue, Parker, who was responsible for defending Shen Lang, was no slouch either, making it impossible to let up on him. This approach was not sustainable. 17-23, despite Shen Lang's remarkable offensive efficiency, having amassed 13 points on his own, the team still trailed the Spurs by 6 points. Casting a glance at the expressionless Duncan in the paint, Shen Lang bit his lip and passed the ball to Brown, making a beeline for the interior. It seemed Shen Lang had abandoned his forte and outside scoring to venture into the paint. Shen Lang's movement on the court left everyone feeling somewhat perplexed. Pass the ball, he called out, positioning himself against the advancing Duncan, requesting the ball while facing away. Without hesitation, Brown loftily delivered the basketball to Shen Lang. Today, Shen Lang exuded an aura of lethal menace. Given his own lackluster form, it was wise not to provoke him, Brown mused silently. Dribbling with his back to the basket, Shen Lang sensed Duncan's defense looming behind him. Suddenly, he executed a swift pivot and raised the ball above his head, adopting a shooting posture. Duncan quickly lunged forward to contest the shot, yet a triumphant smile spread across Shen Lang's face. With a deft step forward on his left foot, he brushed past the lunging Duncan, transferring the ball to his right hand for a low scoop shot. Smack. Beep. Duncan desperately sought to thwart the offensive maneuver. But it was too late. Although the shot did not find its mark, it resulted in a foul as Duncan made contact. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich furrowed his brow, rubbing his bulbous nose in contemplation. This was merely Duncan's first foul of the game, yet for reasons unknown, Popovich felt an unsettling anxiety whenever his gaze fell upon that young player from Huaxia. Perhaps it was an indication of his advancing age. It seemed that not only Duncan, the old-timer, required rest, but he himself also needed ample recuperation. As a renowned master of rest in the league, Popovich understood the necessity of taking a break. Swish. Shen Lang's free throw was executed with precision. With only a 4-point lead remaining for the Spurs at 19-23, their offensive strategy continued to revolve around Duncan, whose presence rendered the Suns' interior defense utterly ineffective. Gentry had contemplated employing Shen Lang to guard Duncan, as he had in the previous game, but soon dismissed this impractical notion. On one hand, he had just received word from the team physician that Nash's shoulder injury, while not severe, would likely prevent him from making a significant impact in this match. Consequently, it was likely that Shen Lang would need to assume a leadership role for the team. On the other hand, while Scola's capabilities were commendable, they paled in comparison to the historical prowess of a player like Duncan. The offense still relied on Scola's consistent contributions, while it was prudent to avoid overexerting him on defense. With the ball in his hands, Shen Lang skillfully maneuvered past his defender, compelling Duncan to step forward to assist in the defense. Seemingly oblivious to Duncan's presence, Shen Lang immediately gathered the ball and appeared poised to attempt a layup. This decision was somewhat reckless. "Tim, do not help," exclaimed Coach Popovich from the sidelines, suddenly grasping Shen Lang's intentions. The young player, recognizing his team's inability to contain Duncan, was attempting to draw him into foul trouble. Alas, Popovich's reaction was slightly delayed, as Shen Lang deliberately went for the layup. He found himself with both arms entangled against the approaching Duncan. The ball did not find the net, yet Shen Lang earned himself 2 free throw opportunities. Most importantly, Duncan had now accumulated 2 fouls. Swish, swish. Both free throws were converted, leaving merely 10 seconds in the first quarter. Focus and defend this possession. Shen Lang shouted sternly at his teammates and was the first to spread his arms at the top of the arc. The importance of maintaining a proper attitude cannot be overstated. Gritting his teeth, he thwarted the Spurs' defense in its infancy. By the time Parker took a desperate shot, the timer had already expired. The Suns led 21-25, clinging tenaciously to their slim lead. Coach Zhang noted that Shen Lang's offensive desire today was incredibly fervent. Furthermore, his last two offensive choices were clearly aimed at Duncan. As an outside player, he actively charged into the paint to grapple with the opposing star player. Such a decision was evident to any keen observer. Indeed, it seemed Shen Lang had recognized the vulnerability of his team's interior defense and intended to create fouls to deal with Duncan. His strategy had already borne fruit. In the first quarter, Duncan had committed 2 fouls against him, prompting Coach Popovich to contemplate his minutes in the second quarter. Yu-Jia nodded and resumed his perusal of the statistical data. In the first quarter, Shen Lang single-handedly scored 17 points. And this was achieved even after he relinquished his preferred outside scoring methods in the final 2 possessions. He was truly shouldering the team forward. Upon reviewing the statistics, Yu-Jia couldn't help but exclaim. On the bench, Popovich remained impassive. As a seasoned veteran, he had witnessed such scenarios countless times, especially since they were still in the lead. However, whenever his gaze fell upon Shen Lang, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It must be that he had stayed up too late last night. Reflecting on the previous evening's splendor, Popovich internally reminded himself to exercise more restraint at his age. The second quarter commenced. Duncan, Parker, and Leonard did not take the court, replaced by Ginobili, Diaw, and the red-haired Bonner. Although Ginobili had consistently played a bench role for the Spurs, this did not diminish his prowess. Otherwise, he would not have been a member of the formidable Spurs' Big Three. Known for his crafty maneuvers, his serpentine drives made it difficult for Shen Lang to keep pace. Seizing the moment while his opponent was off balance, Shen Lang attempted a swift three-pointer, but regrettably, it did not find its mark. As he turned back, Jin Billy executed a serpentine drive, successfully finishing with a layup. The score stood at 22-27, with the Spurs leading by 5 points. Chapter 25, The Spirit of the Mamba. Shen Lang squinted at the somewhat touching hairline of the enchanting blade. Fortunately, they were playing under NBA rules. Had it been under FBA regulations, this individual would have been more formidable than many superstars. Nevertheless, if a confrontation was what they desired, I shall not hold back. Confronted with the San Antonio Spurs bench lineup, Shen Lang seamlessly entered an unstoppable mode. A swift change of direction followed by a sudden stop and jump shot. Swish. Utilizing a screen for a pull-up three-pointer. Swish. After passing, he maneuvered to receive the ball, catching it effortlessly and releasing. Swish. Shen Lang, with an astonishing shooting accuracy, rendered the San Antonio Spurs bench somewhat despondent. Today, his performance was nothing short of spectacular, seemingly operating on an entirely different plane compared to the Spurs reserves, a veritable dimensional assault. As Coach Popovich was compelled to deploy his entire starting lineup, Shen Lang had already amassed 31 points, once again shattering his personal single-game scoring record. One wonders if he can surpass Yao Ming's legendary 41 points, the highest single-game score by a Chinese player in the NBA. Coach Zhang has also begun to take note of Shen Lang's personal statistics. With a resounding beep, Wang Defa, just 2 possessions into the game with the starting lineup, Shen Lang charged at Duncan like a man carrying a bundle of dynamite, attempting a layup that ultimately failed, yet Duncan found himself burdened with 3 fouls. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich slammed his clipboard to the ground, vociferously gesturing towards the referee in protest, who could only look on helplessly at this notoriously shrewd coach. Applying pressure on the officials is a tactic Popovich has mastered. However, Shen Lang's approach to offense was unmistakably directed towards drawing fouls. The timing and the spectacle of his actions left the referees with little choice but to call the game. Moreover, with the league president observing the match from behind the scenes, the officiating crew could only strive for impartiality. Shen Lang rose from the ground and positioned himself at the free throw line. However, it seemed that he had fallen a bit too hard this time, resulting in a lack of power in his shots. Remarkably, he missed both free throws entirely. Shen Lang remained indifferent to the outcome of the free throw. His ultimate objective was to have Duncan exit the game. With Duncan's presence no longer restricting the interior, Gortat was finally able to play with greater freedom. Once the interior opened up, the options for the perimeter players expanded, and the Suns began to show signs of resurgence. As the first half concluded with a score of 49-51, the Suns had managed to narrow the deficit to a negligible 2 points. In the first half, Shen Lang impressively scored 34 points, accounting for over two-thirds of the team's total. During halftime, as he returned to the locker room, Shen Lang was gasping for breath. "Well done, Shen," exclaimed Nash, whose shoulders were wrapped in thick bandages, his face alight with excitement. He understood that even if he were leading the current teammates, achieving such a result against the top team in the West would be exceedingly challenging. "Old Nash, what are you saying? The game isn't won yet." Shen Lang replied with a smile, despite the fatigue weighing on his body. He had initially believed that his full stamina would suffice for any intensity of competition. Yet he found himself weary after just one half. System, what kind of flawed measurement is this? Is full stamina merely this? The host's full stamina is merely a deceptive figure enhanced by exclusive talents, and the host lacks the corresponding skills to utilize stamina effectively. Additionally, due to the host's vigorous engagement in this match, the rate of stamina depletion has increased, making fatigue a perfectly normal occurrence. In essence, does this mean that in this version, I have been weakened? Shen Lang, with a hint of exasperation, remarked that his system ought to be renamed the useless system. Lang, do you require a moment's respite for the second half? Gentry inquired with utmost concern. The outcome of this match rests entirely upon Shen Lang's performance. In the third quarter, as long as Duncan is on the court, I shall be as well. I intend to play the entirety of the fourth quarter. Shen Lang contemplated deeply and ultimately reached a decision. Excellent. Gene Terry felt a surge of confidence. However, I am uncertain how the Basketball Association's calculation formula evaluates Langshan's performance and whether he can qualify for the talent pool. Upon checking the roster, I was astounded to find players who barely make it onto the rotation in the league listed among the esteemed. Is it not alarming that the Basketball Association seems to prioritize arithmetic over sports? The betting line is open. Will Langshan achieve over 50 points today? Amidst the bustling workers and the newlywed neighbor, the intriguing content is accessible on the viewing platform. This is a serious basketball forum. How could such distasteful advertisements appear here? I urge the aforementioned to refrain from meddling. Such behavior is indeed contemptible, and it compels me to question, where lies your morality? Where is your dignity? And where's the link? Recently, the section dedicated to the Suns on the renowned MOP forum has become exceedingly popular. As the second half of the game commenced, it remains uncertain whether Shen Lang's heavy breathing in the locker room inspired his teammates or if Gene Terry's near-roaring tactical arrangements ignited their fighting spirit. As the first half of the third quarter concluded, astonishingly, the score gap showed no signs of widening, 64-66. When Duncan was substituted back into the game, Shen Lang immediately rose from the bench. Beep. Shen Lang had evidently evaded the defense, only to be pulled back to his original position before leaping for a jump shot. Duncan stood in silence, rendered speechless by the foul that left him devoid of any frustration. Wang Defer exclaimed, "This is nothing short of a crime. This young man from Huaxia is undermining the very essence of basketball, setting a terribly poor example for countless enthusiasts of the sport." On the sidelines, Zhuge Weiqi vented his frustrations, while the officiating referee, suppressing his urges, refrained from issuing a technical foul. However, when Zhuge Weiqi substituted Duncan out and noticed Shen Lang being pulled from the game as well, a flicker of realization crossed his gaze. Indeed, despite this young man's explosive power rivaling that of many African-American players, his endurance was evidently lacking. He must be running low on stamina. Zhuge Weiqi's mind was racing, clearly concocting some nefarious scheme. Did Gentry intend for the other players to buy him some respite, hoping to unleash a comeback in the final moments? Did he truly believe this young Huaxia player could emulate Kobe? What a farce! Zhuge Weiqi, convinced he had seen through it all, found the fury on his face dissipating, replaced by a sly grin. As the third quarter concluded with a score of 70-73, the Suns trailed by 3 points, with the Spurs' advantage being rather minimal. Beep. Following a brief intermission, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Shen Lang discarded the towel that had shrouded his head and stood up. System, activate experience skills. A chime resonated. The host has activated 2 experience skills drawn for this match. Wishing the host a pleasant experience. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shen Lang slowly raised his head, directing his gaze towards coach Zhuge Weiqi at the sidelines. "Old Fox, are you ready to experience the terror of being dominated by the Black Mamba?" Chapter 26. You won't win today, I assure you. We witnessed Shen Lang, who had spent the majority of the third quarter resting, take to the court at the commencement of the fourth quarter. The Yu family was filled with excitement upon seeing Shen Lang rise. It appeared he was prepared to engage in a fierce battle against the Spurs right from the start of the fourth. Noticing this, Zhuge refrained from deploying his main lineup and instead whispered a few instructions to Ginobili. Focus on exhausting that young man from Huaxia. His stamina is running low. Ginobili understood and nodded before making his way onto the court. With the Spurs now in possession, Ginobili initiated the offense. Casting a glance at Dudley, who was defending him, Ginobili promptly called for a screen, weaving through the defenders and charging directly at Shen Lang. Wow, Ginobili is actively seeking out Shen Lang. It seems Popovich intends to leverage the Demon Blade's prowess to deal with Shen Lang. As Shen Lang beheld the scene, he could not help but furrow his brow, however. He naturally wished to prevent his opponent from scoring effortlessly and thus advanced to defend. Ginbili's approach to penetrating the defense was notably unconventional, rendering it exceedingly challenging to counter. Had it not been for his intention to exhaust Shen Lang's stamina, he likely would have already created a scoring opportunity. Swish. Ultimately, after nearly 20 seconds had elapsed, Ginbili opted for a delicate teardrop shot, which found its mark. Dudley, defend diligently. Gentry bellowed from the sidelines. As Ginbili's strategy was not difficult to decipher. Humph. You may evade on the defensive end, but let us see how you maneuver offensively. With a grand gesture, Coach Popovich transformed the defender before Shen Lang into the formidable Leonard. Faced with Leonard, Shen Lang promptly chose to employ Kobe's back-to-the-basket technique, for otherwise, his dribbling might easily be disrupted by the opponent. As Shen Lang felt the force emanating from his back, he adjusted the rhythm of his dribbling. Leonard, with an expressionless visage, spread his arms wide, completely enveloping Shen Lang within his defensive range. With his understanding of Shen Lang's playing style, he recognized that this player's offensive methods were rather simplistic, although he had already scored 34 points. This was chiefly due to open shots or sudden jumpers following a change of direction. Such an offensive approach would be rendered ineffective under Leonard's focused defense. Bang! However, it soon became apparent that Shen Lang had made his offensive choice. With powerful dribbling, he forcefully collided his back against Leonard's chest. A back-to-the-basket play? Leonard felt a flicker of doubt. Shen Lang had employed this tactic in the first half, but had been unsuccessful, only managing to draw a foul from Duncan. With the fourth quarter now underway, and only one foul left to give, attempting to draw another foul would be futile, risking a widening score gap. Bang! Yet, there was no time for further contemplation as Shen Lang's second charge followed swiftly. Leonard's defensive strength had not yet fully dissipated when, in the next moment, Shen Lang leveraged the impact to pivot on his right leg and leap. Leonard, with a solid foundation and defensive fundamentals, quickly stabilized his center of gravity, extending his arm in a desperate attempt to block Shen Lang's shot. The angle of the lean was remarkable, reminiscent of Kobe's style, as observed by Coach Zhang with a sigh of admiration. Bang! The basketball struck heavily against the rim, and this offensive attempt did not succeed. Nonetheless, neither Leonard on the court nor Coach Zhuge off the court exhibited any signs of satisfaction. Leonard realized with sudden clarity that he could not effectively block this offensive maneuver, relying instead on the opponent's shooting touch. Coach Zhuge dissatisfaction stemmed from the fact that Shen Lang's actions evoked memories of that stern-faced purple and gold player. Fortunately, it seemed he had only captured the form, not the spirit. The missed shot provided the only solace for Coach Zhuge. On the sidelines, the roar of Kentley heightened the defensive intensity of the Suns, resulting in Ginobili's layup failing to find its mark. The rebound was deftly snatched by Shen Lang, who had accurately anticipated the trajectory. He swiftly advanced the ball, once more confronting Leonard's defense. 1 collision, 2 collisions, 3 collisions. Shen Lang continued to adeptly sense the defensive forces behind him. When he felt the opportunity arise, he swiftly turned, his right foot raising slightly like a cheetah's tail, maintaining his balance. Whoosh! The basketball grazed the fingertips of the already lunging Leonard, swishing through the net. There was no doubt, this was reminiscent of Kobe's signature post-up plays and fadeaway jump shots. In the studio, the most exhilarated was Kobe's devoted fan, Coach Zhang. Another individual sharing Coach Zhang's sentiments was the stunned Zhuge, who could only console himself with the thought that one shot could not signify anything conclusive. Whoosh! 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 Unfortunately, Shen Lang's subsequent 3 consecutive baskets shattered his dreams. The score stood at 78, 79, and even the Spurs' offense had not completely faltered, narrowing the gap to a mere point. Most crucially, Zhuge sensed he was losing control over the game. The source of his earlier anxiety became clear. The good news was it was not due to his physical condition, but the bad news was that he was likely to face another nightmare in the league. Substitution. Duncan entered the game. Seeing this, Zhuge Weiqi had no choice but to replace all his main players. Let me interject some good news. Shen Lang's score had already reached 42 points, breaking Yao Ming's record and becoming the highest score by a Chinese player in an NBA game, with the game still ongoing. Yu Jia exclaimed excitedly. We are eagerly anticipating how many points Shen Lang will elevate this record to today. Following Duncan's entry, the Spurs' offense became increasingly steady. Yet, they still had no answer for Shen Lang's relentless attacks. Moreover, Shen Lang not only mirrored Kobe's offensive style but also exhibited a similar scoring rhythm. Once he scored, he would often follow with 3 to 5 more. Bang! Soon, as the game approached its climax, Shen Lang's score surpassed the 50-point mark, reaching 52. In the final 3 seconds of the Spurs' offense, Brown slapped Parker's arm. Beep. Oh no, that foul should not have occurred. Brown's action could very well jeopardize the Suns' hard-fought efforts throughout the night. In the studio, Coach Zhang lamented in frustration. 94-95, with just 7 seconds remaining. The Spurs held a 1-point lead, and this foul granted Parker 2 free throws, although Parker's career free throw percentage was not particularly high. With over a 70% success rate, the likelihood of him missing both was exceedingly slim. Hey, Parker, how about a wager? Shen Lang glanced at Parker, who was making his way to the free throw line, and spoke to himself. You won't win today, I assure you. Chapter 27, Duncan. This windmill is for you. Parker turned his gaze towards Shen Lang upon hearing his words. When he met the piercing, murderous glare of Shen Lang, his heart involuntarily quivered. Was this truly just a regular season game? Why so serious? Parker mused, and such thoughts were vividly reflected in his free throw attempt. As a guard, Parker's free throw skills barely scraped the surface of mediocrity. Clang. His first free throw missed. Even if you succeed with the second, what does it matter? You have witnessed my 3-pointers. You will still lose. Shen Lang's voice resonated from the arc, low and foreboding. Moreover, you won't make this one either. Your strength simply isn't sufficient. Parker took a deep breath, seeking to steady his nerves, and directed his gaze towards the hoop. Yet, as he released the basketball, he instinctively exerted extra force. Bang! Both free throws were missed. At the very moment Shen Lang launched his shot, he sprinted towards the paint, expertly anticipating the trajectory of the basketball with his rebound skills. With a swift motion, he seized the ball into his embrace. Upon landing, he hurriedly dribbled towards his own half of the court. Defend! Shouted Zhuge Weiqi from the sidelines. Were it not for his advancing age, he might have been tempted to take the court himself. Crossing the half-court line, he executed a dramatic change of direction, deftly evading Parker, who sought to atone for his earlier misstep. With determination, he advanced just inside the 3-point arc. Only 4 seconds remaining. Confronted by Leonard's defense, he backed into him, thrusting once, twice, and then suddenly pivoting forward. Leonard, anticipating a fadeaway jumper, leaned too far forward and was left off balance by Shen Lang's sudden turn. Only 2 seconds left. He forcefully dribbled the ball, took a decisive step forward, and with a powerful leap, surged towards Duncan, who was already positioned vertically in the paint. The Carter's dunk skill activated. With both hands clutching the ball, he executed a flawless circular motion in midair, his gaze fixated solely on the hoop. Just 1 second remaining. With a resounding thud, Shen Lang slammed the basketball into the basket, while both he and Duncan toppled in opposite directions. Thud. Shen Lang fell heavily to the ground, fortunately landing on his posterior, which provided sufficient cushioning. However, he had already exhausted the strength to rise, as that slam dunk had drained the last vestige of energy from his body. Beep. The final buzzer resonated. The large screen above the court replayed the previous moments. And when Shen Lang's figure, reminiscent of a descending deity, reappeared, the arena fell into a profound silence. The basket counted 96-95. The Suns triumphed in tonight's match. Roar. The fans by the sidelines erupted in thunderous cheers, akin to winning a championship. Allen Iverson's deft maneuvers, Kobe Bryant's fadeaways and post techniques, coupled with a dunk reminiscent of Vince Carter, Shen Lang had already manifested the prowess of 3 out of the 4 legendary shooting guards. In the studio, the Yu family marveled. Who could have anticipated the emergence of a player capable of amalgamating the abilities of these 4 great shooting guards? And who would have envisioned that this individual would be one of our own Chinese athletes? Reclining on the ground, savoring the adulation of the crowd, a faint smile graced Shen Lang's face. Ding. The skill experience service has concluded. Simultaneously, Shen Lang felt a loss of command over the 2 skills he had previously mastered, a subtle sensation stemming from a relinquishment of the intricate techniques involved. Nevertheless, This sensation of control seemed not to have entirely vanished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for frequently employing advanced skills during the match, resulting in a foundational data enhancement. Player name: Shen Lang. Height: 197 cm. Weight: 93 kg. Speed: 58 strength, 60 vertical leap, 72 shooting, 60 ball handling, 61 stamina, 50 defense, 52. Shen Lang promptly examined his physical statistics and discovered that after a competition, his speed, strength, agility, and projection had all experienced varying degrees of enhancement. The investment of those 10 victory points was indeed worthwhile. A joyful smile graced Shen Lang's face, akin to the exhilarating sensation of reaping the rewards of the system. At that moment, numerous teammates rushed forward to hoist the prostrate Shen Lang to his feet. Throughout the match, he single-handedly amassed a remarkable 52 points, the highest for both teams, along with 4 rebounds and 5 assists. Dear fans, we have uncovered some thrilling news. Shen Lang's impressive 52-point performance today has surpassed Jennings, making him the youngest player in NBA history to score 50 points. The tone of Yu's voice quivered with excitement. Moreover, Shen Lang's birthday is on April 16, 1992, meaning that tomorrow, according to local time, he will celebrate his 20th birthday. Jennings achieved his first 50-point game in the 7th match of his rookie season at the age of 20 years and 52 days. While Shen Lang is merely 1 day shy of turning 20, this match marks only his 5th appearance. It can be said that prior media attention on Shen Lang was predominantly focused on his athletic prowess. It was only today, following his record-breaking feat as the youngest player to score 50 points, that his birthday, a piece of personal information, garnered interest. This newfound attention has revealed that this rising star from China, who is gradually making waves in the NBA, is yet to reach the age of 20. Ding! Congratulations, host, on earning the title of the youngest player to score 50 points. Reward: 1,000 victory points. With this victory, the host now possesses a total of 1,100 victory points. Would you like to exchange them for skills? Let us not rush. We shall deliberate on this later. The substantial reward has instead instilled a sense of calm within Shen Lang. He celebrated with high fives from his teammates before making his way to the Spurs star player. Hello, Tim. Shen Lang approached with a friendly greeting, declaring, I am your fan. One does not strike a smiling face, especially considering that this was merely a defeat in a regular season game. Duncan, equally amiable, stepped forward to engage in light banter with Shen Lang. Your skills have truly astonished me. However, should we meet again, victory will undoubtedly be mine. The loss of a match did not diminish Duncan's confidence, rather, it ignited his competitive spirit. Haha, one cannot be so certain, for the game of basketball is unpredictable, and the outcome is not solely determined by one individual. Shen Lang said with a cheerful smile, I hope we can meet not only in the regular season, but also in the playoffs. The two exchanged smiles, embraced briefly, and then turned to face the reporters awaiting their interviews. Oh, by the way, Tim, as Shen Lang took a few steps forward, he abruptly turned around and called out to Duncan, there is something I forgot to tell you. That final slam dunk was a gift from me. The joyous mood that had just graced Duncan's heart swiftly dissipated. Wang Defa. Shen, is it truly polite of you to say such things? Chapter 28. The humiliating offer contract curse this system. You claim that I can perfectly control my physical data. Yet you then throw in a twist that prevents me from fully unleashing my potential. What kind of absurd logic is that? As he showered, Shen Lang vented his frustrations at the system. This matter is rather esoteric and difficult to explain. In short, you simply need to understand that you are not strong enough yet. The system responded with an evasive tone. I hope a knowledgeable reader will inquire about this so you can be just as obstinate. What concern is a reader's question to me as a system? Shouldn't it be the author who faces the criticism? This seemed quite reasonable to Shen Lang, leaving him at a loss for words. After his shower, as the standout player of the day, Shen Lang was summoned to attend the post-game press conference. Shen Lang, first of all, congratulations on becoming the youngest player in the NBA to score 50 points. The first journalist granted the opportunity to ask a question extended his congratulations. Thank you. Shen Lang nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Today's competition can be described as a performance solely by you. Given the prowess you displayed today, might it suggest that you were truly deserving of a starting position? No journalist embarks on their work without an ulterior motive, rather than merely recounting facts. They aspire to unearth, or even fabricate, newsworthy stories. Allow me to correct you. Basketball is eternally a team sport. According to your reasoning, the score tonight should have been 52-96, indicating that I should have experienced a resounding defeat. Shen Lang immediately corrected the journalist's perilous insinuation. Regarding your other inquiry, I have previously addressed it. The arrangement of players on the field is the responsibility of the coach. After all, the owner has not compensated me for coaching duties. Shen Lang's humor elicited knowing smiles from the journalists present. Moreover, I personally do not perceive any fundamental distinction between starters and substitutes. As long as I can contribute to the team's triumph, even if it means merely waving a towel from the sidelines, I would willingly embrace that role. In conclusion, Shen Lang elevated the discourse surrounding values. According to your records, we have discovered that tomorrow marks your 20th birthday. May I inquire about your plans? A beautiful journalist, her captivating eyes shimmering like jewels, posed the question. I believe I have no extraordinary plans. Perhaps engaging in an additional 20 sets of shooting drills or shuttle runs would prove to be a commendable choice. Shen Lang replied earnestly. My current objective is to perform excellently in each of my matches, especially since my contract is set to expire in just 5 days. Shen Lang's response left the journalists in the audience in a state of astonishment, as they suddenly recalled that the player being interviewed on stage was merely a fellow who had signed a short-term contract with the team lasting only 15 days. The team has not compensated me for coaching. Shen Lang appeared to express dissatisfaction with the team's treatment. The youngest player to achieve 50 points. With only 5 days remaining on his contract, who will be his next destination? Shen Lang was utterly unprepared for the media's misinterpretation of his meticulously crafted response. In contrast to the somewhat negative portrayals by foreign outlets, domestic media have been exceedingly favorable towards Shen Lang, even bordering on excessive praise. With a remarkable performance of over 50 points in a single game, Shen Lang has embarked on his journey to stardom. The question remains whether a player from Huaxia can seize the title of the league's foremost athlete in the NBA. The spectacle of some envisioning Shen Lang dominating Kobe and overshadowing the young emperor has begun to unfold. Discussions regarding the rationality of the talent selection system and the Basketball Association's recruitment process have emerged, as various reports landed on the desk of Suns general manager, McDonough. He found himself regretting his earlier indecision. Nevertheless, he was compelled to contemplate Shen Lang's contract extension, especially after such an astonishing 52-point game, as numerous playoff teams in need of reinforcement would undoubtedly turn their gaze toward him. Yet, his greatest concern lay with the attitude of his boss, Seville. A kid who has merely strung together a few impressive games thinks he can demand more? This was Seville's reaction upon reviewing the news. He believed that securing a Huaxia-born player from humble beginnings would be a straightforward affair. According to Seville's information, Shen Lang was an orphan, sustaining himself through diligent work and student loans while attending university in Huaxia. In his view, if the team acted swiftly to finalize the contract, Shen Lang could be acquired at a remarkably reasonable price. Thus, McDonough's task today was to secure Shen Lang at minimal cost. Just then, a knock echoed through the office. McDonough tidied his papers and adjusted his attire, calmly stating, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Shen Lang, who had regained his vitality after a night's rest. "General Manager, you called for me?" Shen Lang was not particularly familiar with McDonough, having paid little attention to the team's management during his time as a fan. Since joining the team, he had scarcely encountered this behind-the-scenes figure, let alone the team's true owner, the renowned businessman Seville. "Shen, how have you been adapting to the team?" McDonough inquired, observing the seemingly youthful and somewhat naive young man, gesturing for him to take a seat. This young talent had been instrumental in bringing a streak of home victories to the team. "It's been good. Everyone has been quite welcoming." Shen Lang replied with a smile as he settled into the chair. "Your 15-day contract has only 5 days remaining. Today, we need to discuss the matter of your contract extension." McDonough did not beat around the bush. He directly stated the purpose of the meeting. "Typically, such matters would require consulting your agent, but it appears you do not yet have one, so I must speak with you directly." Shen Lang nodded, feeling that he had adapted quite well to the team. Securing a contract renewal swiftly seemed to be a commendable choice, as it would enable him to move out on his own once he received his salary. The team, having considered various factors, proposed 2 options for him to choose from. Holding the 2 contracts in his hands, McDonough felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he understood it was ultimately the arrangement made by his employer. One option entailed completing the remaining regular season of the current year, for which the team would offer a remuneration of 100,000. The other option involved a 3-year contract, with the team willing to provide a total value of 3 million. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, then with a hint of amusement, inquired, "Are you serious, General Manager? This contract offer is not merely low, it carries an element of insult. Considering his performances in previous matches and the fact that he was not a product of the draft, thus free from the constraints of hefty salary limitations, he believed that while securing the maximum salary from the team might be unrealistic, at the very least a mid-tier contract would be a guaranteed win for the team. A mere 100,000 for the remainder of the regular season, or $3 million over 3 years, felt nothing short of extortion. Chapter 29. Finalizing the contract. Mike Dono took considerable time to gather his thoughts. Shen, as you know, your compatriot received a mere $680,000 for his contract with the Mavericks this year. Shen Lang regarded McDonough with a sense of amusement and said, I harbor no disdain for my fellow compatriots. Yet do you truly believe that his on-field performance and contributions to the team can be compared to mine? Upon concluding this statement, Shen Lang rose and continued, General Manager, I perceive that the team's sincerity is insufficient to sway me. Nevertheless, I shall honor the 15-day contract we previously signed. I possess a strong sense of professional ethics. Of that you may rest assured. With that, Shen Lang turned and exited, pushing the door behind him. Sighing, McDonough sank into the chair behind him, staring vacantly at the ceiling. His boss had many admirable qualities, yet he was remarkably stingy, truly believing that all players were merely brawny and simple-minded. Upon leaving the general manager's office, Shen Lang felt quite disheartened, yet a thought began to take shape in his mind. It seemed prudent to seek out an agent, for otherwise, he would be burdened with such vexing matters alone. He was soon to confront the issue of contract renewal, and with his performance, he was confident that various commercial endorsements would soon come knocking at his door. Not to mention, contracts often contain myriad intricacies, even if he were capable of deciphering them. Without a professional to assist in navigating these affairs, it would be all too easy to lose focus. Shen, I presume McDonough has summoned you to discuss the renewal? Shen Lang had not ventured far when he spotted Nash, clad in casual attire. Due to the impending match tomorrow and his discomfort in the shoulder, Nash had opted out of the morning training session with the team, planning instead to depart directly for Portland with them in the afternoon. How does it feel to sign a contract on your birthday? Nash cheerfully inquired, believing that the team was likely to offer Shen Lang a commendable contract. Old Nash, you might be disappointed. It seems the team does not regard me as particularly significant. Shen Lang shrugged his shoulders as a fellow worker. There was no need to express dissatisfaction with the team to others. What? Nash exclaimed, have they lost their minds? With that, Nash hastily grabbed Shen Lang and made his way to the general manager's office. While others might be oblivious, he was acutely aware of Shen Lang's current market value. More than one star player from other teams had already inquired about Shen Lang's contact information, including major basketball cities like Los Angeles, New York, and Miami. These teams had no shortage of funds, and if they did not seize the opportunity to acquire Shen Lang, they would undoubtedly regret missing out on such a valuable asset. Mike, whose idea is this? Nash inquired, his expression darkening as he glanced at the two contracts on the table. He was not someone who typically interfered with team decisions. But after waiting so long for a reliable teammate, it was disheartening to see him treated with such a disrespectful contract. Steve, you know that Seville doesn't quite understand basketball. He is merely a businessman, Mike D'Antoni awkwardly explained to Nash, recognizing that as the team's star player, Nash's worth exceeded his own as general manager. I'll call Seville, Nash declared, his face taut as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hi, Steve. The team has been performing well lately. You've worked hard. The call was quickly answered, and laughter, along with some indistinct sounds, echoed from the other end. Robert, I think you've misunderstood. As the team owner, you should pay more attention to our games. The team's recent success entirely hinges on Shen's performance. Nash took a deep breath, his tone serious as he continued. I haven't yet thanked you for discovering such a gem of a player with a 15-day contract. A sudden silence fell on the line, as Seville evidently sensed the gravity of Nash's tone and halted his surrounding festivities. I believe that with Shen's assistance this season, we not only stand a chance of making the playoffs but might even progress further, Nash added. After a moment of quiet, Seville's voice finally came through. All right, Steve. I understand your point. I hope that young man from Huaxia does not disappoint me. With that, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Ding. The next moment, the phone on Mike D'Antoni's desk rang. He shrugged, cleared his throat, and answered the call. Yes, boss, I understand. I will do my best to arrange everything. Mike nodded repeatedly as he held the phone, finally hanging up gently. Shen, I believe we can sit down and discuss matters anew. With a light chuckle, Shen Lang remarked, I certainly have no objections, but I sincerely hope that this time, We shall refrain from indulging in any jokes I cannot comprehend. McDonough raised his gaze towards Nash, who patted Shen Lang's shoulder before exiting the office. It is preferable that negotiations regarding the contract occur without the presence of outsiders. Shen, I shall present you with two options for your consideration. After a moment of contemplation, McDonough began to speak slowly, his tone remarkably earnest. The first option is a short-term contract, rendering the previous agreement void. You are required to fulfill all remaining matches of this season, with a starting salary of $1 million. Should you reach the playoffs, an additional reward of $1 million will be granted for each round you advance. If you secure the division championship, there is an extra bonus of $1 million, and winning the championship will earn you $3 million. Furthermore, there are several minor incentive clauses pertaining to personal performance. Shen Lang nodded in acknowledgement. Although the proposed contract was modest and laden with numerous restrictions, he found it to be relatively reasonable overall. Moreover, he harbored no aversion to a reward system directly tied to performance. The alternative was a 3-year contract, with the team willing to offer a total of $21 million, of which $16 million was guaranteed and $5 million contingent upon incentives. It must be said that McDonough exhibited considerable skill, as the second contract offer was also quite fair. Were it another player, they would likely contemplate the more secure 3-year deal. However, Shen Lang was different. With a system at his disposal, he was acutely aware that a shorter contract would be most advantageous for him. With each victory, his prowess would only amplify, rendering even the most substantial contract a mere aspiration. Furthermore, the owner's previous actions had instilled a sense of unease within him. It was evident that this team was not his ultimate destination. I choose the first contract, he declared decisively, his expression remaining composed. Although McDonough felt a tinge of regret, he understood Shen Lang's choice. Let us first reach a verbal agreement. I will subsequently announce the news, and once you have completed 4 away games with the team, we shall formalize the contract. Shen Lang nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. Comprehensive Enhancement. The transformation from a penniless youth to a millionaire did not evoke any joy within Shen Lang. Emerging from the general manager's office, his expression remained as somber as ever. Since acquiring the system, he had entertained thoughts of experiencing life or indulging in a whimsical venture. However, today, he had never yearned so desperately for respect. To earn the genuine respect of these foreign individuals, he needed to deliver a resounding blow with absolute strength. It was time for an upgrade, dear host. The system mall is at your service round the clock. Indeed, in this era, wealth commands authority. With 1,100 victory points in hand, the system had become surprisingly courteous. First, let me exchange for the fadeaway jump shot from the esteemed old master Chiao. While the system certainly offered Chiao's fadeaway jump shot, Shen Lang placed greater emphasis on Kobe's fadeaway jump shot, particularly its ability to enhance the probability of consecutive shots following a successful basket. According to his conjecture, Chiao's fadeaway jump shot was likely more about resisting interference than anything else. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kobe fadeaway jump shot skill, level 1. Current balance of victory points, 1,000. Let us elevate it to level 2. Kobe fadeaway jump shot skill, level 2. By significantly leaning back, the shooting space is expanded, enhancing the interference resistance rate by 35. Each successful shot increases the likelihood of the next shot being successful by 2, stacking up to a maximum of 10. Marvel at this exquisite masterpiece. Whether the shot goes in is for me to decide. In comparison to the original skill of Kobe, the effects of this level 2 version were indeed significantly diminished. Now, I still require a conventional 3-point shooting skill. Does the system have any recommendations? While Ray Allen's corner 3-point skill is formidable, its singular shooting point makes it susceptible to countermeasures. Shen Lang required a more versatile 3-point skill that could cover the entire court. Would the host like to opt for a paid consultation service? Each inquiry costs 100 victory points. Why don't you go steal it directly? What do you think I'm doing right now? Never mind. I'm feeling affluent today, but your recommendations better not disappoint. Otherwise, I shall uninstall you at the first opportunity. The system, undeterred by Shen Lang's threats, promptly provided a recommendation. Thompson, are you referring to that rookie from the Warriors who bears a slight resemblance to the Buddha? Drafted by the Warriors in 2011. Thompson's role on the team was clear. He was an exceptional 3D player. Although his rookie season was relatively commendable, it hardly placed him among the historical elite of 3-point shooters to warrant the system's high praise. I'll trust you this once. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Thompson 3-point shooting skill, level 1. Current balance of victory points, 700. self-perceived as relatively affluent. Shen Lang paid little heed to the minor consumption and swiftly redirected his attention to the newly acquired skills. Thompson's three-point shooting skill, level 1. Upon receiving the ball beyond the arc, one can immediately release a shot with a 30 increase in accuracy and a 30 enhancement in interference resistance. However, each dribble after catching the ball incurs a 10 rise in the turnover rate. The Buddha's radiance is indeed distinctive, and the dribbling error aspect is quite peculiar. The skill's enhancement effects are undeniably formidable, yet it intriguingly includes a debuff effect. Fortunately, when positioned beyond the three-point line to receive the ball, one typically opts not to dribble further. Otherwise, one's second double-double could very well be marred by turnovers. Another defensive skill was recommended and promptly exchanged. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Danny Green's perimeter defense skill. Current victory points balance, 500. This skill's owner, Shen Lang, was somewhat familiar, having encountered him face-to-face during the previous match. However, due to his explosive performance and a tendency to focus more on Duncan and Leonard, he had seldom matched up against Green, leaving a rather faint impression. Danny Green's perimeter defense skill, level 1. When defending against perimeter players, there is a certain probability of predicting passing routes, increasing the steal probability by 5. There is also a 10 chance to disrupt the opponent's outside shooting skills, reducing the match player's shooting accuracy by 4. By the heavens, a defensive skill possessing 3 debuff effects is indeed astonishing to Shen Lang. It appears that, like Thompson, Danny Green is destined to shine brightly in the league in the future. After exchanging for this skill, Shen Lang found that he had virtually no glaring weaknesses remaining. The next step would be to continuously elevate the levels of each skill. After much contemplation, he upgraded Allen Iverson's right side breakthrough and Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jumper to level 3, while Thompson's three-point shooting and Danny Green's perimeter defense were enhanced to level 2. The effects of these 4 skills were consequently bolstered to varying degrees. The 1,100 victory points Shen Lang had painstakingly acquired were once again depleted. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Feeling as though he had quickly reverted to a state of destitution, Shen Lang sighed in resignation. Upon returning to the training ground, he greeted Gentry and Nash on the sidelines, briefly discussing contract renewal matters before substituting into the game and venting his energy on his unsuspecting teammates. Catching and shooting a three-pointer from the perimeter, swish. Stealing the ball from Hill for a fast break dunk, a mid-range fadeaway jumper. The recently acquired skill has rendered Shen Lang in the intra-team training match as if he were a celestial being descending from the heavens. This performance elicited wry smiles from both Gentry and Nash, who perceived Shen Lang's display as a clear rebuttal to the foolish decisions made by the team's management. Following the morning's training match, Shen Lang engaged in several additional drills to further enhance his basic attributes before taking a shower, packing his belongings, and preparing to accompany the team to Portland. The team's chartered flight was surprisingly modest, as Shen Lang had previously envisioned it to be synonymous with luxury and opulence. In reality, this small charter plane proved rather inhospitable for the NBA's towering athletes, often exceeding 6 feet in height. Its only advantage lay in its remarkable speed. Upon arrival in Portland, the team briefly acclimatized to the arena before retreating to their hotel to rest. After a night of deep slumber, the fatigue from their travels began to dissipate, and the players gathered their jerseys and sneakers, boarding a bus en route to the venue. The morning schedule included a short acclimatization period, with the official game set to commence in the afternoon. This busy itinerary made the time pass swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the match was about to begin. Chapter 31. How to politely decline a starting position. Greetings, dear viewers. Welcome to today's match. The competing teams are the home team, the Trailblazers, and the visiting Suns. In the studio today, alongside the steadfast commentators Yu Jia and Coach Zhang, we have invited Yang Yi, the deputy editor of a renowned magazine. This should be Yang's first time commentating on a game featuring Shen Lang, correct? As the lead broadcaster, Yu Jia needed to actively engage the guest commentator in the discussion. Indeed, during the previous games I commented on, Shen Lang had not yet joined the team. Yang Yi nodded, immediately leveraging his informational advantage. However, I come bearing the latest news regarding Shen Lang. Oh, do share. Yu Jia responded, perfectly accommodating. According to the Suns' latest updates, they have renewed Shen Lang's contract, which reportedly encompasses all remaining games of the season, along with incentives for the playoffs, in a short-term agreement. Yang Yi stated with a hint of pride that, while this information might not qualify as a secret, Being among the first to know undoubtedly highlights his connections within the basketball community. It is indeed surprising that Shen Lang's performance did not compel the Suns to offer a long-term deal. Yu Jia expressed genuine astonishment at this revelation. Could it be that Shen Lang was unwilling to sign a long-term contract? Yang Yi exhibited a smile that he deemed enigmatic. Zhang and Yu, well aware of Yang Yi's penchant for seeking the limelight, exchanged knowing glances and redirected their focus to the court. Observably, the starting lineup for the Suns team today still lacked Shen Lang, indicating that Coach Gentry is one who resists change. Yu harbored a slight dissatisfaction with this arrangement. It seemed a travesty to bench a player who had delivered explosive performances in consecutive games, particularly one who had recently scored over 50 points. Earning the title of the youngest player to achieve such a feat, had Gentry been privy to Yu's sentiments, he would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. For when he attempted to inform Shen Lang of his starting role prior to the game, Shen Lang declined with a series of excuses, citing fatigue from the previous match. The challenges of adapting to his first away game, and the fact that the Trail Blazers were not a formidable opponent. Gentry, having coached for many years, found it quite unprecedented to encounter a player so indifferent to the prospect of starting. The starting lineup for the Trail Blazers, too, was rather disheartening. Hickson, Matthews, Luke Babbitt, Johnny Flynn, and Joel Freeland. Shen Lang took a careful glance and realized that among the entire Trail Blazers team, the only player he could name was Crawford, who sat on the bench. It was indeed a situation where the team was lacking in strength. Reflecting on his earlier disdain for his own roster, Shen Lang felt he had perhaps set his expectations too high. As anticipated, the game unfolded as Shen Lang had imagined, with the situation completely skewed. The previously bullied Gortat exhibited newfound tenacity, dominating the paint as if it were his own domain. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 24-35, with the Suns holding an 11-point lead. As the second quarter commenced, Shen Lang took the court, facing off against Crawford, the only player he recognized, who had won the 6th Man of the Year award in 2010. Observing Crawford's flamboyant dribbling, particularly his adept behind-the-back moves, Shen Lang silently noted his name as a candidate for future dribbling skills. However, with his own level 2 perimeter defense akin to Danny Green's, Shen Lang found Crawford struggling somewhat. Following his flashy dribbling, Crawford's mid-range shots often veered off target, and he occasionally appeared stiff in his movements. In contrast, Shen Lang, utilizing his fadeaway jump shot and sporadically launching surprise three-pointers, played with remarkable ease. In just one quarter of play, he effortlessly amassed 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, further widening the score gap, signaling that the game was approaching garbage time. In the third quarter, Gentry chose not to field Shen Lang again. Yet the Trail Blazers showed no signs of narrowing the score, as the third quarter concluded with the score at 80-100 and a 20-point deficit established. Gentry dismissed the notion of sending his main players, including Shen Lang, back onto the court. Ultimately, with the Sun starters resting, the Trail Blazers managed to prevent the score from escalating further. The final score was 100-120, marking a decisive victory for the Suns, who celebrated their 6th consecutive win, finally positioning themselves in the 8th spot in the Western Conference, a game ahead of the 9th-place Jazz. The entire Suns team rejoiced at the prospect of re-entering the playoff threshold. Meanwhile, Shen Lang on the bench grappled with a persistent dilemma. How could he reasonably decline to start in future matches? Citing fatigue was not a viable excuse, especially with the remaining games being challenging. Claiming exhaustion only to perform exceptionally would appear illogical. Using pre-game stomach issues might work once or twice, but over time would raise suspicions. Burdened by this worry, Shen Lang absent-mindedly walked towards the player tunnel. "Hello, Shen Lang, could you sign an autograph for my child?" On one side of the aisle, a somewhat haggard middle-aged man from the Huaxia region waved a number 6 jersey of the Suns, shouting loudly. Upon hearing the rare dialect, Shen Lang immediately came to a halt. Following the sound, he beheld the weary visage of the father, accompanied by a somewhat bashful young boy. Certainly. Shen Lang raised his hand to accept the jersey and signature pin from the other party. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, he suddenly looked up and inquired of the boy, "What is your name, little one?" To his surprise, upon hearing Shen Lang's question, the young boy startled and hid behind his father, peeking out timidly with half of his little head visible, gazing at Shen Lang. "What has transpired here? Am I truly so intimidating?" Shen Lang scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. "I apologize, Shen Lang. My son has autism, which is why he behaves this way. However, he is particularly fond of watching your matches, which is why I brought him here today. What is his name?" Shen Lang glanced at the little boy with a touch of compassion. Lin Chuang, with Lin from the duel woods, and Chuang meaning to venture forth. Shen Lang nodded, pondering for a moment before inscribing a message on the jersey with a marker. Lin Chuang, may you soon conquer yourself and become a legend. After signing his name, Shen Lang returned the jersey. Thank you. The boy's father expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Shen Lang with a loud voice, visibly moved. Shen Lang waved his hand and strode towards the corridor. The boy named Lin Chuang clutched the jersey tightly in his hands, and there seemed to be a glimmer of light in his eyes. Autism, alas, the poor child. Mental illness is indeed a formidable challenge. Upon returning to the locker room, Shen Lang let out a deep sigh. Ah, yes, mental illness. Chapter 32. Coach, I am unwell. Indeed, good deeds are sure to be rewarded. Shen Lang suddenly felt a sense of clarity. The foreigners place immense importance on mental health issues, which certainly presents an excellent excuse. Now that a solution has been found, it is time to resolve the matter swiftly. He soon located the beaming Kintley, whose recent string of victories had led him to believe he had become a legendary coach in history. Coach, I would like to have a word with you. Shen Lang adjusted his emotions, allowing himself to appear somewhat more despondent before he slowly began to speak. Jean Taylor, noticing the slight look of astonishment on Shen Lang's face, who he greatly valued as a capable asset, immediately rose to his feet and led Shen Lang towards the adjacent vacant room. Shen, are you feeling unwell? Jean Taylor inquired, his first suspicion being that Shen Lang might be dealing with an injury, especially since he had mentioned prior to the game that he was feeling somewhat fatigued. No, coach, I am not injured, Shen Lang replied. Shen Lang waved his hand, signaling Jean Taylor to remain calm. Upon hearing this, Jean Taylor let out a long sigh of relief and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, what has transpired? You seem rather displeased. I must confess something to you. Shen Lang said with a serious expression that he must not reveal any flaws in front of this experienced performer. Jean Taylor. Coach, I am unwell. Jean Taylor stated with a grave demeanor. Shen Lang's expression was grave, and his tone unwavering as he spoke. What? I am ill. What illness? Jean Taylor's heart, which had just settled, once again hung in suspense. Within the NBA, there exists a notable number of players afflicted by peculiar ailments. For instance, Jeff Green of the Celtics missed an entire season after being diagnosed with an aneurysm. Additionally, Nene underwent surgery in 2008 due to testicular cancer, emerging as a one-testicle warrior. In various other leagues, numerous athletes have discovered conditions that irrevocably altered their professional careers. You must be curious as to why my basketball skills only allow me to be a substitute in the Chinese University Basketball League, right? At this moment, Shen Lang had meticulously devised the lies he was about to fabricate in his mind. He began his narrative with a serious gaze fixed upon Jean Taylor, who felt somewhat unnerved under Shen Lang's scrutiny. Allow me to elaborate, Shen Lang said. There's a bench nearby. Let us sit and converse. Shen Lang cleared his throat and continued speaking. Since childhood, I have been an ardent lover of basketball, dedicating a considerable amount of time to honing my skills. This passion allowed me to smoothly transition into university, where I joined the school's basketball team. Initially, I was merely a substitute player. Yet my evident potential soon earned me the opportunity to start in games. At this juncture, Shen Lang seemed to recall some painful memory, cradling his head in his arms. The moment I stood on the court for the opening jump ball, an inexplicable discomfort washed over me, leading to a dismal performance in that match. If you doubt my words, you may verify my inaugural game as a starter during my freshman year. A highly intelligent individual who lies will often deliberately reference verifiable facts as support, and Shen Lang was indeed such a man with the potential of a great player. He had started once in his freshman year, but that was only because the entire team suffered food poisoning due to issues at the away game hotel, leaving the main players bedridden, necessitating his substitution. The team's overall performance was abysmal, not solely due to his presence, but because everyone played poorly. It was during that match that I became aware of a peculiar psychological affliction I possessed. If I participated in the jump ball, I could scarcely unleash even a fraction of my true capabilities. Conversely, if I bypassed that moment, merely observing from the sidelines posed no detriment. Upon hearing this, Gentry appeared astonished, yet he felt no doubt. To him, psychological disorders could manifest in myriad forms. This explains why, despite my relentless efforts to refine my skills and surpass nearly all my peers, I consistently concealed my true abilities, remaining a substitute on the team. At this point, Shen Lang raised his head once more, his expression tinged with resignation. Before arriving in the NBA, I had positioned myself as a substitute, believing that securing a stable place as a bench player was already quite commendable. With a complex expression, Shen Lang shrugged and sighed. I never anticipated that the level of the NBA would be so subpar. My abilities are more than sufficient to qualify as a starting player. Do you truly believe that? Gentry thought to himself, smirking inwardly. Yet, in all honesty, I am incapable of starting, at least not at this moment. Gentry took a moment to digest Shen Lang's words before sympathetically patting him on the shoulder. Shen, your situation indeed appears to be a psychological issue. However, you may not have previously received treatment from a professional. I will ensure to connect you with the appropriate experts. He continued, moreover, rest assured that until this matter is resolved, as long as I, Gentry, am here, you shall never take to the starting lineup. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed from outside the door. Both Shen Lang and Gentry quickly reacted, only to discover that the culprit behind the covert photography had already fled the scene in haste. I've struck gold. A sensational scoop. The journalist, who had stumbled upon Gentry's last remark while seeking a restroom, was brimming with excitement, convinced he had uncovered a remarkable story. Damn those tabloid reporters. The security for the Blazers is utterly inadequate. Gentry spat in frustration. Rest easy, Shen. Even if they catch wind of this news, they wouldn't dare publish it indiscriminately, as it pertains to personal privacy and is thus protected. Oblivious to the storm that loomed ahead, Gentry continued to console Shen Lang. Thank you, coach. I promise I will dedicate myself to playing well from now on. Shen Lang nodded heavily, joyfully returning to the locker room, humming a tune while taking a shower. At last, he was liberated from the daily necessity of explaining why he could not be a starter. Each training match and official game, he had to concoct absurd excuses, which drained his energy. He longed to focus solely on the game. Once my physical data reaches a level that requires no enhancement from innate talent, I shall reveal to the coach that I am well again. I truly am a clever little rascal. Moreover, this excuse of mine is utterly flawless. Once my hard skills improve, I can attribute my success to the psychologist, and then stepping into the starting lineup will be a natural progression. Chapter 33. Misunderstanding escalates. The Suns' next match was a visit to Oklahoma to challenge the surging Thunder, set for the following day. To ensure the players could rest adequately, the team opted to lodge at a hotel near the Chesapeake Energy Arena. Thus, shortly after the post-game interviews concluded, the entire Suns roster boarded a charter flight to their next away game, with the players dutifully resting on the plane. It was precisely after they boarded the aircraft that a sensational news story erupted on American social media and among fans in China, with a tendency to proliferate further. As long as I, Gentry, am here, you will never be a starter. A journalist released a recording of Gentry's statement, accompanied by a photograph of Shen Lang with his head buried in his arms in a cramped space. The allegations were palpable, Gentry deliberately suppressing the team's rising star. Calls for the league to investigate Gentry for professional oppression arose. The long-standing grievances between Gentry and Shen Lang were brought to light. Susan, the rebellious daughter of the White House, how did she capture the heart of the young player? Various news articles proliferated online, revolving around this singular recording and a somewhat unclear photograph. Additionally, previous rumors regarding Shen Lang and Gentry's wife resurfaced. To complicate matters, Gentry's wife is none other than the daughter of the 38th President of the United States. Thus, the news's propagation far exceeded the usual realm of sports gossip, even garnering significant attention in social and political news sectors. Meanwhile, the two individuals at the center of this storm were on the plane, deep in slumber, wearing eye masks. Domestic netizens were quick to voice their opinions on this sudden development. I've always thought that old Gentry was no good, and it turns out he is indeed suppressing our Lang Shun. ISNT America always shouting about human rights? This time, I want to see what the league has to say. Clearly, earning American dollars is no easy feat. One must possess not only substantial skill, but also overcome racial discrimination. Let us all rally together on the official website to support Lang Shun. We cannot allow our compatriot to suffer on foreign soil. I told you. Scoring over 50 points in a single game and yet not being a starter? If that is not shady, I don't know what is. The above commentary reflects the sentiments of many fans who express outrage at the oppressive conduct within the workplace. However, some individuals have shifted their focus elsewhere. Upon investigation, I discovered that Susan was born in 1957, making her 55 years old this year, showcasing Shen Lang's rather unique taste. The previous commenter seems oblivious. It must have been Susan's initiative, as only a youthful figure like our Shen Lang could withstand such advances at her age. I concur with the previous sentiment, Susan. Being a professional photographer with a prestigious background must have coerced Shen Lang into submission. I must commend the internet community for their remarkable ability to uncover every detail about the individuals involved in this incident, demonstrating efficiency that surpasses even that of renowned American investigators. My sympathies lie with Shen Lang. One cannot truly comprehend the joys of another unless they themselves are in that position. Similarly, one cannot fathom Shen Lang's happiness unless they walk in his shoes. Indeed, the youth often overlook the allure of mature women, mistakenly cherishing the youth instead. Shen Lang has made an astute choice. Is this truly what one would consider maturity? It seems rather excessive. Shen Lang, do not despair. I shall not judge you. Click on my profile to view my photographs. I have done so. However, the images may be too provocative. I advise the previous commenter to refrain from meddling. I have already attained enlightenment, having just finished reading. I have compiled several professional inquiries that I would appreciate the young lady addressing. 1. How frequently are engineering tunnels assessed? 2. Are there any instances of water intrusion during regular construction? 3. During a 7-day snow blockade, are alternate routes accessible? 4. When was the tunnel first inaugurated? 5. Could the lack of preheating machinery result in construction hazards? 6. If the ignition key is abruptly removed from a vehicle in the tunnel, will the onboard music cease simultaneously? 7. Is project pricing based on a fixed unit price or a time-based package? It appears that the previous commenter has wandered into the wrong discussion. The need for further education is evident. Why do the officials seem so hesitant in their responses? In this era, technical workers are indeed remarkable. The digression from the topic at hand is an inevitable flaw within the domestic online community. What began as a discussion regarding a sports issue has inexplicably morphed into a discourse on civil engineering, leaving many perplexed. After approximately 2 hours of flight, the aircraft finally landed at the Oklahoma airport. Upon opening the cabin door, the team members were taken aback to find the airport swarmed with reporters, despite the late hour. What is going on? Cautiously, everyone descended the plane steps, only to realize that the reporters' focus was primarily on their head coach and Shen Lang. Coach Gentry, how do you respond to this revelation? Shen Lang, aside from Coach Gentry, are there any other instances of oppression within the team? Coach Gentry, do you not fear disheartening other players by undermining a key contributor to the team's victories? Coach Gentry, would you consider divorcing your wife to facilitate her relationship with Shen Lang? Shen Lang, rumors suggest you are exceptionally brave. Do you possess any tips for enhancing one's abilities? Both Gentry and Shen Lang appeared utterly oblivious to the questions posed by the reporters. As the situation unfolded, the expressions on their faces became quite remarkable. Please refrain from rushing to ask. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Upon our arrival at the hotel, we will promptly hold a press conference to clarify the situation. Fortunately, Gentry, seasoned by numerous grand events, swiftly raised his hand to quell the reporter's frenzy and made the most appropriate arrangements. Amused yet exasperated, Gentry boarded the bus. Glancing at the innocent-faced Shen Lang, beginning to regret his initial decision to treat him as a secret weapon and prolong the charade. Susan, listen to me. After coordinating the press conference with the logistics team, Gentry immediately called his wife. I would never doubt you. Furthermore, you have never even met, correct? I did not deliberately oppress the players. The specifics are difficult to convey in just a few sentences. You will understand everything during the press conference. After ending the call, Gentry sighed and turned to Shen Lang. It seems, Shen, that your secret is no longer secure. What secret? We can simply reveal it. Shen Lang felt no psychological burden about exposing what had been meticulously fabricated. Fear of discrimination? That is inconceivable. In any context, such special groups deserve empathy and protection. Those who harbor discriminatory attitudes towards individuals with mental health issues are the true pariahs deserving of disdain from all. Chapter 34. Facing the thunder. As soon as the bus arrived at the hotel, Shen Lang and Gentry promptly attended the hastily arranged press conference. Confronted with a barrage of challenging inquiries from the reporters, the duo patiently provided clarifications. However, when the topic of Shen Lang's mental health arose, a palpable sense of sympathy flickered in the eyes of several female journalists. Nevertheless, the reporters remained skeptical of their explanations. Particularly, the revelation of Shen Lang's short-term contract with the team only fueled the speculation, intertwining the mundane nature of the contract with the news of discord between the two parties, creating an impression of mutual corroboration. Yet, constrained by Shen Lang's adamant denial of any mistreatment, they found themselves at an impasse. As news of the press conference spread back home, a considerable number of individuals harbored suspicions that Shen Lang might be under duress, or even subjected to brainwashing or manipulation. This faction of netizens even formed an online group dubbed Save Shen Lang. By the time the press conference concluded, it was already past 4 in the morning. As Shen Lang yawned and glanced at the time, a sudden urge to call Kobe and inquire if he had awakened for training surged within him. Fortunately, he did not possess the other party's phone number. The following day, both Gentry and Shen Lang were absent from the morning's team practice. It was not until the afternoon that they appeared before the others, sporting dark circles under their eyes. The Thunder team has recently been on a winning streak, rendering the upcoming match quite formidable. Hence, everyone must be mentally prepared. This youthful squad, led by the trio known as the Thunder's Big Three, exudes a palpable ambition to contend for the championship this year. The Suns, having finally secured the 8th position in their division, risk being overtaken by the lurking Jazz should they falter in this match. The Thunder's players are relatively young, possessing the advantages of stamina and vigor, yet they lack experience and are prone to impulsive decisions. They also struggle in prolonged contests. As Gentry guided the players through game footage, he analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the Thunder system, upgrade Thompson's three-point shooting skill by 1 level, sensing that tomorrow's encounter would be a grueling battle. Shen Lang channeled all the insights from his previous victory into honing his skills, achieving a level 3 proficiency. The enhancements were sufficient to tackle some of the more challenging regular season confrontations. After concluding the tactical analysis, Shen Lang completed several training tasks on the court reserved for the team that would not affect the match the following day, before finally opting to shower and rest. Player name: Shen Lang. Height: 197 centimeters. Weight: 93 kilograms. Speed: 60. Strength: 60. Jump: 72. Shooting: 60. Ball handling: 61. Stamina: 55. Defense: 55. Exclusive talent: 1. Absolute substitute: when the host enters the game as a substitute, all physical attributes double. With a maximum skill output of 100, the surge in physical capabilities can be perfectly controlled, and the data influence is restricted to basketball. Skills: 1. Ray Allen's Corner 3. Increases corner 3-point shooting percentage by 30, enhances interference resistance by 50, and doubles the effect during clutch moments. A Gentleman's Sword. Invisible yet lethal. 2. Rodman's Rebound Positioning. Level 2. After a teammate's shot, there is a 30 chance to accurately predict the ball's landing spot. After an opponent's shot, there is a 25 chance to predict the ball's landing spot. Little darling, you shall not escape my grasp. 3. Iverson's Right Side Breakthrough Skill. Level 3. Through feints, swiftly break past defenders from the right side. Upon successful penetration, jump shot accuracy increases by 20, and the chance of being stripped drops by 40. With a certain probability of faking out the defender. A heads up, I will be passing you on the right side shortly. 4. Carter's Practical Dunk Skill. Level 1 can only be triggered when the player's jump is at maximum value. Once activated, it reduces the chance of being blocked during a dunk by 10, significantly enhancing the spectacle. Allow me to show you what a true dunk looks like. 5. Kobe's Fadeaway Jump Shot Skill. Level 3 by executing a pronounced backward lean to create space for the shot, the interference resistance rate increases by 40. Each successful basket enhances the probability of consecutive hits by 3, with a maximum cumulative effect of 15. Take a moment to appreciate this extraordinary masterpiece. Whether it goes in or not, the decision rests solely with me. 6. Thompson's Three-Point Shooting Skill. Level 3 upon receiving the ball beyond the arc. An immediate shot results in an accuracy increase of 40 and an interference resistance boost of 40. For every dribble taken after receiving the pass, the turnover rate escalates by 8. The brilliance of the Buddha shines forth, yet dribbling errors persist. 7. Danny Green's Perimeter Defense Skill. Level 2 when defending against perimeter players. There exists a certain probability of discerning the passing trajectory, thereby enhancing the steal chance by 7. There is a 12 likelihood of disrupting the opponent's perimeter shooting skills, consequently reducing the shooting accuracy of the matched player by 6. The Emperor is present. While enjoying a bath, Shen Lang admired his current statistical template. The water here is truly delightful. As he relished the bath, Shen Lang earnestly complimented the experience. On April 19, 2012, the Suns were set to confront the Thunder in an away game. Shen, how do you assess your opponents today? Prior to the match, reporters eagerly posed questions to the recently trending Shen Lang. An overwhelming display of talent. Shen Lang responded with a pragmatic approach. The innate talent of the Thunder team is undeniably evident, with 3 members possessing the potential to become top-tier stars in the future. Durant, How do you assess Shen Lang of the Suns? On the other hand, the reporters favored questioning the emotionally volatile Du Xiaoshui. I am not very familiar with him and can only form an impression based on this match. Durant remains somewhat cautious regarding those who maintain high visibility on social media. Let us give our all. Securing this match will strengthen our position in the playoffs. In the players' tunnel, Shen Lang has clearly assumed the role of the team's spiritual leader, standing at the center among his teammates, raising his arms to rally their spirits. Following prior discussions, Gentry has eliminated the need to inquire whether Shen Lang will start. The game soon approached its commencement. The Thunder's starting players appeared on the court for their final warm-up: Durant, Westbrook, Ibaka, Parsons, and Sabonis. The starting lineup remains unchanged, while the other member of the Thunder trio, the bearded Harden, is still relegated to the bench by the coach. This is due to his positional overlap with Westbrook, and as a substitute, his contributions to the team can be maximized. It seems my main opponent will be this bearded player. From the bench, Shen Lang's gaze turned towards Harden. Simultaneously, Harden looked back at Shen Lang. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. The substitute deity, a model for our generation. The lady killer, far surpassing me. Each mused internally. Chapter 35, recommending domestic phones to Durant. Beep. The pregame warm-up swiftly concluded, and with the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Even though Gortat exerted all his strength, he could not secure the jump ball against Ibaka. I should check if there are any special talents of Ibaka available in the system. Watching from the bench, Shen Lang suddenly recalled a photograph of Ibaka, which had earned him the nickname 28K. Westbrook gained possession of the ball, and upon crossing half-court, he directly passed it to Durant, who was requesting the ball at the arc. Currently, Durant's performance on the offensive end is unequivocally at an elite level, having claimed the scoring title for the past 2 seasons, and this year, he seems poised to secure his 3rd scoring title. With his height and wingspan, Durant possesses the one-on-one ability to counter any defender, particularly excelling in his breakthroughs and mid-range jump shots following significant directional changes, an almost indefensible offensive strategy. In simple terms, those taller than him cannot match his speed, and those faster than him lack his height. He is capable of leveraging his advantages to excel in singles matches. It is a pity that such a talented basketball player is drawn to the internet. Shen Lang observed Durant's change of direction, which was even more pronounced than his own, and the stable accuracy of his high leaps. He shook his head. In the previous match against the Trailblazers, Gortat delivered a performance of nearly dominative caliber, and it seemed he was still basking in that splendid sensation during this game. After receiving Nash's bounce pass at the free throw line, he boldly attempted to execute a spectacular dunk over Ibaka. Alas, Ibaka proved to be slightly tougher. Upon colliding with Gortat in midair, he cleanly swatted the ball back to the backcourt. Boom. Westbrook, with a burst of speed, chased down the nearly out-of-bounds basketball and executed a thunderous axe dunk. For a clock beep, Gentry immediately called for a timeout. The Thunder feared nothing more than the opposition gaining momentum once this group of fiery young men began to rally. A decisive wave could easily sweep away the game without exaggeration. "Coach, let me take the court." Shen Lang abruptly discarded his training attire, tightening the drawstring of his basketball shorts. Excellent. Naturally, Gentry would not deny Shen Lang's request. He promptly picked up the tactical board to devise several strategies centered around Shen Lang's prowess. "Coach, let's continue to focus on Nash. I will find opportunities to request the ball myself." Nonetheless, it was evident that Shen Lang aimed to first test his newly acquired level 3 Thompson 3-point shooting skill in this match. The strategy could wait until Nash took a breather. Gentry glanced at Shen Lang and nodded emphatically, growing increasingly fond of this young man. In his view, Shen Lang's actions were a gesture of respect towards Nash's position within the team, which was crucial for fostering unity. Especially considering that Shen Lang was merely a youthful lad just past 20, his recent performances had significantly outshone those of his teammates. Indeed, China is a nation of humility and courtesy. Brown, pay attention to how the game should be played. Every day you just charge and recklessly. Don't think that just because you look fierce, you can play fiercely. Just as Gentry was reflecting on Shen Lang's humility, he heard Shen Lang shouting at Brown, who was about to be substituted. The words were both logical and justified. This must be to aid his teammates' growth, undoubtedly. Gentry wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, only to be surprised to see the usually ill-tempered Brown nodding obediently at Shen Lang. A natural leader indeed. Gentry's flattery had once again found its mark. As the game resumed, the player assigned to defend Shen Lang was none other than Durant. "Kevin, let me recommend a Chinese mobile phone to you. It supports multiple account logins, So Yuan-Ti faced the embarrassment of forgetting to switch accounts. Nash orchestrated the play while Shen Lang strolled along the baseline, addressing Durant, who was guarding him. What? Is that true? Durant's eyes lit up. He could hardly resist asking Shen Lang for the shopping link to the phone he mentioned. Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you about such matters? Shen Lang suddenly accelerated, shaking off Durant. He received Nash's timely pass at the baseline and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. The score was now 4-3. On the sidelines, Gentry raised his right fist and vigorously waved it, exclaiming loudly, "VS." The remarkable quality of Shen Lang lies in his apparent ability to seamlessly integrate into the game. Exerting his influence the moment he steps onto the court, Durant appeared unfazed by his previous defensive lapse after receiving the ball. He effortlessly took a shot from beyond the arc against Shen Lang's defense. Swish. Answer ball. 7-3. Once the match concluded, do not forget to share the shopping link with me. After scoring, Durant refrained from uttering any provocative remarks. Instead, he approached Shen Lang with a friendly demeanor, requesting the link. How diminutive. Shen Lang shook his head and replied, "What do you mean by small?" Durant expressed his confusion. The perspective is narrow. It's merely a phone. I can buy one for you later. Shen Lang harbored a genuine fondness for this down-to-earth individual, especially for his remarkably relatable demeanor. Since his arrival in the league, he had scarcely made any friends, yet this fellow, being of a similar age, presented an opportunity for camaraderie. Ah, Shen, you are indeed a magnanimous soul. Durant's face brightened with joy, and he began to envision himself dominating the realm of the internet. As the two engaged in conversation, Shen Lang once more eluded Durant by circling around the paint, and just before Durant could close in, he successfully sank his second three-pointer. 7-6 in just 2 possessions. Thanks to Shen Lang's performance, the Suns managed to keep pace with the Thunder, preventing their opponents from unleashing a devastating offensive surge. Meanwhile, Westbrook, observing Shen Lang and his older brother enjoying their banter, felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. After advancing the ball, he disregarded Durant's request for the ball and charged straight into the paint. Boom. Poor Gortat was caught completely off guard as Westbrook executed a thunderous dunk right in his face. Wow, Westbrook plays with such fervor. In the studio, the U family marveled at what was almost guaranteed to be this Friday's highlight reel dunk. Although the dunk was spectacular, it did seem a bit reckless and ill-advised. The ever-composed coach Zhang remarked, "It's fortunate that Gortat is a good-natured fellow. Otherwise, being posterized like that could easily spark a conflict." To which U family retorted, "If young players only focused on being reasonable, what would that even mean for youth? Passion and vigor are their most treasured assets." Yang Yi expressed his disagreement with Coach Zhang's perspective. Yet, have you noticed that Shen Lang is 4 years younger than Westbrook, yet he plays with remarkable reason? The Yu family redirected the conversation back to Shen Lang. Indeed, as stated, Shen Lang rarely opted for reckless plays, a key factor in his consistently high shooting percentage. Chapter 36. A little game with Harden. With Shen Lang's presence, the Suns avoided a prolonged scoring drought, thus preventing the Thunder's momentum from escalating to an uncontainable level. Shen Lang's scoring primarily relies on three-pointers from both sides of the baseline, occasionally complemented by a fadeaway jumper. His initially acquired Iverson-style right-side penetration skills, however, are seldom employed. Durant, on the other hand, seamlessly integrates driving and shooting, maintaining an impressive shooting percentage even when faced with Shen Lang's defense. Furthermore, an increasingly agitated Westbrook occasionally delivers explosive dunks, rendering the match exceedingly captivating. With 2.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Westbrook and Durant were substituted, and the formidable Harden finally made his entrance. The score stood at 24-20 in favor of Lang as he took a brief respite. The game was far from over. Observing this, Gentry decided to substitute Shen Lang as well, believing that his role was to contend with the opposing team's key players. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Lang ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, given his current condition, if he were to exert himself fully throughout the entire game, it was highly probable that his shooting accuracy would plummet due to fatigue during the critical final moments. However, once Shen Lang exited the court, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. Harden was in exceptional form today, making both of his three-point attempts and converting a 2-1 during a breakthrough, leading the team to a surge of 9-2. Beep. As the first quarter concluded, the deficit for the Suns had suddenly ballooned to an alarming 11 points. "Coach, we cannot afford to fall further behind." During the intermission, Shen Lang forewent the opportunity to enjoy the cheerleader's performance and sought out Gentry directly. If the score continued to widen, no matter how hard he tried, it would be exceedingly difficult to catch up. especially since the Thunder thrived in such advantageous situations. Gentry had also noticed that without Shen Lang, the bench players lacked any stable offensive options, while Harden's every attempt resulted in either a score or a drawn foul. As the second quarter commenced, Shen Lang took to the court once more, tasked with guarding the red-hot Harden. "James, shall we engage in a shooting contest?" Shen Lang typically resorts to banter to initiate confrontations with his opponents. How does one compare? The self-assured and exceptionally skilled Harden expresses a keen interest in Shen Lang, the youngest player to score 50 points, inquiring as he retreats on defense. "Have you ever played H0RSE?" Shen Lang dribbled the ball with an air of nonchalance. "According to the rules of this game, I shall inform you in advance of my forthcoming offensive strategy, and you must adopt the same approach for your next attack." "How does that sound?" Harden scratched his head and quickly replied, "Does that mean I have to learn from you every time? That would be quite disadvantageous for me, as you will surely prepare your defense in advance. After each round, we simply alternate our roles." All right. After all, he was still in his early 20s. Unable to resist provocation, especially since they were leading by a significant margin. However, 5 balls seemed excessive. "I fear you might be substituted out soon. Let us play just 3 balls. That should suffice to complete the WN." Shen Lang smiled knowingly at Harden before glancing at the timer and declaring, "I shall break through from the right side." No sooner had the words left his lips than he forcefully dribbled the basketball, transferring it to his left hand. With his arm guiding his shoulder, he executed an incredibly lifelike feint. In a single stride, he maneuvered past Harden and halted abruptly to release a jump shot. Swish. Now it was your turn. As Shen Lang retreated, he called out to Harden. Harden nodded, dribbling to his designated offensive position while Shen Lang closely adhered to him. "Remember, we agreed on the right side. If it's unfeasible, you can concede." Harden's physique was remarkably robust, particularly his well-developed posterior, signifying his formidable lower body strength. Thud, thud, thud. With powerful dribbles, his arm pushed Shen Lang aside, followed by a similar change of direction, a decisive step to the right, and a sudden halt to take the shot. Shen Lang did not attempt to intercept, nor did he leap to block the shot. Just as Harden executed his change of direction, the system indicated that his perimeter defense skill had been activated. Despite the opponent not closing in and the shooting space being ample, Harden felt that his rhythm for the sudden jump shot was somewhat off. It was undoubtedly because this was not a scoring method in which he excelled. Thud. The basketball inevitably failed to find its mark, and Harden helplessly shook his head. Shen Lang received the ball and advanced while calling out to Harden. It seemed as though Shen Lang was communicating something to Harden, who unexpectedly opted for an identical offensive strategy. The keen-eyed Yu family quickly noticed this intriguing scenario unfolding on the court. According to their prearranged strategy, it was supposed to be Harden's turn to dictate the offensive approach in the second round. Therefore, after Shen Lang dribbled past the half-court line, he began to assess the positioning of his teammates. Brown displayed great enthusiasm in his movements, yet lacked finesse, while it was the younger Lopez who effectively established his position beneath the basket. Shen Lang did not possess exceptional passing skills, with a somewhat forced ground pass. He managed to deliver the ball. After receiving it, the young Lopez dribbled and adjusted his stance, executing a pivot and utilizing the backboard to elegantly place the basketball through the hoop. Impressive indeed. Shen Lang extended a thumbs up toward Shao Lopez. "James, it's your turn. What offensive strategy do you intend to employ this time?" Harden began to doubt the wisdom of his impulsive wager with Shen Lang, especially considering his previous flawless performance. This gamble had directly cost them 4 points. Observing the disapproving gazes of his teammates on the sidelines, he felt a pang of anxiety. Nonetheless, the moment demanded action. He steeled himself and pointed towards the right three-point line. "I shall attempt a three-pointer from that position." With a smile, Shen Lang nodded and swiftly retreated to the designated position of Harden. At this moment, if Harden chose to drive directly towards the basket, it would have been an excellent opportunity. However, that insatiable desire to win compelled Harden to move to his predetermined spot. With a sharp clap, and bolstered by Rodman's skill in judging the trajectory of the basketball, Shen Lang's block was executed with remarkable finesse. "It seems you are not quite up to par." Successfully completing the block, Shen Lang seized the ball and immediately passed it to Brown, who dashed towards Harden's designated three-point shooting position. Swish. Receiving the pass and taking the shot, the open shot boasted a 40 increase in accuracy, making it exceedingly difficult for Shen Lang to miss. W dash. After sinking the shot, Shen Lang discreetly whispered 2 letters to the approaching Harden. Beep. With the Suns having surged ahead by 7 points, the Thunder's head coach could no longer remain composed. Following the timeout, Harden was predictably substituted. Durant and Westbrook took to the court together. "Hey, Shen, how many accounts can that phone log into simultaneously?" Durant inquired as soon as he stepped onto the floor, eager to know about his most pressing concern. "That depends on how many you possess, generally. 4 or 5 is no problem at all, though I haven't T-tested beyond that." Shen Lang chuckled at Durant, surprised that this fellow was not fully focused on the game, but rather preoccupied with this matter. "Well, that's good. I only have 3 alternate accounts," Durant replied with a cheerful laugh. Chapter 37. The radiance of the Buddha illuminates, setting a record for single quarter scoring. The Thunder's main players took the court, and Gentry immediately substituted in his starting lineup. With Shen Lang's balance, Nash could orchestrate the team's offense with relative ease. Due to Durant's lack of intense effort, the game became a back-and-forth contest, with the score fluctuating. By halftime, the point difference had not widened significantly, 50-44. A 6-point gap was entirely within Shen Lang's acceptable range. After the intermission, Gentry again opted to rest Shen Lang, allowing the Suns' bench players to take the stage. Perhaps chastised by his older brothers in the locker room, Harden stepped onto the court in the third quarter and unleashed his scoring prowess. With step-back three-pointers, explosive dunks, and assists to teammates, he was unstoppable. Even after Gentry called 3 consecutive timeouts, he could not quell Harden's scoring spree. At the midpoint of the third quarter, the Suns found themselves trailing by over 16 points, and crucially, the Thunder's momentum seemed to have reached its zenith. "This game is slipping away," Yang Yi remarked from the studio, shaking his head. With the Thunder gaining momentum, the match has essentially become one-sided. It appears that today Shen Lang will face his first defeat since entering the league. Yujia remained silent, his gaze fixed on the unfolding situation, his heart silently yearning for something. As both teams reintroduced their starters, the presence of Shen Lang and Nash slightly alleviated the Suns' offensive struggles. However, their defense still failed to contain the Thunder's fervor. By the end of the third quarter, the Thunder had extended their lead to 20 points, 85-65. "Let us concede this game. We have the advantage of 1 victory and need not strain to win this one," Gentry decided from the bench. "There's still 1 quarter left. It seems premature to give up now." With a serious expression, Shen Lang declared, "I will take the court first in the fourth quarter. Regardless of who is on the field, as soon as I have the opportunity, pass me the ball immediately. I wish to make another attempt." "All right." Nash was the first to agree to Shen Lang's proposal. Losing is not frightening. What is truly daunting is when everyone chooses to abandon hope. Beep. As the break concluded, Shen Lang was the first to toss aside his towel and stride towards the court. It seemed that the Suns were not yet ready to concede defeat. Continuing to deploy their strongest lineup, the Yu family's eyes sparkled with intensity, their voices tinged with barely contained tremors. The Thunder's coach appeared equally determined to seize victory. Waving his hand to send the starting lineup onto the court, the Thunder launched their offense. Durant received the ball and swiftly took a shot. Swish. 87-65. Upon witnessing the situation, Shen Lang hastily retreated. He aimed to secure a 3-pointer from the baseline against that young player from Huaxia. The head coach of the Thunder team, observing Shen Lang's intentions, called out loudly to his players. Based on Shen Lang's previous performance, he appeared more confident in his 3-point shooting from the baseline, while his accuracy from other positions faltered somewhat. However, the current Shen Lang was no longer the same as before. After sprinting a few steps along the baseline, he abruptly elevated and extended his hand to request the ball from a 45-degree angle. Swish. Nash's pass was always impeccably timed. Upon receiving the ball, Shen Lang made no adjustments and shot immediately. The 3-pointer was successful. 87-68. Splendid. Yu's family erupted in excitement, rising to their feet and cheering loudly. Shen Lang's shooting posture was notably different from before. Coach Zhang, observing from the sidelines, noted this new revelation. Typically, a player's shooting form is ingrained through extensive training, forming a muscle memory that is challenging to alter. It is even more rare to witness 2 distinct shooting styles simultaneously. Previously, Shen Lang's 3-point shooting resembled a nearly perfectionist form akin to Ray Allen's. However, that recent 3-point shot showcased a classic double-motion technique, where the ball was first positioned entirely atop his head before proceeding to the shooting action. Double-motion shooting tends to yield a more consistent success rate when unguarded, while Ray Allen's style, though stable, emphasizes shooting speed more. Yang Yi elaborated on the comparison of various offensive techniques, demonstrating his considerable understanding of the subject. "Retreat on defense," Shen Lang shouted loudly. asserting that even if he could score continuously, the hope of victory would remain exceedingly bleak if they could not contain the opponent's offense. Bang! Swish! Unfortunately, Durant's attack was simply insurmountable. Even though Shen Lang had successfully activated his perimeter defense skills, the basketball still struck the backboard and found its mark. Brother, next time your luck won't be as favorable. Shen Lang muttered something to Durant. The basketball was swiftly brought across half-court by Nash. This time, Shen Lang did not run in circles for positioning. Instead, he called upon Gortat to set a screen for him, once again receiving Nash's pass beyond the three-point line. Swish. 89-71. Shen Lang once again made a three-pointer. The ensuing match was entirely a stage to shine. All his points came from three-point shots, effortlessly catching and releasing. With only 1 minute remaining in the game, Shen Lang had already sunk an astonishing 9 three-pointers. The three commentators in the studio were utterly astounded by Shen Lang's relentless scoring prowess. How many is this for Zhang? Yu Jia swallowed hard. This is the 9th of this quarter, and the 12th three-pointer of the game. Yang Yi seized the moment, holding up the statistical data and announcing. Shen Lang has scored 27 points in a single quarter, setting a new NBA record for points in a quarter. While his 12 three-pointers have equaled Kobe Bryant's record set against the Raptors in 2005, with Shen Lang's personal magnetism drawing attention. His teammates on the Suns were no longer constrained, and regardless of the Thunder's defensive strategies, they could not prevent the narrowing of the score gap. 107-105. With just 1 minute left, the 2-point difference kept the outcome of the game in suspense until the very end. Beep. The Thunder's head coach called a timeout, preparing to strategize for the remainder of the match. Shen Lang, panting heavily, made his way to the sidelines, accepting the beverage handed to him by a teammate. He turned to Gentry and declared, "Coach, in this final minute, let us give it our all. Nash, Reed, Gortat, and young Lopez will take the court. 2 shall staunchly defend the paint and battle for rebounds, while the 3 of us unleash our firepower from beyond the arc." Shen Lang proposed his personnel arrangement, though the specific tactics still required Gentry to adjust according to the actual circumstances. "I share the same sentiment. Henceforth, we shall proceed with this strategy for our offensive play." Interestingly, Shen Lang's thoughts aligned perfectly with Gentry's. A sufficient number of sharpshooters paired with robust support in the paint provides a greater opportunity for a remarkable comeback. As the timeout concluded, the Thunder deployed their trio of stars, along with the seasoned Ibaka and the experienced Perkins. It seems the coaches of both teams are entirely in accord regarding their tactical approaches. Coach Zhang, observing the players taking the court, couldn't help but exclaim, regrettably. When assessed purely on paper, the Thunder appeared to possess the upper hand. With the game resuming, the Thunder initiated their offensive. Under the Suns' stringent defense, the basketball ultimately found its way into Durant's hands. Shen Lang advanced to apply pressure, causing Durant, who was not particularly fond of physical confrontations, to become somewhat flustered. However, after adjusting his dribbling, he ultimately leveraged his height and long arms to execute a decisive finish. The score stood at 109-105, with a mere 17 seconds remaining. Chapter 38. This night belongs to Shen Lang. The Suns initiated the inbound pass, and Shen Lang swiftly repositioned himself, yet Durant clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Nash maneuvered the ball across the court, attempting several times to pass it to Shen Lang, but he could not find the opportune moment. "Pass it to Reed. Let's secure a rebound first," Shen Lang shouted fervently. Although Reed, the former king of the Deer, had lost much of his former prowess, he still possessed a certain intimidation factor from beyond the arc. Indeed, after receiving the pass and making a slight adjustment, Reed took his shot. Swish. With a high arc, the basketball descended straight into the net. 109-107, with only 10 seconds remaining. Foul. As the Thunder initiated their play, Shen Lang forcefully slapped his palm against Durant's arm as he caught the ball. "Buddy, that was a bit too harsh, wasn't it?" Durant gritted his teeth, gasping as even though he was African-American, Shen Lang's strike left a noticeable red mark on his arm. "Double trouble," Shen Lang coldly declared. "I'll forgive you this once." Bang. Swish. Due to the severity of Shen Lang's foul, Durant missed his first free throw, but he successfully converted the second. 110-107. With 9 seconds left on the countdown, a 3-point deficit, Shen Lang swiftly dashed towards the basket, unexpectedly taking on the responsibility of executing the baseline throw. His actions momentarily disrupted the Thunder's defense, for according to the coach's strategy, the red-hot Shen Lang was undoubtedly the Suns' primary offensive option. The basketball was passed to Nash at the midcourt, while Shen Lang sprinted forward with relentless determination. "Guard him. He is going for the three," shouted the Thunder's coach from the sidelines. Indeed, as Shen Lang brushed past Nash, he executed a seamless handoff. Observing this, Westbrook, who had been defending Nash, promptly abandoned his post to double-team Shen Lang. "Do not leave anyone open." Just as Westbrook was about to converge with Durant to trap Shen Lang, the latter, having just received the ball, deftly returned the basketball. The choice of this offensive play was not for Shen Lang, but for Nash, with the ball raised above his head. The former wind child, with his golden locks flowing, was once again a sight to behold. Swish. 110. With only 4 seconds remaining, the score was tied. Beep. The Thunder immediately called for a timeout. As the timeout commenced, Shen Lang swiftly gathered his teammates around him, whispering fervently. Once the break concluded, the Thunder initiated the play from the center. Durant received the ball, executing a deft change of direction followed by a sudden stop to launch a jump shot. "Yes." After releasing the ball, Durant confidently exclaimed. Swish. Indeed, the basketball soared through the air, finding nothing but net. The score now stood at 112-110. However, the youthful naivety of Durant became apparent. After making that shot, he inadvertently left the Suns with 4 seconds on the clock. Beep. Gentry, displaying decisiveness, promptly called for the Suns' final timeout. "Shen Lang, do you have any suggestions?" Gentry began to strategize but suddenly paused, directing his inquiry towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang found himself at a loss for words. He was merely a novice. Yet he was tasked with not only giving his all on the field, but also orchestrating the strategies off it. "Shao Lopez," he instructed, "when you take the throw-in later, pay no heed to their defense. Simply count to 3 silently and then launch the ball towards the left sideline." Shen Lang took the tactical board and drew a pentagram at the left baseline. "Reed, you will stand here and, after counting to 2, dash towards the opposite baseline. Nash, you will position yourself at the top of the arc, feigning for the ball. Gortat, hold your ground under the basket. If I fail to make the final 3-pointer, you must attempt to put back." Although time may be of the essence, Shen Lang still orchestrated Gortat's contingency plan. "All right, let us proceed as Shen Lang has outlined." Gentry clapped his hands, solidifying the strategy. Upon returning to the court, Shen Lang paced back and forth just outside the 3-point line at a 45-degree angle. Being the closest to the sideline, Durant naturally assumed he would be the one to receive the pass here. As Shen Lang, Reed, and Little Lopez simultaneously began to count silently, Reed maneuvered past Harden's defense, sprinting towards the opposite baseline. Harden closely pursued him, gritting his teeth in determination. "Hey, James. I shall complete the 3rd shot from the left baseline." As Reed dashed forward, Shen Lang also made his way towards the paint. Just as he was about to step into the 3-second area, he suddenly shouted at Harden, who was trailing behind Reed. Taken aback for a moment, Harden swiftly recalled the wager the two had made during the first half, causing him to hesitate momentarily. With a forceful shove, Shen Lang propelled his teammate Durant, causing him to collide with the hesitant Harden. Meanwhile, the vigilant Lopez, poised to execute an inbounds pass, counted down and, upon noticing the unguarded left baseline, resolutely launched the ball forward. Regardless of the consequences, Shen would bear the blame if things went awry. Lopez, neglecting to observe his teammates' movements, appeared destined to commit a turnover. Tension enveloped the broadcasting studio as all commentators rose anxiously. Yet, it was not a blunder. Shen Lang secured the ball just as it threatened to veer out of bounds. With a powerful grip, he seized control, thumping the basketball emphatically against the floor. Shen Lang's gaze was firmly fixed on the distant hoop. Durant and Harden, having steadied themselves, lunged towards him without hesitation. Westbrook, tasked with guarding Nash at the arc, activated his turbo boost, sprinting towards the baseline. Yet, Shen Lang remained oblivious to it all. At that moment, the only thing that occupied his vision was the hoop itself. With his knees slightly bent, he raised the basketball above his head. He leapt into the air, his feet leaving the ground, arms outstretched, wrist flicking gently as the ball kissed his fingertips before soaring skyward. The trio of Thunder players positioned themselves defensively, yet the trajectory of Shen Lang's shot soared high above their reach. Thud! The 4 players landed simultaneously, entangled with one another. Yet their eyes were all fixed on the hoop. Swish! The net danced, shattering the hearts of the Thunder trio. Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, within the recesses of his mind, his data panel illuminated with the skills of Ray Allen's baseline 3-pointer and Thompson's 3-point shooting, intertwining as he released the ball, only to ultimately dissipate into nothingness. 112. 113. Shen Lang has accomplished his second career game-winning shot. He achieved an impressive shooting record, making 17 of 20 attempts, including an astonishing 13 out of 14 from beyond the arc. He secured 47 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 block, elevating the NBA single-quarter scoring record to 30 points. Moreover, he set a new single-game record with 13 three-pointers made. Most importantly, he led his team to victory in tonight's match. This night truly belongs to Shen Lang. W.N. Shen Lang gazed resolutely at Harden, who loomed over him, and declared emphatically, "James, you have lost." Such is the art of psychological warfare. Nothing more. Chapter 39, New Function, Skill Fusion. Yet again, a spectacular and decisive victory unfolded. Shen Lang appears to be a natural creator of spectacle. Since joining the league, he has participated in merely 6 games, yet has already executed 2 remarkable game-winning shots. Moreover, throughout these 6 encounters, Shen Lang has shattered numerous astonishing records. Following the match, it was only fitting that he was selected for an interview by the press. Coach Gentry, how do you assess Shen Lang's performance tonight? Evidently, many journalists seemed unable to move past the sensational news that had emerged about the duo the previous day. Shen's performance convinces me that he has matured into a seasoned star, Gentry remarked. On the court, he adeptly dismantles the opponent's defense with the most suitable strategies and seizes the opportunities to vanquish his rivals. Gentry did not shy away from expressing his admiration for Shen Lang, showering him with accolades. Shen Lang, we observed that you appeared to be continually communicating with your opponents on the court, particularly with Durant and Harden. Could you share what you were discussing? It was evident that every action Shen Lang took on the court was scrutinized by countless observers. Kevin and I were merely exchanging pleasantries about life, he explained. As for James Harden, well, as you know, we both share the experience of being benchwarmer outlaws, so our exchanges are more a matter of competitive strategy. Shen Lang would naturally not admit to recommending a mobile phone to Durant. However, the wager with Harden certainly presents an intriguing topic of conversation. Thus, I engaged him in a light-hearted bet on the court, and it was evident that Lady Luck favored me, devoid of a prominent beard. In conclusion, Shen Lang could not resist the opportunity to showcase his humor, which hovered just above the passing mark. You scored a remarkable 30 points in the final quarter, setting a new record for the highest single-quarter score in the league, and you also made 13 three-pointers, breaking the record for the most three-pointers in a single game. What are your thoughts on this? When posed with such inquiries, Shen Lang immediately perked up, relishing the chance to shine in front of an audience. Beyond the myriad of records, what brings me greater joy is sinking that final shot, securing victory for our team. Shen Lang, with a calm and carefree demeanor, remarked. As for the astonishing performance you mentioned, I believe it is Seville who should have the reflections, not I. Shen Lang suddenly recalled the humiliating offers he had previously endured and couldn't help but retaliate against his boss with a sharp remark. Having dealt with the Thunder, the next challenge for the Suns would be a back-to-back away game. Their adversary would be none other than the Clippers, who also resided in Los Angeles. He swiftly returned to the hotel to pack his belongings, and on the bus, he activated his system. System, how fruitful was today? Congratulations, host. You have successfully executed a game-winning shot, earning 100 victory points. Congratulations, host. You have set a new league record for three-pointers in a single game, earning 500 victory points. Congratulations, host. You have broken the league record for points scored in a single quarter, earning 500 victory points. Once again, it was a bountiful game. He upgraded Rodman's rebound positioning to level 3. This rebounding skill proved to be quite effective, yet due to its low level, its impact had been rather minimal, often reliant on fortune. And Shen Lang happened to be rather unfortunate in that regard. Tomorrow's opponent, the Clippers, boasted as their star player none other than Chris Paul, the pinnacle of point guards in the league. Shen Lang is likely to take on the defensive role, thus it is imperative that his defensive skills are not lacking. With his ample resources, he has opted to elevate his external defense skill by 2 levels, bringing it to level 4. Today, having made significant contributions, Thompson's three-point shooting skill has inspired Shen Lang to designate it as his inaugural level 5 skill. According to the system's calculations, the number of fragments required for each upgrade before reaching level 5 are 10, 15, 20, and 25 respectively. Consequently, after this series of maneuvers, Shen Lang finds himself with merely 150 victory points remaining. As he contemplates whether to enhance his solitary level 1 dunking skill, the system's notification chimes once more. It has detected that the host possesses a level 5 skill alongside a highly compatible unranked skill, Would he like to proceed with fusion? The prospect of skill fusion. Initially believing his system to be somewhat rudimentary, he is pleasantly surprised by the emergence of new discoveries. Since the host has tentatively explored the fusion of 2 skills during the competition, a reward of a 35 increase in fusion success rate has been granted. How considerate! Shen Lang cheerfully opened the data panel and, to his delight, discovered that both the level 5 Thompson 3-point shooting skill and the Ray Allen baseline 3-point skill were gleaming with golden light. Let the fusion commence. I am eager to witness the extraordinary effects that may emerge from this combination. Shen Lang has also engaged in gaming, and it is often the case that the amalgamation of skills yields a more formidable new ability. The current success rate stands at 85. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Caution. A failed fusion will result in the complete loss of both skills. Wang Defa. With a mere 35 enhancement, it is yet to reach 100%. Furthermore, what is this nonsense about skills vanishing upon failure? Are you a product of Penguin Company's development? Shen Lang was filled with rage by the mechanism of the system. The host can choose to refuse fusion, allowing both skills to be retained. However, their levels will be fixed and cannot be upgraded further. It is nothing short of extortion, a blatant act of robbery. Even the shrewdest merchant would weep at such injustice. Shen Lang chided himself inwardly, yet ultimately succumbed to the system's tyrannical stipulations. To attain invincibility and form alliances, acquiring more advanced skills is imperative. How can one enhance the success rate of fusion? For every 10 victory points expended, one can increase the fusion success rate by 1. I knew it. The system has laid out the calculations quite transparently. I am left with 150 victory points, which conveniently allows for a 15-point increase in the success rate. Coupled with the existing 85, it perfectly totals 100%. It truly feels as if I have fortuitously found a long-lost child. And the police remark how serendipitous it is. Do not question why one does not opt for a lesser expenditure. In the realm of success rates, there is no distinction between 99, 99, and 0. Raise it to 100 and let the fusion commence. Shen Lang gritted his teeth and declared, in every battle, one fights with utmost determination. The thought of conserving some victory points for other pursuits is utterly inconceivable. Congratulations to the host for consuming 150 victory points. The current tally stands at 0. The fusion process is commencing, with an estimated duration of 15 minutes. Wishing you a pleasant experience. A pleasant experience, indeed. Shen Lang reclined against the back of his seat, tilting his head to gaze out at the night scenery. The outside world sparkled with brilliant lights. Even in the depths of night, the streets remained bustling with activity. During this period of fervent devotion to basketball, Shen Lang suddenly found himself enveloped in a profound sense of solitude. The fusion of skills had been successful. The detailed effects of the skills are available for the host to review at their convenience. Chapter 40, Western Conference Player of the Week. Shen Lang swiftly activated the data panel, directing his gaze towards the newly acquired skill he had fused. Fusion skill, level 5. The shooting accuracy for 3-pointers from all conventional distances is enhanced by 50, and the interference resistance is improved by 50. Additional effects. A. Clutch moment, passive when the offensive time is less than 3 seconds. The accuracy is further augmented by 5. B. Miracle moment, active sacrificing the shooting accuracy of the next game allows for an additional 20 increase in 3-point accuracy, effective for 10 minutes, with a decisive flourish. The outcome is unpredictable. In 1 word, formidable. In 2 words, monstrous. In 4 words, a terrifying formidability. A comprehensive 50 accuracy enhancement across all positions. Coupled with the removal of the restriction to shoot immediately upon receiving the ball, and the elimination of dribbling errors as a debuff, is truly remarkable. Especially with the 2 supplementary effects. The only downside is that the miracle moment active effect is clearly not sustainable, as it could lead to erratic performances, divine one moment, ghostly the next. Please, host, bestow a name upon this new skill. Henceforth, it shall be my signature 3-point skill, aptly named Lang-style 3-pointer. Shen Lang, brimming with confidence, made a decisive resolution and inquired about a matter that weighed heavily on his mind: how to continue upgrading his fusion skills. The skills could be enhanced from level 5 to level 10, with each subsequent level demanding an increasingly staggering amount of victory points: 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, and ultimately 5,000. What a tremendous burden! As anticipated, each elevation in level presented astronomical costs for him. After packing his belongings, he was transported to the airport via bus, where the entire Suns team boarded a charter flight, embarking on yet another lengthy journey. Due to scheduling constraints, certain teams face the arduous challenge of back-to-back away games each season. This perennial issue had long been a source of concern for the league. As such, frequent and extensive travel posed a significant physical toll on the players. This was particularly true as the season neared its conclusion. The pressure of performance often led to injuries during these away matches. Nevertheless, it was an unavoidable circumstance, as events like concerts and other sporting competitions also required venue arrangements, necessitating the best possible planning. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, the players seized every moment to recuperate and rest. In fact, the following day, aside from a brief acclimatization to the venue, the team had no scheduled training. Shen Lang initially hoped to encounter his idol, Kobe Bryant, but learned from Nash that the latter had been diligently training in preparation for the playoffs. What a relentless trainer! Shen Lang lamented that he would have to wait for an opportunity to cross paths on the court. Perhaps it was the disappointment of not meeting Kobe that fueled his fervor during the game against the Clippers. He exhibited no signs of fatigue from the intense match just the day before. Shen Lang made his entrance onto the court 3 minutes into the first quarter, immediately taking on the formidable task of defending against Paul. Under Shen Lang's relentless scrutiny, Paul faltered significantly, struggling offensively and committing several passing errors. In contrast, Shen Lang capitalized on his height advantage and recently acquired skills, leaving Paul utterly bewildered. At times, during their close encounters, Paul, in a fit of frustration, discreetly pinched Shen Lang several times. With a score of 95-90, the fourth quarter devolved into garbage time, allowing the Clippers to narrow the gap to a mere 5 points. Shen Lang played for 32 minutes, effortlessly accumulating 37 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 block, and 3 steals, an embodiment of a complete statistical performance. While Paul also recorded a commendable double-double with 20 points and 10 assists, he offset his contributions with 6 turnovers. Consequently, after the game, Paul bypassed the customary embrace, storming back to the locker room in a fit of exasperation, small in stature, yet brimming with temper. This was Shen Lang's assessment of Paul post-match. Following their encounter with the Clippers, the Suns finally enjoyed a day of respite before facing the Denver Nuggets the following day. This team boasts formidable forwards such as the half-beast Farid and Gallinari. However, the most renowned player on the squad is the comical yet extraordinary JaVale McGee, whose prowess is solely confined to his physical attributes. The consecutive victories have invigorated the Suns players, who, undeterred by the Nuggets' comparable strength, united resolutely to secure the win. Ultimately, 7 players reached double figures in scoring, with Nash dishing out 17 assists and Brown, often overshadowed by Shen Lang, achieving a remarkable 28 points. Shen Lang continues to demonstrate his extraordinary prowess, accumulating 38 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. In the final match of their 4-game road trip, the Suns secured a resounding victory with a score of 132-97, winning by an impressive 35 points. With this triumph, the Suns have extended their winning streak to 9 games, much to the delight of the entire team as they bid farewell to Colorado and return to their home court. Before their next contest, they will enjoy 2 days of well-deserved rest. Their forthcoming adversary will be none other than their most formidable rival in the playoff chase, the Utah Jazz. Just a day after their victory over the Nuggets, the NBA announced the Players of the Week for both the Eastern and Western Conferences. The Eastern Player of the Week title was awarded to LeBron James of the Miami Heat, who, alongside his fellow superstars, has been a dominant force in the league. With Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh willingly taking a step back, James has assumed an unequivocal leadership role within the team. Meanwhile, the Western Player of the Week honor was claimed by Shen Lang, who delivered phenomenal averages of 34 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 5 blocks, and 1 steal over 4 games. Remarkably, these statistics were achieved despite his modest contribution of just 14 points in a single quarter against the Trail Blazers, where he struggled. Most importantly, the Suns maintained an unblemished record throughout the week. This inaugural accolade from the league signifies that Shen Lang's performance has captured the attention of the higher echelons of the NBA. However, beneath the surface of his apparent success, Shen Lang faces a significant challenge. His basketball shoes have worn out. Typically, a pair of shoes can withstand the rigors of 3 to 7 high-intensity games for a player. Beyond that, the potential for injury increases due to deformation. Shen Lang's pair of red Hongxing Erk sneakers was newly purchased upon his arrival in America, having accompanied him through 8 completed matches. It appears that the quality of these shoes is indeed quite commendable. I wonder if there are any stores selling Hongxing Erk in the United States. With a hint of worry, Shen Lang remarked that the competition was merely 2 days away and he must acquire a new pair of shoes. Chapter 41. Finalizing the sneaker contract. The day following the match, The team scheduled a complete rest for all members. After a week of consecutive away games, upon returning to Phoenix, most players needed to reconnect with their families. As for the young bachelors, they required a moment of indulgence to unwind. The disciplined Shen Lang, facing the absence of suitable footwear, decided to venture out for a stroll, having already allocated time in the morning for strength training. Upon completing his morning regimen and making his way back to the dormitory with some meals from the cafeteria, he was approached unexpectedly by the team's assistant. "Hey, Shen. Someone is looking for you." The consecutive victories brought to the team by Shen Lang, coupled with the unique viewership appeal of the Huaxia people, have led to a flourishing business environment for the Sun team. Consequently, everyone within the organization holds a deep admiration for this handsome Huaxia player. Shen Lang chewed a piece of beef, somewhat astonished. Here he was, in the land of America, undoubtedly in a state of utter solitude. And yet someone had come to seek him out. Indeed, it was a fellow compatriot, currently awaiting him in the reception room. Shen Lang nodded in gratitude, savoring his meal as he made his way towards the team's reception room. Through the frosted glass of the reception area, he could faintly discern a figure clad in a suit. Upon entering, a slender, bespectacled middle-aged man immediately rose to his feet. "Shen Lang, it is a pleasure to meet you," he said, his Mandarin tinged with a slight southern accent, his smile betraying a hint of shyness. "May I inquire your name?" On his way, Shen Lang had already consumed all the food in his possession. He wiped his hands on his training attire and extended his hand for a handshake. "I am Wu Rongguang, the current chairman of Hongxing Erk Industrial Company, Limited." "Ah, so you are the esteemed Mr. Wu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Astute as Shen Lang was, he immediately discerned the purpose of the meeting. However, in the realm of business, certain theatrics must be performed. "May I inquire as to the reason for your visit, Mr. Wu?" Wu Rongguang straightened in his seat, his tone becoming serious. "Mr. Shen, I have observed that you wore our brand of basketball shoes during your matches. Indeed, during my university years, my circumstances were quite modest, and your company's shoes were both affordable and of commendable quality. As a result, I became accustomed to them and have continued wearing them even after entering the NBA." Shen Lang clasped his hands together, resting his arms on the table to support his towering frame, which approached 2 meters in height, thus exuding a certain degree of intimidation. His choice of words was remarkably measured. While he praised the counterpart's brand, he subtly underscored that his reluctance to change basketball shoes was merely a temporary situation. Wu Rongguang nodded, secretly elevating his regard for Shen Lang, surprised that a top-tier basketball athlete could possess a shrewd acumen for business negotiations. "Mr. Shen, I have come specifically to discuss a potential collaboration regarding basketball shoes." "Oh, please, do elaborate." Wu Rongguang cleared his throat and produced 2 hefty contracts, handing one to Shen Lang before he continued. "Before we delve into the contract, I must candidly confess to you, Mr. Shen, that our company faced operational difficulties last year due to various factors, which resulted in our new stock being delisted. Consequently, we may not be able to offer you a satisfactory endorsement fee." Wu Rongguang's expression bore a hint of embarrassment. For the essence of commercial endorsements lies predominantly in the financial aspect, in which he found himself entirely lacking in leverage. Shen Lang furrowed his brow but gestured for the other party to continue. "In order to compensate for our shortcomings in this regard, we have decided, after deliberation, to pursue collaboration through the method of equity sharing. In other words, should Mr. Shen ultimately choose to partner with us, we are willing to relinquish 10 of the company's equity to him, and the value of these shares will not be diluted in the future." Wu Rongguang's expression was exceedingly serious, clearly indicating that he had conducted thorough assessments regarding the cooperative model with Shen Lang. "Furthermore, we will establish a dedicated design team specifically for the sneakers under your name, in which Mr. Shen will possess absolute decision-making authority. The profits from the sneakers associated with Mr. Shen will grant him a 50 share of the net earnings. Any commercial activities will also be conducted with prior consultation with Mr. Shen before any decisions are made." Wu Rongguang articulated the principal rights that Shen Lang would acquire, which distinctly reflected their sincerity. Boss Wu is indeed taking a gamble, even as a beneficiary. Shen Lang could not help but marvel at the magnitude of the concessions made by the other party. Red Star Erk was essentially wagering on Shen Lang's future development. Ding. The system has detected that the host is engaging with a sneaker company and has initiated a side quest, the glory of Chinese brands. Quest requirements. Sign a cooperation agreement with Red Star Erk. The system has scanned the current contract and found no trap clauses. The host may sign with confidence. Before Shen Lang could utter a word, the system's notification chimed. "Boss Wu, I sense your sincerity." Upon hearing the task reminder, Shen Lang squinted slightly and spoke slowly, however. I have 3 additional requests. Wu Rongguang felt a flicker of irritation. The conditions he had previously articulated represented the utmost sincerity the company could muster at present. He had not anticipated that Shen Lang would still be dissatisfied. Mr. Shen, please go ahead. Nevertheless, in the realm of negotiation, it is customary to maintain decorum, and civility must prevail. Firstly, I hope that Hongxing can contribute more to domestic charitable endeavors. In this regard, I am willing to cover 30 of all philanthropic expenses. Shen Lang spoke with an unassuming tone, yet the substance of his words caused Wu Rongguang to sit up straight, dispelling the displeasure that had previously lingered in his heart. Secondly, I urgently require several pairs of your esteemed company's basketball shoes. I do not wish to don footwear from other brands while serving as a spokesperson. Thirdly, could Mr. Wu assist me in finding a more professional management team, preferably comprised of individuals from Huaxia, as I harbor some reservations about foreign agents. Upon articulating these 3 conditions, Shen Lang gazed at Wu Rongguang with a cheerful smile. Mr. Shen, I truly do not know how to respond to you. The first 2 points are not conditions at all. They are merely our responsibilities, and we are indeed benefiting from the arrangement. Wu Rongguang replied, slightly agitated. As for the 3rd condition, that poses no challenge. There are countless professional agents vying for your attention. My ability to recommend you is undoubtedly a matter of personal goodwill. Shen Lang stood up with a beaming smile, extending his hand towards Wu Rongguang as he said, Then, may our collaboration be delightful. Delightful indeed, Wu Rongguang replied. His face flushed as he firmly grasped Shen Lang's outstretched hand. When can I expect my shoes to arrive? The competition is just 2 days away. They're already outside. I had prepared them well in advance. Shen Lang chuckled. Ah, that is splendid. Shoes that come without cost are truly a treasure. Chapter 42, Mission Rewards. Chain tasks. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, The Glory of Chinese Brands. 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, a comprehensive design scheme for a generation of sneakers, including visual design, core technology, material selection, and more. This footwear will provide excellent cushioning and anti-slip features, significantly reducing the risk of foot injuries. Complimentary, you say? Shen Lang initially believed that upon the completion of the first task, the system would relentlessly deplete all of his accrued victory points. To his surprise, he found himself fortunate enough to experience a day of unearned rewards. The accolades had been dispatched to the host's email in the form of an electronic document, awaiting his retrieval. It seemed that the system, perhaps feeling a twinge of loss, conveyed its message with a somewhat frosty tone. This side quest appeared to be a chain of tasks, and judging by the context, he had merely completed the initial segment. When would the subsequent challenges commence? In contrast, Shen Lang, feeling rather pleased with himself, exhibited a lively demeanor. The forthcoming tasks would require the crafting of a generation of sneakers to be activated. Patience was advised from the host. Ah, so that is the case. He would eagerly await the unveiling of new tasks ahead. The existence of activation conditions for the subsequent challenges struck Shen Lang as quite novel. Boss Wu, please hold on for a moment. I have something to present to you. Shen Lang intercepted Wu Rongguang, who was about to step out to fetch a pair of shoes, and hurriedly dashed out of the reception room. 10 minutes later, Shen Lang returned, clutching a USB drive, which he handed to the bewildered Wu Rongguang. Mr. Shen, what is this? Wu Rongguang inquired as he received the USB drive. Rest assured, the seeds I have cherished for many years are not something I would part with lightly. This is a comprehensive design plan for a line of basketball shoes. You may use this blueprint as a reference for crafting my inaugural generation of basketball shoes. Shen Lang made a jest of moderate size, explaining. Mr. Shen is also knowledgeable about sneaker design? Wu Rongguang's tone held a hint of skepticism. A professional sneaker design plan is not merely a matter of sketching a picture, as it encompasses specialized knowledge in mechanics, materials science, and other fields. I have a basic understanding. Shen Lang spoke modestly, discerning from Wu Rongguang's gaze that the latter likely regarded his so-called design proposal merely as an exterior sketch of a sneaker. Mr. Shen, you possess remarkable talent. Wu Rongguang complimented politely while internally strategizing to advise the design team to incorporate elements that align with Shen Lang's preferences, hoping fervently that the individual's aesthetic judgment would not fall short. After hastily stacking dozens of sneakers into the changing room, Wu Rongguang promptly departed, recognizing that once the collaboration was finalized, other matters would require urgent attention. Upon returning to the hotel, he hesitated momentarily before inserting the USB drive into his computer. Surely, the images alone could not occupy such vast space? The USB contained merely a single folder, yet it exceeded 30 gigabytes. With a click, he opened the folder and was instantly flabbergasted. Inside lay hundreds of documents, and merely glancing at their titles made it clear that he had encountered a remarkable talent. Trembling, he dialed his secretary's number, Shaoli, convene a meeting with the board and the sneaker design team. Immediately, the hastily called meeting proceeded exceptionally well. Faced with the exquisitely professional design proposal, the design team unanimously declared that not a single character needed alteration. Mr. Wu, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. Some of the material technologies within this design proposal can not only be applied to basketball shoes, but also to our other product lines, remarked an expert in materials. Adjusting his glasses. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we must revise the contract we signed with Mr. Shen, Wu Rongguang stated after a thoughtful silence, directing his gaze towards the board members on the screen. Agreed. No objections. The consensus was clear, being seasoned professionals in the industry. They fully grasped the value of Shen Lang's proposal, and Wu's suggestion was unanimously approved. When Shen Lang received Wu Rongguang's call, informing him that the equity transfer percentage would be increased to 18, he found himself at a loss for words, merely marveling at how effortlessly the money seemed to flow in. Free from the burdens of sneaker concerns, Shen Lang dedicated himself diligently to his training regimen. Realizing that he was nearing his first goal of surpassing an overall attribute of 60, he believed that with a little more effort, he would surely achieve this modest objective before the playoffs. Meanwhile, Mike Dono was troubled by a particular issue. Following Shen Lang's interview, where he subtly criticized his own boss, the petty-minded employer had been incessantly reminding himself to find ways to suppress this audacious young man from Huaxia. For instance, several sports equipment companies that had expressed interest in collaborating with Shen Lang had been inexplicably stalled for 2 days. Of course, this predicament could not solely be blamed on his boss's arrangements. Shen Lang, lacking an agent or any external contact information, left those companies with no choice but to reach out through the team. Shen, could you spare some time to visit my office? I have several sporting goods companies that seem to be interested in collaborating with you. Stepping out of the office, McDonough inquired with a complex tone while observing Shen Lang, drenched in sweat in the weight room. Oh, Mike, I believe your timing is rather unfortunate. I have just finalized a partnership and no longer require sponsorship from other brands. After completing his final bench press, Shen Lang wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, I would appreciate it if you could inform them. Is there already a sponsor? Mike Dono was momentarily taken aback, immediately recalling a particular individual. Could it be that Shen Lang's compatriot from Noon is the owner of a sports goods company? However, this matter did not fall within the realm of his concern. Nodding in acknowledgement, he returned to his office to respond to several companies. What? Shen rejected our collaboration? Was it due to the endorsement fee? The representative from the Hook Company, responsible for liaising with Shen Lang, inquired upon receiving the notice. Didn't he even review the terms of cooperation? Has he already finalized a partner? Who could it be? Adidas, Converse, or Puma? Wang Defa? Perhaps a local Chinese brand? Similar dialogues occurred between Mike Dono and other brand representatives, though they speculated about their respective competitors. I am eager to discover which brand this Chinese lad is partnered with. At the press conference the day after tomorrow, I must see clarity. This thought lingered in the minds of all once the calls concluded. While they did not particularly regard Shen Lang as a significant player, the absence of an opportunity for negotiation was enough to ignite their irritation. This question, however, could only be answered by Shen Lang before the commencement of the next match. Chapter 43, Pre-Match Grudges, Journalist Provocation on April 25, 2012, after 2 days of rest. The Suns welcomed the Utah Jazz to their home court. The records of both teams this season were quite similar, with the Suns recently achieving a turnaround due to a streak of victories. The margin between the two teams was merely 1 win, making the outcome of this match pivotal for securing a playoff position. The Jazz's roster this season was relatively balanced, with solid performances from forwards Hayward, Millsap, and Jefferson, as well as guard Devin Harris. The team's morale was notably high before the match. We will reclaim our rightful playoff spot. A player who relies solely on open shots, no matter how many points he scores, will never rise to prominence. Devin Harris, known as the Grim Reaper, unleashed a fierce proclamation on social media, expressing his frustration at being pushed out of the top 8 in the division by the Suns' recent surge. However, venting his ire towards Shen Lang might be a decision he would come to regret for a lifetime. At the pre-match press conference, a reporter posed the question, Shen Lang, I hear that numerous sports brands have approached you. Can you reveal what choice you ultimately made? In the realm of capital, everything can be manipulated, including such pre-match interviews. Shen Lang was somewhat taken aback by the journalist's inquiry, as matters pertaining to commercial endorsements are typically kept under wraps until their official announcement. Furthermore, it bears little relevance to the impending competition. I have not received the offer from the sports brand you mentioned. However, I have already selected a partner for the footwear collaboration, and I trust that you will receive updates shortly. Shen Lang replied in a rather indifferent manner. There have been rumors that the brand you selected for collaboration is a domestic brand from Huaxia. May I ask why you opted for such a short-sighted choice of a smaller brand, rather than following the preferences of the majority of players in the alliance? Shen Lang scrutinized the attire of the journalist before him, and upon noticing a conspicuous badge on his chest, he instantly surmised the underlying implications. Is the choice of the majority always the most prudent? Does this imply that the rights of the minority do not warrant respect? Shen Lang was well-versed in the art of conceptual misdirection and veiled insults. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that, as a sports journalist, your sources of information seem remarkably extensive. After addressing this query, Shen Lang promptly rose and departed, leaving behind a group of perplexed individuals and the journalist, whose countenance had turned rather grim. Humph! What merit is there in the arrogance of a mere novice from Huaxia, who has fortuitously played a few commendable matches? Prior to the match, Shen Lang's teammates sensed his unusual demeanor, presuming it was a reaction to Harris's mindless remarks, and thus approached him with attempts at consolation. It was this unexpected support that enlightened Shen Lang regarding the situation. What nonsense is this? Harris claims I can only shoot. Already feeling aggrieved by the journalist's snide comments, Shen Lang found a vent for his frustration. He had accumulated a surplus of 400 victory points from his previous 2 games, which he promptly utilized to elevate his defensive skill against Danny Green to level 5. He also upgraded his practical dunking ability to level 2, leaving a mere 0.01 elegance point to be saved for future expenditure. Just wait and see how I will defend against him today. Soon. It was time for the players to enter the arena. Shen Lang's gaze swiftly located Devin Harris among the opposing players, and a cold smirk crept upon his lips. After a week's hiatus, the home game was vibrant with energy. The recent performance of the team had ignited the enthusiasm of the home crowd, with the atmosphere in the arena evolving into that of a veritable fortress. Following the ceremony, the starting players remained on the court. The Suns' starting lineup underwent a notable alteration today, as Hill replaced Brown due to the latter's fervent request and Gentry's observations. On the bench, Brown sat expressionless beside Shen Lang, clearly appearing to follow Shen Lang's lead. The Jazz's starting lineup consisted of Jefferson, Millsap, Devin Harris, Hayward, and Carroll. As the game commenced, Jefferson won the tip-off. Devin Harris, renowned for setting a Guinness World Record, demonstrated remarkable speed in advancing the ball. Before the Suns could establish their defensive positioning, Harris had already maneuvered the ball to the front court, executing a high pass to Hayward, who was racing towards the basket. With a simple 3-step layup, the scoreboard was lit up. Harris's ability to combine ball control and speed is indeed extraordinary. Nash struggled to keep up from behind. In the studio, director Zhang commenced his commentary in a tone that the audience found exceedingly familiar. With a baseline serve, Nash received the ball with remarkable stability. Yet it is somewhat unrealistic for him, at his current age, to maintain his original style of play throughout the entire match. The fans in the arena erupted with cheers, occasionally punctuated by shouts of MVP. After departing from the Mavericks and returning to this team, Nash had once ignited a tempest of fast breaks, earning the prestigious title of regular season MVP for 2 consecutive years. Shen Lang gazed somewhat ruefully at Nash on the court, pondering how different the scene might have been had he joined the team a few years earlier, just a few years older. Perhaps it was the invigorating atmosphere of the home crowd, but after advancing the ball, Nash disregarded the defenders before him and unexpectedly unleashed a 3-point shot. Remarkable. Nash seems to be reliving the exuberance of his youth. Coach Zhang, inspired by the moment, recited a classical verse. As the team switched to offense, the players of the Jazz, in their prime, played with a more aggressive intensity. Devin Harris, as if propelled by an accelerator, surged forward relying solely on his speed, slipping past Nash. Seizing the moment before the interior defense could position itself, he executed a swift jump shot. Swish. The score now stood at 3-4. And while Nash felt a twinge of frustration at his defensive speed, he could not deny that his former prowess had waned. Defense had always been his Achilles heel, even in his prime. He had initially hoped to impart some wisdom to Shen Lang regarding Harris, but it seemed that limiting Harris on defense was beyond his capabilities at this moment. Thus, he resolved to focus on offense instead. With Shen Lang's addition to the team, Nash found his exertion in recent games significantly reduced. allowing his body to recover to some extent. After a couple of days of rest, the stiffness in his shoulder had notably diminished. He swiftly dribbled down the court, calling for a pick-and-roll from Dudley. However, as Dudley made his move, Nash's wrist unexpectedly flicked, delivering the ball to Hill, who lay in wait along the baseline. Swish. Hill drove straight to the basket, evading the defenders beneath, and scored with a reverse layup. Both teams exhibited impressive shooting percentages right from the start, indicating they had thoroughly prepared for this match. With both teams scoring in their first two possessions, Yu-Jia could not help but express his admiration. It appeared that the veteran players of the Suns were ready to make their mark today. Coach Zhang added, "Indeed." Chapter 44. Deceiving Harris. The pace of attack and defense was swift for both teams, and the game flowed seamlessly. Soon, halfway through the first quarter, the Suns called for a brief timeout, substituting Shen Lang for the somewhat fatigued Hill. In this short span, Hill and Nash had been playing as they did in their youth, which took a considerable toll on their stamina. The score now stood at 27-29 in favor of the Suns. Shen Lang did not request the ball in the backcourt. Instead, he swiftly positioned himself at the arc's three-point line, right beside the well-prepared defender, Harris. "Hey, I heard you think I'm not capable." With a nonchalant demeanor, Shen Lang regarded Harris with a disdainful tone. Harris shot a sidelong glance at Shen Lang and retorted quietly, "Rookie, do not presume that a few fortunate high scores signify anything substantial. In this league, I have encountered far more pitfalls than you have traversed in your journey." Shen Lang smirked. "Indeed, you seem to have stumbled at every turn. How is it that you have not been buried by your own missteps?" Although his words were caustic, Shen Lang's feet remained in motion, advancing toward the interior momentarily before swiftly retreating beyond the three-point arc. At that moment, Nash's pass landed perfectly in place. Shen Lang, displaying no hesitation, positioned himself just behind the three-point line and launched a jump shot. Swish. The basketball soared through the air in a graceful arc before descending almost vertically into the net, causing not even a ripple in the rim. His signature three-point shot indicated that Shen Lang had entered the game with remarkable precision. This player possesses an enigmatic quality. His shots are taken with such decisiveness that each one instills a sense of inevitability in its success. In the broadcast studio, the commentators ardently extolled their star player. Not only were accolades being showered upon him in the studio, but his three-pointer also ignited a wave of cheers throughout the entire arena. Shen Lang reveled in the cheers of the fans, reflecting on the journey from being an unnoticed newcomer to now basking in adoration. All achieved through his relentless efforts and the assistance of the system. As it was the Jazz's turn to attack, Harris, who had just been skillfully maneuvered by Shen Lang, wore a rather unsightly expression after being outplayed. "Old nah, I'll guard him," Shen Lang called out to Nash, leaning forward at the center line, patiently awaiting Harris's arrival. This is a direct confrontation. If the previous offensive sequence could be deemed Shen Lang's swift exploitation of a mismatch, this moment signifies his deliberate challenge. Harris had belittled Shen Lang with disparaging remarks prior to the game, and it appears that Shen Lang has taken it to heart. The rivalries among players are crucial for professional commentators to monitor, as these tidbits of drama enhance the spectacle of the game. Harris attempted to leverage his speed to bypass Shen Lang, yet the young and vigorous Shen Lang is no Nash. His innate talents and superior speed are not to be underestimated. "You cannot succeed here." Shen Lang thwarted Harris's drive at its inception, closely shadowing him while incessantly taunting. Standing at a mere 190 centimeters, Harris, despite his speed advantage, lacked the strength, for not everyone possesses Shen Lang's extraordinary capabilities. With a decisive display of power and reach, Shen Lang executed a seamless steal without even triggering Danny Green's perimeter defense skill. He propelled the ball forward with force, hot on its heels. As he stepped into the restricted area, Shen Lang seized the basketball, firmly planted his feet, and launched himself into the air, cradling the ball with both hands. He pulled it back sharply, contorting his body mid-air into the shape of a bow, before unleashing a thunderous slam dunk upon the hoop. Boom. A spectacular and powerful two-handed axe dunk. Roar. Who do you think you're messing with? As he landed, Shen Lang flexed his arms across his chest, resembling a bodybuilder flaunting his muscles, and bellowed towards the heavens. Judging by his lip movement, Shen Lang seemed to have uttered something in the dialect of Northeast China. Such a dazzling display of offense warranted an immediate replay. However, in comparison to the explosive dunk, Shen Lang's expression appeared to garner even more attention. Beep. Shen Lang broke the stalemate decisively with merely 2 offensive strikes and 1 defensive maneuver, compelling the Jazz to call a timeout. Upon resuming play, the Jazz capitalized on Jefferson's presence to score, thereby managing to stabilize the situation to some extent. However, in the next round, Shen Lang executed a splendid three-point shot following a pick-and-roll with Nash. The first quarter concluded with both teams displaying remarkable offensive efficiency, suggesting that a high-scoring affair lay ahead. As the play transitioned, Harris finally seized an opportunity, evading Shen Lang's defense by exploiting a momentary lapse, and responded with a three-pointer from the baseline. Humph, just a shooter. Harris scoffed. With such a comfortable shooting opportunity, it would be a challenge not to score. Naturally, Harris seized the chance to retort, directing his remarks towards Shen Lang. Upon hearing the call, Shen Lang immediately perked up, signaling to Nash for the ball. After receiving the pass, he did not rush to dribble. Instead, he cradled the ball at his waist, intently watching the game clock. It appeared that Shen Lang was poised to execute something spectacular. In the broadcasting studio, Yu Jia expressed his exhilaration, indicating that he had grown dissatisfied with Shen Lang's previously unremarkable scoring spree. As the shot clock dwindled to 10 seconds, Shen Lang finally began to lower himself to dribble. He was about to commence his performance. In the studio, Coach Zhang could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Harris, do you know? My favorite method of scoring isn't actually the three-pointer. It's first letting you know that I intend to break through from the right side, and then effortlessly executing the maneuver. With a powerful dribble of his right hand, he transferred the ball to his left. A swift shoulder fake followed, the basketball momentarily suspended in his left hand, before it was suddenly forcefully slapped away. The ball ricocheted off the floor and returned to his right hand, as Shen Lang took a decisive step forward to the right. Getting past you is akin to driving across an open plain. Shen Lang turned back to look at the fallen Devin Harris and spoke in a remarkably calm tone. Then, with a slight adjustment, he completed his shot. Swish. It was effortless. The sound of the basketball netting coincided perfectly with Shen Lang's final words, reaching Harris's ears. He had bewildered him. Shen Lang had outmaneuvered the defensive player and sunk the shot. In the studio, Yu Jia roared with exuberance, reminiscent of the legendary Huang Jinxiang. One could hardly blame him. Traditionally, Chinese basketball players have excelled in height, while the backcourt has not produced many notable athletes. Now, with Shen Lang directly sending an NBA team's starting guard sprawling, this was undoubtedly a moment worthy of grand celebration. Beep. The first quarter concluded. 38-34, though the point difference was merely 4, the Jazz players on the bench appeared as if they had already lost the match. Chapter 45, the second time Shen Lang bewildered Harris. Shen Lang had thoroughly unleashed the home court advantage of the Suns. Hearing the fervent cheers of the surrounding fans, Coach Zhang in the studio expressed his admiration. The last player to receive such fervent applause from fans was the peak-era Yao Ming, who took nearly an entire season to fully adapt to the intensity of the NBA. I feel that Shen Lang was born for high-level competition. He entered the NBA with no sense of dislocation and quickly made a name for himself. Given his continuous performances, it is clear that this is not merely a fleeting brilliance. In the studio, whenever the Suns games were commented on, a significant portion of the time was devoted to discussing Shen Lang, not solely due to his identity as a Chinese athlete, but because his performance was simply extraordinary. Devin, do not lose heart. Only those who focus solely on defense will become mere background figures. Think of Paul George, who would say his defense is lacking. As the head coach, Tyrone Corbin was evidently not adept at offering comfort. Upon hearing his words, Devin Harris immediately recalled his recent defense, which could very well end up on this week's top 10 plays. Corbin, observing the demoralized Harris, could only sigh in resignation. Millsap, you will be responsible for guarding Shinsun. Fortunately, he had better defensive options within his team. As a forward, Millsap's defensive prowess was highly regarded. Moreover, compared to Shen Lang, Millsap had advantages in both height and wingspan, and he appeared to possess a significant strength advantage as well. Millsap felt a jolt in his heart, but could only grit his teeth and agree. If he were in Harris's shoes, he too would have felt utterly helpless during the last offensive play of the first quarter. Let's rally our spirits. The playoff spot is within reach. We need this victory. Corbin bellowed. This marked the second-to-last game of the shortened season, if they lost to the Suns. Even if they won the final game, and the Suns lost to their opponents, they would still fall short by one win. Only by securing victory in this match and relying on each other's records can they hope to clinch a playoff berth. As the second quarter commenced, both teams tacitly opted for their bench players. With ample time remaining, the intensity had not yet reached its peak. In stark contrast to the scorching performance of the starting lineups, the substitutes appeared as if they had just emerged from a blacksmith's forge. Clang, clang, clang. The arena, once alive with excitement, fell into a hush under the cacophony of missed shots. With just over 7 minutes left in the second quarter, the starters were summoned back onto the court. The Jazz had managed to narrow the score to a mere point, 42-41, thanks to their reserves. A somewhat disoriented Devin Harris, upon entering the game, refrained from focusing solely on his own offense and instead opted for frequent passes. This decision inadvertently facilitated a smoother offensive flow for the Jazz. Under Millsap's defensive strategy, Shen Lang also failed to deliver a standout performance. Firstly, the opposing team had not provoked him, thereby diminishing his fervor. Secondly, Millsap adopted a defensive posture that allowed penetration but discouraged outside shooting. Even if Shen Lang evaded the defense, he could only resort to mid-range shots, often facing additional help from the interior. It seems I must hasten to develop a breakthrough skill. To achieve rapid improvement, one cannot simply rely on isolated practice, but must continuously identify one's shortcomings through competition. In contrast to the scoring frenzy of the first quarter, the second quarter unfolded rather sluggishly. With the halftime score at 57-55, the anticipated high-scoring affair did not materialize. It appears that Corbin has discovered the most suitable defensive approach against Shen Lang. In the studio, Coach Zhang, after reviewing the first half, summarized. If a mere 14 points at halftime signifies the completion of a defensive task against a player, then that expectation is rather low. Beside him, Yang Yi, a staunch advocate of data, remarked that scoring 14 points in the first half made surpassing 20 in total a foregone conclusion. Indeed, players who average over 20 points per game are a rarity in the NBA. I concur with Coach Zhang's assessment, although Shen Lang scored 14 points. He managed only 6 in the last 7 minutes of the second quarter. For a player who often exceeds 35 points in a single game, this indeed constitutes a commendable defensive achievement. Ujia immediately countered Yang Yi's viewpoint, asserting that the essence of commentary lies in the clash of differing opinions. A harmonious discourse lacks intrigue. Indeed, and I believe coaches from other teams must also be observing this match, Coach Zhang expressed with a hint of concern. Based on this performance, Shen Lang still lacks effective techniques for penetrating layups. His offensive arsenal remains insufficiently diverse. Although what you said is quite reasonable, we must not overlook the fact that Shen Lang is merely a novice in the league. Expecting him to exhibit a flawless performance in every aspect may be somewhat excessive. Yang Yi chuckled beside him, remarking that Shen Lang's recent displays have inadvertently led us to hold him to the lofty standards of a superstar. As the halftime break concluded, the match resumed. Once again, it was the substitute lineup that took to the court, and the arena was once more filled with the cacophonous sounds of missed shots. The score stood at 64-63, with both teams closely contesting every point. The Jazz launched an offensive. Harris swiftly advanced, and just beyond the halfway line, he passed the ball to Hayward, who surged into the heart of the Suns' defense. With a deft low-handed layup, he easily scored. Shen Lang swiftly executed a baseline pass and then rapidly surged along the sideline. Nash, possessing an intuitive understanding of the moment, delivered the ball to him with impeccable timing. This quick play allowed Shen Lang to face off against the defender, who was now Devin Harris. Devin, it has been quite some time. A sinister smile played upon Shen Lang's face. Devin Harris wore a sullen expression, remaining silent as he pressed closely against Shen Lang, attempting to exert physical pressure on him. This was a defensive strategy previously employed by Millsap. Alas, unfortunately, his strength paled in comparison to both Millsap and Shen Lang, rendering it rather inconsequential. Shen Lang bent down to dribble, colliding with his opponent and causing him to stagger back a step. Following this, he executed a deft crossover dribble, feinting with his left knee before stepping forward with his right foot, flawlessly completing a magnificent crossover move. Harris, who was unsteadily trying to return to his defensive position, slipped and inadvertently showcased a split in front of the crowd. My friend, your flexibility is truly impressive. Shen Lang cast a sidelong glance at Harris, even managing to give him a thumbs up. Then, he spun the basketball in the palm of his hand, bent his knees, and took the shot. Swish. Hey, buddy. You were right. I truly enjoy shooting. After sinking the basket, Shen Lang lowered his head and remarked as he passed by Harris. Indeed. Shen Lang had a knack for picking on the vulnerable. The trio in the studio, Yang Yi and his companions, were once again dazzled by Shen Lang's display. There's a question I hesitate to ask, but should I? Ujia timidly inquired. Feel free to ask. When did a starting guard of an NBA team become perceived as a soft target in our eyes? The studio immediately fell into a hushed silence. Chapter 46. The final attack. Beep. The Jazz called a timeout, yet none of the teammates approached to help Harris, who was demonstrating his flexibility. Fans watching the live stream online were also left awestruck by Shen Lang's dazzling moves. Shen Lang, also known as a regular on the highlight reel. He has managed to leave opponents bewildered twice in a single game. I worry that there will soon be a compilation dedicated solely to Shen Lang's ankle-breaking maneuvers against Harris. Great idea. I'm going to start a video channel right now. Harris remarked, "Do you think I'm soft, Shen Lang?" Shen Lang replied, "And do you think I'm tough, Harris? Well, can this even form a C team? What would be an appropriate name? Truly, as a professional player." Harris's flexibility is undoubtedly top tier. He is set to secure 2 spots in this week's top 10 plays, a star without a doubt. That change of direction nearly sent my phone flying. The Mopcat forum immediately utilized this animated GIF to create a meme, captioned, "Can you do the splits?" The Suns bench resembled a sea of towels, and as soon as Shen Lang left the court, he was surrounded by ecstatic teammates. "Ouch. That hurts. Don't hit me. I still need to get back on the court. Why are you punching my chest? Who was touching my backside?" Devin Harris rose, disheartened, feeling a slight tearing pain in his thigh. "Coach, I'm injured," he murmured as he approached the sideline. Corbin's gaze toward Harris held a hint of pity. Even if Harris had been hurt, he would likely concoct an excuse to leave the court, lest he be overshadowed by Shen Lang's prowess. "Hurry and see the team doctor. Get checked in the locker room." Taking advantage of the situation, Corbin promptly summoned the team doctor, whispering in his ear to ensure that 2 individuals supported Harris off the court, creating the impression that his injury was quite severe. As the timeout concluded, despite the brilliance of Shen Lang's previous shot, it merely contributed 2 points. The score stood at 66-65, with the Jazz maintaining their opportunity for victory. Hayward's demeanor remained notably composed. During the Jazz's offensive possession, he appeared unaffected, calmly sinking a mid-range jumper. When it was the Suns' turn to attack, Shen Lang found himself once again confronted by the defender Millsap. Having previously managed to outmaneuver Harris, Millsap was increasingly wary and instinctively maintained a certain distance while guarding Shen Lang. The only outcome of granting Shen Lang space was an effortless score. "Millsap, what on earth are you doing?" Corbin bellowed from the sidelines. Although Shen Lang's shot found its mark, it was somewhat unreasonable, as Gortat was left completely unguarded beneath the basket. Coach Shang aptly pointed out the flaw in Shen Lang's decision-making. "I believe Shen Lang's outside shooting might be more reliable than Gortat's open layup." Yu Jia had begun to evolve into an ardent supporter of Shen Lang. Observing Shen Lang's performances throughout the season, while he occasionally showcased exquisite passing, it remained evident that there were still deficiencies in his court vision and passing technique. At this moment, Yang Yi assumed the role of rational analyst. Shen Lang's position was more akin to that of a small forward or shooting guard. With Nash on the Suns, there was little need for him to handle the ball excessively. Yu Jia could not tolerate any criticism directed at Shen Lang. That's not a fair assessment. With Shen Lang's abilities, he would undoubtedly be the prime candidate for ball control should he join the national team. Well, he must first receive a call up to the national team. Currently, Shen Lang is not included in that so-called talent pool. Yu Jia retorted with a disdainful pout. Thus, both teams completed the third quarter in a rather lackluster manner. At the conclusion of 3 quarters, the score was 81-79. Shen Lang's personal score has reached 24 points, a figure that is not particularly impressive. As the fourth quarter commenced, Gentry, initially expecting little change, was taken aback to discover that the Jazz had fielded all their starting players, except for Harris, who had sustained an injury. This strategic decision proved remarkably effective, as they quickly surged with an 8-2 run within just 3 minutes. The Suns, who had been leading at 83-87, suddenly found themselves trailing. Reluctantly, Gentry had no choice but to reintroduce Nash and Shen Lang, who had not rested for long. As soon as Shen Lang entered the court, he received a pass from Nash and scored with a bank shot beneath the basket. However, before they could even celebrate, Jefferson made a long throw, delivering the ball to Millsap, who was charging down the court for a fast break. Boom. He executed a slam dunk flawlessly. "Is this an attempt to exhaust our stamina?" Shen Lang observed the swift fast break dunk executed by his opponent in less than 5 seconds, his brows furrowing in concern. The Jazz team's roster was youthful and well-rounded. Thus their stamina was undoubtedly not an issue. However, the condition of his own players remained uncertain. Nevertheless, if they wished to engage in such a game, he was more than willing to accompany them. Shen Lang signaled to Nash, who nodded in understanding. In the ensuing play, Shen Lang darted along the baseline towards the basket, elevating directly as he brushed past Nash, while his defender, Millsap, was effectively blocked by Nash. With a deft movement, Nash passed the ball through his legs, allowing Shen Lang to receive it and take a shot. Swish. The wave-like three-pointer was executed with precision. As soon as the ball left his hands, Shen Lang didn't even glance back. He immediately turned to sprint towards the backcourt, aiming for the opponent's fast-breaking Hayward. With a resounding clap, just as Shen Lang caught up, the basketball was swiftly passed to him. Extending his long arm, he gained control of the ball. Whoosh. A long pass soared to Nash, who was already poised to shoot at a 45-degree angle. Clap. Shen Lang's pass was slightly too forceful. Nash, after a brief adjustment on the ground, successfully launched the ball. Whoosh. The Suns regained the lead at 91-89. What a splendid interception. Shen Lang's basketball IQ is truly astonishing, as he frequently makes precise judgments and devises ingenious tactical arrangements. Gentry had previously acknowledged in an interview that Shen Lang played a significant role in the team's strategies during critical moments. Observing Shen Lang unravel their tactical setup, Corbin gestured emphatically from the sidelines, prompting the Jazz to resume their half-court offense. Capitalizing on the performances of Jefferson and Millsap, the Jazz managed to keep the score tightly contested. With only 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, the score stood at 101-100. The Suns led by a mere point, yet the possession belonged to the Jazz. In the fourth quarter, Shen Lang found himself with limited opportunities to shoot, currently remaining at 29 points. This marked the first instance, under the condition of guaranteed playing time, where his score failed to surpass the 30-point threshold. The Jazz called for a lengthy timeout to strategize their final offensive play. 10 seconds provided ample time for various tactical choices. On the sidelines, Shen Lang attentively listened to the instructions from Coach Kentley while squinting to observe the Jazz's movements. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, with a sideline free throw. Hayward took possession of the ball, skillfully maneuvering it from the perimeter. With just 5 seconds left, Hayward made a sudden drive towards the basket. Jefferson, stationed near the paint, quickly emerged to occupy the free throw line position. As Hayward approached, the two executed a flawless pick and roll. However, Hayward chose not to pass to Jefferson, who had set the screen for him. Chapter 47. The Kardashian clan strikes back. The brilliance of this tactical arrangement can only be appreciated from a godlike perspective. Even before Hayward received the sideline pass, other Jazz players had begun their movements. Jefferson remained anchored near the basket, while Millsap lurked at a 45-degree angle. Carroll darted back and forth along the edge of the 3-second zone, replacing Harris on the court, yet the often overlooked Jamal Tinsley was positioned on the weak side, ready to assist. As Hayward dribbled forward, Jefferson swiftly moved up, blocking Shen Lang, who was defending Hayward. He then feigned an inward cut, raising his arms as if to call for the ball. However, at that moment, Hayward executed a behind-the-back bounce pass to Millsap, who had sprinted to the baseline and was poised to drive towards the basket. The classic evolution of the pick-and-roll demonstrated that even without Coach Jerry Sloan at the helm, this Jazz team retained a deeply ingrained pick-and-roll DNA. Yang Yi praised this tactical arrangement, revealing the true mastermind behind it. Not only him, but all the fans watching this play were reminded of the stern-faced elder with flowing white hair. Alas, within this immaculate strategy, an unexpected disruptor emerged. Before Shen Lang collided with Jefferson, he had already anticipated the impending screen. Thus, upon making contact with Jefferson, he adeptly utilized a back turn, a maneuver typically reserved for offensive plays, to extricate himself from the entanglement. Immediately thereafter, he, like everyone else, instinctively focused his defensive attention on Jefferson. However, Jefferson's exaggerated gesture for the ball quickly prompted a realization. At that moment, the optimal method to pass to Jefferson would be a bounce pass, rather than a lofty one. Shen Lang's gaze sharpened as he swiftly made a judgment. A trap. He immediately shifted his defensive focus back onto Hayward, in a stroke of remarkable fortune. At that very moment, an effective Danny Green's perimeter defense skill, which had never been activated before, came into play. When defending against perimeter players, there exists a chance to discern the passing trajectory. The clear passing path of Hayward materialized before Shen Lang's eyes. With all his might, Shen Lang lunged toward the line that existed solely within his vision. Crack. The interception was successful, with merely 3 seconds remaining. Shen Lang had anticipated the opponent's passing choice, executing an astonishing steal. Steadying himself, he forcefully propelled the ball forward, utilizing his utmost speed to shake off the defender who sought to tackle him from behind. With 2 seconds left, Shen Lang had crossed half the court. With just 1 second remaining, he seized control of the basketball, positioning himself a mere step within the free throw line. Would Shen Lang secure his streak of scoring over 30 points with a thunderous dunk? All eyes were fixed on the youth, whose legs were slightly bent in preparation. Squeak. The sound of his sneakers scraping against the floor pierced the air. But instead of soaring as everyone anticipated, Shen Lang straightened his posture, pivoted, and extended his right hand, cradling the basketball toward the approaching players behind him. Now, you can take the ball home. And by the way, enjoy your fishing. Blair. The final whistle resonated throughout the arena. Curiosity swirled among the spectators regarding Shen Lang's final words, prompting the venue to replay the last play, complete with the ambient sounds of the crowd. Now, you can take the ball home. And by the way, enjoy your fishing. When Shen Lang's culturally rich English echoed through the basketball arena, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. A second later, the atmosphere erupted. What on earth did the god of waves just do? That was unbelievably cool. I can dunk, but I choose not to. Just for fun. Data is but a fleeting cloud to me. The realm of the god of waves transcends that of certain big shots. No provoking from above. I didn't mention any names, did I? Is it necessary to specify? Such provocative actions, coupled with that utterly emotionless remark, ignited a deep-seated fury within the entire Jazz team. The Suns players also took note, surging onto the court to encircle Shen Lang, not merely to celebrate the victory, but more so to protect him. Particularly, Brown wore a doll-like expression directed toward the Jazz team, emanating a clear warning of who dared to make a move. Ultimately, the Jazz team refrained from approaching for a confrontation, recognizing that this was the Suns' home court and charging and may not yield any advantage. However, Shen Lang's words extinguished any inclination for friendly post-game exchanges between the two teams. Nash gazed somewhat dazedly at Shen Lang, now firmly encircled by his teammates, pondering his thoughts. Perhaps it was a case of a late encounter? Perhaps relief at not having missed the opportunity? Or perhaps something else entirely? Even a defensive game winner can be infused with such passion. The ball is yours. Do you want it? Take the ball home. I shall remain victorious. Enjoy your fishing? A deadly blessing. Major media outlets promptly released a series of press statements following the conclusion of the match. The spectacle of this game was amplified by Harris's online remarks prior to the event, the peculiar inquiries during the press conference, and Shen Lang's two impressive maneuvers that left Harris sprawling and injured. Moreover, Shen Lang's miraculous steal that clinched the game, coupled with the subsequent controversial action, propelled the match's excitement to unprecedented heights. Notably, this game successfully caught the attention of a family located far away in Los Angeles. Our family's visibility must continue to grow. A sophisticated middle-aged woman perused a thick dossier while commenting, "This young man from the Suns appears to be an excellent subject for publicity." The large television screen in the lobby replayed Shen Lang's decisive steal. "And he seems quite handsome as well," remarked a voluptuous young woman, her gaze lingering on the close-up on the screen. "Gene, your focus should now be on nurturing your relationship with Kanye. With his talent, he could undoubtedly propel your business endeavors to new heights." The middle-aged woman cast a sidelong glance at her second daughter lounging on the sofa while swiftly silencing her third daughter, who seemed poised to speak. "Chloe, the mindset of the Huaxia people differs from ours. Their marital status is something they take seriously, and their aesthetic sensibilities diverge significantly from ours." As she spoke, her gaze swept over her daughter's ample figures. "It seems we need to enlist Kendall and Kylie. Contact them. They will sit in the closest seats to Shen Lang at tomorrow's game in Texas." As the current matriarch of the Kardashian family, Kris Jenner's eyes sparkled with shrewd calculations. Chapter 48. If you dare to go easy, I shall unleash the tide. On the court, surrounded by teammates, Shen Lang remained blissfully unaware of the impending wave of scrutiny directed at him. Shen Lang's final score was firmly established at 29 points. However, in addition to this, he also showcased an all-around performance with 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Although it may not be a score of 30 or above, a performance of 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists is commendable in its own right. Shen Lang silently consoled himself, recognizing that such public displays of prowess indeed come at a price. The last time it was a painful hand, and this time it is a wounded heart. Yet, his heartache was not for the data itself, but rather for the loss of 20 victory points as a reward. Nash, on the other hand, relived his glory days, securing a splendid double-double with 15 points and 15 assists. To speak candidly, having a teammate like Shen Lang, who is always proactive in his movements, ready to shoot upon receiving the ball, and boasts an impressively high shooting percentage, makes accumulating assists a rather effortless endeavor, provided the passing is not abysmal. With this victory, the Suns have extended their winning streak to 10 games. Since Shen Lang's arrival, the team's performance has notably improved. Consequently, netizens in Huaxia have affectionately bestowed upon Shen Lang the nickname Lang Bushu, meaning Lang never loses. As the game concluded, the customary post-match interview segment ensued. This is also Shen Lang's first time, and he is eagerly anticipating this segment. After taking a shower and donning a fresh outfit, he hurriedly arrived at the venue of the press conference. Once seated, Shen Lang immediately began scanning the crowd of journalists, quickly identifying his target. That particular reporter, who seemed anxious about the competition, had not yet finished their pre-match interview with him. He was invited to pose his question first. Shen Lang's actions may have transgressed certain conventions, yet he undeniably shone as the most illustrious player of the night, meriting some unconventional privileges. Shen Lang, we noticed you donned a pair of Red Star Erk shoes, a brand from Huaxia. Is this your endorsed brand? Indeed, the reporter remains fixated on the sneaker contract issue, which hardly seems fitting for a professional sports journalist. In response to this inquiry, Shen Lang displayed no reluctance. Just moments ago in the locker room, he had received a call from Wu Rongguang, who had provided him with a technical proposal. Prior to the playoffs, his first-generation sneakers would undoubtedly be in his possession. Indeed, the brand I am collaborating with is Red Star Erk, and I hope my fans will come to understand and support this brand in the future. However, do you not harbor concerns regarding the quality of Huaxia brands? The reporter pressed on, a question that could certainly be deemed rather malicious. Shen Lang gazed at the other party with an expression of incredulity, his confidence in the situation prompting him to invite questions. Please, do examine the statistics from my recent matches. Have you ever encountered anyone donning a pair of defective shoes capable of achieving a consecutive score of 30 or more? Have you witnessed anyone, while wearing flawed footwear, manage to execute 2 game-winning shots? It seems you may not have observed my previous games, however. You must have paid attention to this one. Have you ever seen anyone in subpar shoes deliver a performance akin to mine this evening? Shen Lang unleashed a barrage of incisive rhetorical questions that left the reporter's face flushed with embarrassment. However, I perceive that this brand's logo bears the dubious mark of plagiarism. For an extended period, imitation has been a point of contention for numerous brands in Huaxia, and even though progress has been made, with an increasing focus on the protection of intellectual property, such stereotypes cannot be eradicated overnight. Consequently, it is all too easy for such slander to tarnish the reputation of Huaxia's brands. Shen Lang narrowed his eyes slightly and cleared his throat before speaking. If you had genuinely taken the time to understand this brand, you would not have uttered such words. Erk's emblem is the soaring swan, symbolizing the relentless pursuit of progress and self-struggle. Meanwhile, the hook represents the wings of the goddess of victory, embodying the anticipation of her favor. These are fundamentally 2 distinct beliefs. Erk is grounded in its own endeavors, striving upwards, rather than waiting for the elusive powers of fortune to grace us. At this point, Shen Lang surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the reporters with varying expressions. Before continuing his discourse, my collaboration with Hongxing Erk is primarily founded on my trust in the quality of this brand, and my life philosophy aligns with their slogan, TOBNO. 1. What was supposed to be a post-match press conference has been transformed into a brand launch by Shen Lang. The reporter, now visibly pale and flushed, realized he had been outmaneuvered by Shen Lang. He was acutely aware that not only would he return empty-handed without the hooks bonus, but he might also jeopardize his job. The press conference concluded entirely on Shen Lang's terms. Even when he responded to questions regarding the match, his answers brimmed with an air of significance. After all, this was a company in which he held a stake, and he had an obligation to promote it fervently. As a direct result of Shen Lang's interview, several products in Hongxing Erk's online flagship store sold out. The endorsement by the god of waves seemed promising. To be fair, the quality is undoubtedly commendable, though the designs do lean towards the antiquated. It would be advantageous to introduce some high-end footwear, as the current offerings are rather economical. Wu Rongguang had not anticipated the swift and palpable impact of Shen Lang's endorsement. He promptly contacted his company's public relations department to disseminate news of the collaboration, emphasizing their philanthropic partnership. Additionally, they provided concrete responses to buyers' feedback. The company has always adhered to the philosophy of serving the public, thus focusing on the affordable market. In light of the supporters' demands, they will continue to ensure and enhance the quality of budget-friendly products while gradually introducing high-end professional equipment modules. Our first signature sneaker in collaboration with Mr. Shen Lang will be launched before the playoffs. This stirred a significant ripple as a newcomer. To have a signature shoe as the debut product is quite a statement. Although Hongxing Erk may not be regarded as a major brand, it once enjoyed its moments of glory. Everything outside the arena will not affect the forthcoming match arrangements. The team embarked on a nocturnal journey to the AT&T Center in San Antonio, Texas, where they will face their final opponent of the regular season, the Spurs, with whom they have already clashed once. Most teams have concluded their games this season, and the standings for the regular season are largely determined. Currently, the Mavericks hold a record of 36 wins and 30 losses, while the Suns boast a record of 36 wins and 29 losses. Should the Suns triumph in their final match, they will naturally surpass the Mavericks, securing the 8th position. Conversely, a loss would see the Suns relegated to the 8th spot due to their divisional record. Meanwhile, the Spurs have already clinched the top position in their division, with the Thunder in 2nd place. Gentry is also contemplating which opponent would yield a greater chance of victory. Early the next morning, Gentry received the roster for the Spurs' upcoming game. Duncan and Ginobili are sidelined due to shoulder tightness. Parker is suffering from knee discomfort, and Leonard is mysteriously unaccounted for, having gone missing from the team. Upon examining the roster of the Spurs, Shen Lang couldn't help but utter an expletive. In preparation for this match, Coach Zug Weiqi had even activated several players from the Development League. How desperate this old fellow is to avoid facing us in the playoffs. If you wish to evade, I shall insist on confronting you. You dare to hold back, huh? Then I shall unleash the full force upon you. Chapter 49. Shen Lang aims for the starting position. In truth, Shen Lang was acutely aware that, for the Suns, their chances against the Spurs were considerably greater compared to facing the Thunder. The playoffs are not determined by a single game. In a best-of-7 series, the Suns bore no home court advantage and stood little chance of triumph against the youthful, passionate, and talented Thunder. Although the Spurs possessed formidable strength, their core members were gradually aging. Duncan was already 36, and Ginobili was 35. The only player in his prime, Parker, did not seem particularly challenging in Shen Lang's eyes. As long as they could prolong the matches, they would have a chance to seize the series. Especially after enhancing his skills, Shen Lang could, if he so desired, deliver a series of moments akin to a Tracy McGrady performance to Coach Zug Weiqi every other game. Coach, I want to start today. With this resolve in his heart, Shen Lang immediately raised his gaze towards Gentry. Eh? Gentry responded, astonished. Lang, has your illness healed? Shen Lang shook his head and said, No. We require a plausible reason for our defeat. I believe we should choose the Spurs as our playoff adversary. To put it simply, Popovich is clearly evading the prospect of facing us. Gentry emphatically slapped his thigh. Indeed, if uncertain about whom to select, we should simply observe who is most reluctant to choose us. He had completely fallen into a misconception in terms of strength. Both the Spurs and the Thunder are formidable contenders, leaving him devoid of confidence in either choice. However, if he could transcend this logical conundrum and disregard win or lose, focusing instead on who is averse to confronting him, it would at least indicate that he possesses the capability to unsettle his opponents. Shen, I firmly believe that after your retirement, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional coach. Gentry, when serious, would refer to Shen Lang as Shen, but in a more relaxed manner. He would call him Lang. Coach, I have just turned 20. Isn't it a tad premature to discuss retirement? Shen Lang cast a sidelong glance at the other party, his words momentarily leaving Gentili in a daze. Indeed, it seemed he had momentarily overlooked the fact that this individual, who was gradually evolving into the core of the team, was merely 20 years of age. The evening's match commenced shortly thereafter. The attention of the fans in the stands was captivated by the game, oblivious to the presence of two graceful young ladies seated adjacent to the visitors' bench. During the entrance ceremony, Kendall Jenner and Kylie Jenner were entirely focused on Shen Lang, who was arranged to enter the arena second to last. His profile appeared strikingly handsome, and the definition of his muscles was even more pronounced in person than on television. It seemed a waste for such a physique not to pursue modeling. Both sisters, renowned models in their own right, instinctively began to assess Shen Lang's physique according to their aesthetic standards upon seeing him. They had heard that individuals from Huaxia were typically reserved and devoted, and were pleasantly surprised to find that the target chosen by their family was, indeed, a commendable candidate. Kendall appeared somewhat intrigued, aware that within their family, they held little sway, at least for the moment, often compelled to comply with familial arrangements. However, it was a rarity for someone from Huaxia to make a significant mark in the league. Could it be that their family had not misjudged this time? Conversely, Kylie harbored different concerns, fully cognizant of her family's expectations. Regardless, even if it were a fleeting moment, they would not be at a loss. In comparison, Kendall was much more open-minded about the situation. She discreetly licked her lips while observing Shen Lang, who was currently focused on the game with his head bowed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's match, which also marks the season finale for the Suns. The studio featured 3 individuals seated with utmost seriousness, forming a formidable trio. Although this match pitted the top team in the West against the current 7th seed, the outcome had long been predictable. Prior to the game, it was noted that the Spurs' 4 main players were absent for various reasons, with Leonard's mysterious disappearance generating considerable chatter. Yu Jia remarked, half amused and half exasperated. I believe such reasons should be reported to the FB, rather than the league. Zhuge Weiqi appeared to be ready to forfeit this match in order to avoid facing the Suns in the first round of the playoffs. Zhang Heli provided a rational analysis, stating, "This is not the first time Zhuge Weiqi has taken such measures. The master of rotation rests for a reason." As the match was about to begin, they turned their attention to the starting players for both teams. Upon hearing this, Yu Jia immediately glanced at the player roster displayed on the screen. Wait, what is going on? Shen Lang is starting today. At that moment, the other 2 individuals immediately glanced at the roster, and indeed, they spotted Shen Lang's name on the starting lineup for the Suns. The prior uproar regarding Shen Lang's inability to start had spread throughout the basketball community. The reason cited was his discomfort during the jump ball segment, which brought considerable amusement to many online observers. Yet, this individual, who had confidently believed he could not start, was now set to take the court as a starter in the season's final game. Could it be that American psychological therapy was remarkably effective? Yang Yi remarked with a hint of skepticism. Given the public's understanding of psychological disorders, any type of mental issue typically requires prolonged treatment, often resulting only in partial alleviation rather than complete resolution. However, Shen Lang was slated to start just a few days after revealing his psychological struggles. What could this possibly signify? I believe it is best not to speculate excessively and to focus our attention on Shen Lang's performance in this match. Ultimately, it was Coach Zhang who exhibited greater composure, deftly steering the conversation away from this topic. On the basketball court of the ATT Center, both teams were now prepared for the game. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the basketball was tossed high into the air. Hey, whether it was the excitement of Shen Lang starting, or perhaps Dior's insufficient height for the jump ball, Gortat let out a loud shout and was the first to make contact with the ball. With a swift motion, he directed the basketball towards Shen Lang. Gortat was acutely aware that Shen Lang was the rising star of their team, and he needed to ensure he secured that asset tightly, lacking any exclusive talent enhancements. Shen Lang felt a slight lightness in his body. Successfully seizing control of the basketball, he advanced rapidly. It appeared that Shen Lang was not in a rush to initiate an offensive play. Instead, he aimed to establish a steady position for a set play. Although he exerted every effort to accelerate, his speed was only rated at 60, rendering his movements rather leisurely. The reputation he had earned had garnered respect from the teams he faced. Consequently, the Spurs had dispatched Danny Green, the very embodiment of defensive prowess targeted at Shen Lang. Chapter 50, Kiss Cam, locked in. Hey, buddy, good to see you again. Shen Lang's focus is predominantly devoted to dribbling, with a mere fraction of his attention reserved for feigning ease. Humph, do not think to mislead me with mere words. The coach has already imparted the essential strategies for defending against you. Feel free to drive, as long as you are denied any opportunity for an outside shot. Danny Green glared with his lifeless eyes, closely shadowing Shen Lang to deny him any shooting space. Although Coach Zhuge Wei had strategically conceded this match, such a sentiment could never be divulged to the players, for it would undoubtedly undermine the team's morale before the onset of the playoffs. In his view, with Shen Lang's presence on the Suns, relying solely on his underperforming teammates to secure a victory would be nothing short of a miracle. Shen Lang shrugged, directing all his attention to dribbling. He was genuinely curious about his abilities without the benefit of doubled attributes. Thud, thud, thud. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect. But Shen Lang felt that the sound of his dribbling today was unusually heavier than usual. With a flick of his left shoulder, he swiftly pulled the ball back to his right side, attempting to execute Allen Iverson's right side skill. The feint was utterly clumsy. It was evident that he was merely baiting me. His next move would surely be a right side drive. Danny Green, tasked with guarding Shen Lang, furrowed his brow, perceiving numerous flaws in Shen Lang's dribbling. No, wait. Danny Green suddenly recalled the game replay he had watched that morning, vividly remembering the moments Harris had been faked out and fell to the floor. This must be a ruse. It appeared fraught with openings, yet it was all meticulously orchestrated. Recalling Zhuge Weiqi's warning, Danny Green decided it would be prudent to remain cautious against Shen Lang's advance. Thud. A change of direction merely created half a step of separation. Shen Lang sensed that attempting a more significant maneuver might send the basketball careening out of bounds. Surprisingly, however, his defender, Danny Green, remained rooted in place instead of pursuing. Could it be that I am not as inept as I believed? Shen Lang harbored a tinge of doubt in his heart, yet he eagerly chose to leap into action. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the backboard forcefully, rebounding into the hoop. What he had anticipated as a flawless swish turned out to be a straightforward bank shot. Remain composed, remain composed. As long as I remain silent, no one shall suspect my lack of skill. Shen Lang, with an expressionless visage, retreated towards the backcourt. Indeed, this young man from Huaxiao was exceedingly cunning. In the end, his movements were so deliberate, attempting to deceive me into committing a foul. Thankfully, I managed to restrain myself. In Danny Green's eyes, Shen Lang's performance was utterly lacking in finesse. The shot off the backboard was evidently propelled by his frustration at not drawing a foul, resulting in an excessive force. It still felt somewhat peculiar. In the studio, Yu Jia hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to speak up. Whether it was the pressure of being a starter that affected Shen Lang or a deliberate choice on his part, this recent exchange felt somewhat disconnected from the essence of an NBA game. The pace was not rapid, showcasing at most a semi-professional level of maneuvering, and that dubious shot off the backboard raised questions. Yet, regardless of these observations, Shen Lang had successfully scored. As the Spurs initiated their offense, guard Mills, upon realizing that his defender was Shen Lang, felt a sudden pang of unease. Shen Lang possessed a significant advantage in height, rendering Mills' reliance on speed within the league somewhat inconsequential. After all, Shen Lang had previously bested the speedster Harris. Nevertheless, what did it matter? To be defeated by a player of such caliber was no disgrace. Comforting himself, Mills steadied his dribbling rhythm, executed a crossover, and maneuvered towards Shen Lang's left side. Whoosh! Shen Lang felt an overwhelming force that caused him to stagger slightly, followed by the swift movement of a dark shadow. Is this it? Mills thought incredulously. Yet his hands did not cease their actions as he spotted an open lane beneath the basket and opted for a layup. Unfortunately, in his excitement, his hands trembled slightly during the shot, causing the ball to circle the rim twice before bouncing off. With a resounding thud, the basketball fell right into the hands of the recently arrived Shen Lang. Remarkably, in just 2 exchanges of offense and defense, Shen Lang accrued 2 points and 1 rebound. Successfully disrupting the opponent's layup, his prowess was undoubtedly of a dominant caliber. Coach Zhang was now wholly results-oriented, lavishly praising Shen Lang's performance during those exchanges. Let us hope for the best, murmured Yu Jia, somewhat lacking in confidence. As the game transitioned, Nash took control of the ball. Having formed a preliminary assessment of his abilities, Shen Lang chose not to demand the ball but instead began to move around the court. Huff, huff, huff. Just over 3 minutes into the match, Shen Lang began to breathe heavily. His stamina had barely reached 60, and under such intense competition, he could hardly sustain himself for long. Beep. Gentry noticed Shen Lang's condition and promptly requested a substitution. Indeed, Shen Lang's performance today seemed rather lackluster. Having played for 3.5 minutes with 2 attempts and only 1 successful shot, yielding 2 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist, Yang Yi observed the statistics in his hands, noting the broadcast studio was unusually quiet due to Shen Lang's performance. Huff. Shen Lang settled himself at the forefront of the bench. Given his current status, it was entirely unremarkable for Nash to remain seated on the court. How does it feel? Gentry inquired. With a towel draped over his head, Shen Lang shook his head and said nothing, believing that his condition spoke volumes. The first quarter of the game concluded swiftly. One side relaxed while the other was constrained by its limitations, resulting in a score that appeared amicable, 14-12. With the Suns trailing by 2 points. On the bench, Shen Lang's breathing had eased somewhat, yet he remained disheartened by his true capabilities, keeping himself concealed beneath the towel. To enhance their commercial appeal, the league orchestrated various entertaining segments during game intermissions. One such popular interactive feature was the Kiss Cam, where the large screen would focus on fans in the audience. When it locked onto 2 adjacent spectators, they were prompted to kiss. Originally, the Spurs had planned to showcase this segment, but the eager production team, intrigued by Shen Lang's lackluster performance in the first quarter, redirected the camera to his location. At that moment, the backdrop remained adorned with the Kiss Cam design. Consequently, when the camera honed in on Shen Lang, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. they suddenly realized that the female audience member seated beside him was none other than Kendall Jenner of the Kardashian clan. KSS, KSS, KSS. A wave of unified cheers swept through the audience, reveling in the moment. Chapter 51. Socialite Module Upgrade. One-time talent boost underneath the towel obscuring his face. Shen Lang began to feel a hint of drowsiness. The back-to-back games and the impending flight to an away match were taking their toll on him. Just as he hovered in a state between wakefulness and slumber, the towel atop his head was abruptly lifted. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a gentle, moist sensation grazed his lips. Momentarily flustered, Shen Lang quickly regained his composure and pushed away the audacious individual who had stolen a kiss. Wangda, hello. The classic phrase hung in the air, only to be retracted. The young woman before him appeared quite charming, leading him to believe that her earlier action must have stemmed from some unspoken reason. Hi, Shen. I'm Kendall Jenner. It's a pleasure to meet you. A glint of mischief sparkled in Kendall's eyes. While she acknowledged that her prior action was somewhat impulsive, she felt no regret. It was just a kiss. It won't lead to anything serious. My sister shares videos like it's nothing, and she still enjoys a loving life with Kanye. Well, regardless of the joy, it's hardly appropriate to kiss me outright, is it? Shen Lang's words lacked conviction. The lingering fragrance of youthful innocence still clung to his lips. However, did you not notice? The camera has fixed its gaze upon us. One must adhere to the rules of the arena when watching the game. Kendall shrugged, gesturing towards the large screen suspended above the center of the field, where the lens remained focused on the two of them. Shen Lang cast a glance at the screen. As a seasoned football enthusiast, he might not be well acquainted with the match or the players, yet he was undoubtedly well versed in the protocols of this segment, which are intrinsic to the realm of the stadium. Ah, so that is how it is. Shen Lang scratched his head and then murmured to the other party. However, the rules do not seem to state that we need to stick out our tongues, do they? Upon hearing this, Kendall's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully stuck out her tongue at Shen Lang. The Huaxia studio fell into a prolonged silence. Ahem, they're merely young, and it is only natural for talented individuals to attract one another. Director Zhang, being the eldest among them, attempted to steer the conversation away with a light remark. However, Director Zhang, do you know who that young lady was? Yang Yi ultimately couldn't hold back, reminding him from the side. That is Kendall, the fourth sister of the renowned Kardashian family from America, and the one on the other side must be the fifth sister, Kylie. Is she a celebrity? It was unclear whether Director Zhang genuinely did not recognize her or was merely trying to maintain his composure, as he hesitated to ask. The so-called best defensive family in the league, haven't you heard of them, Director Zhang? The Young Yu family did not have such reservations, wearing amused smiles as they spoke. The reason for Shen Lang's recent slump has been uncovered. Initially, I thought his poor performance was due to psychological reasons, but now I realize it stems from physiological ones. Shen Lang, please. It's not too late to indulge in romance once you've achieved success. The remarks from above are merely exchanges among fans. What do they mean by romance? Regardless of the reasons, the incident of Shen Lang being forcefully kissed did not evoke any feelings of resentment among the onlookers. From the perspective of Huaxia, there is a sense that as a male, enduring a minor setback is acceptable. For Westerners, romance is merely a consensual affair between adults, devoid of moral or legal implications when the parties are unmarried. Moreover, basketball players are inherently energetic. No one has seen Zhang Liang claiming he has lost face in this regard. The events on the sidelines were but a minor episode in the game. And soon the second quarter commenced. Gentry observed Shen Lang, who was engrossed in conversation with Kendall, with some concern, ultimately deciding not to send him onto the court just yet. Are you two biological sisters? With Shen Lang's keen perception, he quickly noticed Kylie beside Kendall. Indeed. We are biological sisters. No wonder you bear a slight resemblance. Shen Lang nodded. The appearances of the two sisters indeed aligned with his aesthetic preferences, unlike the alarming voluptuousness often found in Western features. Shen, you are a person of Huaxia. Could you teach us a phrase in Huaxia? We are quite intrigued by Huaxia civilization. Kelly's personality was remarkably vivacious. Shen Lang hesitated momentarily, rifling through his literary repository, before finally selecting a classic phrase from the Analects. In a group of three, there is always a teacher among them. Shen Lang earnestly stated that this sentence was articulated in the language of Huaxia. The essence of his words conveyed that among the three of us, there must be aspects from which I can learn. Subsequently, Shen Lang endeavored to elucidate this to the two individuals using the simplest foreign language possible. Threesome, Kendall exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Shen Lang. Perhaps Despite having achieved a perfect score in the foreign language section of the college entrance examination and passing the professional level 8 during his university studies, Shen Lang did not possess a comprehensive command of foreign languages, remaining oblivious to the fact that certain words can bear multiple meanings. The limitations of examination-oriented education were indeed apparent. "Oh, it must be so. Lang, it's your turn to take the stage." Just as the virtuous Shen Lang was about to speak, Gentili suddenly called out to him. Shen Lang then realized that the second quarter of the game had unknowingly progressed to its midpoint, tossing aside the towel draped over him. He winked at the two charming young ladies before making his way towards the technical table. Do not presume that Shen Lang was merely a figure driven by base instincts. His prolonged conversation with the two lovely ladies was primarily due to the influence of the system. Ding. The system has detected that the host has autonomously activated the socialite task, prompting an upgrade to the socialite module. Ding. The host has been rewarded with a one-time gift of male hormones. Male hormones, the host's pure thoughts, devoid of any serious intentions. Compel him to demonstrate his strength in the presence of the opposite sex. Upon activation of this talent, the host will be able to perform at peak capacity for the next 2 rounds. However, after 4 rounds, the host's physical data for this match will be halved. Love is but a fleeting spark, followed by a tranquil acceptance of reality. Reflecting on the system's notification, Shen Lang harbored strong suspicions regarding the somewhat dubious functionalities of this system. The score stood at 27-21, with the second quarter half over. Yet the points on the board had yet to exceed 30, and the Suns had only just crossed the 20-point mark. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Zhuge Weiqi, despite being in the lead, wore a visibly displeased expression. As Shen Lang entered the court, the defenders of the Spurs swiftly approached to encircle him. Having briefly regained his abilities, Shen Lang exhibited no fear. Before the two could converge, he opted for a long-range shot. Swish. The score was now 27-24, and on the sidelines, Zhuge Weiqi nearly leapt for joy, yet his composure held firm, suppressing his excitement. Bang! With his skills activated, Shen Lang delivered an awe-inspiring block, sending the basketball soaring to the halfway line. In the midst of saving the ball, he couldn't resist casting a flirtatious glance at Kendall and Kelly. Swish. As he saved the ball and moved forward unchallenged, Shen Lang chose to attempt another three-pointer. 27-27, the score was tied. Beep. No matter how elated Zhuge Weiqi felt, the show must go on. "Coach, I can no longer take the court." As soon as Shen Lang stepped off the court, he approached Gentili, expressing his discomfort. His body was overwhelmed with a sense of weakness, yet he mustered the strength to speak. In Chapter 52, the system truly tests one's limits. When Zhuge Weiqi devised a specialized defensive strategy against Shen Lang, he discovered that Shen Lang had already wrapped his legs in ice packs, indicating that he had no intention of participating in the match. Humph. This cunning little fox has seemingly thwarted the plan to thoroughly assess his weaknesses in this game. As one of the most esteemed coaches in the history of the league, while one might question Zhuge Weiqi's character, his coaching prowess is beyond reproach. Even in a match where he might hold back, he would strive to exploit every opportunity to its fullest. Regrettably, today Shen Lang was not cooperating. Moreover, even if he were, his atypical condition offered little in terms of valuable reference. Am I formidable? As Shen Lang stepped off the court, he winked at Kendall and Kylie. Even though the two young ladies had experienced the rigors of battle, they couldn't help but blush at Shen Lang's playful antics. 2 points, 1 for each of them. Perfectly balanced. Had this remark been overheard by others, they might have suspected that Shen Lang had majored in romance during his university days. As he effortlessly delivered one flirtatious line after another, engaging in quiet conversation with the Jenner sisters, Shen Lang paid little heed to the dynamics of the game. Before long, the halftime whistle blew, and Shen Lang waved goodbye to the two girls as they retreated to the locker room. "Old Nash, you should take a break. This match is unwinnable. Even if we manage to secure 1 victory against those 3 beasts from the Thunder, we would need to win 4 games. Who can endure that?" Nash, who had performed commendably in the first half, appeared somewhat fatigued as he returned to the locker room. "Ah, so this is your cunning plan." Nash, who had been focused on the game, suddenly grasped the underlying strategy and felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Coach, my back is bothering me. I can't continue in the second half." "All right then." Gentry readily agreed. "Shen, you are still young. Some matters should not be approached too early. Trust me. There are things you cannot fully grasp." Thinking of Shen Lang's frequent interactions with the Kardashian sisters on the sidelines, Nash silently felt a pang of concern for him. Even the most naturally gifted local players often found themselves overshadowed by a single member of the Kardashian family, struggling throughout the entire season. Observing Shen Lang's demeanor, it seemed he was eager to engage in a game of ball-handling finesse. Hey, old Nash, don't be so serious. We are all fans here. Just sharing a bit of camaraderie. It won't affect my performance. Shen Lang, displaying remarkable composure, waved his hand dismissively, rejecting Nash's advisory remarks. Nash found himself at a loss for words, for his own lifestyle was hardly exemplary. In fact, he believed that expending excess energy prior to the game could facilitate a calm demeanor on the court. As the second half commenced, Zhuge Weiqi erupted into a tirade of curses, with the playoffs imminent. This match served as a crucial opportunity for him to assess Shen Lang's capabilities and further exhaust Nash, both objectives he had meticulously anticipated. Yet, to his dismay, neither of these targets remained on the court. This was nothing short of an affront, a blatant deception of the fan sentiments. As for Shen Lang, upon noticing that the Jenna sisters had vacated their seats, he could only watch the remainder of the game with dwindling enthusiasm. Ultimately, the match concluded smoothly, with both teams seemingly easing their efforts. The Spurs triumphed with a score of 89-81, securing an 8-point victory that their coach had not desired. The statistics reflected 8 points, 1 rebound, and 1 block. Shen Lang made his entrance for 9 minutes and delivered a commendable performance for a substitute player like duel. However, it was not satisfactory for him. During the post-match press conference, a reporter inquired about Shen Lang's evaluation of his debut as a starter. The first question focused on the match, and Shen Lang felt a sense of relief. The reporter asked whether his performance was influenced by the presence of the Kardashian sisters at the sidelines. It was evident that Shen Lang's joy was somewhat premature. Starting today was an opportunity for me to assess the effectiveness of my recent psychological therapy. However, as you may have observed, the results were not particularly evident. Shen Lang solemnly declared, although I can deliver a fleeting performance, it is not sufficient to sustain an entire match. Which is precisely why I did not take to the court in the second half. As for the Kardashian sisters, I encountered them for the first time today. Previously, our acquaintance was merely superficial, and perhaps in the future, there will be opportunities for a deeper connection. Regarding Coach Zhuge Weiqi's post-match remarks about the brief appearances of key players being a deception to the fans, what is your perspective? How can he dare to criticize others? We shall refrain from discussing GD's injuries, but is Leonard's absence really credible? Shen Lang rolled his eyes and remarked, it is well known that I have psychological issues. And Nash's back injury is an old ailment. We are not deceiving anyone. According to reliable sources, there are doubts regarding GD's injury, but Leonard's disappearance is certainly true. The reporters assisted the Spurs in providing an explanation. Leonard has gone missing? He seems like such an honest child. How can someone of his age still be rebellious? Shen Lang silently scoffed. After losing this match, the Suns' record for the season was officially locked in at 8th place in the Western Conference, and they would be facing the top-ranked Spurs in the playoffs. At present, the NBA playoff home-and-away allocation rule follows a 2-2-1-1-1 format, meaning that the team with the better regular season record will secure 4 home games. The first playoff game between the Suns and the Spurs is set to commence on April 30th, just 4 days away, in San Antonio. During the 3-day rest period, the team decided to return to Phoenix for 2 days of recuperation. On the return flight, Shen Lang finally had the opportunity to check the changes in his system. Have you finished updating? Congratulations, host. The Socialite module has been successfully updated. Please introduce the update details. The system will create Socialite tasks for the host based on the Socialites he encounters in reality, with task rewards consisting of one-time skills or special attribute enhancements. Furthermore, the fragments of Socialites the host has pursued in reality will be available at a significant discount in the system, up to a maximum of 90 off. I understand the tasks, but what exactly is that special attribute? As for the one-time skill, Shen Lang perceived it to be akin to a temporary talent effect, usable only on-site. However, he had yet to encounter the concept of a special attribute. The special attribute is, of course, one that the host finds delightful, enabling you to become a man who makes even a 28K salary seem insignificant. Oh, you mean the toughness on the court? That's quite a desirable reward. But what if I have already pursued a socialite in reality? Why would I need to buy any fragments? Do you understand what it means to be utterly devoted? It's that kind of unwavering commitment that leaves one at the mercy of the other. Have you learned the idioms of harmonious coexistence, embracing both black and white, sharing a blanket, and enjoying blissful togetherness? Goodness, I must say, system, you are quite something. Chapter 53, A Generation of Sneakers. The playoffs begin on April 28, 2012. After Shen Lang had methodically completed 2 days of training, further enhancing his fundamental statistics, he was packing his belongings in preparation for his journey to San Antonio the next day when Wu Rongguang arrived with gifts. The gifts consisted of 2 items. One was the finalized endorsement contract, or more aptly described as a collaboration agreement. The other was the first batch of his signature sneakers, urgently produced after measuring Shen Lang's feet and hastily urging the factory to expedite production. Upon obtaining his very first signature shoes, Shen Lang exhibited no inclination to peruse the contract. He eagerly signed and immediately opened a shoebox. Stunning, although he had previously glimpsed the design in sketches. The actual product left him utterly astonished. The shoe showcased a vibrant palette of white, red, and purple. The purple sole formed a striking wave-like pattern, while the diminutive red ERK logo was discreetly positioned on the heel, avoiding any excessive prominence. However, what truly captures attention is the innovative design of the sole. Its skeletal support structure is unprecedented in any basketball footwear from previous brands. Tests have indicated that this carbon fiber support technology strikes an exquisite balance between stability and elasticity, with a weight that is less than 1/10 of comparable materials achieving similar effects. Shen Lang nodded, having perused the design scheme for the sneakers, which notably emphasized the data in this realm. Clearly, this should be a technology that surpasses that of other brands. It is imperative to remember to apply for a patent for such innovations. In this regard, Shen Lang's acumen is on par with that of any seasoned capitalist. As for the other technologies concerning the sole, Shen Lang, lacking expertise in materials science, found himself bewildered by the intricate terminology. However, to encapsulate it in a single phrase, this pair of shoes is undoubtedly an unprecedented luxury. Shen Lang's personal emblem is a dynamic little wave, simple yet distinctive. The tongue of the shoe features the cursive characters for departure, embodying a touch of Chinese cultural essence. To be frank, Mr. Shen, without this design scheme, Red Star ERK would likely have to rely on acquiring some technology merely to produce basketball shoes that could barely meet NBA standards. As this has never been our company's forte, Wu Rongguang, being quite candid, gazed with a mix of admiration and regret at the basketball shoes in Shen Lang's possession. These shoes, in terms of design and technology, have already reached the level of top-tier brands on the market, and in some aspects, they even surpassed them. To avoid delaying the playoffs, we initially produced only 100 pairs, all in Mr. Shen's size. Production will then transition to mass manufacturing, with pre-sales commencing at the beginning of next month. Shen Lang nodded, as long as he donned these new shoes and delivered an outstanding performance. It would serve as the finest marketing strategy. The striking and stylish design of the sneakers, coupled with his explosive display on the court, would undoubtedly ensure their sale. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first pair of signature sneakers. The task of bringing glory to the Huaxia brand has now entered its second phase. Task content for the glory of the Huaxia brand to achieve global sales of over 100,000 pairs of this generation of sneakers. Indeed, as Shen Lang anticipated, upon receiving this pair of sneakers, the successive tasks were reactivated. Well, 100,000 pairs is no trivial number. Shen Lang couldn't help but feel astonished. It appeared that the road ahead was still quite long. After bidding farewell to Wu Rongguang, Shen Lang retrieved his former pair of shoes from his luggage. He had previously chosen the budget-friendly and durable Red Star ERK shoes, which, in terms of functionality, offered no distinct advantages. Upon donning his new footwear, the comfortable sensation ignited Shen Lang's eagerness to step onto the court and play. The system kindly provided precise statistics for the shoes, a 2 increase in vertical leap, a 5 reduction in sports injuries, a 30 decrease in the likelihood of foot injuries, and a 15 decrease in the chance of leg injuries. As for the previous pair statistics, the durability was enhanced by 50, yet it offered no beneficial effects and was prone to causing foot abrasions. Indeed, the technical aspects posed a significant flaw. Even the highest quality could not compensate for this deficiency. On the following day, the Suns boarded a charter flight early in the morning, heading to San Antonio to prepare for the upcoming match. With the support of his new shoes, Shen Lang once again dominated during the inter-team scrimmage, boosting his teammates' confidence for the impending game. His foundational stats had surpassed 65, with the next objective being a comprehensive breakthrough to 70. However, with a victory value balance of merely 60, further enhancement of his prowess necessitated a win. On April 30th, after 3 days of adjustments, the Suns finally faced their first playoff game. During the pre-game press conference, Shen Lang deliberately showcased his new shoes, yet it garnered little attention. In the playoffs, the game itself remained the focal point for all. During the entrance ceremony, Shen Lang immediately sensed the distinct atmosphere of the playoffs. The deafening cheers from the home crowd upon entry contrasted sharply with the cacophony of boos directed at the visiting team, clearly impacted the psychology of both sides. The Spurs' home fans, though, hardly ranked among the league's most fervent, making it difficult to fathom the immense psychological pressure that passionate fans, akin to those of the Celtics or Knicks, could impose on visiting players. Nevertheless, the usually unfazed Shen Lang felt no discomfort. Rather, he relished the atmosphere of being the target. He reveled in the sensation of being disliked, yet untouchable. Shen Lang even took the time to wave at the fans who greeted him. It appears that he has seamlessly adapted to the atmosphere of the playoffs. Yu Jia, who was exhilarated by the opportunity to commentate live at the game, was equally astonished by the fervor of the home crowd. During warm-ups, Shen Lang deliberately showcased a dunk, hanging from the rim with both feet pointed towards the camera on the sidelines. I just noticed that Shen Lang seems to have changed his shoes. His unusual display during warm-ups, a departure from his typical reserved demeanor, certainly captured everyone's attention. Are those shoes also from the Red Star Erk brand? Their design seems to diverge from the brand's usual simplicity. It should be. The CEO of Red Star Erk previously mentioned that Shen Lang's first-generation sneakers would not miss the playoffs. Yang Yi, well-versed in various peripheral news, observed that Shen Lang is evidently prepared to make a statement today by showcasing his shoes during warm-ups, combined with his prior confrontations with reporters. It is clear he intends to spare no effort in flaunting his new sneakers. From the perspective of an ambassador, one must say that Shen Lang epitomizes perfection. In contrast to some foreign endorsers who often provide excuses for not wearing their branded shoes, Shen Lang's commitment to increasing the visibility of his footwear truly exemplifies the behavior of an ideal ambassador. Beep. As the warm-up session concluded, only the starting players remained on the court. Shen Lang sat resolutely on the bench, his shoes incessantly seeking the optimal position. Chapter 54. 12 points in a single quarter. As a franchise that has triumphantly secured 4 championship trophies, the San Antonio Spurs undoubtedly belong to the ranks of traditional powerhouses. Yet they too have been embroiled in certain controversies. Notably, during the 2007 Western Conference semifinals against the Suns, a series of contentious actions solidified the animosity between the Suns and the Spurs, or rather, between Nash and the Spurs. The opening match witnessed a collision between Nash and Parker that resulted in Nash fracturing his nasal bone. Subsequently, rumors circulated that Robert Horry, allegedly under the influence of Greg Popovich, deliberately knocked Nash out of bounds in Game 4, leading to the Suns' interior reliance on Stoudemire being hindered by a suspension. Even to this day, Nash harbors lingering resentment over that fateful series, which represented his closest approach to a championship throughout his illustrious career. Fortunately, with Shen Lang's inclusion this season, Nash appeared to glimpse the possibility of vengeance. From the outset of the game, Popovich deployed a starting lineup comprising Duncan, Parker, Leonard, Diott, and Danny Green. Conversely, the Suns' starting 5 consisted of Nash, Dudley, Gortat, Hill, and Fry. As a seasoned veteran, Grant Hill often exhibited remarkable efficacy in the playoffs, particularly now with Shen Lang providing additional support, allowing for easier management of his playing time. Though Duncan may seem somewhat ponderous, his athletic prowess is undeniably explosive. He deftly passed the ball to Parker before swiftly maneuvering toward the right side of the paint, an area where he feels most comfortable initiating his offense. Upon receiving Parker's pass, Duncan hesitated momentarily to gauge Gortat's defense, then executed a masterful back-turning bank shot, successfully scoring 0-2 to correct a previous inconsistency. The score should reflect the visiting team first, followed by the home team. With the transition from offense to defense, Nash found himself confronted by none other than Danny Green. Green has emerged as the Spurs' most formidable perimeter defender since Bowen's retirement, and his tenacious defensive demeanor bears an unsettling resemblance to the notorious Bowen. This inevitably stirred unwelcome memories for Nash. With a calm demeanor, Nash steadied his emotions before orchestrating the offense. He called for a pick from his old teammate Hill, prompting Parker to switch on to Hill while Nash moved laterally to deliver the ball to Dudley near the free throw line. Bang! Dudley's recent offensive form had been rather lackluster, leading to a missed mid-range jumper. Duncan seized the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Parker, who promptly surged forward. After executing a high screen, Duncan received the ball and took a shot from the high post. Swish! The San Antonio Spurs have consistently secured over 50 victories across multiple seasons. relying on the stability of their players. Particularly noteworthy is Duncan, while it is rare to witness him erupt in any single game. It is equally uncommon to observe him underperforming. With only 2 possessions completed, Gentry opted to make a substitution, replacing Dudley with Shen Lang. Upon Shen Lang's entrance, Danny Green, originally tasked with guarding Nash, immediately shifted his focus. Prior to the game, Coach Popovich had repeatedly stressed the importance of defending against Shen Lang. As the most significant variable for the Suns, Shen Lang possessed the capability to dictate the outcome of the match, with consecutive games scoring over 30 points. He shattered the single-quarter scoring record, became the youngest player to achieve 50 points, and executed 2 game-winning shots alongside a decisive steal. In merely 10 matches, Shen Lang's remarkable performance has already warranted the vigilance of Zhuge Weiqi, who is keen to avoid a recurrence of the McGrady moment for his team. Once again, Nash orchestrates the play, while Parker's defense, in contrast to Danny Green's, proves considerably less aggressive. Despite Parker's relentless interference, Nash successfully advances the ball to the frontcourt, positioning himself at the arc to signal for a pick-and-roll. But this time, the recipient of the screen is none other than Shen Lang. Shen Lang stepped forward, blocking Parker before swiftly advancing. At this moment, Danny Green chose not to switch his defense, but continued to closely follow Shen Lang, perceiving him as a more significant threat. Nash, recognizing the situation, wasted no time and accelerated towards the paint. Duncan stepped up to defend, yet Nash skillfully maneuvered the ball from beneath his armpit, sending it towards the basket. Bang! Swish! Gortat executed an alley-oop, scoring off the backboard. With Shen Lang's diversion of the defense, Nash found the task of orchestrating the offense considerably easier. As the Spurs initiated their attack, Parker propelled forward but opted against a fast break, instead waiting for both teams to establish their positions before launching an offensive maneuver. In addition to being a defensive stalwart, Danny Green assumed the role of an outside shooter, tirelessly running along the three-point line during offensive plays. Unfortunately, he found himself closely guarded by Shen Lang. Even when he received the ball, he struggled to find a suitable shooting opportunity. A ground pass was made to Duncan in the paint, who was expected to finish the play. It must be noted that Duncan's 45-degree bank shot was virtually indefensible, a stabilizing presence that could evoke despair. Anticipating the play, Shen Lang quickly sprinted to the baseline to receive the ball and executed a fast throw-in. Nash caught the basketball at midcourt, feigning a fast break layup. Danny Green was compelled to abandon his pursuit of Shen Lang to follow Nash instead. Bang! However, upon reaching the basket, Nash did not attempt a layup. Instead, he executed a behind-the-back bounce pass, flinging the ball out beyond the three-point arc. Shen Lang, galloping in from behind, received the ball perfectly and took an immediate shot. Swish. 5, 6. After scoring, Shen Lang bent down to kiss his shoe with his right hand. The Yu family watched in disbelief. In pursuit of selling shoes, Shen Lang was indeed relentless. Yang Yi chuckled helplessly. Shen Lang had managed to open up the offensive situation for the Suns. Yet the forthcoming moments would test his shooting consistency. Coach Zhang analytically assessed the match. After all, this was the playoffs, and the intensity of defense was incomparable to that of the regular season. Indeed, historical games indicated that Shen Lang still lacked the means to finish with explosive layups, often relying on his shooting touch. Fortunately, his shooting prowess had yet to falter. Yu Jia has remarkably pointed out a flaw in Shen Lang, yet his final words seem to frantically seek to amend that statement. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich squints his small eyes, appearing not overly concerned about Shen Lang's fiery touch. After all, even if Shen Lang proves to be exceptionally accurate, the steady performance of Duncan ensures that they would not be overwhelmed. Even in the fiercely contested playoffs, Popovich continuously seizes various opportunities to gauge the depth of Shen Lang's capabilities. In the first quarter, there were no specific defensive arrangements made against Shen Lang's shooting. He wished to observe whether Shen Lang's scorching form would persist. To Popovich's satisfaction, Shen Lang did not disappoint, concluding the quarter with an impressive 5 out of 7 shooting, amassing 12 points. The score stood at 23-25. Chapter 55. Embrace the compassion of the Buddha. Continue to play your game, Lang. That old man Popovich is utterly at a loss against you, exclaimed Gentry animatedly from the sidelines. He was immensely pleased with the way the Spurs were faring in the first quarter. Should Shen Lang maintain this form, there would be ample opportunity to seize victory when Duncan's stamina waned in the latter stages of the game. Beside him, Nash watched Shen Lang with keen eyes. The chance for retribution was tantalizingly close. Shen Lang nodded, yet harbored a degree of skepticism regarding Gentle's assertions. Not to mention that Zhuge Weiqi consistently maintained his usual air of composure, even within Shen Lang's own heart lingered an inexplicable discomfort. The second quarter of the match commenced swiftly. Shen Lang, upon entering the second round of the game, quickly discerned the source of his discomfort. The strategy was clear: stifle Nash's passing, disregard Shen Lang's attempts to drive, and ensure he could not take comfortable shots. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich squinted, observing his players execute the defensive tactics he had meticulously devised over the course of a quarter. As a rookie, Shen Lang certainly exhibited a share of shortcomings. He refrained from shooting unless presented with an open opportunity. His methods of attacking the rim were lackluster, and although he possessed commendable driving skills, his finishing ability remained inconsistent. This was not entirely Shen Lang's fault. Both his fadeaway jump shot and Allen Iverson's right side drive were currently at a mere level 3, while his signature three-point shot was only effective from beyond the arc. The fadeaway jump shot, which largely relied on sheer luck, required no further elaboration. Even at the peak of his career, Iverson was not renowned for his high shooting percentage. He primarily relied on attacking the basket to inflict damage. This could be attributed to Iverson's height, as in a league filled with towering players, relying on jump shots could easily lead to numerous obstacles. In summary, while Shen Lang indeed possessed commendable offensive skills, facing a formidable opponent like the Spurs in the playoffs proved to be somewhat daunting. If a player like him were to lose the reliable feeding from a cerebral player like Nash, he would inevitably find himself ensnared in a futile struggle for individual glory. As anticipated, the dynamics on the court unfolded precisely as Popovich had foreseen. When Shen Lang possesses the ball, he is unable to create opportunities for open shots. Even after a right-side crossover, another defender swiftly positions themselves for a timely intervention. At such moments, Shen Lang is left with no choice but to either take a quick shot or pass to a teammate, even when he manages to break free for an open look. Receiving a pass from Nash in a timely manner proves elusive. Despite Gentry's repeated timeouts and tactical adjustments, the results remain unsatisfactory. By the end of the second quarter, Shen Lang has only managed to score 8 points on 3 of 10 shooting attempts. Fortunately, a sudden shift in defensive strategy has inadvertently created opportunities for other players on the Suns, preventing the score from widening. With the Suns trailing by 5 points at 45-50, the situation on the court is not as optimistic as the score suggests. During halftime, Shen Lang pays little heed to Gentry's motivational speeches and tactical adjustments. The plethora of inefficient isolation plays has drained both his physical and mental energy. Moreover, he feels an inexplicable sense of discomfort in the away locker room. Despite a lack of strenuous activity, the sweat on his body has yet to dry. Meanwhile, in the Spurs locker room, Coach Zugervich stands before a massive fan, explaining the tactical arrangements for the second half to his players. The defensive approach remains consistent with that of the second quarter, yet with a more detailed and targeted plan to restrict Shen Lang and sever his connection with Nash. In comparison to Zugervich, Gentry's coaching ability shows a marked disparity, particularly in adaptability. As halftime concludes, both teams' players return to the court. Shen Lang was granted only a brief respite before he was summoned back onto the court due to the widening score gap. Harris was right. He was merely a player with shooting prowess. The once reticent Danny Green began to exhibit signs of becoming increasingly vocal as Shen Lang was constrained to such an extent. Oh, is that so? Yet, everyone is aware of the consequences that follow once he utters those words. Shen Lang's voice was somewhat muffled. If he could not devise a solution, this match would essentially herald the conclusion of the entire series. Dribbling with his back turned, his mood soured. Shen Lang's probing movements grew increasingly fierce, inadvertently igniting Danny Green's defensive ferocity. With a thud, he executed a back pivot followed by a fading jump shot, only to hear the disheartening sound of the ball clanging off the rim. Today, luck was not on Shen Lang's side. Unable to ensure his offensive efficiency, he refrained from taking many shots in this quarter. As the final possession approached, he had only attempted 2 shots, successfully sinking one mid-range jumper. Swoosh! Danny Green, finding his rhythm, launched a three-pointer, undeterred by Shen Lang's defense. For a player, shooting is merely a fundamental skill. Yet one must also ensure the ability to make the basket. After 2 away games, you failed to secure a single victory. With a gesture reminiscent of holstering a firearm, Danny Green arrogantly declared. Upon hearing this taunt, Shen Lang momentarily froze. Burdened with how to win the game, he suddenly experienced an enlightening epiphany. I must score. Secure a victory. Yes, all I need is to capture one away game. There is no necessity to ensure triumph in every match. The first fusion skill on my data panel possesses an extraordinarily powerful active effect. Buddha's compassion active sacrificed the shooting percentage of the next game to boost three-point accuracy by 20 for 10 minutes. See you shortly. With this thought, Shen Lang bestowed a remarkably friendly smile upon Danny Green before striding toward the sidelines. Has this guy been dazed? Why is he smiling? Danny Green felt a chill run down his spine at Shen Lang's grin. In the first 3 possessions of the fourth quarter, Shen Lang did not take the court. When Duncan once again hit a bank shot, elevating his score for the night to 35, Gentry called for a substitution. 70-85, a 15-point deficit with 10 minutes remaining. Old Nash, just pass me the ball when you can. Regardless of the opportunity, just give it to me. The moment he stepped onto the court, Shen Lang sought out Nash, silently declaring to himself, "System, activate Buddha's compassion. I am about to unleash my fury." A glimmer of icy killing intent flickered in Shen Lang's gaze, and the despondency that had arisen during the second and third quarters of the match vanished in an instant. Whether Buddha is merciful or not is of no concern to me. I am beyond mercy. Chapter 56. Don't ask me why I watched the game on my knees. As an exceptional point guard, Nash is exceedingly meticulous in his passing choices, a practice that not only minimizes errors but also creates more direct and comfortable offensive opportunities for his teammates. It is the first time he has ever encountered a demand like Shen Lang's. Believe me, it is time to settle the debts. Shen Lang's tone and demeanor exuded a captivating charm, compelling even the somewhat hesitant Nash to nod in agreement. This match showcased the tactical prowess of the league's elite coaches, and Zhuge Weiqi truly lived up to his illustrious reputation. Meanwhile, Yu Jia, seated in the commentary booth, felt a lack of enthusiasm, yet remained dutiful in fulfilling his commentary obligations, surprised that this was his first time covering the playoffs with the team. And it appeared there would not be many more opportunities. On the court, with the Suns in possession of the ball, Shen Lang proactively moved to a high position to set a screen for Nash. A remarkably simple pick-and-roll play ensued, as Nash delivered the basketball to Shen Lang with a bounce pass, yet Danny Green, standing before Shen Lang, maintained his defensive stance resolutely. Whoosh! Shen Lang completely disregarded Danny Green's presence, the basketball in his hand spinning slightly before he took a direct shot. With a score of 73-85, it appeared that Shen Lang's shooting touch was showing signs of revival. Shen Lang had not attempted a three-pointer for over a quarter, and this successful shot served as a potent tonic for the fans and the commentator Yu Jia. Truly, he is a resilient individual, though fortunately, he has yet to fully mature. On the sidelines, Zhuge Weiqi was somewhat moved by Shen Lang's tenacity. The last player he found so troublesome was that obsessive from the Purple and Gold Legion. For the Spurs, Parker controlled the ball while Jin Billy moved in to receive it. Players like Jin Billy are not easily matched by the Suns. Dudley struggles to keep pace, and Brown is likely to be outwitted by him. As for the defensive strategy against the crafty Blade, Shen Lang primarily focused on ensuring his opponent did not attempt a three-pointer, as a two-point shot would not prove fatal. With a serpentine maneuver, Jin Billy slipped into the three-point zone, twisting his body in an astonishing manner before launching the basketball into the hoop. The score stood at 73-87, and the home crowd erupted in wild cheers for this spectacular basket. However, before the applause could subside, the Suns concluded their offensive possession. Gortat delivered a long pass to Nash near midcourt, who then passed to Shen Lang. After dribbling, Shen Lang brushed off the defending Danny Green and launched a shot from beyond the arc. The score shifted to 76-87. Danny Green gazed incredulously at the expressionless Shen Lang, fully aware that he had secretly exerted extra force during their earlier collision and had subtly tugged at Shen Lang's jersey. I glanced over and noted that Shen Lang had scored on his first 2 attempts in the fourth quarter. Yu Jia, in a moment of excitement, nearly let slip a colloquialism, but fortunately, his youthful reflexes were quick enough to avert a fine. Hey, Danny, you were right. One must ensure the shot goes in. A cold smile graced Shen Lang's face as he sprinted towards the backcourt without glancing back. As the Spurs took possession, Ginobili seized the ball, drawing the attention of 2 defenders before passing it to Leonard at the free throw line. Swish! Leonard's smooth jump shot bore a resemblance to Duncan's steadiness. With the score at 76-89, the Suns prepared for a baseline inbounds pass, but this time the Spurs were ready, denying Shen Lang the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Shen Lang opted to dribble the ball up court himself, while his teammates instinctively spread out, creating a more expansive space for his isolation play. Faced with Danny Green's close defense, Shen Lang executed a behind-the-back maneuver, seamlessly transitioning into a crossover, a skill he had mastered with remarkable finesse. Cutting to the right, he effortlessly bypassed the defender, reminiscent of Iverson's unyielding prowess. Suddenly, as Shen Lang brushed past green, he was clipped, causing a momentary pause in his motion. This interruption was likely a manifestation of Green's defensive skill set. Fully acquainted with his opponent's defensive tactics, Shen Lang was no stranger to Green's methods. With a powerful dribble, Shen Lang executed a significant step back, retreating beyond the three-point arc. Seizing the moment before Leonard could fully close off his shooting space, he released the ball. Bang! Swish! The three-pointer hit the backboard and went in. The score narrowed to 79-89. The Suns bench erupted, with every player rising to their feet, fervently waving their towels in celebration as Shen Lang's consecutive threes signaled a resurgence for the team. Beep. Coach Popovich immediately called a timeout. Kawhi, you'll be responsible for guarding Shen. Do everything in your power to disrupt his shots. Shooting touch is a curious phenomenon, and Popovich had not forgotten the memorable moments of the past, especially during Team Mac's iconic performances. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Parker brought the ball up court and passed it to Duncan. Under Gortat's staunch defense, Duncan reluctantly returned the ball to Ginobili on the perimeter. With the shot clock winding down, Ginobili had little time for elaborate plays and opted for a quick release. Shen Lang leaped with all his might to disrupt his shot. Bang! At last, the Spurs faltered in their offensive attempt. Gortat muscled past Duncan to secure a tenacious rebound, cradling the basketball firmly against his chest. Once assured of the situation, he passed the ball to Nash. Nash dribbled across the court, executing a seamless handoff with Shen Lang at the midcourt. As Shen Lang was about to dribble the ball, he unexpectedly discovered that the defender before him had transformed into the formidable hand monster, Leonard. It seems the runaway child has been found once again. Shen Lang did not rush to dribble. Instead, he controlled the ball at his side and leaned forward, teasing Leonard. The more fluidly he played, the more his loquacious nature was fully unleashed. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Kawhi Leonard's typically stoic face. He too had been influenced by his uncle, seeking to negotiate greater benefits for himself within the team. After all, he was still young, while GD was gradually aging, and it was time for the team's core to undergo a transformation. Bang! Shen Lang opted for a back-to-the-basket position in the midfield, where Leonard's long arms and reach made it easy for him to attempt a steal. Thus, dribbling required utmost caution. At last, as Shen Lang advanced to the three-point line, Leonard, unable to contain his impatience, decided to make a play for the ball. With a powerful dribble, harnessing the bounce of the basketball, he pivoted swiftly on his left foot. With knees slightly bent, he explosively pushed off the ground, executing a leaning jump shot from beyond the arc. Leonard, undeterred, quickly adjusted his stance, leaping with all his might, hands raised to obscure Shen Lang's vision in an effort to disrupt his shot. Swish! Alas, his endeavors were in vain, as the basketball found its mark with precision, nestling into the net. 82-89. Goodness! My mother inquired why I was watching the game on my knees. All I wished to convey was, please do not lift me. I am unworthy of standing to witness this match. If one is perplexed, let me ask, is the god of waves accumulating buffs with his missed shots in the second and third quarters? Chapter 57. The True Master of Strategy. Shen Lang's performance evoked memories of the game in which he set the record for most points in a single quarter. I wonder if he has the opportunity to surpass his own record today. The game was once again halted by Shen Lang, and the commentary team, led by Yu, regained their composure, dispelling the somber atmosphere of the previous two quarters. With 4 successful three-point attempts in just 3 minutes, Shen Lang had already amassed 12 points, making the prospect of breaking the record seem quite promising. With over 6 minutes remaining, if the score remains tightly contested and Shen Lang's remarkable shooting touch persists, surpassing 30 points appears to be within reach. System, why is it that the remaining time of my benevolent Buddha has dwindled to a mere 5 minutes? I have only been on the court for just over 3 minutes, yet the skill countdown has diminished by 5 minutes. The duration is calculated based on actual time, and does not pause during breaks. Goodness gracious! In a fit of anger, Shen Lang let slip a profanity, initially believing that his fiery touch would persist until the conclusion of the match, only to be confronted with this unexpected outcome. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Such matters should be self-evident. Otherwise, why do so many coaches opt to call timeouts when their opponents exhibit a scorching performance to disrupt their rhythm? With no time to argue with the system, Shen Lang swiftly returned to the court, determined to maximize the effectiveness of his skills during the allotted time. Upon resuming after the timeout, the momentum of both teams was evidently affected. The players of the Suns, once again glimpsing the hope of victory, seemed invigorated, while the Spurs appeared significantly subdued. During the Spurs' offensive possession, the Suns, through relentless team defense, forced them perilously close to a 24-second violation. Although Duncan ultimately sank the basket, no one could guarantee that such fortune would persist. Nash controlled the ball as Shen Lang sprinted to the front court. Leonard was tasked with guarding him, while Danny Green lurked nearby, ready to provide support. Even Duncan in the paint had his attention partially diverted towards Shen Lang. At the moment Shen Lang received the basketball, Danny Green advanced to join Leonard in an impending double team. Just because my shooting is precise does not imply I play solo. As the double team was about to close in, Shen Lang lofted the basketball high towards the basket. Thud. Shannon Brown leaped with the grace of a deity, emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. The instant replay revealed that during the alley-oop, Brown's head reached the same height as the rim. The score stood at 84-91, and the Suns bench erupted into a frenzy, resembling a veritable zoo, with everyone wildly gesticulating. Meanwhile, the smile on Coach Popovich's face had completely vanished. It was the first time he sensed the sin of defeat in this match. Under the Suns' relentless defensive pressure, the Spurs could only rely on ball movement to seek offensive opportunities. This has perpetually been a challenge for the Spurs, who, adhering strictly to their system, lack a player capable of stepping up in such circumstances. In the ensuing 4 possessions, the Spurs, leveraging their roster depth and tactical disciplines, executed 2 successful set plays with a commendable 50% success rate. However, this paled in comparison to Shen Lang's consecutive 3-pointers, Nash's successful floater, and his assist to Gortat for an alley-oop dunk. The score became 94-95 with 3 minutes remaining, the Suns trailing by a mere point. Beep. Popovich called yet another timeout. That crafty old fox, he certainly knows when to call a timeout. As the effectiveness of his skill dwindled to a mere minute and a half, Shen Lang felt a pang of urgency. Upon resuming play, he eagerly called for the ball and, under Leonard's formidable defense, executed a flawless 45-degree bank shot from beyond the arc. However, the fleeting time for his skills was entirely expended with that shot. Do not panic. Only I am privy to the duration of my skill's effectiveness. As long as I do not reveal it, no one will suspect. As a man of Chinese descent, Shen Lang was well versed in the art of war and believed that maintaining an air of nonchalance, while deftly maneuvering through the game, would allow him to achieve the illusion of skillful play, ultimately securing victory. During the Spurs' offensive possession, Ginobili advanced with the ball. At that moment, the flamboyant style of his play could indeed serve as a means to break the deadlock. However, this same style was fraught with a high rate of turnovers, particularly under the pressure of an aggressive defense. As Ginobili approached the 3-point line, he opted for a discreet behind-the-back bounce pass aimed at the lurking Tony Parker stationed at a 45-degree angle. Their chemistry was palpable, yet as Ginobili moved, he was lightly bumped by Brown, causing his motion to falter. Alas, the moment the ball left his hands, Ginobili sensed disaster. The pass's bounce point was too far forward, causing the ball to graze Parker's fingertips before skirting out of bounds. Wang Defa, Manu, what on earth are you doing? Such a critical error incited the wrath of Coach Popovich, who erupted in furious admonition from the sidelines. With possession now in the hands of the Suns, Shen Lang discreetly signaled to Nash before delivering the sideline inbounds pass. Nash charged forward with the ball, and after setting a high screen, Shen Lang quickly retreated. Nash executed a bounce pass through his legs, and Shen Lang received the ball beyond the 3-point line. This was a well-rehearsed tactical maneuver between the two. Upon seeing Shen Lang catch the ball on the perimeter, Parker, tasked with defending Nash, swiftly closed in on Shen Lang. Believing that the hot-handed shooter would likely attempt a shot, Shen Lang bent his knees, raised his elbow, and feigned a shot, causing both Leonard and Parker to leap in anticipation. In that moment, he deftly transferred the ball to his right hand, flicking his wrist to deliver a precise pass to the unguarded Nash. Such a wide-open mid-range shot was an opportunity Nash would never let slip away. Shen Lang and Nash exchanged a celebratory high-five. The Spurs initiated their offense. This time, Ginobili opted for an inward drive, aiming to draw a foul. Regrettably, in such critical moments, the league imposes certain expectations on referees, urging them to allow the game to be determined by the players on the court rather than ambiguous calls. Gortat secured the rebound and passed it to the fast-breaking Shen Lang, who, taking advantage of the lack of defensive pressure, executed a one-arm tomahawk dunk. With a score of 101-95 and only 47 seconds remaining, the outcome of the match appeared to be virtually decided. Ultimately, after 2 tactical fouls sent Nash to the free throw line with little effect, the Spurs relinquished their final offensive possession. The Suns achieved a hard-fought victory in the first game of the playoffs with a score of 105-98. Shen Lang delivered an extraordinary performance, amassing 45 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block throughout the game. Notably, he scored an astonishing 23 points in the fourth quarter alone, sinking all 7 of his three-point attempts, along with a spectacular dunk, leading his team to a remarkable comeback victory by 15 points. Nash also achieved a commendable double-double with 18 points and 13 assists. On the other hand, Duncan of the Spurs recorded a substantial double-double of 27 points and 17 rebounds. Post-match, Shen Lang prepared for the press conference. The first chapter of his journey was marked by his remarkable performance, coinciding with the announcement from the Chinese brand Hongxing regarding the launch of their first basketball shoe in collaboration with him, named Qiqing. This signature shoe was the very pair Shen Lang wore during his inaugural playoff game, showcasing its versatility multiple times. The performance metrics and striking design reveal that the press conference captivated sneaker enthusiasts, further amplified by Shen Lang's phenomenal display on the court. Consequently, when the pre-sale link was published on Hongxing official website, the high-priced sneakers, set at $12.99, quickly surpassed a pre-sale volume of 10,000 pairs. Ding! The glory of the Chinese brand, too, has reached a current progress of 11. This progress was reported to Shen Lang in real time. After the match, feeling refreshed post-shower, Shen Lang was greeted by a reporter who congratulated him on winning the first game of the series. Given your explosive performance, does this indicate that the Spurs were unable to contain you? The reporter's tone was relatively objective, offering his wishes at the outset. That is not the case. Shen Lang immediately countered. As you observed, the Spurs posed significant challenges for me during the second and third quarters. However, today, with the support of my first-generation battle shoes, Qiqing, I was able to perform exceptionally well. Indeed, Shen Lang remained the familiar figure everyone knew. The reporter, slightly flustered, could only manage a polite smile before concluding his inquiry. Shen Lang, what enabled you to overcome your struggles in the second and third quarters? Was it confidence in your shooting? The second reporter had a premonition that the question might not bode well. Certainly. It was when I glanced down at my battle shoes. Qiqing symbolizes the official commencement of my journey in the league, providing immense motivation. And the stability of the shoes allowed me to perform with confidence during the game. The reporters in attendance could only bury their faces in their hands, pondering how to halt Shen Lang's unabashed promotion of his sneakers. Shen Lang, winning the first game of the series. Does it imply that the Suns have seized control of the upcoming matches? The factors determining the outcome of a game are indeed exceedingly complex. No one can guarantee victory before a match begins. As the saying goes, basketball is round. Anything can happen. The reporter who posed the third question finally exhaled in relief upon hearing Shen Lang's response, which, although official, was ultimately more relaxed. However, buoyed by the enhancements of his departure sneakers, he firmly believed he could lead the team to triumph in this series. Clearly, his enthusiasm was somewhat premature, regardless of the inquiries from the journalists. Shen Lang seamlessly connected his answers to his renowned footwear. To summarize, in a single phrase, the success is attributed to my shoes. My sneakers are unrivaled in the world. To ensure that the commercial value of each playoff game is maximized, there is ample time for rest between matches. Following the first game, the Suns were afforded 2 days of recuperation. Securing an away victory exceeded the expectations of the entire team, thus they faced little pressure for the second game. I must now select a skill for finishing at the rim. Does the host require recommendations? The system inquired thoughtfully. Are you not aware of my resources? How could I redeem skills after paying for recommendations? After painstakingly accumulating victory points back to 130, I must be judicious with my expenditures in the system's marketplace. As I opened the system store and briefly admired the stunning photos of Kendall and Kylie, Shen Lang began to patiently search for the skills he required. Recently, through his performances, he had discerned an important insight. The efficacy of a skill is determined not only by its level but also by a crucial factor. This factor, which the system referred to as compatibility, Shen Lang understood to be closely linked to one's physical attributes. For instance, even if he purchased the post moves of Barkley or O'Neal and upgraded them to their peak levels, it did not guarantee he could replicate their effectiveness. After all, height and weight are limiting factors in the application of skills. This realization led Shen Lang to feel a stronger affinity for shooting skills. While his defensive abilities often fell short of expectations, his physical limitations in shooting far surpassed his aptitude for staunch defense. Moreover, The notoriously flawed system begrudgingly admitted that physical data is fundamentally based on one's inherent limits, combined with assessments from league player statistics. In essence, even if Shen Lang reached the maximum strength value, it merely indicated he had attained the limits of his physical capabilities. Whether he could enhance these attributes in the future would only be revealed after an upgrade, according to the system. What a wretched system. It is riddled with flaws. Upon reflecting on this, Shen Lang could not help but curse his system with disdain. He realized that he needed to select a skill that aligned closely with his physical attributes or one that required minimal physical prowess. As he gazed at the impressive underbasket finger roll skill of Old Man Xiao in the system, he felt a pang of envy. Yet understood that such a skill would not resonate with him. Old Man Xiao's remarkable jumping ability, flexibility, and coordination were unparalleled. And Shen Lang knew he had to continue honing his own abilities. Suddenly, while rummaging through the store, Shen Lang stumbled upon a somewhat ancient name, George Gervin. The legendary skill of George Gervin, the finger roll, was astonishingly available in the store. If one were to pinpoint Shen Lang's advantage, it would be his relatively soft touch. In simpler terms, he possessed a certain finesse in his hands. The skill known as the finger roll demanded a high level of touch, which was exactly what Shen Lang was familiar with, having previously watched numerous introductions and highlight reels related to it. Strictly speaking, this skill was a variant of the layup technique, boasting a broader offensive range than the conventional layup. While several players in the current league had mastered this move, none could compare to George Gervin. At his zenith, Gervin could effortlessly finish with this technique whenever he penetrated inside the three-point line. With the skill, Gervin won the scoring title 4 times and was once regarded as the player with scoring ability second only to Michael Jordan. Coincidentally, George Gervin had ties to both the Suns and the Spurs. He joined the San Antonio Spurs of the ABA in 1974 and participated in the NBA draft that year, where he was selected by the Phoenix Suns. However, he opted to remain in the ABA and eventually transitioned to the NBA with the Spurs in 1976. It seemed that everything was predestined. Recalling all the information at his disposal, Shen Lang made his final decision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Iceman's finger roll skill. The system detected that the host's foundational shooting metrics were adequate, and compatibility with this skill was sufficient. Would the host like to expend an additional 30 victory points to elevate the skill to level 2? One must admit, the system truly understood the Moonlight Clan. Shen Lang was thoroughly impressed by the system's precise calculations. The host also had the option to decline this offer. But I am not foolish. Upgrade it swiftly. Iceman's finger roll skill, level 2 after breaking through. Utilize the power of your fingertips to enhance the rotation of the basketball, executing the finger roll. Shooting stability increases by 30, interference resistance improves by 40, effective from any position within the three-point line. Glide through my fingertips and pierce your face. Merely at the secondary level, the interference resistance has reached an impressive 40%, which stands as the highest gain percentage observed by Shen Lang at this tier thus far. It appears that this skill primarily ensures that his actions remain unimpeded by defensive disruptions, exhibiting commendable stability. Although there is no enhancement in accuracy, Shen Lang is acutely aware that greater stability is conducive to realizing his innate projection abilities. In the latter stages, such enhancements become increasingly advantageous. With his balance restored to 0 once more, Shen Lang immersed himself in a collection of high society photographs for merely half an hour. Emerging from the system with a serene mind, almost saintly in his detachment, he commenced his training. Given his inherent talent for projection, he resolved to elevate his projection statistics to the utmost. After gradually comprehending a portion of the system's rules, Shen Lang relinquished his initial ambition of an indiscriminate all-around enhancement. Instead, he decided to first bolster his advantageous capabilities, thereby uplifting his weaker ones, a strategy akin to the principle of the rich helping the less fortunate. Ultimately striving for collective prosperity, the wisdom of the people of Huaxia can indeed be applied universally across various domains. On May 3, 2012, at 8 p.m. American time, in the AT&T Center, the Suns, having secured victory in the first game of the series, once again challenged the Spurs on their home court. Following an unexpected loss in what they believed to be a winnable first game, the fans' faces reflected a stark departure from the initial ease at the game's onset, contributing to a palpable tension in the atmosphere. This match was undoubtedly a crucial opportunity for the Spurs to redeem themselves, a contest they must win, otherwise facing a 0-2 deficit heading to Phoenix could spell the end of this series. During 2 days of monotonous training, Shen Lang noted that his shooting accuracy remained unaffected, particularly after acquiring the skill tip-in layup. which further compensated for his offensive shortcomings. This led him to question the nature of the skill Buddha's compassion. Could it truly be so enigmatic? What principle could possibly underpin a direct reduction in overall shooting accuracy? In the warm-up phase, Shen Lang felt no issues with a shooting touch, reigniting his aspirations for victory in this match. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's game. The current score in the series between the Suns and the Spurs stands at 1-0, with the Suns unexpectedly taking the lead, prompting speculation about a potential miraculous upset this year. As both teams warmed up, the commentary for this match commenced in the studio. In the previous game, the Suns triumphed thanks to Shen Lang's remarkable performance in the final quarter. It remains to be seen how his shooting will fare today. Yang Yi adjusted his black-framed glasses as he took over the discussion. Indeed, in the last match, the Spurs had prepared their defense against Shen Lang. Yet they were powerless against the unstoppable force that he is. The phenomenon of a single player exhibiting extraordinary performance in a particular game is not uncommon in the annals of the league's history. However, a consistent display of such prowess has yet to be witnessed. Coach Zhang, being one of the most seasoned commentators, possesses a profound understanding of the league's historical context. It is reasonable to surmise that after the initial game, Coach Popovich will undoubtedly intensify his defensive strategy against Shen Lang, making it quite challenging for the Suns to secure victory in this match. Coach Zhang's assertion holds merit. The Spurs regard this game with significant seriousness, as evidenced by the presence of several legendary Spurs alumni observing from the sidelines. The starting lineup for the Spurs remains unchanged, reflecting Popovich's preferred arrangement. Conversely, the Suns opted to replace Dudley with the younger Lopez, presumably aiming to leverage increased height in the paint to curtail Duncan's impact. At the onset of the game, the Twin Towers strategy indeed yielded some effect, as Duncan's first two attempts resulted in missed shots. Regrettably, the Suns failed to capitalize on their opportunities, allowing the Spurs' Leonard to step up, securing an offensive rebound and converting on a second-chance opportunity. It appears that the Suns players, perhaps due to their relentless exertion in the previous match, displayed a lackluster performance in this game, with their shots consistently falling short. The score stands at 2-8, with the Suns trailing by 6 points. Beep. 3 minutes into the game, Shen Lang was summoned to the court. Upon his entry, he immediately received a pass from a teammate, clearly establishing himself as the most reliable scoring option. At the outset, Shen Lang found himself matched against Leonard, whose height and wingspan posed significant challenges to Shen Lang's shooting. With a low dribble, Shen Lang executed his signature crossover move, as he typically does. However, this time, after successfully penetrating the defense, he opted for a new maneuver, the finger roll. Gliding past Leonard from the right side, Shen Lang had already advanced well beyond the three-point line. With his right hand skillfully controlling the basketball, he elevated his arm high. At the apex of his jump, he gently flicked his wrist, sending the ball on a graceful arc toward the hoop. Is this the finger roll of George Gervin? Shen Lang's distinctive offensive style is immediately recognizable to any discerning observer. Moreover, George Gervin, seated courtside, was now standing in astonishment. Alas, the basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud, rebounding high into the air. The rebound is mine. Having discerned the ball's trajectory, Shen Lang leapt vigorously amidst the crowd to seize the rebound, followed by a delicately executed fingertip layup. Bang! Regrettably, this night was destined to echo with a metallic sonata in San Antonio. Chapter 60, back at home, facing the Spurs. Oh, George. It seems that the young Chinese player from the Suns is mimicking your shooting technique. Not only was George Gervin taken aback by Shen Lang's shooting motion, but the illustrious David Robinson, affectionately known as the Admiral, chuckled nearby, saying, "Surely, you haven't secretly trained this young lad?" Shen Lang's shooting posture bears an uncanny resemblance to that of George Gervin, a technique that has nearly faded into obscurity within the league. How could this be? The hallmark of a fingertip layup lies in its remarkably high success rate. Gervin let out a dismissive huff, shrugging off any attribution of responsibility. As a four-time scoring champion, Gervin's most commendable attribute is not merely his scoring prowess, but rather his astonishing shooting percentage throughout his career. As a player operating primarily as a shooting guard and small forward, maintaining a staggering shooting percentage of 51 over the course of his NBA tenure is nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, however, the young player from Huaxia, who frequently employs the fingertip layup to conclude plays, is facing a dismal record of 2 successful shots out of 11 attempts in the first half. The finesse required for a fingertip layup, demanding precision from one's fingers and wrists, as well as a gentle touch, cannot be cultivated in a short span of time. This individual is merely seeking attention. observing the striking similarity in motion, yet lamentably poor success rate. Gervin finds it hard to revel in the 14-point lead established by his former team. It appears this player has come to realize his lack of finishing moves following a drive, yet beginning to practice at this juncture feels rather frivolous. Zhuge Weiqi watches Shen Lang's tireless drives and fingertip layups with a sense of amusement. It seems that Coach Zhang's prediction has materialized. The once fiery Shen Lang from the previous game has seemingly plummeted to a frigid low today. Throughout the annals of league history, many players have exhibited phases of either exceptional shooting percentages or icy cold streaks. But when one examines the timeline, all shooting percentages ultimately converge toward a median. This is a natural law. Coach Zhang, in his cryptic manner, remarked, "If there exists a player who can defy this norm, that would indeed be a revolutionary presence." His words evoke thoughts of Stephen Curry from the Golden State Warriors, whose three-point shooting percentage displays extraordinary evidence of deviation from the ordinary. As the game steadily progresses toward garbage time, the commentators in the studio subtly shift to other topics of conversation. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the contest has entirely lost its suspense, with a score of 53-84. On this day, not only Shen Lang is struggling with his shooting. Nash has made only 2 out of 10 attempts, Hill has managed 2 out of 7, and Brown has missed 2 dunks. With the only relatively stable performance being that of Gortat, who has contributed at the expense of sacrificing Lopez in an effort to thwart Duncan. With the onset of the fourth quarter, Gentry promptly substitutes the entire bench lineup, signaling his concession of the match. Ultimately, when the final buzzer sounds, the score is fixed at 81-114, as the Spurs declare their supremacy in the Western Conference with a resounding 33-point victory. Shen Lang's performance throughout the match was lackluster, ultimately resulting in a mere 6 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 turnovers. During the post-match press conference, he chose to remain taciturn, refraining from mentioning the matter of his shoes. Following the conclusion of the game, the Suns promptly boarded a flight back to Phoenix, with their next encounter scheduled for this weekend, specifically on May 6th. Over the course of the 2 days of rest, Shen Lang diligently practiced his fingertip layup, striving to seamlessly integrate this skill with his right-side drive, reminiscent of Allen Iverson. Meanwhile, his foundational attributes have steadily improved during this brief period. However, there remains a considerable journey ahead before reaching the pinnacle of full capacity. Outside the court, various media outlets have commenced predictions regarding the third game between the Suns and the Spurs, with all forecasts seemingly revolving around a singular focal point, Shen Lang's performance. It has become abundantly clear to nearly everyone that the Suns' prospects for victory hinge entirely upon Shen Lang. Should he unleash a spectacular individual display, the entire team could flourish. Conversely, if he finds himself mired in struggle, the Suns would fall short of the caliber expected of a playoff team. The magic has dissipated, and the unforgiving arena of the playoffs has laid bare Shen Lang's true self. Will he rise, poised for action, or succumb to complete silence? What accounts for the stark contrast between the two games? The media's analysis of Shen Lang largely leans towards a pessimistic outlook, as historically, no team in the league has ever progressed solely based on individual flair. The essence of the playoffs is rooted in gritty, hard-fought battles. During his brief respite, Shen Lang took a moment to observe the playoff matchups unfolding around him. In the Eastern Conference, the spotlight naturally fell upon the fully synchronized trio of the Miami Heat. The team effortlessly secured victories in their first 3 games. Among the trio, LeBron James showcased an astonishing average of 27.5 points per game, embodying a celestial presence on the court. Although Dwayne Wade experienced a reduction in ball-handling duties, he still delivered commendable performances. In contrast, Chris Bosh, the only interior player among the trio, seemed relegated to the role of an exterior artillery piece, struggling to find his rhythm. Nevertheless, given their current form, it was evident that the Heat would decisively clinch this series within the next 2 games. Additionally, a lamentable piece of news emerged regarding the top-seeded Chicago Bulls, who lost their star player, Derrick Rose, in the first match. The extent of his injury would require further examination to ascertain. Meanwhile, in the Western Conference, the contest between the Thunder and the Mavericks was decidedly one-sided. The aging Mavericks, fresh off their championship victory last season, appeared to have lost their competitive spirit entirely. Aside from causing slight trouble for the youthful Thunder in the opening game, the Mavericks subsequently exhibited a demeanor of surrender, failing to perform as befitting defending champions. The Thunder's trio consistently accounted for approximately 70% of the team's scoring, signaling their emergence as future powerhouses. In contrast, the matchup between the Clippers and the Grizzlies, both vying for a spot alongside the Suns, proved to be fiercely contested, with the series tied at 1-1, leaving the outcome uncertain. However, this scenario delighted Shen Lang. As the more intense the battle between these two teams, the greater the physical toll would be for the next round. Should the Suns manage to advance, they would find their path considerably easier. The much-anticipated clash between the Suns and the Spurs finally arrived, drawing immense attention. The most significant change upon returning to their home arena was the enhanced comfort of the locker room, a stark contrast to the Spurs, who seemed reluctant even to turn on the air conditioning. Securing a victory in this game was imperative. Preceding the match, Nash unusually rallied the entire team in the locker room, urging them to seize the game and deliver a resounding defeat to their opponents. As Shen Lang stood encircled by his teammates in the players' tunnel, a classic line from a dubbed film suddenly surfaced in his mind. Chapter 61. This game is going to be tough. Hey, Charles, what does it feel like to commentate on your old team's playoff journey? The Phoenix Suns arena buzzed with excitement. And among the media commentary stands, the most notable sight was the enormous TNT logo looming behind the bald head of Charles Barkley. His partner, Kenny Smith, waved at the fans in the venue while inquiring of Barkley, "Who do you think will emerge victorious tonight?" Barkley retorted, "Kenny, that question is utterly foolish. Do you even realize which team's arena you are currently in? Victory will undoubtedly belong to the Phoenix," Barkley declared without hesitation. "However, you were thoroughly trounced in your last game against San Antonio." Kenny Smith, unfazed by Barkley's brash comments, responded, as the two had been partners for a considerable time and were well acquainted. "Humph. Everyone knows what that fellow Zhugowechi and his Spurs do to visiting teams. That game cannot be counted, and we did secure a victory on their home court." Barkley continued to chatter. "What is your assessment of Shen?" Kenny Smith deftly shifted the topic. "He is a commendable shooter, yet I wish he could exhibit a bit more toughness. You know, his current style is rather soft. In comparison to these seasoned veterans, he appears as a miner, carrying milk into a gold miner's tavern. Shall we place a wager today? Just like the one we made regarding Yao back in the day." "Kenny, refrain from your little schemes. I have sworn that I will never bet on any Chinese player again. They always manage to fulfill my wagers, which makes me suspect they do it intentionally." TNT's commentary style has always been thus. At least with the presence of the lively Barkley, it is perpetually filled with merriment. This is likely why TNT is willing to offer him a lucrative commentary contract. The Spurs' starting lineup is quite stable, while the Suns continue with their twin tower arrangement. Yet once again, they have promoted Brown to the starting lineup, relegating Hill to the bench. It is unclear what Gentry is contemplating. Moreover, it is quite surprising that Brown's position has been designated as small forward. Zhugowechi wore a serious expression, perhaps concealing some mischievous thoughts. The Suns have indeed made considerable efforts today, providing every fan in attendance with a uniform cheering t-shirt, and many supporters prepared oversized banners, including several in Chinese. The atmosphere in the arena was fervent, rivaling the pressure previously exerted by the San Antonio fans on the Suns. Beep. The game commenced, with Duncan winning the jump ball and successfully passing it to Leonard. After a two-day break and returning to their home court, the Suns players displayed remarkable enthusiasm from the outset. Emotionless, Leonard executed a jump shot after a swift change of direction, but it slightly veered off due to Dudley's interference. Fortunately, Duncan maintained his absolute advantage in the paint. Swish. After seizing the rebound, he executed a delicate toss that found its mark. 2 o'clock, today's Spurs seem formidable. Beep. As the basketball swished through the net, the technical table issued a substitution directive. The Suns requested a change, with Shen Lang entering the game to replace Brown. It is no wonder that Brown was assigned the small forward position. It was actually intended for Shen Lang, with Brown merely serving as a stand-in. The occurrence of substituting players after a single round is indeed a rarity in the league, and one cannot help but regard Shen Lang's inability to start as a peculiar spectacle on the basketball court. "Well done," he said, exchanging a high five with Brown. His tone nonchalant. "What did I even contribute? Just doing all right." As a mere role player, Brown was at a loss for how to respond. With the ball being inbound and players substituted, the Spurs had already returned to their defensive positions, leaving no opportunity for a fast break. Nash stood at the top of the arc, orchestrating the movements of his teammates, his gaze filled with fierce determination. Dudley set a screen, and Nash swiftly penetrated the lane, only to be met by Danny Green, who effectively obstructed Nash's path to the basket. Unfazed, Nash executed a no-look pass to Shen Lang, who lay in wait at a 45-degree angle. Shen Lang did not, as was his custom, launch an immediate offensive. Instead, after dribbling the ball twice, he deftly flicked it towards the interior. Upon receiving the pass, Little Lopez opted to shoot without any adjustment, taking advantage of the slight mispositioning of Dio, who had just made a move to assist in defending Shen Lang. Swish. Fortunately, the Suns' interior players demonstrated a commendable shooting touch at the outset of the game. As possession shifted, Parker seized control of the ball. The French speedster, while signaling tactical gestures, advanced purposefully. Typically, the primary point guard serves as the soul of the team on the court, often functioning as a quasi-coach. Most exceptional point guards possess the latent potential to transition into coaching roles. For instance, Nash has contemplated such a path following his retirement. Despite knowing it was improbable to completely stifle the youthful Parker, Nash remained relentlessly vigilant, unwilling to forfeit even the slightest opportunity to disrupt his opponent. Parker dribbled to the left side of the three-point line, where he spotted Duncan establishing prime positioning and delivered a high lob pass. Once Duncan confirmed his defensive stance, he executed a swift turn and shot. The basketball kissed the backboard gracefully before settling into the net. Once more, it was the Suns' turn to attack. Just past the half-court line, Shen Lang gestured for the ball, and without a moment's hesitation, Nash delivered a bounce pass. Leonard's close defense made Shen Lang's reception less than comfortable, requiring several dribbles before he could find his rhythm. Just as he stabilized his pace, Shen Lang executed a swift between-the-legs dribble, transitioning into a right-side drive, a move he had been diligently honing over the past couple of days. The more familiar he became with this maneuver, the more he appreciated its intricacies. What appeared simple was laden with technical nuances, rhythm, speed, amplitude, timing, and deceptive feints. Unsurprisingly, he successfully created separation from Leonard. A faint smile played upon Shen Lang's lips as he leaned slightly forward, channeling power through his legs, his right hand elevating the basketball high above. With a flick of his wrist guiding his fingers, he delicately launched a flawless fingertip layup. Leonard, arriving from the left, was relentless, leaping with ferocity, his large hand swatting fiercely at the ball. Smack. The basketball was sent soaring away. Beep. 2 points confirmed. However, before Leonard could relish his moment of triumph, the officiating referee signaled that it was a goaltending violation. The instant replay revealed that as Leonard struck the basketball, it had already begun its descent. Leonard, feeling the urgency, recalled that in the previous match, it had been evident that Shen Lang's fingertip layup was still merely a formality, lacking a consistent success rate. In the stands, Kenny Smith offered what he deemed an impartial commentary on Leonard's defense, suggesting it was not merely impatience but rather a demonstration of his competitive spirit toward his opponent. Barkley, sitting nearby, remarked with a hint of foreboding, "This match is going to be tough tonight." Chapter 62, an exceedingly tense game. Kawhi, you truly go above and beyond to assist me in scoring. Shen Lang shrugged nonchalantly, engaging in conversation with Leonard while retreating to the backcourt. His skills may require further refinement, yet one must never yield in verbal exchanges from the onset. Such matters pertain to the dignity of being a formidable competitor. Leonard's expression remained inscrutable, making it utterly impossible to discern his inner thoughts, a trait he has flawlessly inherited from Duncan. On the court, Parker continued to orchestrate the flow of the game, this time delivering a pass to his fellow countryman, Dia, stationed in the paint. Those unfamiliar with Dia might overlook the inherent romanticism of his nationality and name, yet he is, in essence, a gentle giant with an amiable demeanor. With a determined stance, Dia executed a side-hook shot for his offensive attempt. The defender, Lopez, exerted all his effort to contain Dia, extending his arm in an attempt to disrupt the shot as Dia released the ball. Remarkably, even with such vigorous defense, the hook shot, from less than a meter away from the hoop, clanged against the front of the rim. The sound echoed as Gortat, who had been positioned behind Duncan, leapt to secure the rebound. Though not typically suited for fast breaks, Gortat instinctively began scanning for a teammate capable of initiating a quick transition after gaining control of the board. His gaze settled on Shen Lang, stationed at the right sideline. Gortat deftly evaded Duncan's attempt to swipe the ball, forcefully tossing the basketball towards Shen Lang. Suddenly, a massive hand appeared in the passing lane, deflecting the ball out of bounds. Although Leonard failed to seize the ball, he effectively thwarted the fast break opportunity. With an impressive wingspan exceeding his own height by 20 centimeters, Leonard consistently showcased remarkable defensive prowess, frequently executing stunning steals. As Shen Lang prepared to inbound the ball, he scrutinized the ever-expressionless Leonard, noting the aggressiveness of his defense today. "Kawhi, have you decided to return home, ready for a redemption arc?" Shen Lang mused as he passed the ball to Nash, directing his commentary towards Leonard. Without waiting for a response, He gave Leonard a gentle push with one hand and pivoted towards the baseline. Dudley, positioned along the baseline, brushed past Shen Lang, inadvertently guiding his defender into Leonard's path. With a resounding thud, Leonard collided with Danny Green. Although they quickly regained their footing, this moment allowed Dudley to successfully receive Nash's pass. Unfortunately, Dudley's shot lacked confidence and clanged off the rim, soaring high into the air. The basketball bounced far, landing directly in the hands of Parker, who was positioned near the free throw line. Parker swiftly executed a long pass ahead, enabling Leonard to dart forward, catching the ball and delivering a powerful dunk with consummate ease. With a score of 6-4, Gentry hesitated for a moment before rising from his seat. Upon noticing Shen Lang shaking his head, he ultimately decided against calling a timeout. The Suns initiated their inbound play, and as the ball advanced to the front court, they encountered the Spurs players who had already established their defensive positions. After Nash's attempt to penetrate from the top of the arc proved unsuccessful, he passed the ball once more to Shen Lang. Shen Lang cradled the ball in his hands, took a deep breath, and bent low. He advanced towards the three-point line. And as both feet crossed the boundary, he suddenly shook his shoulders and changed direction, taking a large step forward. With his right hand, he raised the ball above his head while using his left hand to shield himself from the interference of Leonard. With a deft flick of his wrist, the basketball mischievously slipped from his fingertips, spinning rapidly through the air. Swish! The ball sailed smoothly through the net. It was indeed a fingertip shot. On the sidelines, a knowledgeable fan leapt to his feet, exclaiming loudly to those around him, "Did you see that? Shin just executed a flawless fingertip shot. What a lucky kid. Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse," muttered Jugowachi, recalling how this very player had nearly dislodged the hoop at the ATT Center with the same move in the previous game. However, his skepticism was soon shaken, as Shen Lang executed two more successful fingertip shots in the following two plays. The Suns held a slender lead of 10-8. Beep. Ultimately, it was Jugowachi who could no longer contain himself and called for the first timeout, well aware of Shen Lang's unusual prowess. A little extra defense could only serve as a safeguard. "Shin, you truly have mastered the art of the fingertip shot," exclaimed Gentry with surprise as Shin took a seat, perhaps recalling the impressive legacy of this technique that once dominated the league. "I already knew how to do it. I just needed some time to adapt." Shen Lang waved his hand, signaling that basic skills should not be overemphasized. Once again, it was Shen Lang, whose fingertip scoop had previously been derisively mocked by Spurs legend George Gervin as an ugly imitation. Yet today, he managed to score 3 in a row. The U family was once again filled with excitement. Strictly speaking, including the first shot that was disrupted, this should be the fourth. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and remarked. At the TNT commentary booth, Barkley exhibited a look of astonishment. "Charles, what is the matter? Have you recalled something remarkable?" Kenny Smith promptly noticed the change in his partner's expression. "Oh, Kenny, you're too young. You've never faced the Iceman directly, so you may not fully comprehend the fingertip scoop technique." Barkley, being 2 years older than Kenny Smith and having joined the league 3 years prior, had indeed witnessed Gervin during the Bulls era. That year, due to Jordan's injury, Gervin started as a primary player throughout the entire season. In what would be Gervin's final season in the league, he still managed to maintain an impressive shooting percentage of 47.2, averaging 16.2 points per game. The fingertip scoop was undoubtedly one of George Gervin's most utilized scoring techniques. Regardless of the spectators' thoughts on Shen Lang's suddenly effective maneuver, the game must continue. Upon returning from the timeout, the Spurs initiated their offense. They substituted the underperforming Diaw for veteran Steven Jackson, who had been signed shortly before the playoffs commenced. It remains unclear whether the team sought to leverage his experience or had other intentions in mind. Nevertheless, the presence of a similar figure has always been a customary practice for the Spurs. Someone must undertake the dirty work, a strategy that other teams have begun to adopt as well. As soon as he entered the game, Jackson received a pass from Parker while establishing his position in the paint. An experienced veteran, Jackson possessed a wide array of offensive skills, albeit none that he had mastered. Nonetheless, he consistently exhibited extraordinary confidence in his offensive abilities. Backing down against the defense of a smaller Lopez, Jackson opted for the safest approach, utilizing his back-to-basket play. With a deceptive move that faked out Lopez, Jackson pivoted and made a jump shot, helping the Spurs once again level the score. Just as Barkley had predicted earlier, this match was proving to be exceptionally intense. Chapter 63. The mission of the socialite arrives in the next offensive possession. The Suns opted for a set play. finding it difficult to capitalize on fast break opportunities due to the Spurs' swift defensive recovery. Shen Lang positioned himself to receive the ball, this time occupying the space to the right of the free throw line, his back pressed firmly against Leonard. He struck the ball sharply in front of him at the moment of reception, leveraging his body to create space as he pivoted, with both feet firmly planted. He utilized the superior grip of his shoes to launch himself into a sudden diagonal leap, his right leg slightly elevated above his left, resembling the shape of scissors in midair. Whoosh! Kobe's fadeaway jump shot. Shen Lang possesses offensive techniques that extend far beyond mere fingertip floaters. Having found his rhythm, Shen Lang executed a remarkably difficult shot with precision, despite Leonard's interference. Hey, Kawhi, I must commend your defense. You nearly managed to thwart my attempt. With his right thumb and index finger pinched together, Shen Lang gestured towards Leonard in a manner that was almost comical, lamenting the loss of the kimchi market. The all-knowing netizens consistently managed to capture every nuance with precision. Having not played at home for an extended period, Shen Lang was particularly exuberant today, which led to an explosive performance on the offensive end. His repertoire included three-point shots, fadeaway jumpers, fingertip layups, and even a brief display of a two-handed putback dunk. However, this surge of excitement also adversely affected his defensive capabilities. Danny Green's defensive skills on the perimeter are inherently aggressive, and under the influence of Shen Lang's heightened emotions, his defensive actions became somewhat exaggerated. Even in the comfort of his home court, he did not benefit from favorable officiating, as he accumulated 3 fouls by the midway point of the second quarter. Observing the situation on the court, Gentry opted to substitute Shen Lang to ensure he would be prepared for critical moments in the second half. Phew. Shen Lang inhaled deeply. The intensity of today's match was considerable. Lacking the exhilarating atmosphere of the game, he instantly felt the fatigue weighing on his body. Not bad, Lang. Take a moment to rest, and in the second half, we shall decisively defeat them. The Suns currently held a slight lead, a significant portion of which could be attributed to Shen Lang's performance. More importantly, his prowess had also uplifted the team's morale. Shen Lang nodded, fully aware that defeating the Spurs would not be an instantaneous triumph. It would undoubtedly evolve into a relentless tug-of-war that would extend until the very last moment. Following his previous delightful encounter with the Kardashian sisters, he found himself instinctively glancing towards the front row of the audience during breaks. After all, none of the spectators seated there were ordinary individuals. Perhaps he might seize an opportunity that required no further effort on his part. Shen Lang was not particularly acquainted with the renowned male figures of America, and thus, some seemingly illustrious older gentlemen went unrecognized by him. However, when one of them greeted him, Shen Lang responded with utmost courtesy, for they were all significant benefactors, deserving of at least a modicum of respect. Most of these individuals were prominent patrons, holding season tickets and contributing to the team's success. Shen Lang's salary was, in part, a result of their patronage. Soon, amidst a patch of withered grass by the sidelines, he discerned a remarkably luminous presence. The reason for such a description stemmed from 2 factors. First, she was an enchanting tall beauty that perfectly aligned with Shen Lang's aesthetic preferences. Second, amidst the sea of home team white, she donned a striking purple and gold jersey emblazoned with the number 24. Was she here to disrupt the event? When it came to the world's celebrated beauties, Shen Lang could effortlessly recount their details, akin to a living encyclopedia. Thus, her information swiftly materialized in his mind. Taylor Swift, standing at 180 centimeters, weighing 52 kilograms, with type B blood, and possessing a commendable worldview. Taylor's innate sixth sense alerted her to Shen Lang's gaze. Hey, Shen, that fadeaway jumper you just made was reminiscent of Kobe. Taylor, with an amiable disposition and a touch of familiarity, greeted him exuberantly after locking eyes with him. Hello. I shall take that as a compliment, he replied. Shen Lang scratched his head, feeling that being compared to another man, even if that man were his idol, was not a particularly joyous matter. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Elite Socialite task activated. I am a single Mamba. The task required him to score 5 times using Kobe's signature fadeaway jump shot in the third quarter. The reward would be the activation of the Mamba's ferocious mode in the fourth quarter. The system's voice echoed, revealing that its fascination with beautiful women was no less intense than Shen Lang's own. As Shen Lang exited the court, nearly 5 minutes remained in the second quarter, and the first half of the match swiftly drew to a close amidst a scarcity of timeouts. The visiting Spurs seized the opportunity during Shen Lang's absence to not only recuperate the score but also establish a tenuous lead of 2 points, at 52-50. Gentry's Twin Tower strategy undoubtedly rendered Duncan uncomfortable, as each offensive play demanded more energy than usual. Regrettably, neither Dia nor the subsequently substituted Jackson could alleviate his burden effectively. With the prominent star Taylor observing from the sidelines, Shen Lang departed without a hint of nostalgia for the cheerleaders, his countenance exuding a serene composure befitting a gentleman. Even as he found himself ensnared in foul troubles, they were unable to undermine our resolve. I firmly believe that if we persist, victory in this match is assured. In the locker room, Gentry transformed into a motivational sage, providing a psychological boost to his team. Dia's performance today was notably subpar, leading me to believe that Coach Vekic would certainly augment Jackson's playing time in the second half. However, Gentry was not merely a purveyor of platitudes like Rivers. Necessary tactical analyses remained imperative to avoid projecting unprofessionalism as a head coach. Jackson's fundamental skills were lacking, thus increasing defensive pressure on him when he had the ball could induce errors. We must maintain relentless pressure on Duncan in the paint, ensuring he does not find his rhythm, lest we risk a reversal of fortunes. Gentry meticulously analyzed the situation, and the surrounding players listened intently. As the halftime break concluded, both teams returned to the court once more. Before stepping onto the court, Shen Lang took a moment to confirm that Taylor was still present. And with an air of confidence, he strode onto the field, clutching his jersey collar. At the onset of the third quarter, the Spurs did not deploy their full roster, and the responsibility of defending Shen Lang fell to the formidable Jackson, known for his fierce appearance and a history of altercations with spectators. Shen Lang couldn't help but rub his nose in response to his intimidating opponent. Let us agree, we are here solely to play basketball today, and violence is strictly off the table. Chapter 64. A masterpiece. As the third quarter commenced, the possession belonged to the Suns. Hill swiftly dribbled the ball across the court, lofting it to Shen Lang, who was positioned on the weak side. Utilizing Kobe's iconic back-to-basket feint, he dribbled, shrugged, and turned. From the outset, Shen Lang prepared to execute Kobe's signature fadeaway jump shot to initiate his offensive onslaught. The task of achieving 5 successful baskets was no trivial endeavor. Time was of the essence, and the stakes were high. When Shen Lang plays alongside a group of substitutes, a notable issue arises. His teammates struggle to effectively draw defensive attention away from him. Just as in this instance, the moment Shen Lang turned, Jin Billy darted in from the side, seeking to disrupt his shot. Bang! Shen Lang opted not to force a shot. Instead, he powerfully struck the ball to the ground, sending it to Hill, who had made a cut towards the basket after completing his pass. Upon receiving the ball, Hill executed a graceful layup, his fluid movements reminiscent of his former glory as Jordan's heir. Splendid. Shen Lang expressed his admiration with a tone laced with envy, remarking that such a graceful layup finish is beyond his current capabilities, not due to a lack of core strength, but primarily owing to his lesser flexibility and coordination. Hey, kid, you truly are a softie. Why don't you take a shot? As a relatively old-school player, Jackson has become accustomed to incessantly employing trash talk during games. Steven, just look at your face. I believe if you were to hang a picture of yourself above your bed, it wouldn't inspire any excitement. Shen Lang possesses a mastery of the English language at the level 8 proficiency, specializing in the art of engaging in verbal sparring. During a possession for the Spurs, Jin Billy executed a serpentine drive, his movements so elusive that they left no trace, penetrating the paint in an instant to finish with a layup. Following closely behind, Hill swiftly transitioned to the basket, passing the ball to Shen Lang, who was positioned near midcourt. Shen Lang positioned himself in the midfield, gesturing for his teammates to spread out, as he intended to execute a one-on-one strategy. Jackson, a towering figure among defenders, displayed commendable defensive prowess in both the guard and small forward positions. Shen Lang's decision to challenge him individually aligned with his intentions. Do you understand why the Suns decided to release you? Shen Lang lifted his gaze to Jackson and posed a question before dribbling. A sweeping crossover left Jackson in his wake, yet instead of advancing, he halted, awaiting Jackson's return. Shen Lang was clearly toying with Jackson. Coach Zhang, observing Shen Lang's provocative antics, suddenly perked up. Jackson, now rejoining the play, bore a grim expression. Both Shen Lang's dismissive behavior and the earlier inquiry had struck a deep chord within him. After being selected by the Suns in the second round as the 42nd pick in 1997, Jackson was cut from the team a mere 4 months later. His return to the league came 3 years thereafter, marking a notably bleak period in his career. As Jackson closed in once more, Shen Lang, now within the three-point line, opted for a post-up maneuver. His back collided forcefully with Jackson's chest, while Shen Lang's taunting voice cut through the tension. I inquired about the reasons behind it. Would you care to know? Sensing the pressure from behind, Shen Lang abruptly pivoted, feigning a shift to deceive Jackson's balance, then leaped, executing a smooth backward jump shot. Swish. The basketball nestled into the net, marking the completion of 1/5 of his task, the shot flowing seamlessly within Shen Lang's rhythm. Skill is the original sin. Upon landing, Shen Lang shook his head dismissively, sprinting back down the court. This was indeed a psychological assault. Shen Lang completely disregarded Jackson. Coach Zhang clicked his tongue. Although Jackson had aged, he had once basked in glory during his youth, even earning the title of King of the Cats during his time with the Bobcats. Now, he found himself dominated by Shen Lang, who not only waited for him to defend but also initiated the attack. However, Jackson was not one to be trifled with. Shen Lang's actions could very well provoke this hot-headed individual. On that note, I have some information to share. During his college years, Shen Lang was not only a bench player for the basketball team but also a standout in the Sonda team, indicating a formidable prowess. In private, the Yu family has begun to gather various rumors regarding Shen Lang from his school days, seemingly exhibiting a troubling trend of transforming from fervent admirers into intrusive fans. Surprisingly, Jackson was not incensed by Shen Lang's actions. However, the twitching of his facial muscles revealed his inner turmoil. The circumstances often surpassed the individual. The once formidable warrior who dared to violently confront the audience now finds himself compelled to restrain his emotions in order to retain his position. Frequently, this is the essence of human nature, compromise born from helplessness, which many choose to label as growth. Sensing the desolation in Jackson's gaze, Shen Lang refrained from further provocation, exhibiting no intentions of defensive play amidst his offensive maneuvers. As both teams' key players returned to the court, Shen Lang had accomplished 4/5 of his solo Mamba task, and one more fading jump shot would grant him the coveted state known as Mamba's bite. The Spurs, relying on Ginobili's performance, remained tightly in contention with a score of 63-64. It must be said that Shen Lang's fading jump shot bore a striking resemblance to Kobe's, rendering Jackson utterly defenseless. The frequent execution of this shot not only illuminated Taylor Swift's eyes from the sidelines but also thrilled the commentator, Director Zhang. With the Spurs starters on the court, both their offense and defense ascended to a higher level. However, with the starters present, Shen Lang did not need to bear the burden of the offensive lead alone. Soon, only a minute and a half remained in the third quarter. Following the entry of the starters, Shen Lang's 2 fading jump shots resulted in misses, leaving him still 1 shot short of completing his task. Shen Lang adjusted his breathing, aware that time was slipping away for him to accomplish his task. Dribbling swiftly beyond the 3-point line, he contemplated how to create the most favorable opportunity for a shot. With a slight dip of his left shoulder, he surged forward, momentarily displacing Leonard. Employing a deft between-the-legs dribble, he swiftly transitioned into a cross-step maneuver. The skills Allen Iverson possessed on the right flank were not merely confined to a singular motion, they encompassed a plethora of methods capable of executing a crossover. Although he could not entirely shake off Leonard's defense, an epiphany struck Shen Lang. He cradled the ball in his right hand, feigning an attempt to execute a fingertip layup. Observing Leonard, who indeed fell for the ruse and shifted his center of gravity, Shen Lang seized the basketball with force, yanking it back while pivoting on his left foot. With a powerful push-off from the ground, he leaned back for a jump shot. Leonard leapt forward, while Shen Lang reclined, their aerial poses reminiscent of a breathtaking masterpiece. Swish! The ball finding nothing but net completed this exquisite tableau. Chapter 65. The defensive pressure from Shen Lang. Congratulations, host, for completing the task single Mamba and earning the reward of experiencing the Mamba's biting mode, which will commence in the fourth quarter. The Mamba's biting, a top-tier defense entanglement from the 9-time Defensive Player of the Year, the Black Mamba, characterized by clawing, stealing, and relentless footwork. Comfortable offense will soon become a distant luxury, as even the simplest ball possession will now be a coveted aspiration. Shen Lang took a moment to glance at his task rewards and was surprised to find it was Kobe's defensive mode, though he was uncertain about the impact this mode would have on him. If it were akin to a skill, it would undoubtedly be an exhilarating experience. In the next round, following a defensive foul by the Suns, the Spurs were granted an extended offensive opportunity, which they successfully utilized, culminating in Duncan's decisive finish as the clock ran out. Only 1.8 seconds remained for the Suns, with Nash's backcourt shot failing to find its mark. The score at the end of the third quarter was locked at 78-78, placing both teams on equal footing once more. Shen, your fadeaway jumper is simply magnificent. As Shen Lang stepped onto the court, he noticed Taylor Swift on the sidelines, enthusiastically calling out to him like a fervent admirer. Being praised by such a stunning beauty was undeniably a delightful experience. However, Shen Lang found himself strangely disinterested. Perhaps it was the notion that he was merely a pitiable stand-in that dampened his spirits. This moment, where Taylor addressed Shen Lang, was also captured by the keen-eyed reporters nearby, who believed it would undoubtedly yield noteworthy headlines. With the commencement of the fourth quarter, Shen Lang declined Coach Ginobili's request for a breather, eager to experience the rewards of his latest task. The instant he stepped onto the court, he felt an unfamiliar surge of power coursing through all his muscles. The system has finally provided something intriguingly mystical. As he moved his limbs to acclimate to this newfound strength, Shen Lang discerned that it was likely a form of muscle memory that had become instinctive. The Spurs continued with their typical rotation, and at this moment, Shen Lang was tasked with defending against the formidable Ginobili, a key player among the Spurs bench. As Ginobili dribbled towards him, Shen Lang instinctively lowered his center of gravity, arms outstretched, his gaze fixed intently on Ginobili. The crafty left-hander observed Shen Lang with a hint of surprise. The defensive stance he presented was notably different from before. Nevertheless, this did not deter Ginobili from executing his offensive strategy. As he watched his teammates position themselves, Ginobili initiated a swift in-out dribble, aiming to break through with lateral movement. As Shen Lang observed Ginobili commencing his lateral movement in an attempt to breach his defense, he swiftly adjusted his stance with nimble footwork, reminiscent of a crab's motion. His center of gravity was notably low, ensuring stability even as he increased his foot speed. This rapid adjustment allowed Shen Lang to maintain perfect alignment with Ginobili's trajectory. Unfortunately for Ginobili, the breakthrough tactics that had served him well previously faltered completely this time, leaving him with no choice but to pass the ball to Dia. Bang! Dia's shooting touch today has been remarkably erratic, as he has yet to make a basket. Shen Lang's defensive performance this round was indeed commendable. If he could sustain such intensity in defense throughout every game, he could secure his position on the team solely through his defensive prowess. Shen Lang's defense left Barkley pleasantly surprised, who generously offered his praise. As the Suns initiated a baseline inbounds, Brown dribbled past half-court and swiftly passed the ball to Shen Lang. At the top of the arc, Shen Lang called for a pick-and-roll, utilizing Shatteris's elevation to accelerate into the paint and executed a delicate fingertip layup that found its mark. It is worth noting that when facing a bench lineup, the already formidable fingertip layup faced no substantial interference whatsoever. With the score at 78-80, the Spurs attempted a quick inbounds play, with Ginobili seeking to capitalize on a fast break. However, Shen Lang remarkably chased him down across nearly the entire court, disrupting his shot at the very last moment. Well, it is indeed rare to witness Shen Lang exerting such effort on defense, exclaimed commentator Zhang. As he noted, until now, Shen Lang had predominantly showcased his scoring abilities, a fact that was less conspicuous within the defensively challenged Suns. Ginobili twisted his body to evade Shen Lang's defense, yet this maneuver resulted in a missed layup, which Shen Lang promptly secured. He hurled the ball forward with precision, landing it in Brown's hands. After a slight adjustment, Brown soared toward the rim, executing a powerful dunk. The arena erupted in a frenzy, and the Spurs' momentum faltered. With the score at 78-82, Coach Zajevic recognized the precarious situation and decisively called a timeout. An exuberant Brown approached Shen Lang, leaping to celebrate their teamwork, attributing his spectacular dunk largely to Shen Lang's somewhat forced four-point pass. Historically, we have witnessed Shen Lang utilizing his offensive prowess to secure victories for his team. However, today he demonstrated his unyielding defensive fundamentals and relentless tenacity. Whether it was one-on-one against Ginobili or his full-court chase-down defense, he left fans who value defense in awe. This redefined perception of a player once noted for his errant shooting. Upon resuming play, a cautious Zajevic introduced Duncan and Parker, finally bringing the Spurs' formidable duo onto the court simultaneously. The Suns, in turn, fielded their starting lineup. Parker controlled the ball, with Nash stepping up to defend. Unfortunately, in the face of overwhelming speed, defensive effort sometimes proves insufficient. Parker breezed past Nash and, as he charged toward the paint, suddenly found Shen Lang looming nearby. This strategic help defense left Parker in a quandary. Continuing his drive could lead him into Shen Lang's defensive embrace, while optimal passing lanes were effectively sealed off. With no other option, Parker resorted to a quick two-step drive, followed by an abrupt stop for a floating shot. As a result, he was sent flying by a slap from Goddard, who lay in ambush behind Shen Lang. Shen Lang's defensive prowess was not merely displayed in one-on-one situations. He was currently endeavoring to weave the entire team's defensive framework together with his exceptional collaborative defense. The success of this defensive possession exemplified that very point. As the editor-in-chief of Sports Illustrated, Yang Yi possessed not only advantageous access to information, but also a remarkably discerning eye. Indeed, if the Suns' defense could be likened to a punctured ball, Shen Lang had now installed sharp, venomous spikes at every breach. Just as everyone was marveling at Shen Lang's defensive brilliance, Nash executed a swift three-pointer. The score gap widened again to 78-85. Chapter 66. What do you deserve? Zhu Weiqi, who had only just taken his seat at the sidelines, rose once more, his brow furrowed and a hint of perplexity etched across his face. He found himself increasingly baffled by Shen Lang, while he could still comprehend the erratic shooting touch that bordered on the supernatural. This sudden defensive revelation surpassed the bounds of ordinary understanding. Suppressing the urge to call a timeout, Zhu Weiqi resolved to observe one more possession. In the subsequent play, the Spurs finally broke their scoring drought, yet this did not bring Zhu Weiqi any joy, as he could clearly see that Leonard's basket was purely a matter of luck. The Spurs were stifled on offense, and their defense began to exhibit signs of constraint. Nash's successful attack led to a foul on Parker, and he stepped to the free throw line, converting 2 of 3 attempts. As the Spurs launched their offense once more, fortune did not favor them again. Under the combined effort of the Twin Towers, Duncan's forced shot veered off target. Nash swiftly passed the ball to Shen Lang, who had long since established his position beyond the arc swish. The long-awaited three-pointer. The once tense score now widened to 80-90 in less than half a quarter. Like a constricting serpent, the defense utterly confined the Spurs' offense, with Shen Lang elevating the Suns' defense by more than a notch with his singular efforts. When the final whistle blew, the arena erupted in thunderous cheers. The Suns secured a resounding victory on their home court, triumphing by 20 points with a score of 89-109. More importantly, they limited their opponents to a mere 11 points in the fourth quarter. Shen Lang amassed a remarkable tally of 27 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks throughout the match. However, it is evident to all that his contributions transcended these mere statistics. His omnipresent assistance on defense and his formidable one-on-one guarding exemplified the quintessential attributes of an exceptional defensive player, particularly during the fourth quarter. This relentless defense, naturally, left Shen Lang feeling utterly drained post-match. I dare say, Kobe's stamina was not merely at peak levels. He must possess some extraordinary abilities relating to endurance. Shen Lang could only endeavor to emulate Kobe's defensive prowess for a single quarter, whereas the latter maintained such intensity for the entirety of the game, all while shouldering the offensive responsibilities of his team. This highlights the remarkable fortitude Kobe exhibited in terms of physical endurance. In this light, it is understandable that Kobe occasionally misfired on his shots. Reflecting on this, Shen Lang came to empathize with Kobe's predicament. After expending considerable energy on defense, it was inevitable that his offensive performance would be impacted. A long-awaited resounding victory also bestowed upon Shen Lang considerable rewards. Winning by a margin of 20 points granted him 200 victory points, indicating that he could further enhance his abilities. In the locker room, as he showered, Shen Lang joyfully whistled. As a key contributor to the victory, he had become a regular at the post-match press conferences. With his stellar performance this evening, he naturally donned his most cherished pair of sneakers and unabashedly displayed a few moves before taking his seat for interviews. His shoes had only just completed nearly a third of their designated tasks, necessitating additional effort while the triumph was fresh. The journalists, accustomed to his antics, dutifully clicked their cameras, though the future use of these photographs remained uncertain. Accompanying Shen Lang at the press conference were Coach Gentry and Nash, who once again achieved a double-double. Coach Gentry, congratulations on leading the Suns to another victory. The journalist's well wishes, delivered in the home arena, felt more genuine. We are curious to know if today's victory stemmed from your adjustments to the team's defensive strategy in the fourth quarter. Gentry first cast a glance at Shen Lang beside him before responding with unwavering composure. Indeed, this marks our third consecutive encounter with the Spurs. And in addition to the regular season, we have now faced them in 4 straight matches. It was not that Gentry sought undue credit, rather, the series was not yet concluded, and he needed to keep Coach Popovich guessing. We have become quite familiar with their offensive patterns, so it is only logical to implement corresponding defensive arrangements. The journalist diligently recorded Gentry's remarks. Nash, in your recent games, you have frequently attained double-doubles. Does this indicate a resurgence in your competitive form? Nash's recent performance has been remarkably impressive, evoking a sense of rejuvenation akin to a withered tree blossoming in spring. It is evident to any discerning observer that my prowess on the court largely hinges upon Shen's presence, as he significantly alleviated my defensive burdens. Nash initially offered praise to Shen Lang, before continuing, without double-teaming, even at my age, no one can entirely confine me. As a two-time regular season MVP, Nash possesses a robust confidence in his abilities. Shen, congratulations on yet another high-caliber performance. I believe your footwear has played a considerable role. The reporters, well acquainted with Shen Lang's tendencies, preemptively articulated what he intended to convey. We have noticed your frequent interactions with Taylor Swift on the sidelines. Does this imply that you might become her fifth boyfriend? Shen Lang gazed at the journalist in silence, his mind filled with an endless stampede of expletives. While inquiries about Ginobili or Nash revolved around the realm of basketball, it appeared that he was relegated to the realm of tabloid sensationalism. I suppose you must have a fondness for salt in your daily diet? Shen Lang retorted, rubbing his nose. The journalist looked at him in confusion, perplexed by the sudden shift in topic. Otherwise, how could one be so idle? Shen Lang's subsequent remarks swiftly enlightened the reporters, revealing that he was, in fact, mocking himself. This is a basketball match interview, and thus, I hope everyone will pose questions pertaining to basketball rather than fixating on speculations regarding others' romantic lives. Shen Lang did not allow the reporter to interject and continued, I only discuss my private life with my close friends. And it is evident that you are not among them. The reporter retorted defiantly, Oh? In that case, may I pose a few routine questions to you? A mischievous smile crept upon Shen Lang's lips as he calmly remarked, If you were to change your door locks, would you bother to have a key made? How many would you have made? Chapter 67, Legendary Quest, The Withering Rose of Wind City. Shen, do be mindful of your words. I possess the right to file a complaint with the Alliance. The reporter's face flushed with indignation, clearly taken aback by Shen Lang's unexpected rudeness, particularly given his reputation as a courteous gentleman from Huaxia. When will your theatrics be as scarce as your monetary gains? Shen Lang cast a sidelong glance at the individual, deciding that since he had already offended him, he might as well go all the way. I was merely inquiring about a matter that a fan might genuinely concern themselves with regarding the players. I meant no offense. Despite wearing a press badge emblazoned with tabloid news, he had the audacity to claim the title of a professional sports journalist. Oh, is that so? You presume that your dishonesty obliges me to accept your words as truth, do you? Shen Lang's adeptness in confronting others is entirely rooted in his extensive experience on the internet, complemented by his proficient linguistic abilities. A cultured rogue is precisely the pseudonym Shen Lang frequently employs. After a delightful conclusion to today's press conference, he returned to his residence in a relaxed manner. With new rewards accrued today, he intended to delve into what he could exchange for items to aid him in the forthcoming competition. However, as Shen Lang immersed himself in the pristine list of system options, today's interview had stirred a significant uproar online. The league promptly issued a statement that evening regarding the matter. Upon verification, it was determined that the reporter's credentials were invalid, as they had been improperly brought in by the press conference management staff. Appropriate sanctions were imposed on the individuals involved, and the reporter received a lifetime ban from participating in any NBA-related interviews. Nevertheless, due to Shen Lang's overly provocative remarks, which had the potential to mislead young fans, a fine of $5,000 was levied against him. The league's response was rather moderate, essentially a compromise that served to distribute blame evenly. As a catalyst for this news, Taylor Swift encountered the report while aboard a flight to Los Angeles. Gazing at her phone, a warm smile graced her face. If memory served her correctly, this marked the first instance of someone unabashedly defending themselves in the media. After a moment's contemplation, she accessed her social media to share the news, adding a remark, Please send that fine directly to me. I'll cover the payment. NBA, ding. Congratulations, esteemed host Taylor Swift, on achieving a certain level of affinity. You may now enjoy a 50% discount on relevant fragments in the Socialite store. Affinity? This peculiar system seems to be becoming increasingly frivolous. With a slight flick of his wrist, Shen Lang promptly deactivated Jessica's 3D holographic display, reminiscent of a miscreant caught in the act. However, one couldn't help but wonder why Taylor Swift had suddenly developed an affinity for him. Could it be that she dreamed of him? Just then, a notification arrived on the phone number the team had recently registered for him. Wang Defa. To confront someone would cost a staggering $5,000? If 1,000 people were to challenge me, would that mean I could forego my efforts entirely? Although he was now a millionaire, the prospect of spending such a sum to berate an individual still stung. What? Taylor expressed on social media that she would cover my expenses. Glancing at the league's trending news, the latest headline concerned his own fine. Truly, a wealthy woman. This opportunity for easy living is tempting. Should I privately message her, suggesting I no longer wish to strive for success? Shen Lang mused, rubbing his nose. Taylor is no mere decorative figure. Her accomplishments in her field are commendable, certainly deserving of a dashing gentleman like himself. However, one particular headline that was pinned in the trending news caused Shen Lang a pang of concern: the latest injury report on Rose. Shen Lang took a deep breath before clicking in. Following magnetic resonance imaging and consultations with multiple sports medicine experts, the Chicago Bulls officially announced that their star player, Derrick Rose, has suffered a torn anterior cruciate ligament in his left knee and will soon undergo surgery, rendering him unable to participate in the remainder of the season. The significance of certain areas in a basketball player's legs is undeniably paramount. The Achilles tendon, meniscus, and cruciate ligaments are the three most frequently mentioned. A torn cruciate ligament is devastating to a player's speed and explosiveness, and given Rose's playing style, speed and explosiveness have always been his greatest assets. A young face, recently victorious over LeBron James to claim the regular season MVP, flashed through Shen Lang's mind, stirring a complex mix of emotions. Just months ago, he was merely an ordinary fan, feeling only sympathy when witnessing his favorite players struggle with injuries, a sentiment that felt distant from his own reality. Now, the injured individual was someone he might encounter on the court, and the feeling was entirely different. Damn God, as far as he knew, Rose could be considered one of God's most devout followers, with the tattoo God's child on his back, symbolizing his reverence and gratitude. Yet, this very devotee now faced an injury that could potentially ruin his entire career. Where is God's protection? Ding. The Derrick Rose incident has triggered the legendary series Quest module. Huh. Others get injured, and you activate a module? Are you even human? I was never human to begin with. And could you at least take a moment to review the module introduction before passing judgment? Shen Lang has undoubtedly mastered the nuances of the UA system, understanding that criticism must precede any discussion, regardless of circumstances. If he neglects to provide an introduction, can he truly blame me? Just observe how superior the neighboring systems are, unlike yours, which lacks efficacy and intelligence. Shen Lang shows no intention of acknowledging his shortcomings. The legendary series task module operates within a parallel dimension, utilizing big data analysis to distill the unresolved sentiments of fans and aligning them with current global realities to establish task objectives. The host can alter the trajectory of their life's mission by meeting specific conditions. It sounds rather enigmatic. Shen Lang has likely discerned the essence of this module. Current activated task: the Withering Rose of Wind City. Task background: following a significant injury, Derrick Rose faces a formidable challenge in his career, which may lead to further complications. Although he ultimately overcomes his struggles and perseveres in his pursuit of basketball dreams, he fails to witness the glorious bloom of the rose, rendering the outcome a poignant lament. Task introduction: by fulfilling the system's designated tasks, one can mitigate the adverse effects of this injury on Rose to the greatest extent possible. A rose is not a fleeting bloom. Piercing through the mists, it shall ultimately flourish. Task 1. Successfully navigate the intricacies of courting a socialite. To be frank, system, your intentions are commendable. Salvaging a player's career is an endeavor of immense virtue. Shen Lang endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. However, what on earth was the content of this task? Surely, I cannot simply approach a lady and ask, would you join me in saving Ross? Surely, even scams do not operate in such a manner. Chapter 68. This is quite bizarre, yet I find it rather delightful. Furthermore, what does it mean to complete a socialite strategy? What standards define the completion of such a strategy? To launch an offensive against a socialite, the subsequent content is omitted, simply referred to as a strategy. I must concede, the system has a keen understanding of abbreviations. Regarding a system that can flawlessly evade scrutiny, with each word devoid of any suggestive implications, Shen Lang could only express his utmost admiration. Distracted by the notifications, Shen Lang took the liberty of registering a social media account and subsequently posted his first status update. Concerning recent events, I would like to share my thoughts. 1. I suggest the league headquarters relocate to the seaside. 2. From now on, do not ask me to discuss Taylor objectively, as I am subjectively fond of her. 3. I dedicate this famous line from Chinese literature to that journalist: beyond the long pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grasses bloom. These 3 statements respectively address the NBA league, Taylor Swift, and the journalist in question, accompanied by a photograph of himself drenched in sweat from training. Having completed these tasks, Shen Lang reopened the system to search among the dazzling array of skills for the one he urgently required. The God of Waves posted a status. Can any expert decipher the meaning behind his words? The power of the online community proved formidable, as his social media account, though not registered under his real name, was swiftly identified. Following verification, the platform promptly granted him identity authentication. Did Shen's first statement imply a desire to enhance the league's working environment? To respond to the previous comment, this was clearly not the case. The God of Waves felt that the league was overly intrusive. The second statement was undoubtedly a confession, showcasing that, like Du Xiaoshui, he possessed a courageous heart willing to express itself. However, the God of Waves refrained from mentioning bathing water. The third statement necessitates clarification from Chinese friends. Does this line hold any special significance? Foreign netizens expressed confusion regarding the intricacies of Chinese poetry. This line originates from a poem titled Farewell, suggesting that the God of Waves might be conveying his sentiments about bidding farewell to that journalist. Thus, it appears that Shen is, in fact, a benevolent individual. Despite having a conflict with the other party, he still expressed his reluctance to part ways. Foreign netizens, drawn into the narrative, began to praise Shen Lang's perspective. In response to the above comment, do not be deceived by that fellow. He even added a dog emoji. The God of Waves omitted the phrase by Lian from the original text, implying that the journalist should not be by Lian. This authoritative interpretation comes from an online expert. Shen Lang gave no thought to the potential repercussions of his online remarks. After all, it had only been a month since he unexpectedly rose to stardom. He still lacked a particularly clear understanding of the transformation in his identity. Shen Lang reclined on his bed, contemplating the various skill names within the system to deduce their functionalities while conducting an objective assessment of his current prowess. In terms of offensive capabilities, he possessed two formidable shooting skills, the wave-style three-pointer and the fingertip layup, complemented by an occasionally effective fadeaway jumper and a right-side drive, which sufficed for the moment. The team itself was not renowned for its defensive strength, unless he could maintain the defensive prowess displayed in the fourth quarter of this match throughout an entire game. Significant improvements would be elusive. Achieving such defensive consistency would be a challenge even for the Black Mamba himself. Thus, possessing a level 5 perimeter defense skill was more than adequate. Moreover, the system did not offer defensive skills that could guarantee effectiveness for merely 200 victory points. As he surveyed the plethora of defensive skills available, Shen Lang could only gaze enviously, based on standard pricing. Elevating a defensive skill to level 5 would require at least 800 victory points. Poverty was indeed a fundamental flaw. Suddenly, a defensive skill with a slightly different hue caught Shen Lang's attention. Kardashian's gaze, special defensive effect, select a target player and bestow upon them a layer of voluptuous curves mark. This mark could comprehensively weaken the player's competitive status, physical capabilities, and mental state by a factor of 10, lasting for an entire season. The mark could stack up to 5 layers, with a heightened risk of the target player's career ending upon accumulation. With Kardashian, even Jordan would toil. Price: 10,000 victory points for an extraordinary defensive effect. This surpassed the ferocity of the Mambas by far. Shen Lang swallowed hard and remarked, the price may seem exorbitant, yet upon closer examination, it is undeniably a remarkable bargain. To completely neutralize a player without exception is a feat that transcends mere defensive skills. Imagine, if this ability were employed in the current playoff series against GD, the stone Buddha would become a mere iron statue, the demon blade would be rendered a rusty knife, and even the engine of a sports car would need to be dismantled and replaced with a tractor's diesel engine. Once I acquire sufficient wealth, I shall indiscriminately hurl 50,000 victory points at anyone I find displeasing. Reluctantly, Shen Lang turned to the skill classification page for rebounding, having firmly decided on the direction for enhancing his own abilities. There exists a famous adage in a fervent basketball anime: he who masters the rebound shall command the game. Although he already possessed the extraordinary skill of predicting rebound trajectories, Shen Lang rarely shone in this aspect during matches. This was primarily due to his role on the Suns, where he was more often required to act as a scorer. Pursuing rebounds would result in the loss of numerous fast break opportunities. Thus, Shen Lang's current objective was to acquire a skill that would assist him in securing offensive rebounds. When it comes to offensive rebounding, there is an indelible figure in NBA history, the legendary Moses Malone, who amassed an astounding 731 offensive rebounds, placing him at the pinnacle of the league. Before long, Shen Lang discovered a skill named Rebounding Prophet System, Exchange for rebounding profit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill rebounding profit. Would you like to upgrade it to level 2? Upgrade. Without even examining the effects of his abilities, Shen Lang made an immediate decision. Congratulations. Host. Your victory points have been reset to 0. Wishing you a delightful experience. Shen Lang perceived that the insatiable thirst of this ominous system for victory points had become increasingly overt of late, even after he reset it. It still could not resist congratulating him. Rebound profit, level 2 when securing a rebound. It diminishes the opponent's player's rebound judgment by 6 during offensive plays. It enhances the probability of accurately predicting the basketball's landing spot by 35. This effect can be stacked with others, with a current stacking limit of 70. Moses. I am alone. An intelligence-diminishing halo coupled with effect enhancement. The ancient deities are certainly not human. Upon observing this skill effect, Shen Lang was rendered almost speechless with excitement. A skill that not only elevates one's own capabilities but simultaneously undermines those of the opponent. How utterly outrageous. I absolutely adore this. Chapter 69. Transformed into a rebound enthusiast. The rebounding prediction skill previously possessed by Shen Lang, akin to that of Rodman, has reached a remarkable 35 probability of accurately anticipating the trajectory of the basketball after a teammate's shot, coupled with the current prowess of the rebounding oracle. This predictive success rate has now escalated to an extraordinary 70. What does a 70 success rate signify? This round of the competition has now concluded. Shen Lang promptly deactivated the system, allowing him to concentrate on devising a plan to rescue Ross. Driven by a fervent desire to save the basketball-loving youth, he spent the entire night poring over the socialite database provided by the system, his urgency palpable. With only a day between games 3 and 4, Shen Lang dedicated himself to 2 primary pursuits, aside from participating in team training and enhancing his fundamental attributes through targeted training tasks. He was engrossed in 2 crucial endeavors. Firstly, he meticulously scoured the socialite database to identify potential targets. Secondly, he documented a comprehensive plan in a notebook, detailing various methods that transgressed legal, moral, and ethical boundaries. In fact, he even went so far as to purchase online courses related to these matters. Ross, if you don't maintain a close relationship with me, it would be a disservice to my efforts. Closing the Pickup Artist Bible, Shen Lang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. A day later, the much-anticipated Game 4 of the 2011 to 2012 NBA playoffs between the Spurs and the Suns finally arrived. The pre-game press conference was charged with tension. The mountaintop will be contested in our home arena. I am sure they will have an unforgettable experience, said Coach Popovich with a smirk when asked about his confidence in the upcoming match. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang furrowed his brow and turned to Nash, questioning. If it's 3-1, can we still call the 5th game the mountaintop? Certainly not, came the response. Then what exactly constitutes a mountaintop battle? However, completing a gentlemanly sweep on their home court would undoubtedly be a remarkable experience, Shen Lang replied to the gathered journalists. The remote confrontation between Shen Lang and Zhu Guiqi has indeed escalated the hype surrounding this match, due to the significant societal impact caused by Shen Lang previously. The league has heightened its focus on this contest. The sidelines were graced by a multitude of familiar faces, including Kendall, who had shared a fleeting kiss with Shen Lang, though this time she was unaccompanied by her sister. Taylor Swift, who had attended the previous match, was unfortunately absent in Phoenix due to scheduling conflicts. Yet she sent Shen Lang a private message of encouragement before the game. Although he seldom starts, Shen Lang has firmly established himself as the second-to-last player to enter during the player introduction ceremony. He harbored no aspirations of replacing Nash as the main playmaker. The Windchild has spent considerable time in Phoenix, earning the admiration and loyalty of fans in a manner that cannot be rivaled by merely performing well in a few games. Nevertheless, he dreams of becoming a beacon of faith for the city's supporters, yearning to be met with thunderous applause at the climax of his journey. Gentry has demonstrated through evidence that employing a twin tower strategy to contain Duncan is indeed effective. Thus, this match continued with the previous strategy in mind. The Spurs made subtle adjustments, replacing the underperforming Dia with Matt Bonner. From the outset, both teams exchanged blows. The current Suns are riding a wave of momentum, and bolstered by their home advantage, they held their ground against the Spurs without difficulty. It must be said that Shen Lang's presence has revitalized the Suns, a team previously considered underwhelming. Observing the spirited transformation of the Suns from the beginning of the season, Yang Yi expressed his sentiments. At the season's onset, he had predicted the Suns would finish 10th in their division, with no hope of reaching the playoffs. On the bench, Shen Lang's mind was far from the game as he jovially engaged in conversation with Kendall, tossing playful banter that had the young girl in fits of laughter. Shen, it's your turn to play. At the 4-minute mark of the first quarter, Gentry finally decided to bring the carefree Shen Lang into the game. With the score tightly contested at 13-11. As soon as Shen Lang took the stage, Nash's demeanor became significantly more relaxed. After his teammates had established their positions, he waved his hand to signal a one-on-one strategy. As Shen Lang drew the defender's attention, he sought to seize the opportunity to regain his rhythm without frequently facing double teams. After executing a swift change of direction, Nash surged towards the paint like a gust of wind, evading Duncan's help defense. He released the ball with a low arc towards the hoop. Thud, thud, thud. The basketball ricocheted off the rim multiple times, seemingly reluctant to find its way into the net. Observing this, the players beneath the basket immediately positioned themselves to contend for the rebound. Naturally, it was Duncan stationed under the rim, while curiously, Shen Lang was entangled with him. Duncan's fundamental skills in basketball were undeniably solid, allowing him to secure the optimal rebounding position at the first opportunity. Furthermore, as a forward, Duncan possessed significant advantages in lower body strength, height, and wingspan compared to Shen Lang. Yet, inexplicably, as the basketball began its descent from the rim, Duncan suddenly experienced a moment of disorientation, uncertain of where the ball would land. With a sudden forceful pull in the tussle, Duncan took half a step back, allowing Shen Lang to seize the ball's initial point of contact. Shen Lang effortlessly leaped to secure the rebound, and without a moment's pause, executed a finger roll layup unchallenged. Duncan furrowed his brow and patted his legs, acknowledging that the force he had just exerted was not substantial. Perhaps he had momentarily let his guard down. In the Spurs' offensive possession, Parker's floater failed to find its mark, while Gortat held his ground against Duncan, allowing Little Lopez to seize the rebound. The synergy between the two in the paint had grown increasingly harmonious following this airport match. Old nah, just focus on the offense. I shall take care of the rebounds. Shen Lang darted past Nash and whispered a remark to him. Nash was momentarily taken aback, a smile spreading across his face. This young man had just seized a rebound and fancied himself a rebounding beast. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of attempting to score, as this would undoubtedly benefit the entire team. Calling for a pick and roll, Nash opted for a three-point shot this time. Crack. His wrist was a tad stiff. Yet he believed he could make the necessary adjustments with the next attempt. Whoosh. As soon as the basketball left his hands, Nash noticed a figure darting in from the right perimeter, swiftly leaping to snatch the rebound. Once more, the ball returned to Nash's possession. Was Shen vying for the rebound? Nash was slightly astonished, but he quickly made the required adjustments for his shot, releasing the basketball with a gentle finesse. Swish. A precise hit. 13-16. The effect of Shen Lang is swifter than that of a warming pad. In Chapter 70, Duncan chuckled as the referee blew the whistle. Today, it seems that Shen Lang's focus is entirely on the rebounds, having seized 2 offensive boards in just 2 possessions. In the studio, Yu Jia expressed some astonishment. Although Shen Lang occasionally showcased his rebounding skills in previous matches, he never made it a point to aggressively pursue them. After all, in the current league, rebounds are predominantly the domain of towering big men. An exceptional player should adeptly utilize the most efficient strategies to invigorate the team, as scoring alone is not the sole avenue to victory. Coach Zhang began to elaborate on his philosophy of rational play. However, to most observers, it appeared that luck played a significant role in Shen Lang's 2 rebounds. If Duncan were to truly concentrate, he would hardly afford Shen Lang many opportunities for boards. Frustrated by the consecutive lost rebounds, Duncan trudged towards the Suns' interior, firmly positioning himself against his defender, Gortat, while fervently signaling for Parker. The outside ball handler, Parker, hesitated. Having noticed the poised Lopez on the side, confident that any pass he made would surely lead to a double team on Duncan, potentially sabotaging his own assist. After a brief contemplation, Parker opted to pass the ball laterally to Leonard on the wing. Leonard found himself guarded by none other than Shen Lang, whose ferocious defense from the previous match was still fresh in his memory. Thus, he approached the offense with a twinge of uncertainty, instead signaling for a high screen from Bonner. Utilizing Bonner's screen, Leonard swiftly penetrated the paint. Observing this, Gortat rushed to contest, leaving Duncan unguarded. After taking a couple of decisive steps, Leonard launched the basketball towards the backboard with one hand, prompting Duncan to spring upwards beneath the rim. Boom. With both hands gripping the rim, Duncan executed a rare alley-oop dunk. Wow. Leonard's game is maturing remarkably, showing signs of evolving into the Spurs core player following GD. Coach Zhang praised. The Spurs' legacy is indeed a commendable aspect. This traditional powerhouse emanates a sense of assurance that as long as the cunning Popovich remains, they will continuously uphold their elite status. The emphatic two-handed dunk invigorated the somewhat subdued Spurs morale. Yet, the subsequent event left everyone bewildered. Beep. The head referee, the bald Crawford, immediately called a technical foul on Duncan. In the midst of the game, the large-screen replay revealed that no one noticed any inappropriate actions from Duncan. If one were to insist there was any, it would be that after executing a spectacular dunk, Duncan excitedly raised his fist, and for the first time, a brilliant smile illuminated his typically stoic face. Had this incident occurred at the Spurs' home court, the crowd would undoubtedly have cried foul. Alas, this was Phoenix. Coach Popovich vehemently protested from the sidelines, only to receive a warning from the referees, risking further penalties if he continued his complaints. Adhering to the principle of never backing down, Popovich pinched the bridge of his nose and angrily returned to his seat. The call was perplexing, as it appeared Duncan had done nothing wrong. You found the situation somewhat amusing, though he refrained from expressing it outwardly. Yang Yi turned to the knowledgeable Zhang Lihui, inquiring about his perspective on the controversial call. I suspect Crawford believed Duncan was mocking him. After all, that rare smile seemed directed toward his position. Zhang Lihui speculated after keenly observing the replay. Nash of the Suns stepped up to the free throw line, confidently sinking the easy shot. Following the free throw, the Suns maintained possession, with Nash receiving the ball and advancing it. Upon crossing half-court, Shen Lang chose neither to pass nor call for a screen. Instead, he bent low and accelerated, executing a deceptive leftward change of direction before swiftly pulling the ball back between his legs. This move, inspired by Iverson's right-side breakthrough technique, showcased Shen Lang's adaptation to his own style. His smooth maneuvering, though not as pronounced as Iverson's, still created half a step of space. As he drove toward the basket, he used his left hand to shield Leonard from his weaker side. Pretending to attempt a layup, he flicked his wrist, delivering the ball to Lopez, who was positioned behind Duncan. Boom. Instant karma arrived swiftly, as shortly after Duncan's dunk, Lopez retaliated with one of his own. However, perhaps having learned from Duncan's earlier exuberance, Lopez maintained a stern expression, refraining from displaying any joy. Shen Lang's change of direction was increasingly taking on his unique flavor, given his stature. Excessively mimicking Iverson was indeed a challenge. Yang Yi nodded in approval, highly rating Shen Lang's recent breakthrough. On the Spurs side, Duncan was incensed by the inexplicable call from the referees. Positioned at the right side of the free throw line, he called for the ball, backing down while dribbling, forcing Gortat aside before successfully hitting a bank shot over Lopez's defense. Duncan's superior skill was evident. Even a formidable twin tower like Lopez could not truly contain him. As the shot went in, Shen Lang had already anticipated the play, passing the ball just as Duncan touched the ground. He sprinted without the ball, showcasing impressive speed. Bang! Nash received the pass beyond the arc and attempted a three-pointer, which missed. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Lang sprinted back to the basket ahead of Duncan, effortlessly securing the rebound and swiftly releasing it. Swish! Nash felt as though he were engaged in a shooting practice session. Soon after, the first quarter concluded. And during his 7 minutes on the court, Shen Lang amassed 5 rebounds, all of which were offensive, with each rebound successfully converted into points. The Suns, capitalizing on a flawless possession success rate, established a 7-point lead at 24-31. On the bench, Zhuge Weiqi wore a grim expression. Shen Lang consistently surprised him in every game. Despite his meticulous preparations to counter Shen Lang's offensive strategies, today, the young player focused on rebounding instead. Dio. When you enter the game, ensure you protect the boards. However, Zhuge Weiqi still believed that Shen Lang's rebounding success stemmed from the Suns' twin tower strategy, planning to utilize Dio to address this issue. Old Nash, your shooting touch appears to be on point today. Be sure to take more shots. Thanks to Shen Lang's rebounding prowess, Nash shot an impressive 6 out of 8 in the first quarter, including 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc, amassing a remarkable 15 points. Ironically, he had little impact in his usual forte of assists, managing only 1, which occurred before Shen Lang took the court. Shen Lang's playing style is particularly well suited to the current system of the Suns, as they have long lacked a formidable presence in the paint. However, it is rather unrealistic to expect Shen Lang, standing at under 2 meters, to consistently deliver such rebounding prowess. Moreover, this individual is fundamentally an exceptional scorer with a penchant for offense. Chapter 71. Hair loss can influence the game. The second quarter commenced swiftly. This time, the Spurs deviated from their usual rotation strategy, substituting Danny Green for Ginobili. It appears that Coach Popovich calculated that, while continuing to secure rebounds in the paint, they could further bolster their offensive capabilities. Indeed, right from the outset, the Spurs consciously entrusted the ball to Ginobili, allowing Parker to position himself on the perimeter to draw the Suns' defense. Shen Lang deliberately allowed Ginobili a half-step, yet one hand remained persistently extended, wavering before the opponent's face to disrupt his line of sight. When the adversary opted for a breakthrough, Shen would spread his arms wide, pressing his chest forward to obstruct the advance. This represented a novel defensive strategy for Shen. The eye-closing technique was a favored tactic of Battier and Kobe, whose full might he had experienced during the Mamba's relentless assault. Coupled with Danny Green's perimeter defense, this approach effectively diminished the opponent's chances of a comfortable shot. The Argentine warrior, when in high spirits, paid little heed to comfort. With unwavering confidence in his serpentine drives, he twisted his body and maneuvered past Shen Lang's left side, taking long strides forward before executing a graceful hook shot, reminiscent of a moonlit glance over the shoulder. Shen Lang smirked, realizing that he must seize this opportunity. Ginobili was undoubtedly a rare and extraordinary asset on the offensive front, yet on defense, his performance relied heavily on his experience to induce fouls from opponents. However, this defensive style seemed less effective against a seasoned player like Nash compared to the more suitable approach of Danny Green, as Shen Lang executed a simple pick-and-roll with Nash. The latter, brimming with confidence, launched a three-point shot. Swish! The wind child licked his lips and swept back his flowing hair, observing Nash's still lustrous locks. Ginobili felt a twinge of melancholy as he touched the thinning hair atop his own head. Since 2007, his hair had progressively dwindled, possibly due to the incessant rubbing from that poker-faced teammate. Perhaps influenced by his hair loss, Ginobili's offensive thrust was somewhat more vigorous this time, causing him to collide with Duncan after attempting a layup. No one would have anticipated that hair loss could impact a basketball game. Gortat, without hesitation, secured a rebound and tossed it to the nearest Shen Lang. Driving straight to the top of the arc, Shen Lang faked a shot, taking advantage of Leonard's defensive rush, and passed the ball to the incoming Nash. Bang! Lacking a bit of stability, Nash's shot veered slightly off course. Yet, before he could lament, the ball returned to his hands as Shen Lang emerged from beneath the basket. Swish! An inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over him, and he shot again, the ball finding its mark with precision. The score was now 26-36. Beep! The gap had widened to 10 points, prompting Coach Juga to stand restlessly. Observing the comforting lead, Gentry, after consulting with the team, substituted Nash and Gortat for the eager Hill and Brown. Upon resuming play, Duncan scored with a bank shot. The Suns advanced on offense, and after crossing half court, Shen Lang passed the ball to the hopeful Hill. Bang! His wrist felt a bit stiff. Once more, Shen Lang maneuvered past Duncan, securing the rebound. Bang! After a prolonged wait on the sidelines, his second attempt nearly missed the mark. No need to rush. Let's try again. This time, Shen Lang refrained from engaging with Duncan and sprinted toward the left side. To his surprise, the basketball rebounded off the rim, perfectly directing itself toward his position. Swish! At last, Hill found his rhythm. The trio in the studio found themselves at a loss for words to describe Shen Lang's performance during this sequence. Thanks to Shen Lang's remarkable prowess on the offensive boards, the Suns not only prevented the Spurs from closing the gap but also allowed their key players ample rest. As the first half concluded, seizing the opportunity while Shen Lang rested for the final 2 minutes, the Spurs managed to spark a brief 5-0 run. The Suns maintained a 6-point lead at 52-58. In merely half a match, Shen Lang has already set a new career high with 15 rebounds, astonishingly, 13 of which are offensive boards. Furthermore, due to his propensity to pass the ball after securing rebounds, his assist tally has risen to 7. Interestingly, his usual scoring prowess has been somewhat subdued, with only 5 points recorded thus far. Given Shen Lang's performance in the first half, it is highly probable that he could achieve his first career triple-double in this game, a postseason triple-double, which carries far greater significance than regular season statistics. Surprisingly, even with Juga Weiqi deploying their strongest interior lineup, they remain unable to secure defensive rebounds. Shen Lang's dominance and second-chance opportunities today is nothing short of remarkable. Yu's face flushed with excitement, his agitation quite understandable. Shen Lang's extraordinary performance could potentially lead the Suns to victory. Should they triumph in this match? The implications would be profound. The miracle of the 8th seed, There is even a possibility of a gentlemanly sweep, a miraculous 8th seed phenomenon. Most importantly, the protagonist of this achievement is a newly inducted player from Huaxia. The likelihood of such an event occurring is akin to the Huaxia men's football team winning the World Cup, something that seems only plausible in novels. During halftime, a beaming Gentry refrained from tactical discussions, instead painting grand visions for all his players. Gentlemen, if we seize this game, we will firmly grasp the initiative in our hands. If we accomplish the 8th seed miracle, we will etch our names in the annals of league history. Observing Gentry's fervor, Shen Lang mused that this fellow's talents would be wasted if he did not attend a motivational seminar. Halftime passed swiftly, and both teams returned to the court. The Spurs, trailing in the score, found their player rotations affected, noticeably struggling to find their rhythm. This had a significant impact on a team already grappling with stamina issues. In contrast, the Suns, benefiting from ample rotations and Gentry's invigorating pep talk, exhibited an electrifying state of play. Upon resuming, Nash assisted Gortat with a resounding dunk. Had he not reacted swiftly to evade it, Dial might have found himself as mere backdrop in a highlight reel. Duncan's aggressive attempt fell short, but Jin Billy managed to snatch the rebound and score with a follow-up. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable prowess of the Demon Blade in desperate situations. As the Suns transitioned from defense to offense, perhaps influenced by Shen Lang's commanding presence on the boards, the psychological burden on the players during offensive plays diminished significantly, inadvertently enhancing their shooting accuracy. Dudley scored with a mid-range jumper. 54-62. The Spurs' aspirations to quickly narrow the deficit are proving to be quite challenging. Chapter 72. Want to fight? In the octagonal cage, the Spurs, eager to narrow the gap, appeared somewhat anxious. Traditionally adept at executing structured plays, they surprisingly opted to accelerate their offensive tempo. Parker, dribbling purposefully across the court, sought to exploit the Suns' delayed defensive return, aiming for an opportunistic basket. However, he was met with a resounding rejection from Shen Lang, who had swiftly closed the distance. With an acute ability to discern the trajectory of the basketball, it was a matter of certainty for Shen Lang to overpower a guard of Parker's stature. Cradling the ball triumphantly after a stunning block, Shen Lang landed and gestured at Parker, who had careened out of bounds without halting his momentum. Beep. Having previously witnessed Mutombo perform a similar act as a fan, Shen Lang assumed it to be a commonplace maneuver, only to be unexpectedly penalized with a technical foul by Crawford, who stood nearby. Baldhead? I thought you were one of us. Shen Lang murmured softly, reflecting on the inexplicable foul called against Duncan by the referee, leading him to mistakenly believe that the home court would favor them today. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Parker stepped up to the free throw line, executing his shot with precision. The score was now 55-62. After securing possession following a block, the Suns retained the ball after the free throw. Shen Lang, who had not been heavily involved in the offense, displayed remarkable enthusiasm this time, actively moving to create space and signaling for the ball. Swish. A three-point shot sent a clear message to the Spurs. Although he was engaged in rebounding, it did not imply he lacked shooting prowess. In the subsequent possession, the Spurs attempted 2 fast breaks, but upon realizing their ineffectiveness, they reverted to their preferred half-court offense, with the contributions of Duncan and Ginobili. While they failed to close the gap, they managed to prevent the score from widening further. Conversely, the Suns grew increasingly fluid in their play, reminiscent of their former high-octane dynasty, showcasing an astonishing shooting percentage. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 71-79, with the differential remaining at 8 points, leaving the Spurs starters with little opportunity to rest. On the Suns' side, owing to their impressive shooting accuracy, Shen Lang's rebounding total remained at 19, just shy of the 20 mark. However, with his intensified offensive efforts, he successfully reached double digits in scoring, alongside 9 assists, merely 1 assist away from his first career triple-double. On the bench, Duncan found a moment to catch his breath. Time had not been kind, and he had reached the age where he needed to acknowledge his limitations. The decline in stamina was most evident in his shooting percentage. Indeed, at the start of the fourth quarter, Duncan managed to make only one of his first 4 attempts. Fortunately, in one possession, the misfortune of Diaw, who was pushed out by Lopez, resulted in him fortuitously retrieving a rebound and executing a mid-range jumper. On the Suns' end, Hill and Nash exhibited a youthful exuberance, reminiscent of their prime. Nash sank a 3-pointer and a floater, while Hill executed a stylish reverse layup off the glass. With the score at 75-86, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Suns. Coach Popovich furrowed his brow, keenly observing the unfolding dynamics on the court, often fixing his gaze on Shen Lang. Beep. After Hill made a Jordan-esque reverse layup, Popovich decisively called a timeout. As one of the league's esteemed coaches, Popovich possessed a wealth of tactical acumen and adaptability, far surpassing Gentry in both respects. This extended timeout proved effective, as the Spurs launched a brief 5-0 run. During the Suns' offensive possession, Leonard refrained from pursuing rebounds, instead focusing on ensuring Shen Lang did not penetrate the paint. With 5 minutes remaining, the score narrowed to 80-86, prompting Gentry to request a timeout. Shen Lang's assists remained stagnant at 9. After being closely guarded, he seldom has the opportunity to touch the ball, let alone deliver exquisite assists. Duncan is fatigued, Gortat is resting, and Brown is substituted in. Gentry observes Duncan on the other side, who is incessantly wiping sweat from his brow, and with a determined resolve, he adjusts the lineup. Steve, Shen, Grant, Brown, Robin. We must seize control of the time, Gentry proclaims to the group, holding the tactical board. We do not need to ensure our defensive efforts are maximal every single time, but we must guarantee the success rate of each offensive possession that follows. As long as we can continuously consume the clock, victory will be ours. The defensive strategy on the tactical board emphasizes defending against drives rather than shots. The Spurs, suffering from significant fatigue, also struggle with their outside shooting. With a lead, it is prudent to gamble on their shooting percentage. After the timeout, the Spurs regain possession. Upon crossing half-court, Ginobili notices a full meter of space between him and Shen Lang. With a quick glance at the basket, he decisively releases a three-pointer. Swish. 83-86. Shen Lang paid no heed to the surroundings, weaving through the crowd with remarkable agility. At last, with merely 5 seconds remaining on the clock, he executed a seamless off-ball screen with Lopez beneath the basket and successfully received the pass along the baseline. Thud. The rare miss from beyond the arc sent a shiver down Gentry's spine. Was his first strategic initiative destined for failure? Clearly, Shen Lang had no intention of disappointing Gentry. As soon as the ball left his hands, he surged towards the paint. To his surprise, he could even predict the trajectory of his own shot. It appeared he had been counted among his own teammates. Prepared, Shen Lang snatched the rebound, and facing Dio, he launched the ball high into the air. Boom. The vigorous Brown charged in from the perimeter, leaping off 1 foot and elevating his right arm to emphatically slam the basketball into the hoop. Much to Dio's dismay as he was caught underneath. Being dunked over is certainly not a delightful experience. Dio immediately shoved Brown, who still hung from the rim with one arm. Brown tumbled backward, but the quick-witted Shen Lang caught him just in time. This posture could indeed be deemed a quintessential princess carry. In the studio, a mischievous commentator from the Yu family quipped that Brown's large, expressive eyes paired with his neatly styled hair gave a rather amusing impression. If you don't hurry up and come down, what are you waiting for? Shen Lang gazed at Brown, whose face displayed a hint of bashfulness, and said with exasperation, "Thank you, Chief." Brown chuckled, promptly rising to his feet. Dio's actions swiftly attracted a warning from the referee, while he stood at a distance, shielded by his teammates. "Hey, Tim, keep a close watch on your little brother. Otherwise, he will soon discover the essence of Chinese martial arts." Although he did not match his opponent in height, Shen Lang exuded an aura that seemed to tower 3 meters high. Observing Dio's defiant expression, Shen Lang playfully tapped his nose with his thumb and continued. "Do you wish to fight? Let us arrange a time and meet in the octagon. It's rather inconvenient to duke it out here while juggling a ball." After reviewing the footage, the referee deemed Dio's actions a level 2 flagrant foul, leading to his immediate ejection from the game. Brown valiantly converted both free throws. With a score of 83-90 and 4 minutes remaining, possession lay with the Suns. The outcome of the match appeared nearly inevitable, perhaps at this moment. Zhiliang Vichun for a drowsy player on his team. Chapter 73. The mark of Kendall Jenner. With Dio dismissed, the Spurs' interior became even more vulnerable. Consequently, the pressure on Duncan intensified significantly, exacerbating his already dwindling stamina. Shen Lang received the ball beyond the three-point line and, with a deft maneuver, left his defender Leonard behind. As Duncan approached to provide support, Shen executed a similar swift change of direction. Creating space, he gathered the ball with both hands, stabilizing it before gently lifting it with one fingertip. Throughout the match, Shen had primarily focused on rebounding, yet at this moment, his energy remained abundant. The uniqueness of his fingertip flick rendered him virtually unguardable. The dual direction change placed considerable strain on his ankles and knees. It was certainly not a conventional offensive tactic. Attempting a series of rapid directional shifts, he relished the sensations coursing through his legs, reminding himself of the critical task he bore, rescuing Rose. If he were to sustain an injury, who would then come to his aid? The unreliable system? Who could predict the bizarre challenges it might impose? What if it involved slaying thousands? Even if his legs healed, his back would inevitably suffer. Meanwhile, the Spurs were on the offensive. Parker, unable to find a suitable passing option, chose to shoot himself. Clang. The shot lacked sufficient power, striking the front of the rim. And the rebound was seized by Little Lopez. Rather than passing to the nearby Nash, Little Lopez executed a one-handed throw reminiscent of a football pass, delivering the ball directly to the fast-breaking Shen Lang. Boom. Receiving the ball at the free throw line, Shen took a large step forward and executed a two-handed dunk. With 3 minutes remaining, the score had narrowed to 83-94, a mere 11-point deficit. Juga Weiqi's emergency timeout failed to provide any remedy for the team. Fatigue could not be alleviated by mere tactics. With only a minute left in the game, the score reached 85-100, prompting Juga Weiqi to reluctantly withdraw all his starters, conceding the match. Beep. As the final whistle blew, the score settled at 85-105. Over the course of the game, Shen Lang delivered a staggering performance with 20 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal. Nash had a remarkable outing as well, sinking 7 three-pointers for a total of 32 points, alongside 4 assists and 2 rebounds. For the Spurs, Duncan performed reasonably well in the first half but faltered in the second due to fatigue, finishing with 27 points and 11 rebounds. Notably, Ginobili showcased his prowess with 21 points. Most significantly, the series score now stood at 3-1, leaving only one victory needed for ultimate triumph. As the final buzzer sounded, players from the Suns bench rushed onto the court, enveloping their teammates in jubilant celebration, as if they had already secured victory. "Thank you, Shen," Nash said solemnly to Shen Lang. Shen Lang waved his hand and said, "It is still a bit premature to express gratitude. We can save that for the next game." In the locker room after the match, the Suns engaged in a modest celebration of their victory before proceeding to shower and await post-match interviews. During the interview segment, Coach Juga Weiqi sat at the press conference table with an ashen expression. "Coach Juga, you asserted before the game that victory was assured. How do you account for today's defeat?" The Phoenix journalist showed no leniency towards the visiting coach. Do you think anyone can casually secure over 15 offensive rebounds? Clearly, today it was not just the referees, even fate seemed to favor them. This statement, while sounding like a lament about his own misfortune, was actually a veiled attempt to undermine Shen Lang's prowess while also criticizing the referee's partiality. Moreover, the bizarre technical foul called on Duncan was indeed a point that was difficult to contest. In contrast, the victorious Suns interviews were far more jubilant. A reporter began with the customary praise for Shen Lang's sneakers before posing the formal question. "Shen, congratulations on achieving this invaluable victory and fulfilling your promise made prior to the game." Shen Lang shrugged, indicating that this was merely a natural consequence. "I have always been a man of my word, and this is but one of the countless virtues that define me." "Shen, may I inquire about something rather personal?" a local journalist asked cautiously. The fate of the last reporter who broached Shen Lang's private matters was well known, so he had to tread carefully. In good spirits after his victory, Shen Lang nodded and replied, "You may ask, though I cannot guarantee a response. Today, we witnessed Kendall Jenner attending the match, and there are rumors circulating that the Kardashian family has disclosed her relationship with you. Is there any truth to this?" The topic of the Kardashian family inherently attracts attention, and this journalist could not resist the allure of potentially crafting a sensational headline. Shen Lang furrowed his brows, causing the reporter who posed the question to feel a pang of anxiety. "As far as I know, Kendall is just 17 this year. I am here to play basketball, not to immerse myself in the culture of incarceration." Surely, the Kardashian family's sensationalism must adhere to some semblance of decency? As a law-abiding gentleman, Shen Lang harbors a deep disdain for the actions of slander and defamation. He has no inclination towards indulging in unsavory activities. "I believe that sharing private videos online for public scrutiny is an act devoid of moral integrity, and one ought to consider their words with care." A sudden halt, feigning a sore throat, allowed Shen Lang to narrowly escape a predicament. After concluding the interview, he made his way towards the players' tunnel, preparing to gather the essentials for the upcoming away game. "Hey, Shen, I heard you denied our relationship." Upon entering the players' tunnel, Shen Lang encountered a tall young lady. Shen Lang shrugged and remarked, "Miss Jenner, although you have forcibly kissed me, you cannot use that as leverage to compel me into being your boyfriend." especially considering you are still but a child. At this point, Shen Lang cast a glance at her burgeoning curves. I am not a child, Kendall retorted defiantly, puffing out her chest. I refer to your age. After all, one cannot employ alternative standards to determine adulthood, Shen Lang replied, inhaling deeply as he sidestepped past Kendall. Humph. I have set my sights on you. Kendall shot him a glare, stamped her foot, and turned to leave the corridor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mark of Kendall Jenner. Before Shen Lang could marvel at the graceful silhouette before him, he was interrupted by the system's notification. What on earth? Shen Lang was taken aback. Goodness, a mark belonging to a member of the Kardashian family. Could it be that he was destined for ruin? He immediately delved into the system to examine the sudden appearance of Kendall Jenner's mark. Chapter 74. Do you need me to help you rent a boat? Kendall Jenner's mark, a special mark born from Kendall's intense resentment towards the host. Mark effects. 1. Adversarial hostility. If the opponent is a suitor of Kendall, their combat power increases by 10 when facing the host. 2. Immunity to the Kardashian clan. While the mark exists, the host enjoys a certain degree of immunity to entanglements from other members of the Kardashian family. 3. Kinship in adversity. Slightly increases the likelihood of friends and teammates encountering scandalous news involving the Kardashian family. 4. The desire for progeny. Upon Kendall reaching adulthood, if the host leads the team to a championship as the team captain, this effect is likely to trigger, disregarding conventional norms, with the other party resorting to any means necessary to achieve their aims. Who have I wronged? After reading the 4 effects accompanying this mark, Shen Lang was at a loss for words. Strictly speaking, apart from the second effect seemingly benefiting him, the rest were undeniably negative, particularly the third effect. If it were to apply to Nash and Kendall's sisters, the mere thought was too alluring for him to bear. With lingering apprehension, he spent a restless night. The following day, while continuing to pack his belongings, he perused news articles about himself. Refusing the summit, Shen Lang achieves an extraordinary triple-double, 20-10. With a commanding lead of 3-1, could the Suns create the miracle of the 8th seed? Denial of romance. Kendall is too young. Taylor Swift is Shen Lang's true soulmate. The third article seemed somewhat fabricated, prompting Shen Lang to prepare a complaint. However, upon seeing a handsome image of himself accompanied by a close-up of his sneakers, he inadvertently tapped like. Big star, I'll be attending the next game in San Antonio. On social media, a message from Taylor read, welcome to share in the joy of victory. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang replied, I look forward to your performance. I may arrive a bit late. I hope you won't finish the match too quickly. Swiftly, May responded, with the 200 victory points earned from the last match. Shen Lang unhesitatingly invested them into the right-side breakthrough skill of Iverson, elevating it to level 4. He aspired to swiftly enhance the skill to its utmost level, eager to explore a more personalized approach to his breakthroughs. With the skill upgraded to level 4, its effects increased by 5% each. And Shen Lang felt a surge of insights regarding directional breakthroughs in his mind, while his muscles rapidly acclimated to these new techniques. The extravagant lifestyle of league players during the off-season is entirely founded upon the monotonous routine of daily training. Only through rigorous practice can one achieve prominence and secure lucrative contracts, subsequently indulging in lavish expenditures. Although Shen Lang appeared to bask in glamour, he was, in reality, compelled to continuously validate himself through performance, carving out his place within the league. Even with the system at his disposal, achieving results necessitated relentless training. Contemplating this, Shen Lang grew increasingly disdainful of his system. What a useless system. Others seem to revel in effortless victories while I am left sweating profusely in training. Should I leave? But I've come this far. What is the point of turning back? I might as well make do. There's always a way out. Shen Lang promptly halted the system's descent into complacency. On the flight to San Antonio, the atmosphere among the team remained exuberantly high. It is indeed challenging to maintain a tranquil demeanor when faced with the prospect of achieving a miraculous victory against overwhelming odds. Gentry observed Shen Lang, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and felt a twinge of nostalgia. From a lackluster start to the season to a series of consecutive victories that propelled them into the playoffs, and now holding a commanding 3-1 lead. The transformation of this team was largely attributed to this young man. The mere thought of the contract the team's owner had offered Shen Lang left him feeling a sense of unease. How could they let such a talented player slip away, merely allowing others to reap the benefits? After a familiar and smooth warm-up, the team settled in as they awaited the commencement of the 5th game of the series. On the day of the match, following a chorus of boos during warm-ups, Shen Lang and his teammates returned to the stifling locker room. To Shen Lang's shock, upon opening his locker, he was confronted by a black and white rattlesnake leisurely flicking its tongue within. He swiftly shut the locker door, and the team assistant immediately contacted the Spurs arena management. It took half an hour to remove this uninvited guest from the locker room, leaving the entire team feeling a sense of apprehension from the incident. Most importantly, Gentry was unable to finalize the pre-game tactical arrangements due to this disruption. Meanwhile, in the Spurs locker room, Popovich calmly orchestrated his strategies, particularly focusing on how to limit Shen Lang's rebounding prowess. The central screen at the ATT Center displayed the starting lineups for both teams. Once again, Popovich elevated Dia to the starting position alongside Duncan, Parker, Leonard, and Danny Green. The Suns lineup featured Nash, Dudley, Brown, Gortat, and Little Lopez. The presence of Brown, a pseudo-starter, immediately indicated that Shen Lang would soon take the court. Indeed, after Duncan successfully won the tip and Parker scored the first basket, the Suns promptly requested a substitution. As Shen Lang tore off his practice jersey, his expression was grim. Upon reaching midcourt, he cast a glance toward Popovich in the distance. "Hey, old man, do you need me to rent a boat for you?" If Shen Lang believed that the locker room incident was devoid of Popovich's orchestration, he would be sorely mistaken. What he initially thought to be a mere malfunction of the air conditioning had escalated to an outrageous level. Despite the arena staff's repeated assurances that the snake posed no threat and was merely a consequence of the venue's environment, Shen Lang's suspicions remained unshaken. Upon hearing Shen Lang's words, Popovich's countenance shifted, and he immediately began to engage the nearby referee with fervent complaints. Unfortunately, few referees in the league were fond of the cantankerous old man, and his entreaties fell on deaf ears. As soon as Shen Lang took to the court, he exhibited an intense desire for offense, frequently calling for the ball to engage in one-on-one plays. The upgraded right-side penetration skill of Iverson had indeed become sharper, and coupled with his fingertip layup, it caused considerable distress for the Spurs. However, after a thorough rest, the Spurs regained their formidable vigor. With Duncan in fiery form and Parker executing incisive drives, even Dia had a commendable performance today. By the end of the first half, the score stood at 46-50, with the visiting Suns trailing by 4 points. Chapter 75, Taylor's arrival and Zhuge Weiqi's strategy. Until halftime concluded, Shen Lang had yet to spot Taylor's presence on the sidelines, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Upon returning to the locker room, he remained stationed at the entrance, wary of any peculiar occurrences that might emerge from the shadows. Despite the slim advantage in the first half, Zhuge Weiqi felt a sense of reassurance. The tactics he devised effectively limited Shen Lang, compelling him to rely on more strenuous drives and layups for scoring. Moreover, as the Suns players lost their defensive integrity near the basket, their mindset gradually began to shift. Instead of exerting immediate pressure, they intended to sap the opponent's fighting spirit until the very last minute. Their aim was not merely to win a single game, but to seize the series. Clarifying the tactical arrangements for the second half, a cunning smile reappeared on Zhuge Weiqi's lips. With a faulty air conditioner and a snake, even Jordan would falter. Advanced tactics were not simply a matter of scribbling on a tactical board. Zhuge Weiqi took pride in his unscrupulous methods, seeing no shame in them. As the halftime break ended and Shen Lang returned to the court, he still did not catch a glimpse of Taylor. Receiving a pass, Shen Lang swiftly advanced forward. In Nash's absence, he occasionally took control of the ball, which contributed to the gradual development of his own style and driving. Just beyond midcourt, Leonard relentlessly impeded Shen Lang, preventing him from making a direct outside-in drive. Lacking a favorable opportunity, Shen Lang passed the ball to Hill at the baseline. Hill faked a shot, causing his defender, Danny Green, to lose his balance, then deftly maneuvered past him on the left side. With a single dribble, he created separation, leaped, and gently released the ball. Swish. After scoring, Hill pointed at Shen Lang, signaling their seamless collaboration. Grant Hill showed signs of resurgence in these past 2 games, despite being hindered by injuries. If he could consistently deliver high-level performances for 10 to 20 minutes each game, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon for the team. In a swift counterattack, the invigorated Jin Billy resembled a surgical scalpel, deftly dismantling the Suns' defense. After rapidly distributing the ball from the arc, he maneuvered along the baseline to receive it beyond the 3-point line, then executed a serpentine drive, culminating in a successful layup. During this sequence, Brown, tasked with marking him, was utterly unable to curtail Jin Billy's advances. Managing to avoid a foul was a mere stroke of fortune amidst his misfortune. The tightly contested score signified both teams' fervent desire to seize victory in this match, intensifying the palpable tension on the court. Upon securing a rebound, the smaller Lopez was met with a resounding slap from Danny Green, a blow that was not merely directed at the ball, but left Lopez's forearm flushed with color. The escalating physicality between both teams resulted in an abundance of fouls being called by the referees. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, there were hardly any coherent plays, as the rhythm of the game was shattered by a myriad of infractions. This was a strategic maneuver by Coach Popovich. In contrast, the Suns players relied heavily on maintaining tempo, while the Spurs inherently thrived in a more structured game. As the third quarter concluded with a score of 60-65, the total points amassed by both teams during this segment fell short of 30. "Hey, Shen, I apologize for arriving a tad late," came a melodious voice from behind during the intermission. Turning to the source, he beheld Taylor Swift, her expression flustered yet apologetic. "It's perfectly fine. The game isn't over yet. Moreover, I heeded your advice and refrained from concluding the match too early." A smile finally graced Shen Lang's face. "Enjoy the match and await the joy of my triumph." Rising to prepare for the game, Shen Lang tossed a clean towel to Mei Mei. It appeared he had sprinted a considerable distance to make it in time, as a fine sheen of sweat adorned his forehead. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the socialite mission. Promised victory." Mission details: the most vital quality a man possesses in relation to a woman is the ability to keep his promises. Strive with all your might to secure this victory. Do not prepare any justifications for failure. Mission reward: increased affection from Taylor Swift, host's charisma 1 cm. Should the mission fail, the host's charisma will regress to that of pre-adolescence. What the heck? Am I, Shen 17, destined to become Shen 18? Shen Lang was utterly convinced of his victory in this contest. Presuming he had already secured the task's reward, the Spurs held possession, with Parker dictating the pace while meticulously observing his teammates' movements. Nash was tasked with guarding Parker, while Shen Lang opted to confront the more formidable Ginobili. Instead of penetrating directly, Parker adeptly maintained control of the tempo. As the shot clock dwindled to 10 seconds, Duncan unexpectedly elevated, providing a screen for Parker, who deftly sidestepped Nash and delivered a precise pass to Ginobili, who was maneuvering along the baseline. Ginobili feigned a move, and Shen Lang, exerting his weight, extended his arms in an attempt to disrupt the shot. When his feint failed to deceive Shen Lang, Ginobili leaned into him with his right shoulder, pivoted, and executed a near-horizontal fadeaway jumper. Swish! Ginobili's rhythm was unfathomable, defying conventional logic. The score shifted to 60-67, widening the gap to 7 points. Now it was the Suns' turn to attack. Nash advanced the ball only to be ensnared by Danny Green near midcourt. During the tussle, Nash fell to the ground while protecting the ball, and Green audaciously pressed down upon him. Teammates rushed in to separate the two, and as Nash grimaced while touching his back, a sense of foreboding washed over Shen Lang. Under the referee's authority, order was restored on the court, with Nash refusing Gentry's request for him to leave for an examination. With the game on the line, he was determined not to be absent at such a critical moment. Gortat established position in the paint, and Nash promptly lofted the ball towards him. After a dribble, Gortat attempted to back down Duncan, but soon found it challenging and had no choice but to pass the ball back to Shen Lang on the perimeter. Shen Lang received the pass and executed a feint to shoot, then accelerated swiftly to penetrate the paint. Bang! As Shen Lang accelerated, he soon discovered that there were already individuals firmly positioned in his path. Ginobili dramatically fell backward, appearing as if he had been struck by a truck. The referee immediately blew the whistle, offensive foul on Shen Lang. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich beamed with delight at the cheers from the fans. This was precisely how a game should unfold. The possession returned to the Spurs, and by this time, 2 minutes had already elapsed in the fourth quarter. Everything seemed to align perfectly with Popovich's strategy. In this match, Popovich had evidently come well prepared, both in terms of his lineup and in effectively containing Shen Lang. The unpredictable X factor. In the studio, analysts unanimously agreed that Shen Lang's offensive foul would likely serve as a pivotal moment in the game, significantly increasing the Spurs' chances of victory. The Spurs executed an inbounds pass, delivering the ball to Duncan in the paint. Duncan, backing down, feigned a shot to draw the Suns' Twin Towers defense, then deftly passed the ball around Gortat's waist to the trailing Diaw. Diaw caught the ball and leaped, throwing down a thunderous dunk, and upon landing, he turned to Shen Lang and let out a fierce roar. "You fool, if shouting could solve problems, donkeys would have already conquered the world," Shen Lang scoffed. The game had entered its most critical phase, and the Spurs' defensive intensity reached its zenith. Popovich squinted from the sidelines, keenly observing any discrepancies to facilitate timely adjustments. Nash found himself closely guarded as he received the ball, and the pressure made it nearly impossible for him to accelerate. At the three-point arc, he executed a swift handoff to Shen Lang before darting toward the wing. Shen Lang, with the ball in hand, leaned forward and accelerated past his defender. Before Ginobili could employ his previous tactic, Shen executed a significant change of direction, steadied the ball with both hands, and, facing Duncan, successfully made a challenging layup. The score stood at 62-69 as the Spurs launched their offensive. Parker passed the ball to Dia, who was positioned near the free throw line. Ginobili and Parker engaged in a series of intricate movements, and as Parker swiftly eluded Nash, Dia released the ball with precision. As a forward, Dia also possessed commendable passing skills. Parker caught the ball, took 3 quick steps, and executed a flawless jump shot. "Come on, Shun. Don't lose this game," shouted Taylor Swift from the sidelines, startling Shen Lang. His gaze swept across the large screen overhead, revealing that only 9 minutes and 11 seconds remained. The Suns trailed by 9 points. "I certainly do not wish to witness a premature resurgence," he muttered under his breath as he darted toward the front court. He swiftly penetrated the paint. Just as Leonard caught up with him, Shen nudged him lightly, using the momentum to retreat quickly. He received the ball beyond the three-point line, raised his hand, and shot. This basket was imperative. Swish. The score narrowed to 65-71. Shen Lang's three-pointer was indeed a timely intervention. Had it missed, the Spurs might have sealed the game. Ujia marveled, exclaiming, "What immense composure and confidence in his shot to withstand the pressure." If Shen Lang had heard this, he would have replied that it had nothing to do with a big heart. It was simply a desire to avoid being a mere pawn. As the Spurs attempted another offensive play, Parker's shot finally veered off course. Shen Lang, driven by a fierce competitive spirit, leaped from between Dia and Duncan, seizing the rebound with determination. Sometimes, one must push themselves to uncover the depths of their potential. Shen Lang deftly evaded Danny Green's attempt to steal the ball, delivering a precise pass to Nash. With a swift motion, he executed a sudden stop jump shot. Alas, Nash's feet inadvertently landed beyond the three-point line. The score stood at 67-71 when Zhuge Weiqi, without hesitation, called for a timeout, aiming to disrupt the rhythm of the Suns and sever the connection between Shen Lang and Nash. Upon returning to the sidelines, Shen Lang noticed that Nash appeared somewhat pale, beads of cold sweat occasionally forming on his brow. "Old Nash, are you all right?" Shen Lang inquired with genuine concern. Nash remained silent, merely shaking his head to indicate that he was fine. Shen Lang furrowed his brow, realizing that Danny Green's earlier actions must have inflicted considerable harm on Nash. The timeout concluded. The Spurs, through a series of quick passes, ultimately executed their offense with just 3 seconds remaining in the possession, thanks to Leonard's mid-range jumper. Noticing Nash's discomfort, Shen Lang proactively signaled for the ball, feigned a drive after crossing half-court, and suddenly leaped to shoot. From beyond the three-point line, he released a slightly leaning jumper. Swish. Whether it was the pressure that spurred him on or sheer skill, this challenging off-balance three-pointer found its mark with precision. The score was now 70-73, narrowing the gap once more. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich maintained his composure, signaling to the Spurs players to be vigilant about screen switches and Shen Lang's long-range sharpshooting. Duncan executed a forceful post move, ultimately completing a one-handed slam dunk. In the Suns' offensive possession, as soon as Shen Lang received the ball, Leonard and Danny Green immediately closed in to double-team him. After failing to shake off the defenders, Shen Lang reluctantly passed the ball to Nash. Gritting his teeth, Nash rapidly drove forward, his long hair flowing behind him as he left Parker, his defender, a half-step behind. Bang! The speed was too intense. The basketball struck the back of the rim with a thud, ricocheting out. Ginobili snatched the rebound and swiftly advanced, unguarded, to execute a simple three-step layup. The score widened to 70-77, with just 7 minutes remaining in the game. If memory serves, the Spurs had only 2 timeouts left, and time was running short. Shen Lang cast a glance at the timer, mentally calculating before addressing the system. "Let us begin. Bestow upon me the compassion of the Buddha." As the baseline received the serve, Shen Lang did not hasten to attack. Instead, he meticulously dribbled the ball across half-court, savoring the passage of time. "Hey, old man. Do you still remember Tracy?" He called out to Zhuge Weiqi on the sidelines, then positioned a considerable step beyond the three-point line. He raised his hand and took a shot. Bang! He struck the iron angrily. Zhuge Weiqi, amused, pondered what this young man from Huaxia was rambling about. Did he truly believe that merely uttering Tracy would guarantee a successful shot? System, come forth. Shen Lang seethed inwardly. Frustrated by his failed display, why has the compassion of the Buddha lost its efficacy? The response came, current skill level applies solely to standard 3-point distances, offering no enhancement for long-range attempts. Please take note. Host. Garbage system. He cursed under his breath, feigning calm as he trudged back on defense. The Spurs remained unhurried, circulating the basketball until Ginobili sank a three-pointer. The score now stood at 70-80, with the gap widening to double digits. Shen Lang's previous choice of offense had been rather ill-advised. He needed to exercise more caution. This was a hallmark of youthful players lacking experience. They often succumb to impulsiveness, lamented Coach Zhang. Just as his words faded, Shen Lang, defying Leonard's defense, effortlessly landed a three-pointer. This shot was pure superstar caliber, regardless of the defense. One must seize the moment to shoot. Coach Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment as he scrambled to recover. As the Spurs initiated their offense, Duncan established position against Lopez. Foul. Shen Lang shouted at Lopez. With no hesitation, Lopez delivered a firm slap to Duncan's arm. Grimacing in pain, Duncan converted 2 free throws. The Suns regained possession. Nash advanced, passing the ball to Shen Lang stationed at the right wing beyond the three-point line. Without dribbling, he caught the ball and released a shot. Beep. Observing Shen Lang's rising rhythm, Zhuge Weiqi promptly called for a timeout. In the huddle, he scribbled on the tactical board, seemingly orchestrating an elaborate strategy. As the timeout neared its conclusion, he pulled Danny Green aside for a hushed discussion. Shen Lang's heart stirred with a hint of caution. According to tradition, Danny Green's current position on the Spurs mirrors that of the renowned Bruce Bowen from years past. Whether he might adopt Bowen's tactics in critical moments remains uncertain. Upon the resumption of play, the Spurs initiated their offense. In the final quarter, unencumbered by foul troubles, the Suns' interior defense, under the guidance of Gentry, proved exceptionally aggressive, adopting a mindset that prioritized fouling over allowing easy access to the ball. In such circumstances, Duncan could not assure his shooting success and opted to pass the ball back to the perimeter. The player known for his 20 minutes of Jordan-like prowess, Ginobili, took charge, exhibiting relentless aggression on the offensive end, despite his defensive frailties. He maneuvered through the crowd, creating space, and executed a reverse layup for points. Now it was the Suns' turn to attack, with Leonard assigned to guard Shen Lang, given his height and reach, which effectively disrupted Shen Lang's shooting. Aware of his increased shooting percentage, Shen Lang remained patient. He understood that there was no need for undue haste. He merely needed to seize the moment when a clean shot opportunity arose. Dribbling between his legs and feigning a shoulder fake, he made Leonard believe he was about to drive, prompting Leonard to lower his center of gravity in readiness to shift and follow. Seizing this moment, Shen Lang swiftly bent his knees and launched a shot. A three-pointer, success. Parker crossed half-court and once again passed the ball to Ginobili, who, with his signature finesse, attacked the paint, twisting his body like a pretzel as he hurled the ball towards the basket. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Ginobili's dazzling display. Meanwhile, Nash, his lips pale, held possession of the ball. He intended to direct his teammates' movements, but soon realized that Shen Lang was the only dependable ally at that moment. With a sigh, he called for Shen Lang to set a screen. Following the pick, Shen Lang found himself defended by Parker. Without hesitation, he launched a shot right in Parker's face. Despite Parker's efforts to contest, he only managed to graze Shen Lang's elbow. The score now stood at 82-86. Was Shen Lang about to enter his scoring mode? When he began to shoot frequently and with accuracy, it often signaled his intention to dominate the game. This had occurred more than once before. As the transition unfolded, Ginobili finally missed a shot, and Small Lopez seized the rebound, immediately searching for Shen Lang's figure. By this point, the Suns recognized that Shen Lang was their reliable option. After receiving the ball, Shen Lang took deep breaths to steady his racing heart, ensuring he could maximize his shooting fundamentals. He refrained from rushing his shot. With only 6 seconds left on the shot clock, Shen Lang signaled Dudley to set a pick. As they brushed past each other, he quickly passed the ball to Dudley and sprinted towards the baseline. "Give it to me," he called out, finding his footing just as he reached the baseline. Raising his hand to signal for the ball, prepared in advance, Dudley swiftly hurled the ball forward. With only 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock, the passive effect activated at the critical moment, further enhancing his shooting accuracy. This was precisely the outcome Shen Lang desired as his stamina waned. He needed to ensure that every shot he took had the highest possible chance of success. Swish. The deficit narrowed to a single point. With less than 4 minutes left on the clock, beep. Popovich grew increasingly anxious, expending his final timeout. Upon returning from the break, the Spurs capitalized on a pick-and-roll executed by Leonard and Parker to score. Meanwhile, Shen Lang continued to manipulate the ball and position himself, waiting until the final 3 seconds to receive the ball and shoot, landing a precise three-pointer. 88 with 3 minutes remaining. Both teams found themselves back at square one. On the sidelines, Popovich's expression shifted continuously, as if he were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. When Shen Lang scored twice more, elevating the score to 94-90, his hesitation finally vanished. He discreetly signaled to Danny Green on the court. Observing this, Green nodded subtly, yet maintained a neutral expression. Duncan shoved aside Gortat, successfully executing a mid-range shot off the backboard. On the Suns' side, Shen Lang held the ball at the top of the arc, while Danny Green immediately advanced to double-team him alongside Leonard. Paid little heed to the double team, as the opposing defense at that moment posed minimal threat. His sole focus was on creating an opportunity to shoot. Dribbling laterally, he attempted to penetrate inward, but was forcefully blocked by Danny Green. With a deft move, he switched the ball to his left hand while keeping a keen eye on the shot clock, swiftly executing a crossover before stepping back for a shot. Although he sensed a slight disconnection in his movements, the space had opened up, and he resolutely chose to take the shot. Thud. Swish. Fortune favored him as the basketball struck the backboard perfectly, rebounding into the net. With an audacious style of play, occasionally astonished spectators with such remarkable feats. Even when faced with a double team, he managed to sink a step-back three-pointer, a truly astonishing display. Observing shooting and landing motions, Danny Green silently turned and departed after making his assessment. Today, Dio had performed commendably. After Duncan's shot went awry, he fought for and secured a crucial rebound, successfully placing the ball into the basket. 97-94, with just 2 minutes remaining, the outcome of the game still hung in suspense. Jugowachi exhibited an impassive demeanor, devoid of despair at the prospect of defeat or the wild anticipation of victory. He merely watched the players scurrying across the court with a cold gaze. Hill, who had been substituted during the previous timeout, brought the ball past half-court in place of Nash, while dashed forward. Hill, understanding his intentions, set up a pick at the top of the arc. This time, had no intention of wasting time. Upon receiving the ball, he leapt to shoot. However, Danny Green, who had been closely trailing, lunged forward at the moment took off, extending his arms to disrupt the shot. Simultaneously, he stealthily maneuvered towards the landing spot. Crash. Noticing Green's actions, hastily adjusted his body, which inadvertently altered his shooting form. Crash. The shot went awry. In his rushed adjustment, managed to evade the lurking foot on the ground, but stumbled back a step. Are you kidding me with these underhanded tactics? Shen Lang seethed with fury. Had he not been prepared, he would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Danny Green regarded Shen Lang without a trace of fear, as if anticipating something. With merely 100 seconds remaining until the conclusion of the mission, he understood that anger must be suppressed. Securing victory was paramount. The looming specter of punitive repercussions brought Shen Lang back to his senses. He shot a fierce glare at Danny Green before swiftly returning to defense. Perhaps due to the malice associated with the Blackfoot incident, the Spurs' offensive possession yielded no points. The ball returned to the Suns' possession, having been revealed once. Danny Green no longer concealed his intentions. He boldly stepped forward to take on Shen Lang's defensive assignment. Chapter 78. KO Danny Green. In the previous round, Danny Green had executed a perilous move while defending Shen Lang. One hoped it was not intentional. A hint of anger tinged Yu's tone. Such nefarious actions were not uncommon in the league, often resulting in the ruin of a season or even jeopardizing a player's career. Given that Shen Lang was a rare gem for Huaxia, it would be utterly cruel for him to be destroyed by such means. Shen Lang passed the ball to Hill, refraining from making a run, instead positioning himself sideways against the opponent, effectively nudging him into the three-point line. Once he secured his position, he gestured to Hill for the ball. Hill executed a bounce pass, and Shen Lang forcefully clapped his hands together in front of his chest, making contact with the basketball. You know, in my eyes, basketball has always embodied two distinct styles of play. As Shen Lang dribbled the ball, he spoke to Danny Green, articulating the two distinct styles of play. One is the beloved approach, where each player relies solely on their skills, purely showcasing their basketball prowess. This is a realm I am only just beginning to explore. With each powerful dribble, Shen Lang forced Danny Green closer to the backboard, thwarting his attempts to steal the ball with a vigorous defense. The other style is ruthless and cunning, characterized by dirty tactics, in essence. It is akin to brawling with the ball. He continued, I can say this without exaggeration. After another bounce, Shen Lang backed Danny Green up a step, then pivoted sharply for a jump shot. I am your ancestor. Observing Danny Green, who had been pushed back, advanced once more without jumping. He feigned an attempt to disrupt the shot, strategically placing his foot where Shen Lang was about to land, awaiting the inevitable contact, oblivious to the consequences. Shen Lang let out a cold snort, gently releasing the basketball. His right foot, which had already been elevated due to the backward lean, instinctively lifted further and pushed forward. Alas, Danny Green clutched his face and fell straight back. Shen Lang, seizing the momentum, leaned back and executed a backward roll to dissipate the force entirely. The referee promptly halted the match upon noticing crimson streaks amidst Danny Green's fingers. The large screen replayed their confrontation, unequivocally revealing Green's blatant act of tripping. While Shen Lang's kick appeared unintentional, Green's nose was shattered by Shen Lang's strike, leaving him dazed and disoriented. To avert further conflict, the referee immediately called for an official timeout, as several officials gathered to scrutinize the video replay. In this moment, Shen Lang donned the guise of an innocent, gesturing helplessly at the referee while repeatedly insisting that he had been tripped in consecutive rounds. After approximately 2 minutes, the referee rendered the final decision. The basket was valid. Although Danny Green's defensive maneuver was deemed improper, it had not inflicted harm upon Shen Lang, resulting in a common foul with an additional free throw awarded. Shen Lang's shot was executed without any excessive movements, warranting no further penalties. On the sidelines, Zhuge Weiqi expressed his discontent with the ruling, vociferously pressuring the referee, only to receive a warning in return. Shen Lang stifled a laugh and made the free throw. The score stood at 194. The good news was that only 64 seconds remained in the game. The bad news was that Shen Lang's aura of enlightenment had faded with the official timeout. Seizing the opportunity to tend to his nasal injury, Danny Green also returned to the court. Do you enjoy this style of play? Personally, I find it quite delightful. Shen Lang walked past Danny Green with an expressionless face, his innocent demeanor reminiscent of the former Spurs player Robert Horry after he had famously thwarted Nash. Danny Green glared at Shen Lang with simmering anger, yet he refrained from unleashing his frustration, fully aware that any outburst at this juncture would seal their defeat. Oh, such restraint? Still harboring hopes of victory? Shen Lang seemed to pierce through his thoughts, speaking with a tone of disdain. The players of the Suns, on the brink of victory, defended with the ferocity of rabid dogs. Ginobili attempted a three-pointer but fell short. Duncan valiantly batted the ball into the air, ultimately securing the rebound after considerable effort, and made the shot. The score stood at 196 with 53 seconds remaining. The Suns prepared for a baseline inbounds. Nash received the ball, and, just ahead of the pursuing defenders, passed it to Shen Lang. Shen Lang swiftly dribbled forward, with Danny Green fervently in pursuit. With a resounding clap, it took Danny Green 6 seconds to finally make contact with Shen Lang's back. Bang! Swish! Shen Lang was awarded a free throw, converting 1 out of 2 attempts. The score stood at 101-96 as the Spurs prepared to inbound the ball. Brown closely shadowed Tony Parker, who needed not to complete a steal but merely to delay the opposing offense. After a struggle, Parker managed to pass the ball to the advancing Ginobili, who immediately took a three-point shot against Shen Lang's defense, deliberately leaning toward him as he shot. However, Shen Lang, well aware of Ginobili's tactics, simply stomped his foot to intimidate him and swiftly sidestepped. The ball struck the backboard and swished through the net, despite the unsuccessful foul attempt. The score tightened to 101-99 with 36 seconds remaining. Nash passed to Shen Lang, who then relayed it to Hill, only for Leonard to foul him in pursuit. Hill remained composed, sinking both free throws, restoring a 4-point lead with 29 seconds left. The Spurs quickly inbound again, this time with Parker attempting a three. It missed. Shen Lang shouted as he dashed toward the anticipated rebound location. Suddenly, Diaw collided with him, halting his advance. Duncan seized the opportunity to grab the rebound and promptly passed to Ginobili. Ginobili raised his hand to shoot. Alas, fortune did not favor him this time, as the rebound was claimed by Little Lopez. Without hesitation, Duncan committed a foul. The first free throw clumsily found its way through the net. During the second attempt, Shen Lang switched positions with Dudley, who was poised for the rebound. Don't make it, he whispered during a low five with little Lopez. Whether it was Lopez's obedience or simply his own free throw skill, the second shot danced mischievously around the rim before ultimately falling to the left. Indeed, the skill of anticipating rebounds proved effective even during his teammates' free throw. Leveraging Leonard's strength, Shen Lang leaped diagonally towards the left side of the backboard, securing the rebound with finesse. With a thunderous motion, he bent his legs and launched himself into the air, executing a one-handed dunk. The score stood at 106-99 with a mere 18 seconds remaining. Observing the impending defeat, Danny Green, consumed by fury, impulsively shoved Shen Lang, who had just released the ball and was yet to land. The impact caused Shen Lang to lose his balance and crash to the ground, startling everyone around him. Following a brief silence, players from the Suns swiftly surged forward. Tensions escalated as players shoved one another, with even Nash attempting to confront Danny Green, who was shielded by Dia and Duncan. The referee promptly intervened, blowing the whistle, while staff rushed onto the court amidst the chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, Shen Lang, having regained his composure after being knocked down, sprang back to his feet with a sudden agility. "Do you think I'll let this slide?" he exclaimed as his right fist pierced through the gap between Duncan and Dia, landing squarely on Danny Green's nose. A sharp crack resonated, and it seemed that Danny Green, just before losing consciousness, heard the unmistakable sound of bone fracturing. Chapter 79, Fighting on the Court, Cursing Off It. Let us find out who the real boss is. I must apologize for my earlier remarks. Shen is indeed a true tough guy. In the TNT studio, Barkley stood up, dramatically mimicking Shen Lang's recent punch. His strike evoked memories of Bruce Lee. Shen Lang delivered a powerful punch that rendered Danny Green unconscious, an act that not only quelled the escalating tensions on the court but also instilled an eerie silence among the spectators. Shen Lang appeared somewhat exhilarated, yet fortunately unscathed, which was indeed a fortunate outcome. Coach Zhang's tone reflected a mix of emotions. "I am beginning to believe the rumors that Shen Lang excels more in Sans Ho than in traditional basketball training," added Yu, who stood nearby. The arena was enveloped in an unusual stillness amidst these professional players, while pushing and shoving might be commonplace. It was prudent to avoid provoking someone capable of such a decisive knockout. The team physician swiftly entered the court to carry Danny Green off on a stretcher. Shen Lang cast a cold gaze upon the players of the Spurs. Whether it was the previously spirited Diao or the seemingly amiable Duncan and Leonard, their eyes instinctively flickered with evasion. What did we witness? Shen, single-handedly, instilled fear in the Spurs. Truly, they are a bunch of cowards. Barkley mercilessly exclaimed. "Huh, Charles, do you really believe you could withstand more than Danny Green?" Conflicts invariably arise when forces are evenly matched or when there is much ado about nothing. When confronted with someone like Shen, who engages with genuine intensity, all would naturally retreat. Kenny Smith, a seasoned veteran in the league, had witnessed his fair share of so-called brawls and thus understood the nuances involved. The referee, somewhat apprehensive, blew the whistle against Shen Lang, sending him off the court. Danny Green faced a similar fate. Even if he had not been ejected, in his dazed state, he would surely not return to the game. What appeared to be a grand confrontation ultimately resulted in a swift KO by Shen, astonishingly without involving a third party. This incident stands as a spectacle among the league's altercations. As the game resumed, with no timeouts left, Coach Popovich could only shout from the sidelines. At this juncture, the most effective strategy for them was merely to attempt quick shots and commit fouls to gain free throws. Alas, the Spurs, intimidated by Shen's heavy blows, found their shooting touch utterly frozen. Finally, as the referee's whistle blew, the score settled at 110-99. The Spurs not only lost this match but also the entire series. However, in the aftermath, nearly no one focused on the game's outcome. Rather, the attention was predominantly on the altercation that unfolded on the court. Shen Lang has once again achieved a stunning victory, this time with a powerful straight punch. He knocked out Danny Green with a single blow. Does Shen Lang possess mastery over Eastern martial arts? The Suns have advanced to the second round of the playoffs, with Shen Lang scoring 32 points, grabbing 7 rebounds, dishing out 6 assists, and securing 1 knockout in Game 5. Shen Lang remained indifferent to the surrounding news. After securing victory in the match, he had officially ascended to the status of Shinshiba. Moreover, the gaze of Taylor from the sidelines bore an inexplicable sentiment towards him. During the post-match interview, reporters, as anticipated, centered their inquiries around the conflicts that transpired on the court, even neglecting to offer the customary praise for Shen Lang's sneakers. Danny Green asserted that you had verbally assaulted him on the court, which instigated the ensuing altercation. Is this true? When I am in a foul mood, I do feel the urge to curse, but he is not someone I wish to berate. Coach Zhuge Weiqi posited that you employed underhanded methods to seize victory in this match, such as kicking Danny Green and the subsequent knockout. What is your perspective on this? I truly envy the resilience of his facial skin. It appears to be exceptionally well maintained. Coach Zhuge Weiqi believes the league ought to investigate this match, even suggesting a rematch to annul the current result. What are your thoughts? I would advise Coach Zhuge to stand high up during rainy days. With a stroke of luck, he might be struck by lightning and his mind could become a tad clearer. Coach Zhuge also contended that although they lost this series, they remain one of the top teams that other franchises dread facing. Do you concur? I must admit I align with his viewpoint. Indeed, no one wishes to confront them, lest they find themselves impoverished from the purchase of hand sanitizer. Shen Lang's verbal prowess far surpasses his athletic skills. May I inquire whether your kick on Danny Green was intentional? Certainly not. I pride myself on being an upright individual, one who has transcended base interests. However, as you are aware, the difficulty of a fadeaway jumper is considerable. I must strive to maintain my balance. It was merely that Danny Green was so enamored with my shoes that he wished to examine them closely, resulting in an unfortunate mishap. The reporter, astonished, exclaimed how deftly Shen Lang managed to connect the incident to his footwear. Once the interview concluded, to evade the prying eyes of gossiping journalists, Shen Lang and Tyler refrained from meeting in person and instead exchanged greetings over the phone. After repeatedly reassuring Taylor, who had witnessed the entire episode, that Shen Lang was unharmed, the call was finally terminated. Following the skirmish, the Suns promptly began to pack their belongings, preparing for an overnight departure from San Antonio. After all, having just eliminated the home team and inadvertently sidelined a key player, lingering there seemed rather precarious. The league, in the wake of the incident, convened a group of referees for an urgent meeting, meticulously reviewing the footage of the altercation. Shen's punch was undoubtedly of a professional caliber. With such technique and physique, he would excel in the UFC. Upon reviewing the tape, a referee well-versed in mixed martial arts shook his head, lamenting that the crux of the matter was not the punch itself, but rather how we ought to penalize him. David Stern, who had been contemplating his retirement and considering potential successors, removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. I have inquired, and it appears this incident was not merely a fleeting moment of conflict. The Spurs had engaged in a series of underhanded tactics both before and during the game. Yet that does not justify Shen Lang showcasing his fighting skills for the cameras during a live broadcast. For years, Stern has strived to cultivate a positive image for the league, even going so far as to diminish the competitiveness of the games through regulation. This particular matchup, with its potential for an upset and the participation of a Chinese player, garnered significant attention prior to the event. Ironically, it was in this very game that a scene more exhilarating than the UFC unfolded. The statistics analyst informed Stern that viewership soared during that segment, shattering recent records and even surpassing the finals ratings. Stern found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel elated or dismayed. As the league grappled with the ramifications of the incident, the Suns had quietly returned to Phoenix. This event sparked a fervent discussion among Chinese netizens, who could hardly believe that a basketball game could impart lessons in combat techniques. Shen Lang, Dana White extends an invitation for your transfer. While we shall see how Shen Lang fares in basketball, there is no doubt about the potency of his punch. On the court, he strikes. Off the court, he speaks with fervor. Who dares to challenge his authority? In response to the recent incident, the sentiments of netizens seem remarkably unified, a revelation of new perspectives, a display of prowess, and a call to action, even if it means switching careers. In Chapter 80, the special module, a distinction of styles, Shen Lang, having achieved his first KO in the professional arena, remains completely unfazed. Upon returning to Phoenix, he swiftly succumbs to a sweet slumber, where he finds himself triumphantly overcoming adversaries, from Zhang Dashui to the notorious Old Rogue, and even besting the Ring King and the Mailman, Malone, with ease. I believe that from the outset, Danny Green's maneuvers transcended the confines of basketball. Had I been in Shen's position, I might have made a similar choice. Durant, having already swept the defending champions, the Mavericks, glanced at the extraordinary device Shen Lang gifted him, which allows the simultaneous login of 6 accounts without the need for constant backhand switching, and stood resolutely by Shen's side. Let me venture a guess. Has Danny inherited the legacy of Bruce Bowen, tasked with eliminating opponents in critical moments? It is likely that Carter will never forgive Bowen, having suffered a grievous ankle injury in 2000 due to a reckless play, which rendered him sidelined for the entire 2004 season. Even his extraordinary athletic prowess began to noticeably decline from the subsequent season. The most infamous incident between the two occurred in 2005, when Carter returned from injury only to find Bowen attempting the same treacherous tactics, resulting in Carter decisively overpowering him. This was mere defensive play, rather. It was Shen's initial foot raise and his final punch that were excessively perilous. Despite being drawn into this controversy, Bruce Bowen remains obstinate. Shortly thereafter, the league convened overnight to deliberate on the matter, and the findings were swiftly disclosed. Danny Green's defensive actions indeed bore the taint of unsportsmanlike conduct. He has been suspended for 1 game and fined 10,000. Shen Lang engaged in retaliatory action, resulting in a brief loss of consciousness and a mild concussion for the opposing player, leading to a suspension of 7 games and a fine of 50,000. The announcement of this penalty sparked widespread outrage, as many perceived the punishment to be disproportionately severe against the Suns. While the already eliminated Danny Green's suspension would only take effect in the next season's inconsequential regular games, Shen Lang would directly miss the second round of the playoffs. This 7-game suspension effectively obstructed the Suns' path to further progress. However, this sentiment quickly dissipated. Suns star Steve Nash, suffering from a severe back injury, is scheduled to undergo surgery and will be sidelined for the remainder of the season. Almost immediately following the league's announcement of the penalty, the Suns released this news. The report indicated that Nash had been experiencing back discomfort in the latter half of the season, yet he persisted in playing to aid his team. The previous match against the Spurs, characterized by their aggressive defense, exacerbated his injury to the point of no longer being able to continue. It seems the league had received advance notice, prompting such a decision. Soon, those familiar with David Stern speculated on the underlying motives. Given that the Suns had already lost hope of advancing, Stern opted to intensify the penalty against Shen Lang, thereby serving as a cautionary example to other players in the league. Nonetheless, this was merely a superficial rationale. To be candid, a 7-game suspension for publicly knocking out an opponent is hardly severe, especially considering the uncertainty surrounding any potential long-term effects on Danny Green. The last player to inflict such a severe injury in the league was Kermit Washington of the Lakers in 1997, who faced a 60-day suspension, equating to 26 games. From this perspective, it could be argued that the league is, in fact, showing leniency towards Shen Lang. Consequently, the Suns management expressed no objections to this ruling, and Nash thoughtfully assisted his younger teammate by covering the fine. Shen Lang's aggression undoubtedly stemmed from a desire to assert himself, as this young man incessantly inquired about the condition of his back from the 4th quarter onward. Shen Lang expressed gratitude towards Nash, yet internally harbored a sense of resentment towards the team's management. Without his contributions, the Suns would undoubtedly not have reached their current standing. However, assistance is a matter of sentiment, while withholding it is a matter of duty. Shen Lang did not dwell excessively on the issue, merely noting it in the recesses of his mind. At noon, the Spurs released a medical report on Danny Green, revealing fractures in his nasal bridge and cheekbones, accompanied by a mild concussion. This report swiftly ignited discussions among netizens. I believe from this day forth, no player in the league would dare to clash with Shen Lang. Can anyone elucidate the force required to cause such fractures? Could a heavyweight champion be capable? The nasal fracture was somewhat anticipated, yet the damage to his cheekbones was rather severe. As the league's disciplinary actions were announced, the fervor surrounding the conflict gradually subsided. The first round of matches concluded on May 14th, with the Clippers and Grizzlies determining the ultimate victor. The matchups for the second round were as follows: Western Conference, Suns vs. Clippers, Lakers vs. Thunder; Eastern Conference, 76ers vs. Celtics, Pacers vs. Heat. The Suns' inaugural game was scheduled to commence last among the 4 second-round matches. On May 16, 2012, following the loss of both Nash and Shen Lang, the Suns' performance was notably lackluster. The final score of 110-85 underscored the lack of intensity in the contest. Perhaps the Clippers would manage to compensate for their fatigue from the first round during this series. Shen Lang did not accompany the team on their away game. Instead, he remained entrenched in the Phoenix arena, diligently training. Without the constraints of competition, he no longer had to consider his stamina, and his foundational statistics improved at a visibly rapid pace. Gentry, upon occasionally witnessing Shen Lang's relentless dedication during the off-season, would let out a heavy sigh. He reminded his host that following the conclusion of the last match, the system had activated an additional module, which could be accessed by clicking the bottom of the list. Is there such a fortunate development? Surely, it won't deduct from my victory points again? Dear host, How could I possibly do such a thing? The system replied. Since you failed to make a choice within 15 seconds, it has been automatically activated. And pray tell, where are your victory points now? If Shen Lang recalled correctly, his team had secured an 11-point lead in their last match, which amounted to 110 victory points. This supplementary module had better prove useful, otherwise I might very well contemplate how to uninstall you. Filled with indignation, turned his attention to his data template. The system had no intention of inflating word count, especially since the data template had already surpassed 1,000 words, which could potentially attract undue criticism. What exactly is this non-distinction of literary forms module? As a future star, one must master various talents to thrive, much like Allen Iverson's exceptional football skills or the proficiency of many NBA players in golf and baseball. Following a comprehensive analysis, the system initiated the first alternative literary project for the host. Chapter 81. Are you two a couple? Congratulations to the host. The first activated module is Unrestricted Combat. Unrestricted combat refers to engaging in combat without any limitations, using either bare hands or various implements to strike an opponent, with the notable figure being Qin Hegao from China. Unrestricted combat encompasses two aspects of training, combat and regulations, with levels categorized as amateur, professional, and master, each further divided into 5 tiers. What level am I currently at? With the system's enhancements, the host's current level stands at professional level 2. And without enhancements? Professional level 2. So what is the point of the enhancement? The host's innate abilities predominantly lie in combat. However, there were deficiencies in understanding regulations. The system has quietly elevated the host's comprehension of all legal statutes pertaining to physical confrontation. The system's tone was undeniably proud. Indeed, as Shen Lang pondered, a plethora of professional terminologies flashed through his mind, including justifiable defense, intentional injury, excessive defense, hypothetical defense, and post-event defense. Shen Lang even harbored doubts that if he were to take a legal examination in this domain now, he would effortlessly succeed. It is undeniably a basketball system. Is it truly appropriate to incorporate such embellishments? After all, the life of a basketball player cannot solely revolve around basketball. Furthermore, where were your objections when the socialite module was introduced? How can one elevate the status of this module? Shen Lang willingly accepted the system's clarification. Victory points: 10 primary levels for amateur status, 100 for professional, and 1,000 for master level. Truly, no deceit here. Then you might as well take a break. With my own financial struggles, I have no time to elevate these aspects. Ding. The progress of the Glory of Huaxiao Brand 2 has reached 47. It is advised that the host promptly undertake appropriate exposure actions to facilitate the completion of this task. Has it really sold nearly 50,000 pairs so swiftly? Remarkable indeed. Shen Lang was acutely aware that the development of his signature sneakers should have involved extensive research and innovation, yet it was essentially handed over to him for free. Consequently, the profit margin for these shoes would undoubtedly exceed that of competitors within the same price range. The pure profit from each pair would amount to no less than 700 to 800, and with 50,000 pairs, that translates to a staggering 30 to 40 million. If the venture is executed well, it promises a guaranteed profit. Having acquired some knowledge in finance, Shen Lang nodded thoughtfully. However, he pondered the best approach to garner exposure. Simply stepping into the limelight seemed unlikely to yield significant results. Just then, as he contemplated the most effective strategy for maximizing visibility, the phone resting on the sideline suddenly rang. It was clear that he needed to select a more distinctive ringtone, as this one felt rather monotonous and lacked flair. Shen Lang, filled with dissatisfaction, picked up his phone and answered. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Shen Lang? A lively girl's voice came from the other end. With a furrowed brow, Shen Lang pondered whether he would have to contend with the entanglements of devoted fans at such a young age. If that were the case, he would indeed need to significantly enhance his unrestricted fighting skills, aiming conservatively for a master level. May I ask who you are? He inquired politely, as it was merely his conjecture. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am the head of the economic team contacted by Chairman Wu on your behalf. My name is Ding Yusher. You may call me Xiao Ding or Yusher, whichever you prefer. The other party promptly introduced herself, allowing Shen Lang to exhale with relief, as his plans to elevate his unrestricted fighting prowess could be postponed indefinitely. Where are you at the moment? Shen Lang asked. We just arrived in Phoenix today and reached out to you immediately, she replied. Please take some time to rest. Let's schedule a meeting for this afternoon. Shen Lang suggested thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. For a professional athlete, having an agent is of paramount importance. In an era where media sensationalism is omnipresent, A proficient publicity team can undoubtedly add significant value. This is particularly true for players who possess the skills to enter the league but harbor concerns regarding their draft position. With the adept handling of a professional agent, their chances of improving their draft standing could be greatly enhanced. Once in the league, players will inevitably rely on these experts for contract negotiations and various commercial endorsements. It seems that as soon as I drift off, someone is there to provide support. Truly, I am destined to be the protagonist of my own story. As Shen Lang wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, he couldn't help but express his admiration for Taylor's social media post with a like. After a vigorous 2-hour training session, he refreshed himself thoroughly and, after a brief respite, set off towards the predetermined meeting place. The destination was not far from the gym, so Shen Lang chose to walk. To his surprise, during the less than 5-kilometer journey, he encountered at least 15 enthusiastic fans who greeted him warmly. Observing the affection from his admirers, Shen Lang reflected on how well-deserved it all was. He entered a seemingly upscale CAF and quickly spotted his meeting companions, a youthful girl with a playful ponytail and a scholarly-looking young man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. "Mr. Shen," he greeted. Shen Lang, both in appearance and stature, is easily distinguishable among ordinary individuals. A young girl, her rosy cheeks aglow, jumped on the spot. Waving her hand at Shen Lang, but constrained by her modesty in the coffee shop, she could only suppress her voice with great effort. Shen Lang strode over, extending his hand to shake the small girl's hand, while simultaneously reaching out to the man beside him, casting an inquiring glance towards Deng Yushi. "Mr. Shen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wu Cheng'er, and I am primarily responsible for contractual legal affairs within the team." Shen Lang suddenly came to a realization. Yet he swiftly recognized a dilemma. "Wu Cheng'er, Deng Yushi?" Shen Lang seemed to have caught a whiff of some gossip. "You two are not an item, are you, Mr.?" Shen certainly has a knack for humor. Wu Cheng'er displayed a hint of embarrassment, yet her gaze toward Deng Yushi revealed a flicker of warmth. "Actually, Mr. Shen, Chairman Wu has sought out 3 teams domestically as per your request, and we are merely one of them." Once the trio had gathered, they entered the pre-reserved private room of a CAF. Compared to the other 2 more established teams, ours was merely a nascent venture, characterized only by our youth and enthusiasm. Deng Yushi appeared to be the focal point of the discussion, sincerely introducing their team to Shen Lang. "Our expertise. My professionalism is undoubtedly among the finest in the industry." Wu Cheng'er promptly interjected, his expression earnest. "Our primary aim in meeting you, Mr. Shen, is to secure an opportunity for collaboration." At this juncture, Deng Yushi retrieved a contract from her briefcase and presented it to Shen Lang. "Rest assured, the contract harbors no hidden traps. You can be completely at ease." Wu Cheng'er reiterated, his seriousness palpable. Chapter 82. Are we heading to Lock Park? Shen Lang took the contract into his hands, unconcerned about any potential pitfalls within its clauses. For his system would intervene. Following an upgrade, the system began to scan contracts as billable items, with a fee structure of 10 victory points per document. You are nothing but a greedy entity relentlessly pursuing wealth. In his heart, Shen Lang cursed silently. Yet his face remained inscrutable as he continued to peruse the contract in his hands. The document delineated their intentions clearly. They sought to collaborate with Shen Lang to establish a management company, which would potentially engage in both the sports and entertainment sectors. Regarding equity distribution, due to the necessity of Shen Lang's initial investment and the leverage of his celebrity status, he would secure an absolute controlling stake of 50%. In exchange, they would contribute their technical expertise and human resources, with the principal structural members aspiring to obtain 10% of the shares, alongside annual profit dividends. As for Shen Lang's management services, they would naturally be the company's cooperation, ensured by their dedicated team. "Mr. Shen, as you can see, our ambition transcends merely facilitating your ascent to becoming a phenomenal star. We aim to maximize your commercial value and, from this foundation, construct an empire of commerce." Beneath his golden-rimmed glasses, Wu Cheng'er's gaze radiated the youthful vigor and unyielding ambition characteristic of his generation. Shen Lang nodded. The contract appeared to present no discernible issues at first glance. However, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise to await the moment when he possesses a measure of victory before making a definitive decision. "I have perused the contract briefly, and I find myself quite intrigued by this collaborative model." Shen Lang folded the contract in his hand and returned it to the other party. "However, I must first ascertain the veracity of your proclaimed capabilities. Should you meet my expectations, I shall forego meetings with the other 2 teams." Deng Yushi, visibly excited, rose from her seat. "Mr. Shen, how do you wish to validate this?" I currently require some events to enhance my visibility, preferably those that can be linked to my signature shoes, thus necessitating your assistance in planning such an event. Shen Lang slightly refined his words. Certainly. I shall bear all the expenses incurred during this process, and even if it ultimately ends in failure, I will still provide you with a portion of the remuneration. Dang Yushir nodded, took out her phone, and lowered her head to send a message. Mr. Shen, we will provide you with a specific update by tonight at the latest. I hope you can be patient in the meantime. Shen Lang nodded, beckoning the waiter to approach. Amidst their clumsy tussle over the bill, they managed to settle it. With the season's conclusion, his salary had been credited, and his account now boasted a substantial sum of 1 million, instilling him with a modicum of confidence. Moreover, should financial constraints arise, he could always seek an advance on his sneaker profits from Wu Rongguang. By the way, allow me to remind you, my team does not frown upon office romances. After bidding farewell to the two, Shen Lang suddenly turned back at the door, winking at Wu Cheng. The meeting had transpired exceedingly well, thus they did not squander much time, relishing in the occasional recognition and request for photographs and autographs. Shen Lang returned to the gym in high spirits. He donned his training attire and resumed his practice, diligently completing the systematic training tasks while honing his skills. Shen Lang felt an innate sense of stagnation in certain skills of his, as if an elusive catalyst could propel him to a breakthrough without relying on mere victories. Regrettably, the solitary endeavor of self-improvement seemed to offer little assistance in transcending this impasse. Just then, the fervent ringtone of his phone pierced through the atmosphere. A choice he had made after much contemplation. The Internationale served as a constant reminder amidst the encroaching shadows of capitalism, urging him not to forget his proletarian roots and to refrain from colluding with those ravenous for the flesh and blood of others. You sure? Has there been a result so soon? The caller ID revealed the number of Dang Yushir, and Shen Lang was somewhat taken aback by her efficiency. Mr. Shen, on May 21st, which is next Monday, we plan to visit Lock Park. Lock Park? Shen Lang was somewhat astonished, for he had long admired this renowned location. Situated adjacent to 155th Street and Frederick Douglass Boulevard in Harlem, New York, Rucker Park has long been celebrated as the mecca of street basketball worldwide. Many players who grace the courts of Rucker Park are widely recognized for their exceptional skills, including those who later ascended to the NBA. Among them, the most familiar to the Chinese audience is Rafer Alston, known on the streets as Skip to My Lou. The street basketball culture in America differs significantly from that of China. Here, street ballers do not shy away from professional players. In their eyes, professional athletes are merely ordinary individuals who have been fortunate enough to enter a professional league. Furthermore, certain rules of street basketball often allow them to shine brilliantly, even against seasoned professionals. Reflecting on the tendencies of street basketball rules, Shen Lang resolved to focus on enhancing his speed, vertical leap, and ball handling skills in the coming days. What preparations must I undertake? Shen Lang inquired, believing that Dang Yushir and the others did not merely wish for him to casually play basketball at Rock Park. Arriving in New York a day in advance, please bring your signature shoes. We shall take care of the rest. All you need to do is cooperate with our arrangements and ensure that you decisively outplay your opponents when necessary. I trust this will pose no challenge for you. Shen Lang smirked, uncertain of the source of his counterpart's unwavering confidence in him. To honor this trust, he promptly set aside the phone and resumed his training with fervor. I genuinely believe we must spare no effort in securing Shen for our team. He has the potential to become the cornerstone of our future fleet. Furthermore, with Steve's tank still filled, we can fortify our roster during the off-season and undoubtedly advance further next year. In the corridor, Gentry remarked to McDonough beside him. McDonough sighed, expressing his agreement, stating, "This young man indeed possesses merit, and he has the immense Chinese market backing him. Yet, for reasons unknown, Seville seems rather disinclined towards him. Moreover, he frequently makes controversial statements, which keeps the team on edge daily." Gentry cursed. The so-called freedom of speech merely equates to freedom of what can be said. Hush, Alvin. We ought to be more cautious in our discussions to avoid unnecessary troubles, McDonough cautioned. Gentry nodded, casting another glance at Shen Lang, who had just completed a set of full-court sprints before he sighed and departed the gym. Chapter 83, The Bench Grandpa on May 18, 2012. At the headquarters of Coca-Cola in New York City, a technical employee discovered that the data of an advertisement planning video he was uploading to a video-sharing platform appeared to be corrupted. Anxiously, he contacted the project manager responsible, who reassured him that there was no need for alarm. He would reach out to the filming team to expedite a backup of the video. and they merely needed to change the release date to the 28th, unbeknownst to them. The delay of 10 days would significantly diminish the potential of what was destined to be a brand-defining advertisement. On the afternoon of May 20th, 2012, Shen Lang arrived at the pre-booked hotel, following the information provided by Deng Yushi. It must be said, the bustling splendor of New York, the largest city in America, is indeed extraordinary. Although Shen Lang had yet to experience playing here, he felt he had glimpsed a broader world. This time, Deng Yushi was accompanied not by Wu Qin, but by several young men and women, suggesting that all members of this team were likely contemporaries. "Mr. Shen, here is our plan. Please take a look," Deng Yushi said. Having just settled into the accommodation, after gathering everyone in the hotel conference room, Shen Lang was filled with curiosity about the plan they referred to and took the document to read it thoroughly. "Oh, this is quite intriguing," he exclaimed, impressed by the creative proposal. "However, do we have someone specialized in makeup for this?" "This is our special effects makeup artist, who has studied for many years and possesses extensive experience in special effects makeup for various productions." Deng Yushi, with a gentle smile, pointed at a shy young girl wearing black-framed glasses standing nearby. "Mr. Shen, to ensure that the special effects do not impede your performance on the court, we may need to work overtime today." The young girl's cheeks flushed, whether from innate shyness or the influence of Shen Lang's striking beauty, it was unclear. "No problem. Just tell me what to do, and I will fully cooperate," Shen Lang declared, patting his chest. "Also, since we are all around the same age, feel free to call me Lang Gu or Shen Lang directly. Indeed, every boy harbors a dream of becoming a father figure to someone, though it is preferable that the recipient is an adult, rather than a seed of their own planting. Is this breathing comfortable? Will this posture affect your speed of breakthrough? Does this obstruct your line of sight while dribbling?" The seemingly unremarkable girl proved to be remarkably adept in the realm of special effects makeup, making subtle adjustments tailored to Shen Lang's playing style throughout the process. Soon enough, Shen Lang's task was completed. He merely had to wait until the mold was ready the following afternoon to have it fitted. On May 21st, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Lock Park was at its most vibrant, with hundreds of street ball enthusiasts crowding the basketball court. Every spectacular breakthrough, dunk, and pass by the street ball players elicited frenzied cheers from the audience, making this a sanctuary of pure street ball culture. Naturally, to play here, one must possess skill. Without it, one would face the merciless ridicule or even humiliation from others. An elderly man, with graying hair and a slightly stooped posture, somehow managed to navigate through the throng to the sidelines. Initially, his presence went unnoticed, but soon, as he observed the thrilling performances, he began to shake his head frequently. His white hair and distinctive complexion drew the attention of those around him. "Hey, old man from Huaxia, are you here to pick up trash? This isn't a place for you. Get out of here," someone shouted. "Are you shaking your head in disbelief? You've never seen anyone jump that high, have you?" Street culture, often characterized by its violent and exclusionary tendencies, is euphemistically described as being filled with hormones, while the less charitable might call it a lack of education. "With this level of play, I could take on 10 of them in my youth." The old man disdainfully shook his head while clutching a tote bag. "If they had the guts, they'd let me on the court to prove it," he muttered defiantly. Fortuitously, the individual embroiled in a dispute with the old man was a member of one of the teams competing that night, seemingly a person of considerable influence. Upon hearing the elder's remarks, he immediately called for a halt to the game. "Hey, listen carefully, everyone. This elderly gentleman from Huaxia claims that in his youth, he could easily outplay us. I have decided to grant him a chance. If he can score on the court, I shall concede that he spoke no falsehoods. However, should he fail, he must leave this place, truly leave." The onlookers, seemingly devoid of the virtue of respecting their elders, found this spectacle rather amusing, and a cacophony of cheers erupted from the crowd. The old man, resigned, handed his tote bag to a companion, theatrically stretched his back, and made his way onto the court with a leisurely pace. It was evident that everyone was eager to witness his folly. Upon entering the arena, his teammates promptly passed him the ball, and all eyes fixated upon him. The old man shrugged, accepted the ball, and began to dribble forward. Yet, his unsteady movements belied any semblance of a basketball player. Outside the three-point line, he nearly dribbled the ball into his own feet with a clumsy change of direction, scrambling to maintain control as he faced a defender towering over him. The old man opted for an exaggerated hook shot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the side of the backboard, prompting a chorus of laughter from the spectators. "Old man, it's time to roll out of here and spare us the embarrassment," they jeered. The elderly gentleman scratched his head and remarked, "My shooting may be a bit rusty, but my defense has certainly not diminished." Yet, before he could finish his thought, his opponent executed a deceptive maneuver and dashed past him, causing him to stumble. The laughter and jeers from the crowd grew even more fervent. Suddenly, the old man slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Wait, I've forgotten something." He dashed to the side, snatching his tote bag back from his companion. Squatting on the sidelines, he removed his clunky shoes and retrieved a brand new pair of sneakers from the bag. In striking hues of white, red, and purple, the shoes were quite dazzling. The purple soles formed a dynamic wave design, and a discreet logo adorned the heel. The old man donned these eye-catching shoes, stood up, stomped his feet, and tossed the tote bag back. "Hey, young man, remember my name, Bench Grandpa. From this day forth, you shall not forget it." With that proclamation, he turned and strode back onto the court. Chapter 84. The street nickname President. This self-proclaimed Bench Grandpa was none other than Shen Lang. "System, this must count as a substitute appearance, right?" he mused. "So, what are we waiting for? You're not incapable, are you? A crushing victory and a narrow win hold the same weight." Shen Lang rolled his eyes and added, "By the way, since this isn't an official match, don't record any negative repercussions for me. You really are a handful," came the reply. Shen Lang reappeared on the court, and even without a beckoning gesture, the basketball was passed to him by his teammates. This time, his dribbling had become significantly more adept, and the knowledgeable fans on the sidelines immediately recognized the difference. The cacophony of noise gradually subsided, leaving only the rhythmic sound of the ball bouncing. The defensive players also perceived Shen Lang's transformation and swiftly lunged towards him, their fierce defensive maneuvers suggesting that their target was the ball handler rather than the bouncing basketball itself. Due to the effects of makeup, Shen Lang appeared to stand just over 1.80 meters, his slender physique giving him an impression of fragility, which led others to underestimate him. However, at this moment, he had reached the pinnacle of his physical capabilities. Such strength was more than sufficient for street ball. With a resounding thump, as he made contact with his defender, Shen Lang executed a swift spin, his shoulder colliding with that of his opponent. Not only did he remain unscathed, but he also sent the muscular adversary sprawling to the ground. Turning to glance at his fallen opponent, Shen Lang shook his head and, with a subtle shoulder shimmy, launched a three-point shot. There was no net to be found on the hoop at Rock Park, a characteristic feature of the venue. If this were a league game, Shen Lang would likely have been called for an offensive foul, with a slim chance of his opponent being penalized for a defensive foul. Yet, in street ball, such regulations were non-existent. His three-pointer following the stunning evasion of his defender was sufficient to impress the audience and reveal that this elder was no ordinary player. As the opposing team launched their offense, the young player who had been knocked down clearly felt aggrieved. After his teammates crossed half-court, he desperately demanded the ball. The spectators relished this revenge-driven showdown, and his teammates promptly passed the ball to him. Thud, thud, thud. The young player played with the ferocity of a small tank, leveraging his impressive strength in an attempt to maneuver into the paint. However, after dribbling a dozen times, he realized his position had remained unchanged. Shen Lang stood resolutely before him like an immovable mountain. In desperation, the young player feigned a move and opted for a fading jump shot. Crack! Shen Lang, having anticipated the action, leaped into the air, delivering a resounding block. The unfortunate young man was sent sprawling to the ground by Shen Lang's ruthless rejection. Left dazed and seeing stars, Shen Lang paid no heed to the basketball that had been sent soaring out of bounds. Instead, he raised a finger towards his opponent. Here. No one would accuse him of a technical foul. Such provocative gestures only garnered applause. Is your main occupation road maintenance? Do you enjoy lying on the ground so much? With a sidelong glance at his adversary, Shen Lang's tone dripped with disdain. Despite having sent the ball flying himself, he was surprised to discover that possession remained with him, deepening his understanding of the competitive logic inherent in street basketball. As he dribbled past the half-court line, a different defender confronted him. Child, have you purchased insurance? Shen Lang effortlessly dribbled the basketball, posing his question to the opposing player. The other party, clearly perplexed, wore an expression of confusion. If you haven't purchased insurance, I cannot be held accountable for the medical expenses related to your ankle treatment. After explaining a phrase, Shen Lang deftly bounced the basketball from his right hand to his left, feigning a drive from the left side. As the defender shifted his weight, Shen Lang unexpectedly executed a powerful flick of the ball, making a sweeping change of direction to pull the ball back to his right. The defender stumbled, nearly losing his balance and retreating 2 steps before finally regaining his composure. Onward. Shen Lang did not seize the opportunity to shoot. Instead, he stood his ground and waved at his opponent. The crowd by the sidelines, thoroughly stirred by Shen Lang's flamboyant maneuver, erupted in a chorus of cheers and whistles. The opponent, bracing himself, advanced once more. "Can you guess which side it is this time?" Shen Lang inquired, yet his opponent remained silent, fixated on the basketball in his grasp, unwilling to relent even for a moment. Transitioning the ball from his right hand to his left, he executed a shoulder feint so lifelike that it could deceive the keenest of eyes, before swiftly transferring the ball back to his right, continuing his advance from the right side. In street basketball, the officiating on wrist flicks is considerably lenient, sometimes, as long as the movement is aesthetically pleasing and fluid. The specifics of execution become secondary. This leniency is precisely what allows Shen Lang to perform with such remarkable ease. Bang! This time, the defending player was not as fortunate as before. His body swung uncontrollably to the left, and if he were to remain upright, his ankle would surely suffer. Left with no choice, he relinquished his resistance. A chorus of cheers erupted from the sidelines as Shen Lang chose not to wait for his adversary to regain his footing, but rather surged boldly towards the paint, concluding the offensive with a simple yet decisive dunk. What followed was an exhibition of Shen Lang's individual brilliance. He leapt at half-court to intercept an opponent's pass, sending the ball hurtling towards the backboard, where a teammate awaited to finish with a thunderous slam. From 3 meters away, after a single step, he soared into the air delivering an emphatic volleyball-style block. Dribbling into the paint, he barreled through the interior defender for a spectacular dunk over his opponent, following a steal with no one to contest him. He took flight from just inside the free-throw line, executing a ferocious axe-handle dunk. Having entered a frenzy, he crossed half-court and launched a three-pointer, turning immediately to celebrate with both hands raised high in triumph. Shen Lang, with unwavering determination, completely captivated all spectators present, as well as the players on the court. Soon after he executed a remarkable three-pointer from the baseline, he ambled to the center of the court amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd. Bending down, he removed his sneakers and solemnly placed them at the very heart of the center circle. Seizing the moment while the onlookers were still processing his actions, he sprinted towards a prearranged passage, merging seamlessly into the throngs, and vanished from the enchanting arena. "Hey, does anyone know that old man's name?" Inquiries swiftly arose from the sidelines, as everyone's attention shifted to a fellow holding a tote bag. I heard him say he seems to be called Grandpa Biden." "Grandpa Biden? Is that the name of the vice president?" The individual South performance on the court, however, resembled that of a commanding president. From now on, let us refer to him as the president, whether it was due to Shen Lang's pronunciation or a case of mishearing. This amusing nickname was inadvertently bestowed upon him after a single game, and it was destined to spread rapidly within the street basketball community. The president, the sovereign of street basketball. Chapter 85, A Fortuitous Encounter with Answers. Shen Lang swiftly entered a van parked by the roadside, exhaling a long breath before exchanging amused glances with the waiting members inside. The ease with which I entered and exited is rather perplexing. I had previously heard that the atmosphere here was far from relaxed. Shen Lang found it somewhat illogical that he could navigate this situation so smoothly. Indeed, money can work wonders, and it is not uncommon to secure the assistance of certain individuals for convenience, especially when their lives are financially strained. After all, what is the value of unyielding pride when tangible wealth is at stake? The driver of the vehicle was Wu Chun'er, who evidently had a hand in orchestrating this event. His absence suggested he had been preoccupied with arrangements. "You young rascal, pretending to be wise beyond your years," Shen Lang jested, listening to his companion's serious philosophical musings. "This event has been executed splendidly. I am exceedingly satisfied. The planning was refreshingly innovative, particularly the striking contrast before and after changing shoes. And the final touch of leaving the shoes in the center of the venue is simply classic. All that remains is to upload the video online and await the ensuing developments." Wu Chun'er adjusted his glasses, donning an expression of cunning that reminded Shen Lang of that old fox, Zhuge. Suddenly, there was a knock on the car window. Shen Lang rolled it down and looked outside. A youthful face, adorned with a black baseball cap and a red scarf, clad in an oversized white t-shirt, came into view. Wait, could it be Allen Iverson? As Shen Lang's gaze swept to the right side of the stranger's neck, he couldn't help but exclaim. Standing outside the window was indeed Allen Iverson, and Shen Lang's response inadvertently revealed his true age, prompting Iverson to burst into laughter. "I knew something was amiss. You must be Shen, right?" At this moment, Shen Lang had already opened the car door, and the answer had always been one of his favorite players. I can't believe you actually know me, Shen Lang exclaimed, his surprise palpable. You are currently the focus of attention for every team. Having led your squad to a remarkable victory against the 8th seed, and even achieving the impressive feat of knocking out your opponent on the court. How could I possibly not recognize you? Haha. Allen Iverson chuckled warmly. It seemed that Shen Lang's achievement of knocking out his opponent would not be forgotten anytime soon. And once this moment passed, it was likely that another knockout would occur, for there were certainly many players in the league deserving of a lesson. Oh, you flatter me. You flatter me. I would truly love to face you on the court, but alas, I have already departed from the league and am preparing to announce my retirement. Iverson's voice suddenly grew somber, as the state of his body and various other factors over the past 2 years seemed to remind him that it was time to bid farewell to the sport he adored. Retirement. Shen Lang was somewhat taken aback, although Allen Iverson's last appearance in the league dates back 2 years. The mere utterance of the word retirement from his lips was still surprising. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the legendary series quest, The Indomitable Fighter. Quest details dispel Iverson's thoughts of retirement and assist him in realizing his championship dream. A fighter retains the ability to battle as long as he stands on the court. Let this warrior attain the honors he rightfully deserves. Quest hint. The host can approach this by engaging in the upcoming contract negotiation. Remarkably, while Rose's legendary quest remains incomplete, Shen Lang has inadvertently activated a new task once again. Alan, would you be interested in playing a game? Shen Lang gestured towards the car, extending an invitation to Iverson. Absolutely. Iverson's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he unceremoniously climbed into the vehicle. Inside, with the assistance of the petite girl in black frames, we see you. Shen Lang gradually peeled away the layers of his special effects attire. Wearing such garments for an extended period was quite uncomfortable, especially after his previous vigorous activity. The car swiftly arrived at the hotel where Shen Lang and his companions were staying, and one by one, they disembarked. Alan, this hotel boasts an indoor basketball court. I'll freshen up and join you shortly. Would you like to head there first and wait for me? Although Shen Lang felt a sense of urgency, the stickiness on his body was rather uncomfortable. However, there was no cause for concern. Contrary to the rumors, Iverson was not as obstinate as portrayed. His demeanor was exceedingly amiable as he waved at Shen Lang and made his way toward the basketball court. Soon, Shen Lang had tidied himself up and donned a new pair of basketball shoes, arriving at the court. At this point, Iverson had already completed his preliminary warm-up. Bang! Shall we warm up first? He inquired with a smile, passing the basketball to Shen Lang. Shen Lang shook his head and passed the ball back, saying, We have already played for a while. I am sufficiently warmed up. Let us commence directly, for I am eager to begin. Iverson nodded while skillfully dribbling the ball. I have observed your game. Are you attempting to emulate my moves during your breakthroughs? Iverson inquired, bending down as he dribbled. Was momentarily taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement. The skills were articulated with clarity. Learning from the extraordinary prowess of others was not shameful, and there was nothing to conceal. While certain physical attributes of yours surpass mine, your agility still requires refinement. Thus, your breakthroughs differ from mine. As Iverson executed a behind-the-back dribble, he spoke. It was evident that this was not merely a one-on-one challenge, but also an instructional session. Are you prepared? I shall commence. Upon finishing his words, Iverson advanced towards. As he approached, he executed a leftward directional shift, his left shoulder swaying. It is well known that when Iverson executes a left pull, he does not break through. Yet your defensive choices remain unpredictable. Confronting Iverson, genuinely grasped the essence of this statement and began to understand the visceral experience of being defended against. Iverson maintained a remarkably low center of gravity. As he laterally pulled the ball, his body angled sharply towards the ground, akin to a professional motorcyclist navigating a curve. This is beyond my capabilities. Learning from others, one can discern gains and losses. As the master of the skill performed technical maneuvers before him, began to compare his own movements. With the ball now in his right hand, felt his balance wavering, yet Iverson did not hasten to penetrate. He reiterated his actions. This scene mirrored that of the moment he once outmaneuvered the basketball deity. With a left-hand pullback, he sidestepped, lunging towards the basket with a graceful layup. The duel crossover had committed fully to defense. Perhaps he could have thwarted the current Iverson. After all, the opponent had been away from the game, and his athletic prowess had diminished. Nevertheless, this particular maneuver is one that most players in the league would find challenging to counter. Even the descending god remains divine. Chapter 86. The recruitment of the answer. What do you think? Iverson retrieved the ball and tossed it to a youthful smile gracing his face. Shen Lang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed impressive. Would you care to try my technique? With a swift motion, although his dribbling was not as refined as Iverson's, Shen Lang, leveraging his height advantage, successfully executed the offensive play. This is not the proper way to approach it. After a couple of exchanges, Iverson began to deliberately analyze Shen Lang's technical movements. When dribbling with the right hand, one must exert sufficient force to ensure the ball remains suspended in the palm, just as so. Stepping back, Iverson commenced a demonstration for Shen Lang, who listened intently. This was a rare opportunity for one-on-one instruction from a master, a lesson that would undoubtedly command a hefty price if publicized. Moreover, the sense of stagnation he had previously experienced became increasingly pronounced at this moment. As if with a little more effort, he could shatter that barrier. From the moment the ball is received, the left hand must not allow the basketball to depart from the palm until below the knee. Only then can we achieve a greater degree of directional change. Although Iverson was a good 10 centimeters shorter than Shen Lang, his ability to change direction surpassed Shen Lang's by half a meter. Furthermore, prior to changing direction, one must not only wiggle the shoulders, but also execute a forward motion with the left hand while maintaining control of the basketball. Simultaneously, the left foot should extend forward to create the most convincing feint. What followed was entirely Iverson's instructional time, as he meticulously deconstructed his signature moves for Shen Lang, tailoring the details to accommodate his physical attributes. For instance, since Shen Lang could not lower his center of gravity as much, Iverson suggested he adopt a bent posture combined with long strides to effectively minimize errors. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving instruction from a master-level dribbler, dribbling skill 5. Current level, 90. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving a comprehensive understanding of the skill through the creator's detailed explanation. The skill can be converted into your own. Would you like to convert it? Is that even possible? Shen Lang, diligently practicing under Iverson's guidance, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden system notification. I can enhance myself without victory points and improve my skills. Why was this not mentioned sooner? The thought of all the victory points he had expended this season filled Shen Lang with a sense of regret, as those points were the key to unlocking a wondrous new realm. What good would it have done to mention it earlier? Can you find someone else to teach you? Would the Iceman even acknowledge you? Or could you locate Rodman? The system retorted dismissively. Even if I cannot seek guidance from someone else, I could have had old Na instruct me in my dribbling practice, right? You truly are the epitome of foolishness. Without a defined skill direction, how can you expect anyone to guide you? Would they assist you in mastering the fundamentals? That would only expose your inadequacies. Humph. Worthless system, greedy for currency. For now, I shall set this aside and revisit it when I have the time. Although the other party's assertions were undeniably accurate and I found myself unable to counter them, the act of voicing complaints and belittling must persist. This is one of the paramount tenets of the C.U. manual. The process of taming the system necessitates both patience and time. Indeed, you have made remarkable progress. It appears that your talent for basketball is truly exceptional. Certainly on par with my own. Through a brief period of practice, Shen Lang has exhibited significant improvement, a transformation that did not escape Allen Iverson's keen observation, who seemed to sense a kindred spirit in his gaze. Shen Lang felt a twinge of embarrassment at the truth of his own inadequacies, opting instead for a sheepish smile, tacitly accepting the notion of being a prodigy. Allen, what prompted your sudden desire to retire? The two sat on the sidelines, wiping the sweat from their brows while engaging in conversation. Upon hearing this question, Iverson's gaze dimmed momentarily. Although I am reluctant to admit it, I have indeed aged. I can no longer adapt to the current pace of the game. It may take me 2 quarters to regain my rhythm, and even then, my stamina quickly wanes. He shook his head despondently, adding, no team would accept a player like me, as the margin for error is simply too vast. Moreover, the tempo of the league continues to accelerate. But Brian is still performing admirably in the league. Isn't he? Shen Lang interjected, seeking to console him. You were the top pick of your draft class. I am not the same as that obsessive individual. He has exerted tremendous effort to maintain his form, and our circumstances are vastly different. As Iverson spoke of Kobe, a flicker of envy danced in his eyes. Whether it was admiration for his continued prowess or the championship rings he possessed, it was unclear. Surely, it's not because you were reluctant to play as a substitute? Shen Lang chuckled from the side. You cheeky little rascal, dare you jest at my expense? Iverson shot a sidelong glance at Shen Lang, playfully nudging him with his foot. Honestly, Allen, if I could persuade a team to sign you, would you agree? Despite the system not assigning him this task, Shen Lang felt compelled to recruit him. For he was the one who singularly delivered the only playoff defeat to the once unstoppable OK duo in their prime. Iverson regarded Shen Lang seriously for a moment, then shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? What's this? The once valiant fighter, now unwilling to strive for the championship one last time? Is this how you concede? Shen Lang began to provoke him. Huh. You cheeky brat, you merely managed to draw with me just now, and now you should at least consider me half a disciple. Right? I am well aware that your culture places great importance on respecting one as teachers, Iverson retorted. Fully aware of Shen Lang's intentions yet still displaying a hint of hesitation. Alan, to be candid, my thoughts align with many others. Shen Lang rose to his feet and extended his hand towards Iverson. We all felt that Philadelphia was unworthy of you. I also longed to witness that powerful team truly bowing before you, even if in the end you were willing to bestow upon them a kiss. Iverson's instinctive hand, reaching out, suddenly froze in midair upon hearing these words, and after a considerable pause, he stretched it forward once more, firmly grasping Shen Lang's hand. Using his strength to rise. If you can resolve the contract matter, I have no objections. In that moment, an answer finally made its decision. 2 stipulations. First, I must be on the same team as you. Second, even if I am not a starter, the team must not refuse my request to take the court whenever I desire. Iverson added, this was perhaps the greatest sacrifice his character could offer. It's a deal. Await my news. Shen Lang nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute. Chapter 87. Commencing negotiations. After conversing with Iverson for quite some time, a sense of mutual admiration blossomed between them. Even as Iverson contacted his driver to leave the hotel, Shen Lang could not shake the feeling of unreality that lingered in his heart. Surely, this must be the sentiment that anyone experiences when confronted by their idol. System, let us discuss the skills. After a refreshing shower, he comfortably reclined on his bed and recalled the previous prompts from the system. Through a meticulous analysis of the original skill, the host had absorbed all that could currently be learned, and with the system's assistance, he had achieved a profound understanding, enabling the direct transformation of the skill. What does transformation entail? It is akin to a form of skill fusion, allowing the original system skill to be upgraded to level 5 and unlocking subsequent level enhancement privileges. What distinguishes it from skill fusion? Skill transformation can only be activated independently, not through monetary means. Once transformed, the host can freely fuse similar skills, with 1 skill fusion allowed per level increase, and an unlimited number of fusions permitted after reaching level 10. Such a delightful ability. Why was it not mentioned earlier? What would it have accomplished if it had been? Besides, I only just recalled it myself. Your honesty is commendable. The host is advised to promptly assign a name to the skill. Failure to do so will result in a random assignment by the system. Random assignment? What might it yield? My skate shoes, devil steps. Stop. That's too embarrassing. I'll handle it myself. The system's whimsical nature was truly indescribable. Shen Lang feared that the next moment might invoke something like cloud walking steps, igniting within him a fervor named basketball. How about misdirection steps? Already claimed by Dwayne Wade. He is not the sole user of the system. What does it matter if it's taken? Shen Lang exclaimed. Plagiarism is shameful. We encourage originality. If the host insists, a paid option is available. Lang-style breakthrough. As a person devoid of creativity and naming, Shen Lang ultimately adhered to the previous naming convention. One can imagine that he would eventually possess skills like Lang-style mid-range shot, Lang-style rebound, Lang-style layup, Lang-style defense, and Emperor's pass the buck. Ding. Naming successful. Lang-style breakthrough, level 5. Number of skills that can be fused. 0 dribble theft chance reduced by 50, turnover rate decreased by 30, shooting accuracy increased by 30 when open, and layup interference resistance enhanced by 20. You may name this defensive pathway Shen Lang Corridor. Indeed, skills are most effective when they belong to oneself. Upon reviewing the skill description, Shen Lang felt a surge of excitement. If Iverson's right-side breakthrough skill was formidable for him, then his own Lang-style breakthrough could be considered a trump card. Moreover, this skill has significantly enhanced Shen Lang's dribbling, providing substantial assistance not only in controlling the game but also in positional play and fast breaks. This does not imply that this skill surpasses Iverson's crossover. Rather, it reflects the sentiment that Iverson himself has reiterated in his teachings. Suitability is paramount. What is appropriate is ultimately the best, whether it pertains to skills or to ladies. The following morning, the video that had been hastily edited by the team during the night began to spark the first wave of discussions online. Initially, I assumed it was an endeavor to promote the importance of leisure activities for the elderly. Then I realized it was an indication that older individuals often possess hidden depths. Ultimately, I discovered it was, indeed, a promotion for basketball shoes. The match footage within the video was undeniably thrilling, evoking a rush of adrenaline. However, whether it was the shoe change or the moment Shen Lang placed the shoes at the center of the court, captured in close-up and showcased in slow motion, the promotional intent was unmistakable, especially with the shoe links and brand logo displayed at the video's conclusion. Without needing to analyze his playing style, the shoe change and placement gestures were sufficient for me to deduce that it was Shen Lang, the notorious shoe recommender. He candidly demonstrated that after donning the Chiching shoes, he could effortlessly dunk, and their grip and fit were commendable. The video's reception, or rather the netizens' opinions regarding this matter, might be mixed. However, judging by the progress of the task indicated by my system notifications, this promotional campaign was undeniably a resounding success. Oh no. The general manager responsible for promotions at Qianshi felt a chill as he observed the figure in the video, who celebrated with flair immediately after releasing the basketball. Wasn't this a case of design overlap? Their own Uncle Drew had yet to launch, and here came President Grandpa, making a grand entrance. If they proceeded with their own release, the response could be lackluster, and facing accusations of plagiarism would be a costly misstep. He began to suspect whether there was a mole within their ranks or if the initial creative team had executed a double cross. However, being a seasoned businessman accustomed to navigating turbulent waters, he quickly dismissed thoughts of a potential leak and began to strategize a solution. He reached out to Shen Lang's agent to explore a collaboration. Soon, a mutually beneficial approach emerged. Since their concepts had converged, why not bring the opposing party into their fold? If Marvel could create a superhero universe, they could design an elderly player universe. Perhaps they could even partner with a sports brand for a co-branded endeavor. The promotional general manager of Qianshi found himself increasingly exhilarated by this notion. Envisioning countless opportunities beckoning him, he promptly gathered his team to begin fleshing out and enriching this innovative idea. In this era, the trend of cross-industry collaboration and joint branding has become increasingly evident. Previously, they were contemplating how to initiate such ventures. It seems that being preempted by similar videos was indeed a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon them. Xiao Wu, if I wish to commence the signing process now, would that pose any issues? On the flight back to Phoenix, Shen Lang reclined in the first-class seat, savoring a delightful beverage while engaging in discussion with Wu Cheng'er. There are no issues. According to league regulations, the trading period commences once a team's season concludes, lasting until the All-Star game of the following year, which is around mid-March when the trading window closes. Wu Cheng'er, evidently well-prepared, endeavored to elucidate the trading rules in straightforward terms. Typically, teams engage in trades most frequently during two key periods each year. The first occurs between the end of the season and the beginning of the next, commonly referred to as the summer trading peak. The second takes place during the All-Star period, when teams make final adjustments based on their performance in the first half of the season, known as the All-Star trading peak. Does that imply that if I consider signing now, teams still in contention cannot negotiate with me? Shen Lang furrowed his brow. The teams interested in you have already concluded their matches. Those still in the competition have relatively complete rosters, even if they have trading plans. They would not offer core positions. Wu Cheng'er perceived this situation with clarity. Chapter 88. 3 requests. The Phoenix Suns concluded their second-round match on the very night Shen Lang headed to Rucker Park. The outcome was remarkably smooth, with a resounding 4-0 sweep that everyone anticipated. The Clippers never expected the second round to be so much easier than the first. They had assumed their opponents would be the Spurs, and many players had even pre-booked their vacation accommodations. This reality check returned Suns fans, who had been immersed in dreams of their team's ascendance, back to the ground. Without Nash and Shen Lang, they were nothing. Re-signing. This was the foremost thought that emerged in the minds of fans as they recognized this predicament. They believed that Nash had developed an emotional bond with the city, making it unlikely for him to leave. As for Shen Lang, having made a name for himself with the Suns, he too would likely choose to remain in this city. After all, his compatriot Yuming epitomized loyalty, donning the red jersey until the end of his career, never betraying Houston in pursuit of a championship. In the general manager's office, McDonough leaned back in his chair, continuously pinching his throbbing temples. The season had concluded, which also signified the onset of team trades. Before this season, McDonough harbored considerable confidence in his management skills, especially given the team's lackluster performance, as long as he avoided major blunders. Maintaining the team's existing standards seemed attainable. However, this season, particularly since Shen Lang's arrival, his complacent mindset was irrevocably shattered. Since yesterday, several teams have reached out to him, including the Spurs, who were unceremoniously eliminated by Shen Lang in the first round. To compound his frustration, his own boss had the audacity to suggest an average middle-class contract, employing emotional appeals during negotiations and emphasizing the team's investment in his development, believing that such tactics would resonate with someone from Huaxia. Reflecting on his boss's words, McDonough felt a profound sense of helplessness. While others may not grasp Shen Lang's true nature, McDonough was acutely aware of it. Attempting moral coercion against Shen Lang? As Shen Lang quipped during their banter, it is futile for an immoral person to impose moral standards on another equally devoid of ethics. It is akin to two eunuchs debating whose wife will conceive first. External assistance is essential. Now, McDonough regrets one thing above all. Why on earth did he choose Shen Lang in the first place? Had he opted for someone else, he could have enjoyed a comfortable, laid-back approach. As for retaining Shen Lang when signing the initial contract, it is irrelevant given their ages. That eccentric owner would never have acquiesced. This encounter can be likened to a cunning fox meeting a clever one. Shen Lang's performance on the court has preliminarily validated his worth. Even if other teams begin to devise strategies against him, it is unlikely that he will completely fall from grace, for he has already withstood the trials set by Zhuge Weiqi. Consequently, other teams are bound to present Shen with a lucrative contract. Is it possible that one must truly resort to the tactics of personal connections? With this thought in mind, McDonough hesitated before dialing Nash's number. Perhaps Nash could sway Shen's decision. Hello, Steve. How is your recovery progressing? Nash had undergone back surgery shortly after the first round of the playoffs and was currently recuperating in the hospital. Ryan, thank you for your concern. I feel much better. However, that damn back may still require some time to heal. Nash's voice was robust, indicating he was in good spirits. That's wonderful to hear. The season has concluded, so you have ample time to rest. McDonough decided to be direct. Steve, I wish to know your thoughts on Shen's contract renewal for next season. Ryan, trust me. We must retain Shen. Nash's tone grew serious. With Shen on our side next season, coupled with my recovery, we only need to strengthen our interior lineup to become a highly competitive team. Moreover, retaining Shen and my ability to provide him with experience will ensure our competitiveness for the coming years. Clearly, as the team's star player, Nash's vision was more far-reaching. Yet such outlooks hinge upon the team's strength and performance. But, Steve, you know our salary cap, McDonough stammered, and I believe other teams will also pursue Shen, leaving us at a disadvantage. Nash fell silent for a moment after hearing McDonough's words. Ryan, our collaboration over the years has been quite pleasant. However, I may need to strive for a championship now. With that, Nash ended the call. McDonough leaned heavily against his chair, exhaling a long sigh. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the office door. Come in. Recognizing the visitor, McDonough straightened his posture and took a deep breath to compose himself. As Shen Lang entered, McDonough greeted him with a friendly nod. Shen, I believe you can guess the reason I called you here? Indeed, even if you had summoned me, I would have sought you out. Shen Lang pulled out a chair and sat down heavily. He had recently returned to the court with plans to contact the team tomorrow. After all, according to the terms of his contract, he was now a free agent. Without a new contract, continuing to reside in the gym had become somewhat inconvenient. Do you have any thoughts or expectations regarding your next contract? Or do you harbor any intentions of remaining with the team? Shen Lang spread his hands and remarked. In our land of Huaxia, there exists a saying, one who masters both literary and martial skills is sought after by the imperial family, though it may not entirely fit the context here. It somewhat conveys my sentiment. As for my wares, they are naturally claimed by the highest bidder. Shen Lang raised his gaze to McDonough, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from his eyes. Naturally, when I speak of the price, I refer not solely to monetary compensation but also to other forms of sacrifice. McDonough gestured for Shen Lang to proceed. Firstly, regarding salary, I sincerely hope the team will extend a gesture of goodwill, rather than attempting to deceive me as they have in the past. Shen Lang alluded meaningfully. Secondly, during the off-season, I hope the team's objective aligns with mine, victory. Thirdly, I have an additional request. I require the team to offer Allen Iverson a veteran contract. If possible, I am willing to accept a reasonable reduction in my personal salary. Shen Lang, without any pretense, directly articulated his three demands. Upon hearing these words, McDonough's expression gradually morphed into one of disappointment. It was evident that the Suns would face an indefinite delay in parting ways with Shen Lang and Nash. In Chapter 89, contracts must be signed decisively. not like a soap opera. Ultimately, under Shen Lang's astute negotiation approach, McDonough could only concede that he would confer with the team and promptly relay a response to Shen Lang. Furthermore, during this interim period, Shen Lang would not be barred from engaging with other teams. However, should the conditions be equivalent, he was encouraged to prioritize the Suns. In return, the team would permit him to continue residing in the city. Naturally, for I have a deep affection for this city, and I trust that the fans here yearn for me to bring them more victories, which is precisely my forte, Shen Lang assured, patting his chest. If the team fulfills my 3 demands, I shall act without hesitation. Even in his commitments, Shen Lang was meticulous, leading McDonough to increasingly believe that this individual was more suited to being a businessman than an athlete. When McDonough conveyed the details of this conversation to Sarver, as anticipated, he was met with a tirade of curses, accusing Shen Lang of ingratitude and disloyalty. 3 years for $30 million. He merely needs to perform as a player should and refrain from meddling in team affairs. As for Allen, he can no longer adapt to this league. After uttering a curse, Saville nonetheless articulated his bottom line. To be frank, the proposed price is quite reasonable. Any other individual might have readily acquiesced. Given that there are players who, despite artificially inflating their worth, ultimately find themselves without a game to play. Concurrently, after deliberating with Shen Lang, Wuchunger began to reach out to several interested teams. Following extensive discussions, the targeted teams were primarily narrowed down to the Rockets, Warriors, and Knicks. In the years past, the Rockets thrived on the prosperous Chinese market, and since the retirement of Yao Ming, they have been eager to find another Chinese face to sustain their foothold in that market. However, identifying a worthy successor to Yao is no simple feat. As a player who possesses both talent and the ability to connect with fans is exceedingly rare. Moreover, other teams are also keen to replicate this success. The Space City is a prime example of this ambition. In contrast, the Warriors' interest comes as a surprise. The formidable duo of the Splash Brothers has rendered their backcourt sufficiently seasoned, and with the emergence of their second-round pick, it is believed that this roster will undoubtedly make a mark in the future. Upon reflection, their desire to acquire Shen Lang may stem from a wish to bolster their wing capabilities and enhance the depth of their rotation. As for the Knicks, their intentions are rather straightforward. They have ample financial resources. With Carmelo Anthony at the height of his prowess, they aspire to swiftly assemble their own championship roster, particularly after securing the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference this year. Being ousted in the first round is merely attributed to facing the formidable trio of the Miami Heat. If they were to possess their own triumvirate, or even quintet, wouldn't victory be within their grasp? The Knicks certainly present an enticing opportunity. This was Shen Lang's immediate thought after absorbing Wuchunger's analysis. To summarize the Knicks' situation, they possess abundant funds, minimal complications, and a lack of basketball acumen. Collaborating with such an owner is exceedingly effortless. As long as one can deliver victories, all monetary issues can be resolved without difficulty. I will expedite the finalization of your contract. Signing must be decisive, devoid of melodrama. Otherwise, it will only breed resentment. Entrusting professional matters to those adept in the field is indeed the hallmark of a wise individual. Meanwhile, Shen Lang promptly returned to his training regimen. Despite the assistance of the system, it is ultimately he who steps onto the court. This is no video game where one can command a character with a remote while indulging in refreshments. To exert influence in the league, one must possess undeniable skill. Moreover, equipped with the system, his ambitions ought to be slightly grander, such as aiming for 10 consecutive championships. A month later, 2 notable events transpired within the league. The first was the conclusion of the final match of the shortened playoff season. The Miami Heat, having only faltered in the opening game, deftly dominated the young Oklahoma City Thunder, securing the 2011-2012 NBA championship title with a resounding 4-1 victory. LeBron James triumphantly claimed his first championship trophy, alongside the indisputable Finals MVP award. Upon receiving the trophy, he proclaimed, "Finally, it's my turn," perhaps echoing Duncan S. words from years past that the future belonged to him. The second significant event involved the New York Knicks trades this season. The Knicks chose not to match the Houston Rockets' second offer for the sensational Jeremy Lin, who had dazzled in February. The Rockets reportedly extended a 3-year contract worth $25 million, with Lin's salaries set at $5 million and $225 million for the first 2 years, and an impressive $14.8 million in the third year. The nature of this contract raised eyebrows, suggesting ulterior motives. Shortly thereafter, the Knicks announced a second piece of news. They had signed the long-absent Allen Iverson to a veteran's minimum contract. Following this, the third announcement revealed that the Sun star who had recently signed a 2-year, $18 million deal, was joining the Knicks. Finally, the fourth piece of news confirmed that Shen Lang, the key player behind the Suns' upset, had signed a maximum contract with the Knicks, earning a staggering $14 million in his first year. This series of transactions left many bewildered. Even though Knicks interim owner Dolan had long been deemed a fool with money, these moves sparked confusion. With existing guards like Kidd, Raymond, and J.R. Smith, the addition of Iverson, Nash, and Shen Lang meant that half of the roster was now comprised of guards. Regardless of the fans' opinions, Shen Lang promptly relocated to New York after signing the contract, believing the bustling city would facilitate his support for Rose. Having received a lucrative shoe endorsement, Shen Lang was determined not to reside in the arena any longer. With Wu Cheng'er's assistance, he rented a spacious 660-square-foot flat. The rooms were ample, although it lacked a basketball court. Focused on earning money to eventually purchase a grander home, Shen Lang reclined on his plush bed, savoring a moment of tranquility. The days ahead promised rigorous training, however. During the off-season, Shen Lang had not encountered his teammates, though Carmelo had reached out via phone. In their conversation, Melo expressed his desire for Shen Lang to assist his good friend Iverson, assuring him of his protection moving forward. Protection for me? In life, that's a certainty. But on the court, it remains to be seen who truly supports whom. Shen Lang stroked his chin, glancing at his data panel, filled with confidence for the new season. Chapter 90, Media Day. For the new season. With the current season concluded, teams across the league began to engage in various trades. However, immersed in training, Shen Lang had little time to pay attention to these matters. He declined the suggestions from Deng Yusher and Wu Cheng'er to return to his homeland for promotional activities, asserting, "Having achieved success, what does my return signify?" The partnership between Chincher Kele and his team also blossomed, with both parties enthusiastically agreeing on proposals for the basketball universe. Later, they filmed Shen Lang enjoying a can of soda beside his basketball shoes. Currently, they were seeking a third player for the shoot. On July 14th, the Knicks participated in the Las Vegas Summer League, but as a second-year player, Shen Lang was not notified to compete. Instead, he was instructed to rest and prepare for the upcoming season. Initially hoping to experience the dazzling life in Las Vegas, Shen Lang resigned himself to continue his rigorous training. Nash was still recuperating post-surgery, and Iverson had scheduled recovery training with his coach, leaving Shen Lang to engage in solitary training sessions. The monotony of individual training was quite tedious. Had it not been for the occasional data boosts to motivate him, he might have lost his sanity. As his attributes rose, the challenge of improvement intensified. He had initially believed he would soon achieve maximum values, but with only one day remaining before the team training camp commenced, he was still one step short. I refused to believe it. I must achieve my goal today. In the new season, I shall not be a substitute. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mobile footwork combination training, earning 1 point in defense. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Current base data has reached maximum value. At 3 in the morning, an exhausted Shen Lang lay in the center of the court, a victorious smile gracing his face. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the upgrade of exclusive talent. Joy flooded in. Could I truly be so fortunate? Shen Lang murmured in response to the system's notification. The exclusive talent absolute substitute upgraded to Bench Bandit. Bench Bandit. When substituted into the game, the player's presence is magnified, reducing stamina consumption and injury risk by 5. It effectively decreases the likelihood of opponent players initiating conflicts. However, it carries a negative effect, starting ban, which has all attributes when entering a regular professional match as a starter. Shen Lang sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, questioning whether all his efforts throughout the off-season had been in vain. He lamented the countless opportunities he had forsaken to engage in profound conversations with the young ladies, as well as the extravagant nights of indulgence he had distanced himself from. "You little rascal, you cannot afford to play this game," Shen Lang exclaimed with fury. "How can you play it this way? The data I painstakingly cultivated, and you suggest having it. Host, do you truly believe that the comprehensive data can navigate the league with ease? What does that imply? This merely represents the first limit achievable by your existing physique. The real moment of witnessing miracles lies ahead. Consider this. When you possess the speed of a leopard, the strength of a tiger, the agility of a kangaroo, and the flexibility of a snake, how will you respond? Will I devolve into a beast? Ding. Data reaches full value, activating the strongest human B0DV template. The system, weary of Shen Lang's foolish banter, proceeded with its protocol. A string of 100 rapidly vanished from the data template, replaced by a hexagonal pattern. Each of the 6 corners bore the inscriptions: strength, speed, endurance, skill, coordination, basketball IQ, with scores now represented in letters. The current evaluations for the 6 abilities were A-, B, B-, A-, B, A. I have maxed out, yet my scores remain so low. Such a reduction could easily dissuade. Whose fault is it if the host's physical foundation is lacking? Otherwise, last season, with a doubling effect, the comprehensive data would have long allowed one to dominate the league. What caliber of players exists within the league? Most key players are rated B, and having 2 or 3 A-rated stars is commendable. A or higher signifies historical level players. Yet even they rarely exceed 3 aspects. However, with the system's assistance, the host has the potential to achieve an all-encompassing S. If my speed reaches S, just how swift would that be? Shen Lang still struggled to comprehend the system's scoring standards. For 100 meters, one could look back at both. Worth it. The following morning, Shen Lang arrived early at the team's locker room. As a newly joined player, projecting a lazy and unruly demeanor would create a very unfavorable impression. Clad in a tailored suit, Nash was the second to enter the locker room. This fellow had yet to fully recover and was merely present to meet everyone. Shortly thereafter, the team's star player, Anthony, pushed the door open, his thick gold chain around his neck flaunting his wealth. "Steve, long time no see." Anthony greeted Nash first, not just as a personal trainer, but also as a mark of respect for a senior player. "Shen, I have long admired your reputation. I am your fan." In the whispers of the rumor mill, Anthony, the formidable figure of New York, donned a warm smile, exuding an amiable demeanor as he firmly shook Shen Lang's hand and affectionately nudged his shoulder. With Anthony's arrival, the other members of the team began to trickle into the locker room. Players like Kidd, J.R. Smith, Rasheed Wallace, and Chandler, all of whom Shen Lang could readily name. Regrettably, figures such as Kidd and Wallace were nearing the twilight of their careers, further emphasizing the Knicks' unfortunate moniker as a retirement home for stars. The players who arrived subsequently treated Shen Lang with remarkable warmth, perhaps influenced by Anthony's presence. This congenial atmosphere eased Shen Lang's anxieties. He mused that his expert-level combat skills, which he had initially feared might be inadequate, need not be showcased after all. The final arrival was Iverson, whose entrance elevated the locker room's ambience to a crescendo. Kidd and Iverson, both members of the Dream Team 6, shared a profound familiarity, while Iverson and Nash entered the league in the same draft year. Anthony and Iverson had once been the dynamic backcourt duo for the Nuggets. It could be said that Iverson was well acquainted with most of the players on this team. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, the interim head coach, Mike Woodson, made his way into the locker room. This training camp would extend until early October, during which the team would experiment with lineups and finalize the roster. Before the training camp commenced, it was also the day designated for the media's introduction to the new season. On this day, the media would interview the team and capture footage of the players' training sessions, an essential initiative by the league to foster rapport with the press. Consequently, Nash had specifically advised Shen Lang to conduct himself with decorum during interviews, refraining from causing any disturbances, in the pursuit of longevity and stability within the league. Maintaining a good relationship with the media is paramount, especially in a bustling metropolis like New York. Nash certainly did not wish for Shen Lang, a rising star, to be undermined by media machinations. Chapter 91. The preseason begins during the interview segment. Reporters encircled each player in varying numbers. Logically, the center of attention should have been the star player, Anthony, given his all-star caliber both in skill and popularity. However, the Knicks' unexpected maneuvers during the offseason had drawn the attention of Nash, Iverson, and Shen Lang. The former two, as former superstars, were naturally subjects of discussion, while Shen Lang's presence was equally captivating, having previously engaged in verbal sparring with numerous reporters. Thus, on a day when Anthony had anticipated being enveloped by media, he was taken aback to find his surroundings surprisingly subdued. Shen Lang remained remarkably composed as he was encircled by a throng of reporters, his expression devoid of the anxiety typically exhibited by a novice. Even without Nash's reminder, he had intended to temper his demeanor this season. After all, joining a new team only to face daily fines is hardly a favorable situation. Addressing this group was straightforward. It merely required him to reflect on past shortcomings, articulate his commitment to solid and earnest play in the present, and express optimistic aspirations for the upcoming season. Interview formats invariably revolve around the cyclical themes of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. However, it was evident that these reporters were not inclined to let Shen Lang off the hook so easily. Shen Lang. Robert Seville remarked during a recent media day with the Suns that you are not a loyal player. What is your perspective on this? The reporters showed little interest in Shen Lang's three-part summary. Their intent was clear, to uncover gossip and stir controversy. I believe Robert is a highly successful businessman, and such juvenile remarks do not align with his typical demeanor. Robert further claimed that you lack a sense of family, which may be linked to your upbringing. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing the question, Shen Lang's brow furrowed immediately. Regardless of whether the words were uttered by Seville, he could not evade the matter. It had already grazed the very limits of his tolerance. Meanwhile, Nash, who had been closely observing Shen Lang, inwardly cursed the unfortunate turn of events upon hearing the inquiry. The reason for my lack of a home in Phoenix is quite simple. The contract offered by Seville is utterly insufficient for me to establish a residence there. Shen Lang first retorted to Seville, acknowledging that he had heard some of the recent remarks this individual had made about him. To continue indulging such behavior would easily lead to accusations of pampering a child. I have always regarded each of my fans as family. And I wish to pose a question to Seville. If you place such emphasis on the concept of family, why do you charge admission when your family comes to watch games at your arena? This is a commercial league, built entirely on a foundation of commerce. I am committed to delivering the most exhilarating matches for my fans, alongside the victories they cherish. For they have not only offered me their affection, but have also invested their money in tickets. So, what predictions do you have for the future of the Suns? While I cannot predict, I do feel fortunate for them. Shen Lang shrugged and remarked with a hint of melancholy. Fortunately, they are not in the same division as the Knicks. Otherwise, their ultimate achievement in life could only be that of division runner-up. Snap! 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 Shen Lang's words sent the reporters in the arena into a frenzy, akin to cats catching a whiff of fish, each one eagerly pressing the shutter buttons of their cameras. They had already conceived the headline for today's news. Shen Lang, release me, and the Suns shall be deprived of the championship. Targeting the Suns will be a principal endeavor in Shen Lang's career. What, in your opinion, should be the Knicks' goal for the upcoming season? Finally, a credible journalist posed a question pertinent to the new season. To set the objective as reaching the conference finals or securing the runner-up position is rather foolish. Our aim each season should unequivocally be the championship. Shen Lang's response was resolute. 5 minutes later, the interim head coach, Mike Woodson, addressed the same question posed by the journalist. Last season, we encountered the eventual champions, the Heat, far too early, resulting in our elimination in the first round. Thus, this season, our goal is undoubtedly to advance further. Reaching the conference finals, or even the finals themselves, is certainly within the realm of possibility. As he concluded, a hint of pride flickered across Woodson's face. Should the team achieve the progress he spoke of, his position as head coach would be secure. However, rather than garnering accolades, his response sparked murmurs among the reporters present. Was there discord between the new team's interim coach and Shen Lang? It appeared that Shen Lang subtly rebuked Woodson's foolishness. Well, today's interview task was accomplished ahead of schedule. I must say, interviewing Shen Lang is indeed a delightful assignment. It not only simplifies matters, but also promises sensational headlines. Following the interview, there was a session for official photographs. One cannot deny that the league has invested considerable effort in external promotion. Adorned in the number 6 jersey relinquished by Steve Novak, Shen Lang joined Anthony, Nash, Kidd, Chandler, and Iverson for a group photo. This season, the authority in the locker room predominantly rests with these few individuals. Currently, Shen Lang bears the burden of a 3-game suspension. After the initial 3 preseason games, he finally donned the Knicks uniform for the first time. On October 21st, with merely a few days remaining before the regular season commences, the Knicks faced off against the Celtics. Following Ray Allen's departure, Pierce and Garnett have failed to sustain the Celtics' dominance of their previous Big Three era, gradually fading from the championship race. The preseason does not resemble the regular season. It is more an exploration of various player combinations. At the conclusion of the game, the Celtics emerged victorious, with Shen Lang playing for 6 minutes, effortlessly scoring 12 points, providing 4 assists, and grabbing 3 rebounds. However, due to a lack of synergy, he also contributed 3 turnovers. Post-game, Pierce, as the opposing player, made an audacious statement. The Knicks made a rather foolish decision. Shen Lang is merely an ordinary player, perhaps possessing some shooting prowess. Yet basketball is not merely a game of shooting, allowing those who have survived the battlefield by sheer luck to speak. After all, their opportunities to voice their opinions are few and far between. The young man from Huaxia will never reach my heights, for I am a two-time champion. A winner of both the championship trophy and the FMV. If he is referring to a depth of 11 stabs, with the deepest being 8 centimeters, then indeed, I cannot attain such a measure. However, I shall contemplate honoring his audacity with 11 rebounds and 8 blocks the next time we meet. Perhaps a buzzer beater in 0.25 seconds? I should be capable of that. In the realm of banter, Shen Lang has never shied away from anyone. To be stabbed while courting another's partner is a tale of disgrace. Chapter 92. The season begins, facing the Heat nonetheless. While banter is one thing, Shen Lang, now truly participating in the team's matches, began to scrutinize the deficiencies within the squad. Their issues were glaringly apparent. Defense. Nash and Iverson, by virtue of their height, possessed an inherent defensive vulnerability, not to mention their age had diminished their once sharp ability to steal the ball. And while Anthony appeared robust and formidable, he had never been renowned for his defensive prowess. His strength in offense was often countered by his defensive frailties. Maximizing offensive advantages to compensate for defensive shortcomings would be a pressing concern for the season ahead. Perhaps the defensive flaws would not be as pronounced during the regular season. But once the playoffs commenced, relentless confrontations would unmask their vulnerabilities to all adversaries. On November 3, 2012, the New York Knicks, stationed at their home ground, welcomed their first opponent of the season, the Miami Heat, who had swept them in the first round of the previous season's playoffs and subsequently claimed the championship. The Knicks' home court, the famed Madison Square Garden, also served as the venue for the New York Rangers, St. John's University, and the Red Storm, among others, hosting various large-scale events such as concerts and political rallies. As a symbol of New York, many players take pride in showcasing exceptional performances here, for it is indeed a splendid opportunity for exposure and media coverage. Manhattan, as a haven for the affluent, never worries about attendance, even during warm-ups. The venue buzzed with a throng of spectators. The Heat, fresh from receiving their championship rings in their previous home game, bore smiles, evidently still basking in the joy of last season's triumph. As a close acquaintance of Anthony, James naturally approached the Knicks side, warmly embracing Anthony. "Hey, Melo, have you considered joining us to savor the taste of a championship?" "Perhaps not. I believe we shall have a commendable season." Anthony glanced at his teammates, particularly at the relaxed Shen Lang, filled with confidence for the upcoming season. "No brothers, no basketball. If we can unite, we shall undoubtedly achieve greatness." Regarding this season, "I believe I might soon experience the taste of successfully defending my title," LeBron James confidently proclaimed. Anthony shrugged, unable to utter any harsh words towards his old friend. Besides, what he said was indeed accurate. The dominance of the Heat's big three in the league is undeniable. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to commentate on the New York Knicks opening game of the season against the reigning champions, the Miami Heat. His commentary flowed a bit too freely, but he promptly corrected himself. We can see that the starting lineups for both teams have been displayed on the big screen, and as anticipated, Shen Lang remains absent from the starting roster. Zhang Huqing cleared his throat and added, "Indeed. It seems that Shen Lang's psychological issue preventing him from starting has yet to be resolved. Those foreign psychologists are rather underwhelming. I would suggest he might consider traditional Chinese medicine." Across the nation, countless fans of Shen Lang eagerly gathered before their televisions or computers, awaiting the commencement of the match. As the warm-up concluded, the arena darkened, signaling the players' entrance ceremony. The newcomer Shen Lang did not exhibit arrogance. When discussing the order of entry, he chose to go after Anthony, Nash, Kidd, and Iverson, feeling no need to concede to the others. On the Heat side, Chris Bosh was the third to last to enter, followed by Dwayne Wade, with LeBron James making a grand entrance last. As the game commenced, Shen Lang observed James scattering magnesium powder into the air from the scorer's table, scratching his head in bemusement, concerned that the dust might accidentally land in James's face. The Heat's starting lineup consisted of James, Wade, Bosh, Chalmers, and Battier. The Knicks fielded Anthony, Iverson, Kidd, Chandler, and Brewer to accommodate Iverson's stature. Raymond Felton was removed from the starting five, while Nash, recovering from injury, voluntarily opted for a substitute role, as he and Shen Lang had an established rapport. With the referee tossing the basketball high into the air, Shen Lang's first regular season game of the year finally began. Tyson Chandler, indeed possessing remarkable physical attributes, outjumped Bosh to secure the tip-off, granting his team the initial offensive advantage. The Heat players swiftly retreated to their half-court, preparing for defense. After Kidd dribbled past the court, He began to gesture and direct his teammates' movements. As a point guard renowned for his organizational skills, Kidd's defensive prowess surpasses that of Nash. Although he has not made significant strides in personal scoring, moments later, he passed the ball to Iverson on the right side. From the outset, Iverson displayed an intense desire to attack, evidently eager to prove his capability to maintain a foothold in the league. Faced with Chalmers' defense, Iverson executed a decisive crossover, effortlessly leaving his opponent behind. With a rebellious smirk, he took a mid-range shot. Bang! As he himself remarked, he needed some time to find his scoring rhythm. Fortunately, Chandler, positioned within the paint, easily secured the rebound, as his counterpart Bosh appeared somewhat lackluster. Boom! With a powerful putback dunk, the Knicks opened the scoring. 0-2 during Miami's offensive possession. Wade brought the ball past half-court before directly passing it to James. In this iteration of the Heat, James has emerged as the sole tactical nucleus, a fact that Wade has implicitly accepted. This harmony was a significant factor in the previous season's seamless gameplay, avoiding any contention for the core role. Like a tank, James barreled toward the Knicks' interior, shoving Anthony aside before delivering a ferocious dunk. Such a splendid opportunity. Yet he seemed to have lost count of his steps. On the sidelines, Shen Lang wore a face of regret, knowing that chances to closely observe a superstar are rare. He had plans to glean wisdom from this experience. Returning to the Knicks' offensive possession, it was Anthony who initiated the attack this time. Upon receiving the ball from the wing, Anthony struck a classic triple threat stance, causing the defender to lose balance, and followed with a pull-up jumper. His mid-range jump shot from the wing is one of Anthony's signature moves and one of his preferred methods for finishing one-on-one situations. There's something to learn. Observing the fluidity of the triple threat position and the elegance of the jump shot, Shen Lang nodded, realizing he needed to formulate a plan to absorb all of Melo's skills. Chapter 93. Defending James. It remains unclear whether the Heat underestimated their opponents or if Anthony approached this game with a vengeful mindset. But the dynamics of the match diverged from pre-game predictions. Midway through the first quarter, the score stood at 9-17, with the reigning champions trailing by 8 points. Judging by the performance of the Big Three, James played consistently, Wade exhibited decent efficiency but lacked a strong desire to score, while Bosh appeared as if he were still groggy from a night of revelry, repeatedly failing to convert inside. The head coach of the Miami Heat, Spoelstra, expressed his dissatisfaction by calling a timeout, during which the Knicks took the opportunity to make personnel adjustments. Brewer was substituted for Shen Lang, who took to the court. Meanwhile, Spoelstra decisively benched the underperforming Bosh, allowing Lewis to assume the center position. With Kidd and Iverson on the court, Shen Lang hardly needed to worry about ball control. He attentively observed Kidd's gestures while steadily positioning himself in the opponent's half, ready to ambush. Before Shen Lang stood the defensive player Sean Battier, a veteran known for his spirited defense. His previous partnership with Yuming during their time with the Rockets has granted him a measure of renown in China. In his youth, Battier was undeniably a formidable defensive force, having been selected twice for the all-defensive second team and frequently ranking high in the Best Defensive Player awards. However, as the years have progressed, it is no longer realistic to expect him to maintain such intensity on defense consistently. Nowadays, he primarily relies on his precise outside shooting to create offensive space for the trio, while also stepping up in critical defensive moments. At the top of the arc, Kidd signaled for a high screen and roll with Chandler. Lewis, seizing the rare opportunity to play, defended vigorously, swiftly switching on to Wade and leaving Kidd with no options. Nevertheless, with Kidd's court vision, it was clear from the outset that he would not be limited to a single passing option. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a classic no-look pass. The basketball found its way accurately to Shen Lang, who was lurking at the baseline. Battier was closely guarding him, leaving Shen Lang without a clear shot. Lacking mastery of the triple threat position, Shen Lang could only simulate a shooting motion, yet his baseline shooting still posed a significant threat. Indeed, although Battier was not deceived into shifting his weight, he nonetheless edged forward slightly, closing the distance by half a foot. Shen Lang decisively seized the opportunity, dribbling the ball with his right hand as he charged towards the basket. Battier immediately adjusted his stance to pursue him. Just as he pivoted, Shen Lang deftly flicked his wrist, allowing the basketball to bounce back into his left hand. Observing Battier, who could only turn sideways to glance at him, Shen Lang gently rotated the ball in his hand, aligning his palm's texture with the intricate patterns of the basketball. Whoosh! The ball traced a flawless arc through the air, plunging directly into the hoop without so much as a tremor in the net. 3-point. The live DJ at Madison Square Garden erupted with enthusiasm. and the entire venue exploded with excitement from this exquisite maneuver and precise shot. From this play, it was evident that the team had finally made a commendable acquisition this season. Thankfully, the negative effects had dissipated during the preseason. Otherwise, my performance in the regular season would have been doomed. Shen Lang lowered his gaze to his palm and nodded, relishing the normal sensation. It truly is a delightful experience. Evidently, Shen Lang's form this season remains fervent. His inaugural shot with the Knicks was a classic three-pointer from the baseline. Witnessing his idol's remarkable performance, Yu Jiao was equally exhilarated. There was once speculation about what would transpire if a team boasted two Iversons. Now, the Knicks have provided us with an answer to this query. Shen's maneuver was a striking reflection of the youthful Iverson. The TNT commentary team seldom misses any game at Madison Square Garden, especially when the visiting team features the league's most sought-after star and the hottest team. However, I hold a different perspective. Although Shen Lang's dribbling bears the shadow of Iverson, it is already beginning to exhibit his unique flair. In contrast, Kenny Smith disagrees, asserting that Shen has a long journey ahead before reaching peak Iverson status. If he were already Iverson, then this league would undoubtedly be under his dominion. At 6 feet 5 inches, who could possibly impede Iverson? The essence of commentary collaboration lies in synergy. Mutual deconstruction is the true path to success. Prolonged praise from a collective can easily lead to aesthetic fatigue. Iverson high-fived Shen Lang at the midcourt, exclaiming, "Well done. That play showcased your dedication. You did not disappoint me in your training." Shen Lang wrinkled his nose at Iverson and remarked, "My dear teacher, do not forget your performance." On the court, Shen Lang's personality became markedly more flamboyant, a rare quality for an athlete and an essential trait for stardom. As the Heat's offense commenced, LeBron James took on the responsibility of ball control, evidently eager to deliver a personal response. Such moments in regular time typically showcase a showdown between titans, for the spectacle of the game demands it. James's acceleration was astonishingly rapid and forceful, causing Anthony to stagger backward under the impact. As the tank advanced beyond the three-point line, James executed a sudden pivot, clutching Anthony with his left hand while cradling the ball with his right, launching into his move. Goodness, that powerful stride was indeed formidable. Even Kardashian would find it challenging to defend against, with Anthony's weight proving no obstacle to James's breakthrough. He took 3 steps before unleashing a thunderous dunk into the hoop. In a swift transition, Kidd propelled the ball forward, successfully passing it to Chandler just before the Heat's defense could regroup. In terms of seizing opportunities, Chandler was truly a professional, and he would not squander such a splendid chance. Without the unnecessary dribbling adjustments typical of the Chinese league, Chandler bent his knees slightly and executed a two-handed slam dunk. The Heat quickly initiated a fast break, with James candidly critiquing Lewis for his defensive misalignment in that sequence, once again assuming the role of primary ball handler, effectively shouldering the entire team. While James's dribbling fundamentals were commendable, they paled in comparison to some forwards renowned for their ball handling skills. Batty, operating on the perimeter, suddenly identified a screen opportunity. Under James's implied direction, he swiftly positioned himself in Anthony's defensive path. As Anthony, retreating, felt a collision, he realized too late that he had lost his focus on James. In this transition, the defender in front of James became Shen Lang. Observing Shen Lang's slender frame, James felt confident he could handle this himself. With a side dribble, he placed Shen Lang behind him, seemingly mirroring his previous offensive tactic. Given James's physical prowess, this maneuver, whether for a jump shot or to break free for a dunk, was nearly impossible to counter. James exuded confidence, repeatedly colliding with Shen Lang's chest. Noticing a slight give in his opponent's strength, he promptly stepped back, preparing for a picturesque fadeaway jumper. Alas, unfortunately for James, this particular move seemed not yet perfected, as he had been preoccupied with securing a championship before honing his craft. Before he could even elevate his hand, Shen Lang decisively swiped the ball from his grasp. Though Shen Lang believed he had executed the steal flawlessly, the referee decidedly sided with James. Shen Lang's strike was undeniably forceful. The anguish etched on James's face was a manifestation of genuine pain, far surpassing the discomfort he experienced last month during his circumcision. "Shen, you must exercise caution in your actions. This is merely a competition, and there is no need to inflict unnecessary injuries upon your opponent." Even during the free throw interval, the referee approached Shen Lang to emphasize this point. The officials are well aware that this seemingly gentle young man from Huaxiao possesses the terrifying ability to deliver a punch that can induce a concussion. Last season, Arteist achieved this feat using his elbow, At 13:22, James, despite enduring excruciating pain, successfully sank 2 free throws, narrowing the score to single digits. The Knicks initiated their offense, with Kidd passing the ball to Iverson. The rhythm of Iverson's dribbling was still a delight to behold, though his speed was undeniably diminished compared to his prime. Without creating a comfortable shooting space for himself, Iverson chose not to be overly fixated on the shot and instead passed the ball to Anthony. Bang! This time, James successfully disrupted Anthony's shot, and Lewis, positioned underneath the basket, redeemed himself by securing the rebound. As Wade dribbled past half-court and prepared to accelerate, he noticed James signaling for the ball and promptly passed it to him. In this series of plays, James truly showcased his exceptional performance, capitalizing on his fiery momentum. Continuing to call for a pick from Battier, James intentionally sought out Shen Lang once more. He believed that Shen Lang would be restrained due to the foul called against him in the previous play. However, when he felt the immense force approaching from behind, he realized that Shen Lang was not someone to be underestimated. As a representative of the new generation of the league, James epitomizes versatility. Yet, his versatility differs from Anthony's kaleidoscopic offensive style. It manifests in a manner that leaves one puzzled, yet his statistical performance is impressively well-rounded. Undoubtedly, when facing a player of Shen Lang's caliber, he need not rely on overly intricate offensive maneuvers. After a step back, James executed a behind-the-back dribble, having previously engaged with Iverson. Shen Lang refrained from passing judgment upon witnessing such a display of skill. However, to avoid another foul call, he chose not to hastily attempt to steal the ball. Instead, he spread his arms wide to interfere with James's offensive play. Observing that Shen Lang was not misled by his behind-the-back maneuver, James took a significant step back, preparing to shoot. Smack. Apologies, but I simply could not resist. Shen Lang once again sliced the ball from James's chest, revealing the latter's lack of effort in ball protection. This time, the referee stood right before the two, observing the entire sequence with great clarity, yet did not blow the whistle again. Shen Lang skillfully controlled the ball, thrusting his hands forward with vigor to pass to the frenetic Allen Iverson, who received the basketball just inside the three-point line and executed a crisp three-step layup. 13:24. Iverson's speed remains as formidable as ever. Yang Yi remarked, feeling a deep resonance with these stars gradually stepping away from the league spotlight. Back in the day, his dribbling could match the current pace of off-ball movement. Director Zhang also expressed his admiration. What a beautiful pass. After scoring, Iverson, brimming with excitement, exchanged a high five with Shen Lang, exclaiming, "You ran well. Your speed is remarkable. I wonder if any ladies have praised you like that." Shen Lang responded with a playful quip. LeBron James, not one to harbor grudges like some old-school stars, possessed a keen basketball IQ, demonstrating remarkable wisdom in his offensive choices, particularly in exploiting advantages and targeting opponents' weaknesses, earning him a reputation as a master. Thus, in this offensive possession, he opted not to call for a screen from Battier, mindful of Shen Lang's uncanny knack for steals. Having shouldered excessive offensive responsibilities in previous plays, he chose to showcase his playmaking skills this time. With just 3 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he accurately found Battier beyond the arc, alas. Battier could not capitalize on this opportunity. In the rebounding department, Lewis and Chandler still exhibited a noticeable disparity, with any successful grabs being a significant overachievement. Chandler seized control of the rebound, eyeing the moment to launch the ball towards Anthony. In fiery form today, Anthony caught the pass and surged forward, executing a powerful two-handed dunk. 13:26 beat. The score widened once again, and Spoelstra, his face darkened with concern, called another timeout. Seizing the opportunity, the Knicks made strategic personnel adjustments, substituting Anthony, Shen Lang, and Kidd for Nash, Brewer, and Novak. Despite struggling to find his rhythm, Iverson remained on the court, as the head coach likely hoped he would capitalize on the lead to regain his offensive prowess. The Heat, today, undeniably performed below par. A common occurrence in the league where defending champions often exhibit lackluster performances in the early stages of their title defense, particularly in the first half of the season. As the first quarter drew to a close, the score stood at 17-33. With Nash facilitating, Iverson finally found some semblance of touch, sinking a mid-range jumper and completing a layup. In contrast, after 2 consecutive misses, James opted to rest, while Wade executed lightning-fast drives to score twice in succession. During the intermission, Spoelstra's furious shouts occasionally echoed from the Heat's bench, primarily directed at the bench players, while he continued to offer words of encouragement to the team's core trio. Do not become complacent after securing a championship. What we seek is a title defense, a three-peat. The establishment of our dynasty. Listening to Spoelstra's impassioned exhortations, Shen Lang couldn't help but reflect on the challenges faced by contemporary young coaches. They must master not only tactics but also the intricacies of human relationships and motivational wisdom. Spoelstra, despite having led his team to a championship, still lacks sufficient respect for various reasons. Partly, this may stem from his background, and partly due to the overshadowing presence of the ever-influential Pat Riley within the organization. Last season, many attributed their victories to the formidable trio, significantly downplaying Spoelstra's contributions, raising suspicions of possible undercurrents undermining him. Chapter 95. A resounding victory over the Heat. The most dazzling start of the intermission swiftly concluded, and as the second quarter commenced, Shen Lang was granted the opportunity to take the court alongside his former teammates Nash, Novak, J.R. Smith, and Felton. Whether due to a lack of faith in Shen Lang or a belief that Iverson and Anthony would form a more effective pairing, the coach chose not to deploy the now rhythmically inclined Iverson at this juncture. This lineup, with Shen Lang being the tallest aside from Novak, was evidently geared towards a speed-oriented strategy. The second quarter began with the Heat possessing the ball as the newly substituted Ray Allen and Haslam executed a pick-and-roll. Taking advantage of a defensive switch, and Ray unleashed a shot from the baseline. Swish. This offensive maneuver is one that Shen Lang is exceedingly familiar with. The baseline three-pointer from Gentleman Lay is the only skill he has redeemed since the initiation of the open training system, and it has since been fused with other abilities. Subsequently, the training system has largely ceased to provide points for exchange, relegating their use solely to enhancing fundamental physical attributes. Felton executed a swift baseline inbounds pass, and by the time Ray Allen released his shot, Shen Lang was already sprinting towards the backcourt. Only Norris Cole from the Heat had the chance to pursue Shen Lang. Yet even if he managed to catch up, his efforts would prove futile given his capabilities. Indeed, with a simple change of direction, Shen Lang eluded his opponent, charging into the paint and leaping for a one-handed dunk. Reaching the zenith of his vertical leap, Shen Lang's dunking posture exuded a newfound elegance. And with the enhancement of his skills, it appeared remarkably impressive in the absence of physical contest. Boom. One wonders if the Knicks are now contemplating whether to bring back D'Antoni. The current configuration of the team is ideally suited for a fast-paced game. At the TNT commentary booth, Kenny Smith marveled at the offensive sequence that transpired in a mere 5 seconds. Shen Lang's dunk ignited the crowd once more. While three-pointers may be more advantageous in a game context, the majority of fans still find such explosive dunks far more exhilarating. Clearly, the Heat were swayed by the roaring cheers of the audience, as Haslam's layup circled the rim before bouncing out. Remarkably, the rebound was snatched by Nash, who was poised to inbound the ball. After a brief moment of surprise, he swiftly launched a long pass to J.R. Smith. In the team's dynamics, J.R. Smith often embodies the role of the court's enforcer, with his appearance and tattoos perfectly complementing this persona. However, unlike the enforcers of other teams, J.R. Smith possesses an unpredictable streak. At his most erratic, he rivals the prowess of some starting players. Take the current moment. For instance, having charged past the three-point line and receiving the ball with no defender in sight, he inexplicably retreated back to the arc swish. Even more infuriating, he sank the three-pointer. From the Heat's bench, LeBron cast a fervent glance at J.R. Smith. The qualities displayed by Smith are precisely the traits LeBron admires most in a player. With a score of 20-38, the deficit widened further. Should this momentum persist, the outcome of the game might soon be beyond doubt. Spoelstra, unwilling to concede defeat, promptly called for a timeout. Following the break, the Heat reintroduced their starting lineup. As anticipated, the reigning champions showcased their depth, with Wade scoring on a layup right out of the gate. It is difficult to fathom how someone who has lost a meniscus can still execute such a sharp change of direction and breakthrough. This is certainly a point worth noting for future reference. Shen Lang's objectives for this season are distinctly defined: to secure victories and to acquire skills that are both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Should a compromise be necessary, he is willing to sacrifice a modicum of practicality as he believes he can further enhance his skills in due course. However, should his performance become unsightly, it would leave an indelible stain on his career. As the second quarter approached the 7.5-minute mark, Shen Lang was substituted out of the game. In an unusual move, the Knicks fielded a lineup consisting of Nash, Iverson, Kidd, J.R. Smith, and Chandler. This particular arrangement of players, particularly in the backcourt, resembled a sieve. with only Kidd managing to uphold a semblance of dignity. The Heat capitalized on this opportunity, launching an 8-2 scoring run, thereby narrowing the score to 44-55 by the end of the first half. Shen Lang's performance in the first half was remarkable, with statistics reflecting 11 points, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, and 3 assists, showcasing his all-round capabilities. This achievement was particularly notable given that the head coach had yet to fully unleash his potential, allowing him merely a little over a quarter of playtime. During halftime, the excitement of the crowd surged as the reigning champions were skillfully outmaneuvered, igniting fervor among the home fans. The large screen replayed the highlights of the first half, while the arena hosted interactive games to engage the audience. Following a vibrant cheerleading performance, both teams returned to the court. As the second half commenced, Wade swiftly scored consecutively, demonstrating his dominance on the court. However, when LeBron entered the game, the ball once again found its way into his hands. Fortunately, LeBron was in fine form today, executing a layup over Anthony while drawing a foul. The previous season's championship merely served to temporarily alleviate the long-standing issue of ball distribution among the players. This was likely a result of Riley's mediation and the self-sacrifice of former team leader Wade. Nonetheless, this does not imply that the issue of ball distribution was genuinely resolved. Consequently, the trio of superstars has not achieved the anticipated synergy of 1-1-1 surpassing 3. Rather, they have only managed to perform at a level exceeding 2. Not every player possesses the ability to perform without the ball, nor is every player inclined to hone such skills. After all, only by becoming the primary ball handler can a player's visibility be maximized, which is also a reflection of their standing within the team. As the Knicks initiated their offense, Nash advanced the ball, glancing at Shen Lang and Anthony, who were strategically positioned on either side, while Chandler, a specialist in opportunistic scoring, loomed in the paint. Nash felt overwhelmed by the abundance of options at his disposal. When had he ever played such a bountiful game? With a one-handed bounce pass, the basketball glided effortlessly into Shen Lang's grasp. Executing a feint drive, he found Chalmers' defensive prowess slightly lacking as his feet instinctively retreated, allowing Shen Lang to comfortably release a shot. Bosch's aggressive attempt in the paint was thwarted, prompting Chandler to pass the ball back to Shen Lang. Shen Lang received the ball and executed a direct breakthrough, leveraging his increasingly distinctive style to create a fleeting moment of space between Battier and Chalmers. With a single hand, he lifted the ball and deftly flicked it into the basket, the basketball finding its mark with precision. The rhythm of the game returned once more to the grasp of the Knicks. At the onset of the fourth quarter, the Heat made a final attempt at a comeback. However, the players seemed to lack both stamina and focus today. Instead of closing the gap, the score differential widened as time progressed. Ultimately, with 3 minutes remaining in the match, the Heat conceded their last resistance. The game concluded with a score of 84-106. The Knicks' highest scorer was their star player Anthony, who tallied an impressive 30 points, yet the standout performer of the evening was undoubtedly the newly joined Shen Lang. Chapter 96. Bringing Taylor Swift home. Shen Lang delivered an impressive performance, contributing 21 points, 10 assists, 10 rebounds, and 3 steals, achieving a triple-double. However, due to some overly deliberate passes, he also recorded 4 turnovers. Nonetheless, securing a triple-double in his debut match with the new team undoubtedly marks a splendid beginning. The fans at Madison Square Garden erupted in fervent cheers, with many chanting the names of their favorite players, notably the loudest being for Anthony. Amidst the cacophony, Shen Lang could occasionally discern his name, bringing a joyful smile to his face, indicating that he has begun to win the affection of the crowd. I cannot ascertain whether Shen Lang's performance today qualifies as the finest opening act in Madison Square Garden's history. Yet it is evident that he has firmly established himself within this new team. Following the conclusion of the match, the U family commenced their post-game analysis. A resounding victory by 22 points signifies a triumphant start to the new season for both the Knicks and Shen Lang. Ordinarily, should Shen Lang fail to score, the Knicks would still manage a narrow victory, highlighting the Miami Heat's decline as reigning champions. With the departure of Linsanity and the arrival of Shoe God, it would be rather uncharacteristic for the Knicks not to shine this season. Fans have begun to engage in discussions about the match, with the majority expressing optimism regarding the Knicks' prospects this season. However, concerns loom over Iverson's performance. Among the many fans, there are undoubtedly those who have long supported Iverson, and his 8 points from 10 shots, with a 40 shooting accuracy, raises some apprehensions. Although the percentage appears decent, most of his attempts were uncontested. clearly indicating that the long absence from the court requires Iverson more time to readjust. Following the loss, James lacked the spirited demeanor he exhibited prior to the game. Due to his friendship with Anthony, he embraced him post-match in a gesture of goodwill. Yet, he showed no intention of engaging with Shen Lang, who had dared to steal the ball from him during their initial encounter. After the brief embrace with Anthony, he swiftly retreated to the players' tunnel. In contrast, Wade greeted Iverson, Nash, and Shen Lang with friendly acknowledgement. "I hold great hope for your future." Wade expressed a significant admiration for Shen Lang, his gaze subtly hinting at a trace of fatigue. With a seemingly naive smile, Shen Lang inquired, "If you were to grade my performance tonight on a scale of 10, what would it be?" Wade hesitated momentarily before responding earnestly, "I would give you a 9. Both your error management and the potential for your improvement prevent me from awarding you a perfect score." Shen Lang replied, "If you have the opportunity, please teach me the technique of the lightning step. I have long coveted it. Perhaps once I master it, I could earn a 10 from you." Wade chuckled heartily, offering no promises to Shen Lang, merely patting him on the shoulder before turning to walk towards the players' tunnel. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving your first victory of the new season, earning 220 victory points." As soon as Shen Lang entered the changing room, the system's prompt sounded, undoubtedly indicating yet another attempt to exploit Shen Lang's resources. "I have yet to formulate a plan. I shall indulge when the time is right." With a sticky feeling enveloping him, Shen Lang was eager to take a shower, especially since this season would be lengthy, necessitating a judicious strategy for his future development. After finishing his shower and stepping out of the bathroom, he found himself surrounded by reporters. The open access of the changing room to the media has always been a hallmark of the league, but in the past, Shen Lang's prolonged bathing sessions had seldom resulted in him being besieged by journalists. Seated at his designated spot, Shen Lang graciously dried his hair while fielding questions from the reporters. "Shen, congratulations on securing your first victory of the season. How do you perceive the differences between your new team and last season?" "Well, the difference is that I am now playing for the Knicks, which was not the case last season," Shen Lang replied, leaving the reporters momentarily bewildered by his vague response. Having achieved a remarkable triple-double with over 20 points in his inaugural regular season game with the Knicks, does this not suggest that you will showcase even more explosive performances this season? "Believe me, I desire that outcome more than anyone else," Shen Lang smiled. "We noticed that in this match, the head coach allotted you less than 30 minutes of playing time, often experimenting with various lineups. Is this because you have yet to secure a core tactical position within the team? I believe professional matters should be handled by professionals, rather than us engaging in conjecture. My task is to perform to the best of my ability during every minute I am on the court." Such simple provocations, naturally, would not ensnare Shen Lang. In Shen Lang's debut with the Knicks, the owner of the Phoenix Suns, far away in Phoenix, was quietly observing. Had Shen Lang's performance faltered, he would have surely seized the opportunity to promote his own foresight in eliminating a player who did not live up to expectations. However, Shen Lang's debut proved to be unexpectedly explosive. A triple-double is a feat many players may never achieve in their entire careers. After the interview concluded, Shen Lang descended to the parking lot of the arena. While renting a residence, he also entrusted Deng Yushir with the acquisition of a Hummer for him. Unlike other players who favor flashy sports cars, he preferred the rugged appearance of such vehicles. Had he found a suitable model, he might have even considered purchasing a pickup truck. As he exited the arena, Shen Lang spotted a remarkably familiar figure by the roadside. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the tall and elegant woman was none other than Taylor Swift, a superstar. Would it be possible for her to share a ride with him? Shen Lang lowered the car window, and there was Taylor, grinning widely, resting her chin on the ledge, her sparkling eyes rendering Shen Lang momentarily entranced. "Ah, of course. What an honor." He reached out to open the car door. "Where are you headed?" he inquired as soon as the pop star settled into the vehicle. "Do you have any recommended spots where we could enjoy a drink or two?" Taylor appeared somewhat burdened with thoughts. "You know, I've only recently arrived in this city, and most of my time has been spent in the arena." Shen Lang felt a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head, realizing that his lifestyle was rather uncharacteristic of a young person. He certainly needed to seek advice from that fellow Harden at some point. Moreover, as a celebrity, it must be quite easy for you to be recognized at a bar, wouldn't it? Then let us retreat to your residence. Ah. With a firm press of his foot, Shen Lang propelled the car forward with a sudden burst of speed. Fortunately, the road was relatively clear, sparing them from any imminent danger. "What's the matter? Afraid I might devour you?" Taylor Swift taunted playfully. "Please, you're the one coming to my home. What do I have to fear? If anything, I worry you won't be able to handle it." Shen Lang's bravado was matched only by the tenacity of his tongue. Then let's visit my place, he retorted nonchalantly, steering the vehicle towards his rented abode. Chapter 97. Ross, I'm sorry, dear brother. The apartment rented by Shen Lang was not far from the stadium. In less than half an hour, the vehicle came to a halt. This was Taylor's first visit to this place, and upon entering, she began to survey her surroundings, filled with curiosity about the apartment. The temporary accommodation was somewhat modest, eliciting a chuckle. While the residence could not be classified as a mansion, it was by no means shabby. However, given that the other party was a top-tier celebrity, their wealth far surpassed what Shen Lang could compare to at present, prompting him to adopt a demeanor of utmost humility. Not at all, I think it's quite nice. Living alone might feel a bit lonely. Taylor removed her high heels, and although Shen Lang had not prepared slippers for guests, she was entirely unconcerned. Comfortably padding barefoot on the floor, Shen Lang mirrored his companion's actions, shedding his shoes and stepping barefoot into the room. Having resided there for several months, Shen Lang, a man with a slight obsession for cleanliness, maintained a remarkably tidy living space, which took Mei Mei by surprise. Are you certain you've been living here all by yourself? She inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity and a hint of unspoken concern. Perplexed by the immaculate state of a single man's quarters. Of course, I haven't even hired a cleaning service for this place, Shen Lang replied casually. As he opened the refrigerator and retrieved a can of soda, popping the tab and offering it to Mei Mei. After taking a sip of the chilled Coca-Cola, a satisfied smile graced her face. Would you mind giving me a tour of your room? Shen Lang shrugged and, accompanied by Mei Mei, began to tour each room. This is the kitchen. If you trust me, I can prepare a few dishes for you to sample shortly. With a systematic approach, Shen Lang harbored no particular dietary restrictions, believing that as long as indulgence was kept in check, no issues would arise. Of course, I have long yearned for the exquisite flavors of Huaxia cuisine. Mei Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly intrigued by Shen Lang's proposal. This is my bedroom. Upon opening the door to the final room, Shen Lang positioned himself at the entrance, convinced that Mei Mei would not be particularly interested in his private quarters. I want to take a look. Unexpectedly, Mei Mei boldly pushed the door open and stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. This trait starkly contrasted Western and Huasan customs. When put in a favorable light, one could describe it as generous, open, and unpretentious. However, a less charitable interpretation might suggest a lack of refinement. Yet, when such behavior is exhibited by a beautiful woman, it is invariably viewed through a playful and charming lens. The decor of the bedroom was remarkably simple, featuring only a row of wardrobes, a large bed, and 2 nightstands. Mei Mei flashed an impish smile at Shen Lang before dashing to the nightstand and pulling open a drawer. Oh, she exclaimed, gazing at a single yellowed photograph, its patterns barely discernible, which lay within the drawer. With a smile, Shen Lang approached and gently closed the drawer, inquiring, "What is it? Are you hoping to discover something here? Shouldn't athletes like you prepare some romantic little balloons?" Taylor Swift, unreserved, asked with candor. "Perhaps I am somewhat different," Shen Lang replied, shrugging his shoulders. After all, he couldn't admit to fearing illness, and he was indeed a bit particular about his diet. Taylor, slightly disappointed, clapped her hands and made her way to the living room. "Great athlete, I'm feeling a bit hungry. What delectable dishes have you prepared?" After surveying the ingredients in the refrigerator, Shen Lang finally decided to make braised fish, cola chicken wings, and a stir-fried vegetable dish. Simple, yet quite satisfying. Wow, it smells amazing. As soon as the dishes were served, Taylor eagerly reached out to grab a bite. Slap. Shen Lang gently tapped the back of Mei Mei's hand with his chopsticks. "Go wash your hands. Clean them thoroughly." After several unsuccessful attempts at using the chopsticks, a frustrated Mei Mei ultimately resorted to the comfort of a fork and spoon. The flavor is delightful. Her eyes narrowed into slits, clearly expressing her satisfaction with Shen Lang's culinary skills. "What is the matter with you today? You seem to be in a rather gloomy mood." Shen Lang retrieved several cans of beer from the refrigerator, recalling that Taylor had specifically requested to indulge in a couple of drinks upon her arrival. It was nothing particularly troubling, merely some vexations in his career. Taylor appeared somewhat distracted, her melancholic demeanor unmistakably evident. "I hold a deep admiration for your music, and your latest album graces my playlist." Shen Lang took out his phone, awkwardly attempting to prove to Mei Mei that indeed, his playlist contained songs from her latest album, a fact that could not be fabricated. "Although I am not well versed in your circles, I believe certain truths resonate universally. Those who seek to undermine you often target your honesty and kindness." mistakenly perceiving these virtues as signs of weakness to exploit. Shen Lang clinked his glass with Mei Mei and continued. Our only recourse in this matter is to present an impeccable performance. Of course, if there is any opportunity for a verbal sparring match, do inform me, as I excel in that realm. Shen Lang was acutely aware that certain individuals had persistently sought to disparage Taylor Swift, including none other than the renowned rapper Kanye West, who was married into the Kardashian family. As the two engaged in lively conversation while sipping their drinks, the table quickly became littered with empty cans. Before long, Taylor found herself resting her head on the table, having succumbed to inebriation, a joyful smile gracing her lips. It was evident that her dialogue with Shen Lang had provided her with a sense of ease, rejuvenating her spirits. Should the host consider utilizing victory points to enhance personal capabilities? Shen Lang was contemplating how to deal with Taylor when the system's sinister prompt suddenly rang out. First, my abilities are already unparalleled. There is absolutely no need for enhancement. Second, I am not so beastly. Shen Lang presented himself with an air of utmost integrity. Is the host truly prepared to descend to such barbarity? Humph. With a cold snort, Shen Lang disregarded the system, exerting considerable effort to lift the tall beauty, Taylor, who stood at a height of 1.80 meters, onto the bed, covering her with a blanket. After accomplishing this task, despite being an athlete with commendable physical prowess, he found himself drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just completed a grueling match. He shed his outerwear and dashed into the bathroom, turning on the cold water to take a shower, not only to refresh himself, but also to regain his composure. Liu Xiaohui was no easy task. By the way, system, I have a friend who wishes to inquire about the fee structure for the ability enhancement you just mentioned. Host, please come to terms with reality. Do you really have friends? After the cold shower, Shen Lang finally managed to calm down completely. He gazed at the sleeping Taylor in the bedroom, a gentle smile gracing his face. Ross, hang in there a little longer. I shall endure as well. This time, consider it my apology, dear brother. At most, I'll let you have an easier time in future competitions. Chapter 98. The knot of answers, fearing that the inebriated Taylor might encounter unforeseen circumstances in the middle of the night. Shen Lang had no choice but to lay down a makeshift bed in his own bedroom. Throughout the night, he tossed and turned, drifting in and out of a vague slumber. He even experienced a rather peculiar dream. In this dream, a ferocious dragon was sealed within a valley nestled between two towering mountains. The malevolent creature rampaged within the valley, yet could not break free from its confines, ultimately injuring itself on the very mechanisms designed to contain it, leading to a tragic demise marked by bloodshed. The following morning, Shen Lang awoke, reflecting on last night's bizarre dream with a muttered exclamation of absurdity. He quickly took a shower and donned a fresh set of clothes. Noticing that Taylor had yet to awaken, he quietly made his way to the kitchen to prepare a simple Western breakfast. Awake? He inquired with a smile as he observed Taylor rubbing her eyes while emerging from the bedroom. The breakfast is quite simple. I need to head to the gym for training shortly. Will you join me on the way? Shen Lang took a sip of milk and inquired. You may leave first. I shall summon the driver to pick me up shortly. Mei Mei rubbed her slightly swollen temples. Her physique was not akin to that of an athlete like Shen Lang, and her metabolism of alcohol was not as swift. Shen Lang nodded. After finishing breakfast, he advised Mei Mei to simply close the door before he drove off towards the gymnasium. After Shen Lang departed, Taylor sat at the dining table, momentarily lost in thought. A moment later, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Before leaving, she glanced at the spare keys hanging on the wall by the entrance. After a brief contemplation, she quietly took one and slipped it into her bag before stepping out. Unbeknownst to them, the two, leaving one after the other, were captured by an astute paparazzo. A new romance unveiled. Taylor has fallen for the Knicks' rising star. Shen Lang is indeed a remarkable figure, spending the entire night together, only to see Taylor Swift stumble away at dawn, triumphing in both the romantic and competitive arenas. This rising star of Huaxia can be regarded as a true winner in life. The longevity of this new romance remains to be seen, and one cannot help but wonder if Shen Lang will make an appearance in Taylor's new song. A series of news articles rapidly gained traction within a mere morning. Personally, I feel that Shen Lang cannot be deemed a true victor. He merely excels in both courts. Discussions on a certain Huaxia forum regarding this matter have not been particularly fervent, with only one outstanding comment emerging. I believe that perhaps Huaxia men would suit me well. When reporters inquired about the matter with the female protagonist, although Taylor did not confirm it, she candidly expressed her views, and the smile on her face seemed to solidify the situation entirely. In the gymnasium, During a training break in the afternoon, Minnie approached Shen Lang. Shen, you're quite something. Old Lecher Nash playfully punched Shen Lang on the chest. A gossiping grin plastered across his face. You must teach me the secret to attracting beautiful women. The robust Chandler stepped forward, clutching a small notebook, an unusual display of seriousness usually reserved for team strategy sessions. Shen Lang pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Well, it naturally depends on looks. Isn't that obvious? We must consider the other person's appearance. If they're unattractive, we could never proceed. Chandler remarked with an expression of entitlement. I meant, one must also consider their own appearance. Shen Lang directed his gaze at Chandler's disheveled hair. Laughter erupted among the teammates. After some playful banter, they resumed training. With a new match awaiting them the following day, their spirits buoyed by yesterday's victory. During practice, Shen Lang noticed that Iverson's mood appeared somewhat subdued. A moment's contemplation led him to the root of the issue. Their opponents for tomorrow were none other than the Philadelphia 76ers, the very team where Iverson's dream began. Ding! The legendary rescue mission branch was activated. The knot of answers. Mission description: leaving his beloved team during his prime altered Iverson's life and rendered the city a source of emotional turmoil. How to resolve this distress? Only through a resounding victory. The host must assist him in delivering an explosive performance in the upcoming 2 matches to untangle this emotional knot. Mission reward: State Restoration Potion, can restore Iverson's condition to 70 of his peak performance this season, effective solely for Iverson. In his prime, he departed from the 76ers due to personality clashes and disagreements with management, being forced to venture to Denver. Although he returned to the 76ers in 2009, he could not replicate his satisfactory performance as his peak had long passed. His love for this city runs deep, yet it is accompanied by unresolved emotional knots, perhaps lingering thoughts of what-ifs and could-have-beens. 70%. That will suffice, absolutely. A singular task can elevate Iverson's performance to a remarkable 70% of his prime. This level of prowess, combined with the current roster, may not conclusively determine the outcome of this season, yet it undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge for other teams. It must be acknowledged that you possess a certain acumen regarding the rewards bestowed upon others. Shen Lang sighed somewhat regretfully, expressing that this inept system hardly resembled a true progeny. This system is dedicated to serving the host, and the host's remarks seemed to carry a hint of defamation. All right, I retract my statement. In terms of efficacy, you do possess a certain degree of competence. Thank you for the affirmation, dear host. However, these skills are utterly devoid of substance, Shen Lang retorted fiercely. With the system indicating an explosive performance, Shen Lang promptly retrieved his phone to investigate Allen Iverson's career-best displays. As one of the legendary 4 shooting guards, Iverson boasts the highest career average points per game. This is undoubtedly attributed to his immediate rise to the status of offensive linchpin upon entering the league, but even more so due to his extraordinary scoring prowess. Iverson's scoring records are easily accessible, with 14 instances of surpassing 50 points in a game and a single-game high of 60 points. If that is the case, let us establish a modest objective first. A combined total of over 100 points across 2 games should be feasible, don't you think? Shen Lang stroked his chin, contemplating the Philadelphia 76ers' performance this season, which was rather mediocre. However, if everyone joined forces and exerted themselves, success should not be out of reach. System: an opportunity has arisen. Elevate rebound Oracle to level 3. To ensure his teammates' scoring potential, the most effective strategy is to guarantee that they can shoot without pressure in every offensive possession, thereby facilitating their success. Henceforth, he would diligently focus on securing rebounds. Rebound Oracle, level 3. When attempting to secure a rebound, it diminishes the opponent's judgment of rebounding by 9 during offensive possessions. It enhances the likelihood of accurately predicting the ball's landing point by 40. This effect can be stacked with other skill effects, with a current stacking limit of 75. Moses, I am Malone. By combining this with Rodman's predictive prowess, as long as Shen Lang's focus remains on the rebound during his team's offense, he has a 3/4 chance of anticipating the landing point in advance. Next, it was time to train Chandler. To ensure the safety of the rebounds, Shen Lang resolved to conduct an intensive training regimen with Chandler. Chapter 99. Do you know what a frontcourt rebound is? Iverson was quite well liked in this Knicks team, and most were willing to indulge Shen Lang, the rising star. Thus, after Shen Lang promised to share some dating techniques, the tone for the next 2 games was essentially set. These poor, Unsuspecting souls had no inkling of the true meaning of opportunity within the context of the Huaxiao language system. Tyson, first memorize this diagram, and then swiftly position yourself according to my instructions. Shen Lang presented a tactical board to Chandler, marking various areas on the backboard with different letters. Time was of the essence and the task was daunting, yet whether Chandler could surpass his own rebounding record hinged upon this board. As an exceptional center, Chandler was not merely adept at capitalizing on opportunities. He also exhibited remarkable prowess in rebounding, having previously achieved over 20 rebounds in a single game. Although he remained skeptical about Shen Lang's assertion that this tactical board could facilitate a significant enhancement in his rebounding performance, his inherently loyal nature prompted him to wholeheartedly cooperate with Shen Lang. L1, R3, A7. While basketball players may not excel in certain academic disciplines, their familiarity with the court surpasses that of the average person, and Chandler quickly committed dozens of positions to memory. After a thorough validation, Shen Lang and his teammates finally felt at ease. On November 5th, Madison Square Garden welcomed its second challenger of the season, the Philadelphia 76ers. Originally known as the Syracuse Nationals, the 76ers are a team rooted in Pennsylvania, with a storied history that includes 3 championship titles, 1954 to 1955, 1966 to 67, 1982 to 83. Throughout their legacy, they have boasted illustrious stars such as Wilt Chamberlain, Julius Erving, Charles Barkley, and Allen Iverson. However, since the dawn of the 1990s, they have been inexplicably deprived of the championship trophy. This season, the 76ers traded away their former cornerstone, the player affectionately known as Iggy, Andre Iguodala, in exchange for the dazzling young talent Andrew Bynum, who had captivated audiences while playing for the Lakers last season. Regrettably, Bynum's knee injury casts uncertainty over his participation this season. Fortunately, their point guard Drew Holiday has begun to demonstrate the potential of an elite star. While Evan Turner is steadily improving, and Thaddeus Young offers formidable firepower off the bench, power forward Lavoy Allen is also a dependable blue-collar contributor. Yet, this optimistic outlook is merely speculative. At present, Holiday appears to be the only player equipped to make a significant impact. In the paint, the 76ers have struggled immensely, having been outmaneuvered by Bynum and the Lakers, rendering their interior defense and offense nearly impotent. As the clock approached 7 p.m., just 1 hour before the game was set to commence, Madison Square Garden was already brimming with fans. Whether it be Anthony, the newly acquired Nash, Iverson, or Shen Lang, each possesses the magnetic allure to capture the hearts of the audience. As Shen Lang emerged from the players' tunnel, he felt a wave of satisfaction upon noticing numerous faces in the audience adorned in his jersey, alongside a handful of young Americans sporting the number 6. During the warm-up phase, Iverson continually glanced towards the opposite half, yet ultimately restrained his urge to greet anyone, as the current iteration of the 76ers lacked the familiar faces he once knew. As the warm-up concluded, the players returned to the locker room. Having anticipated their thoughts, Coach Mike Woodson made minimal arrangements, merely advising that victory must remain at Madison Square Garden. Soon, the entrance ceremony commenced. Today, Anthony graciously ceded the final entrance to Iverson, suggesting the Knicks had different intentions for the game. The unorthodox order of entrance caught the attention of commentator Yang Yi, hinting at a unique atmosphere. After all, this was Iverson's former team, and the Knicks were likely to give him ample opportunity to shine. The large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The 76ers starters, Holiday, Young, Evantner, Lavoie, Jason Richardson. The Knicks starters, Anthony, Kidd, Iverson, Brewer, Chandler. As the whistle blew, the game officially commenced. Chandler's success in the jump ball was quite promising, particularly against a rather unremarkable opponent. The moment Kidd received the ball tapped by Chandler, Iverson dashed forward, driven by an undeniable urge, displaying vestiges of his former glory. With remarkable timing, Kidd's pass met Iverson just as he entered the paint. With a swift, graceful step, Iverson executed a rather rare dunk to open the game. What a sight to behold! It seemed Iverson was bursting with energy today, and despite his current physical condition, he managed to complete a dunk. Although the execution was somewhat labored, it was, after all, still a dunk. Upon landing, Iverson let the rebounding ball bounce against his back, his gaze sweeping across the familiar jerseys on the 76ers bench. Do not let them penetrate the paint easily. The current head coach of the 76ers, Doug Collins, bellowed from the sidelines, his expression one of discontent. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Holiday dribbled the ball across the court, executing a high pick-and-roll with Young, preparing to deliver a bounce pass to breach the Knicks' defense. However, upon receiving the ball, Young found himself confronted by the towering Chandler. After passing the ball out again, Richardson attempted a shot but missed, and in the process, inadvertently twisted his ankle upon landing. Beep. Following a brief timeout for medical assessment, the 76ers substituted in the jovial Nick Young from the bench. Seizing the opportunity, the Knicks replaced Brewer with the eager Shen Lang. Shen, I have heard of your remarkable prowess. Would you care to engage in a friendly contest later? The young knight Young, renowned for his singular talents, approached Shen Lang, who, captivated by his charm, found himself drawn nearer. Regrettably, I cannot partake today. I have other matters to attend to. Shen Lang, embodying a spirit of amiability, felt disinclined to rebuff this seemingly harmless individual. Other matters? Nick Young tilted his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. Isn't scoring the most vital pursuit? Shen Lang cast a glance at the naive Nick Young. This fellow possessed commendable individual talent. Yet he had yet to reach a level where he could disregard the importance of teamwork. His shortcomings in playing collective basketball were a significant impediment to his development. Do you understand what a frontcourt rebound is? Shen Lang inquired, rubbing his nose. Of course, Nick Young replied with certainty. After today's game, you might not be so sure. Shen Lang remarked. Chapter 100. The team's total rebounds exceed double digits. Shen Lang, in charge of the sideline throw-in, executed the pass to Iverson without a moment's hesitation. With his signature change of direction, he deftly evaded his defender, creating a slight separation. In an instant, Iverson opted to take the shot. Buoyed by the encouragement of those around him, who had assured him that today was his day to shine. However, the basketball fell just short, and as he released the ball, a hint of disappointment flickered across his face. B2. Shen Lang called out loudly to Chandler, who had just stepped inside the three-point line. Upon hearing Shen Lang's voice, Chandler instinctively shifted a step toward the free throw line. Thud. The basketball struck the front of the rim, rebounding directly towards Chandler. With no one contesting, he effortlessly gathered the rebound into his embrace. Was it truly this miraculous? Chandler stood momentarily stunned, a glimmer of anticipation igniting within him regarding Shen Lang's promise. Tyson, why are you just standing there? Pass the ball, Shen Lang shouted loudly. Bringing Chandler back to his senses, he swiftly passed the ball to Shen Lang, who, without a moment's hesitation, immediately transferred it to Iverson. Swish. After a slight adjustment, Iverson took another shot. Even in less than optimal form, a professional player seldom misses 2 consecutive shots from the same position when unguarded. The Knicks' opening 4 points were entirely attributed to Iverson. Holiday advanced with the ball once more, harboring a desire to impress against his seasoned predecessor. Ignoring Nick Young's request for the ball on the wing, Holiday executed a pick-and-roll with Young, but this time, the pass was merely a feint. Stepping back to stand beyond the three-point line, Holiday quickly launched a shot. Swish. Holiday's performance today was commendable. The basketball arced beautifully, finding its way into the net and producing a cascade of white splendor. As the Knicks resumed play, it was Anthony orchestrating the offense, primarily allowing Iverson to shine, while also interspersing contributions from others to create better opportunities and help Iverson manage his energy. With his back to the basket, Anthony skillfully pivoted, only to suddenly fling the ball to the right at the last moment. Unbeknownst to anyone, Iverson had slipped past his defender while lurking on the perimeter, receiving the pass and finishing with a layup. 3-6. The consecutive scores made Iverson's cheeks flush. The sensation of commanding the court was indeed a long-lost thrill. As the team switched sides, the 76ers continued their assault from the perimeter, yet Holiday appeared somewhat inexperienced when matched up against the seasoned Kid. Standing his ground early, Kid successfully drew an offensive foul from his opponent. The Knicks executed a quick inbounds pass, with Shen Lang receiving the ball and suddenly accelerating towards the paint. Just as he was about to collide with his opponent, Shen Lang deftly switched the basketball from his left hand to his right in front of him, then flicked it behind his back to the advancing Iverson. Bang! Iverson, however, still lacked consistency in his quick follow-up shots. Clap. Again. This time, Shen Lang seized the rebound and tossed it back to Iverson. On the sidelines, Nash watched Shen Lang with a hint of nostalgia. Recalling last season when he too experienced the treatment Iverson was receiving today, it felt less like a game and more akin to a competitive shooting drill. Again. L3. R4. Again. In the forthcoming match, the spectators present bore witness to a remarkable encounter. Whenever the Knicks struggled offensively, under the directive of the code called out by Shen Lang, Chandler consistently positioned himself advantageously for rebounds, securing nearly half of the offensive boards. The remaining majority, however, curiously fell into the hands of the elusive Shen Lang, after Chandler effectively blocked the opposing players. Astonishingly, throughout the entire first half, the 76ers failed to capture a single offensive rebound. Even more astonishing was Iverson, who unleashed a flurry of 26 shots in the first half, successfully netting 12, along with converting 2 of 3 free throws, amassing a total of 26 points. With an absolute command over the boards, the Knicks established a commanding 20-point lead, 60-40. In the locker room, a breathless Iverson's eyes sparkled with unyielding determination. "This is still not sufficient. Allen, you must take more shots in the second half. Otherwise, fulfilling the task will prove exceedingly challenging." Shen Lang held the technical statistics sheet, engaged in simple calculations. If Iverson were to maintain his first-half performance in the second half, he could at most score 52 points, still falling short of his career high by 8 points. "Are you trying to wear this old body of mine down?" After indulging in the luxury of unlimited shooting rights in the first half, Iverson felt considerably more at ease. Moreover, it was evident today that his form was quite commendable. "Tyson, in the second half, if you secure a rebound, pass it directly to Allen whenever possible. Our mission today is to achieve double digits in rebounds and assists. While scoring can take a backseat for now." The team was performing smoothly, and Mike Woodson was more than willing to support Iverson, as forming a positive rapport with a historically significant superstar could only be beneficial. "Allen, in the second half, minimize your defensive efforts. Try not to venture into the paint. Focus your energy on quick transitions and perimeter shooting. If you feel you have the stamina, feel free to stay on the court." With the tactical board in hand, Woodson devised a rather unconventional strategy for the second half. Iverson nodded heavily, feeling an unprecedented emotion fueled by the unwavering support of his teammates. "Allen, unleash your full potential." As the current leader of the team, Anthony affirmed this sentiment. "Who can guarantee that they will always be at their peak? How fortunate it is to have a band of brothers willing to stand by you without regard for the consequences during your descent." The perspective of the esteemed social figure, Goa, on such matters was even more profound. In stark contrast, the locker room of the 76ers was filled with lamentations. The team manager, present at the game, directly dialed Bynum's agent. "You are committing fraud. The knee injury was never mentioned prior to the trade, and our team desperately needs his support in the paint." The manager roared over the phone, "If he confirms that he cannot play this season, we will request an investigation by the league. Furthermore, we will not renew his contract for the next season." In his view, the abysmal performance of the team in this match was entirely due to the lack of a formidable presence in the paint, and their original hope for that position was the hard-won acquisition of Bynum. It was at this moment that the 76ers manager seemed to have developed an irrational fear of insufficient interior scoring. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly he roared, it could not alter the reality of their team being thoroughly overwhelmed in this match. In the second half, they made some progress in securing offensive rebounds, managing to collect as many as 3. Throughout the entire game, a total of 86 rebounds were recorded, with Shen Lang and Chandler dividing 70 of them between themselves, while the other Knicks players secured 6, and the 76ers combined managed barely to reach double digits in rebounds. Chapter 101. Chasing relentlessly as the final whistle echoed throughout the arena, the players of the 76ers wore expressions of palpable relief. The Knicks triumphed with a staggering victory of 140-80. With the aid of Shen Lang, Tyson Chandler achieved a remarkable personal best in rebounds, amassing 4 points. 34 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 turnovers, a peculiar double-double. However, despite his impressive 34 rebounds, he was not the leading rebounder on his team for the match. Shen Lang concluded the match with a commendable tally of 5 points, 36 rebounds, 14 assists, and 6 turnovers. His intent to pass the ball to Iverson was glaringly apparent, resulting in a higher frequency of mistakes. However, with the unwavering support of his teammates, Iverson's shooting efforts in the second half surpassed those of the first, culminating in a total of 55 attempts, of which 27 found the net, including 3 three-pointers. He converted 4 of 6 free throws, amassing an impressive 61 points, while finishing the game with a pristine statistical line of 0 assists, 0 rebounds, 0 steals, and 0 blocks. This remarkable performance marked a new personal best for Iverson. Yet, once the game concluded and he had taken a refreshing shower, he felt a heaviness in his arms, as if they could hardly be lifted. "Allen, you must take ample rest. Allow the physiotherapist to give you a thorough massage to unwind. Tomorrow, you must lead us to further victory. The task ahead remains formidable. Shen Lang said, toweling his hair while addressing Iverson in the locker room. Get as far away from me as you can. Iverson chuckled, both amused and exasperated. He never imagined there would come a time in his life when he would dread shooting. Despite most of his attempts being wide open, a significant portion were contested shots, which posed a monumental test of stamina for any player. After all, not everyone possesses the tenacity of that obsessive individual from Los Angeles. Moreover, Iverson's style of play today made it difficult to generate sufficient free throw opportunities. Kobe Bryant had secured 20 free throw attempts that very night, converting 18 of them. The discussion surrounding this match had inundated the domestic forum of mop.com. Whether it was the absolute dominance of Shen Lang and Chandler on the boards or Iverson's fervent shooting, viewers were thoroughly exhilarated. Is it reasonable? When have fans ever fallen in love with a star for playing the game reasonably? Low efficiency? If you can secure the win, why should I concern myself with your efficiency? Who wouldn't relish witnessing that fierce competitor roar in triumph after each successful shot? Who would want to see that once-doubted maverick defy the skeptics with his sheer audacity? Most importantly, this time, he stood alongside a cadre of brothers supporting him. This time, his comrades became the answers to the challenges he faced. With Shen Lang staunchly backing Iverson, I am now a fan as well. Some of Iverson's most ardent supporters began to admire Shen Lang, who would pass the ball to Iverson after seizing a rebound, for he was rescuing their youth. At the post-match press conference, the atmosphere within the Knicks locker room was jubilant, as it was undeniably a match worth celebrating from any perspective. The evening's focal point was Iverson, who had just achieved a new career high in scoring. Allen, congratulations on breaking your career scoring record today. Do you have anything to say to those who previously doubted you? In the past, the defiant Iverson might have had a few words to share. Yet today, a profound tranquility enveloped him. Gently shaking his head, Iverson smiled and remarked, to encounter such a remarkable group of teammates in my final season, especially someone like Shen, fills me with a sense of fulfillment regarding my career. Even if you do not secure a championship, do you not feel any regret? A rather inquisitive reporter inquired. Beside him, Shen Lang instantly voiced his discontent. My advice is, if you lack the ability to articulate, it would be wise to listen more and speak less. Shen, you and Tyson nearly achieved a complete lockdown on rebounds today. How does that feel? Disappointing, he replied. As you know, we only came close to a complete lockdown. We did not truly accomplish it. Both of us need to reflect on why we still allowed them to understand what frontcourt rebounding entails. Shen Lang's demeanor exudes humility, yet his words invariably convey an air of pretentiousness. Tyson, today you have shattered your career high in rebounds. What is your next ambition? The next target? Chandler cast a sidelong glance at Shen Lang. It must be to strive to surpass this fellow's record for rebounds. As the game concluded, Bainham, who had just finished bowling with a newly minted internet celebrity, received a call from his agent. After a few evasive remarks, Bainham nonchalantly opened his social media app. A victory snatched away in my absence. Had I been present, they would not have secured a single rebound. Without a moment's hesitation, Bainham, with the internet celebrity perched upon his shoulder, posted this status. The speed at which social media disseminates information is astonishing. Soon enough, Shen Lang found himself the subject of scrutiny by a throng of inquisitive netizens. Some even shared a plethora of photographs depicting Bainham bowling and mingling with the internet sensation. I hope your offensive techniques are as diverse as your hairstyle, and that your rebounding prowess remains unaffected by your knee injury, akin to your bowling skills. Shen Lang did not utter any inflammatory remarks, yet each word struck deeply, wounding not only Bainham, but also the management of the Philadelphia 76ers. Following the game, the team swiftly gathered their belongings, as they were set to embark on a back-to-back journey to Pennsylvania to confront the very opponents they had just decisively defeated. I cannot shake the feeling that we are relentlessly pursuing our adversaries, striking them even upon their home turf. On the chartered flight, Shen Lang rubbed his nose and addressed Nash beside him. Nash paused for a moment, speechless, then replied with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a semblance of that sentiment. The league schedule does seem to harbor a rather peculiar sense of humor. The affluent Knicks, on their charter, enjoyed a far more lavish experience, ensuring that the players did not feel constrained. After tomorrow's game, I shall treat everyone. Let us venture to a nightclub, Iverson exclaimed, rising to address the group. Having ties in Philadelphia, he could be considered somewhat of a local host, possessing considerable connections there. Moreover, following the game, the The team would enjoy a 3-day respite, and it was believed that a night spent in Philadelphia, engaging in a bit of relaxation, would not be discouraged by the team. Shen, will Taylor object to your going? The camaraderie often led the team to jest about Shen Lang and Swift. As long as you can still raise your hand tomorrow night and sway to the music, I have no objections. Shen Lang appeared nonchalant. And setting aside the fact that he had yet to define his relationship with Taylor, it was only fitting for a young man to retain his own space. Moreover, he was a person of integrity, not one to act recklessly. Chapter 102. Nightclub group activity on November 6th, having learned from the lessons of their previous match. The 76ers activated Kwame Brown, the player who most resembled a center among their limited roster. This former first overall pick, who entered the league in the same year as Chandler, had endured the demanding expectations of both Jordan and Kobe, which had completely drained his already scarce confidence. As a result, he barely managed to scrape by in the league. In contrast, his contemporaries, the second overall pick Chandler and the third pick Gasol, had both established themselves firmly within the league. As the players entered the arena, the Philadelphia fans generously bestowed upon Allen Iverson the loudest cheer of the night. Regardless of any past discord between the management and Iverson, it could not diminish the thrilling memories he had once gifted to these devoted fans. It is uncertain whether this venue has bestowed an extraordinary boost upon Iverson, or if the 76ers have relinquished their defensive efforts against him. Even though the answer has somewhat restrained his offensive desires today, with the assistance of his teammates, he still managed to amass 48 points in just over 3 quarters. As the game entered garbage time in the latter half of the fourth quarter, Iverson chose not to remain on the court any longer and requested a substitution to rest. When the arena erupted with cheers for MV, this defiant individual could no longer contain his emotions and shed tears. The head coach of the 76ers thoughtfully called for an extended timeout, providing Iverson with a moment to engage with the fans. By the time the final whistle blew, the answer, with a towel draped over his head on the bench, was still visibly shaking with emotion. This evening, he resembled a child eager to prove himself, yearning to display his finest self to his family. Evidently, he achieved that in these 2 games, with a score of 111-88. Even during garbage time, with the Knicks having withdrawn all their starters, they still triumphed by a substantial margin of 23 points. For the Knicks, Shen Lang recorded a triple-double with 11 points, 19 rebounds, and 11 assists, while maintaining a commendable low of only 3 turnovers. Chandler also delivered an explosive triple-double with 12 points, 25 rebounds, and 10 assists. It is exceedingly rare for a single team to have 2 players achieve triple-doubles in a single game. Historically, this has occurred only twice before, once with Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, and another time with Kidd and Carter during their time together. As the third duo to accomplish this feat, Chandler beamed with excitement. At the post-game press conference, the atmosphere was harmonious. The answer expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the fans of Philadelphia and reflected on his enduring journey with the 76ers. In those tear-brimmed eyes, there was a profound sense of release regarding his past, and this time his spirit felt even lighter than when he returned to the 76ers and kissed the mid-court logo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the legendary rescue side quest. Rewards have been issued. Suddenly, a blue pill appeared in Shen Lang's pocket. Presumably the reward mentioned by the system. This marked Shen Lang's inaugural venture into an American nightclub. In contrast to his university days spent singing karaoke with the team, the sensory stimulation here was notably more intense. The deafening music, an amalgamation of various perfumes, and the dazzling array of car lights ignited the youthful exuberance of the crowd. Upon entering, the group of tall players immediately captivated the attention of all the women present. In such establishments, many women possess a clear objective: to find a wealthy suitor, approach him, secure his affection, and ideally, ensure a steady stream of alimony. It is not uncommon for stars in the league to find themselves overwhelmed by exorbitant alimony payments, leading to financial ruin. Historical figures like the legendary Rain Man, Kemp, and contemporary icons such as the Beast, Howard, often receive court summons regarding paternity disputes. Even someone as affluent as the esteemed Mr. Jordan discreetly underwent a vasectomy to avoid an influx of little Jordans. Of course, even without such risks, Shen Lang would refrain from reckless pursuits. Merely observing Chandler's voluptuous figure, with her ample curves and fiery red lips, failed to pique Shen Lang's interest. The disparity in aesthetic preferences between the East and West is substantial. While Shen Lang considers himself an adept driver, he has no desire to experience the sensation of operating a tank. Nash, the seasoned veteran, seemed to have liberated himself. embracing the music as he danced and shouted with abandon. It appeared that tonight, he might very well invite a few companions to join him in a grand celebration. Shen Lang silently observed the surrounding clamor, gradually comprehending why many athletes experience a sudden downfall during their most triumphant moments. Most players emerge from impoverished backgrounds. When they secure a contract with a sum vast enough to last an ordinary person a lifetime, the allure of a hedonistic environment can indeed overwhelm their self-control. No success is ever incidental. Achievers tread cautiously along paths strewn with pitfalls and thorns. In this regard, Shen Lang holds deep admiration for individuals like LeBron James. Despite his humble beginnings, he excels in self-discipline, maintaining exemplary standards in both diet and private life, becoming a paragon within the league. This evening, akin to Shen Lang, the team's leader, Anthony, also managed to maintain composure and propriety. Shen Lang gazed at the social figure before him with a hint of surprise. The gentlemanly demeanor he exhibited seemed somewhat incongruent with his established persona. There was no alternative, however. The strictness of the regulations left him unwilling to return home and engage in a quarrel. Meanwhile, Anthony leisurely sipped his drink, reveling in the rhythm of the music. Casually, Shen Lang seized a bottle of beer and discreetly introduced a small blue pill into it. The pill dissolved instantly, and under the dim lighting, the beverage appeared unchanged. To Alan, cheers. He offered the drink to Iverson, clinking his bottle with a resounding thud. Shen, thank you. Iverson replied, grinning as he downed the drink in one go. As the atmosphere within the nightclub reached its zenith, Iverson commenced his favorite pastime of showering money upon the revelers. Watching the bills cascade into the air, even though he was aware of their modest denominations, Shen Lang still felt a pang of discomfort. Such extravagant habits were difficult for him to accept. In the midst of showering cash, Iverson suddenly sensed a warm surge coursing through him, an unusual sensation that brought immense comfort, even imparting the illusion of youthfulness. Should I give it a try? He mused, casting his gaze over the women surrounding him, their eyes glimmering with youthful allure, as he pondered his next move. Chapter 103. The frenzied maneuvering the following morning. Shen Lang boarded the bus with a refreshing demeanor, effortlessly carrying his luggage. In stark contrast, his teammates appeared utterly dispirited. Particularly Nash, who seemed to have lost several pounds overnight. Old Nash, you embody the phrase breathless on the field, vocal off it. Yet surprisingly valiant in bed, you're increasingly resembling my compatriots from the football field. Shen Lang remarked with a shake of his head. Is there any remedy that could restore your vitality? Recalling the harrowing events of the previous night, Nash felt a lingering apprehension. Why not try sea cucumbers? Have one before every match, Shen Lang suggested after pondering for a moment. Is that applicable to any competition? Nash's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he held a deep admiration and trust for the enigmatic powers of Huaxia. Shen Lang rolled his eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, "You are beyond redemption." As Shen Lang and his companions boarded the return flight on a chartered plane, his teammates reclined in their seats and swiftly succumbed to slumber, leaving Shen Lang brimming with energy. System, I wish to make a purchase. After 3 matches this season, and after deducting the costs of upgrading the basketball oracle, Shen Lang had accumulated nearly 1/5 of a socialite's worth, an impressive total of 500 victory points. Welcome, host. The system's voice was imbued with enthusiasm, almost tinged with flattery. Can I utilize these victory points to enhance my physical attributes? Given his current role within the team, Shen Lang felt reasonably equipped in terms of skills. However, he was beginning to feel the strain of engaging in physical confrontations daily with individuals who were, by nature, akin to beasts. Certainly. But such enhancements will come with side effects. Side effects? Indeed. Upgrades using victory points require the host to select a template player for optimization. The maximum enhancement will align with the template player's peak abilities, and during the enhancement process, the weaknesses of the template player will be transferred to the host. For example, should the host choose LeBron James, renowned for his explosive physicality, as a template, each attribute raised by 1 level would result in a 1 centimeter receding hairline. So, this is the legendary transformation where I become bald, yet more powerful? What about others? Injuries, wingspan, interpersonal relationships, brow structure, jawline, resilience, competitive attitude, lifetime achievements. 1 to 3 weaknesses will be randomly assigned to the host. The severity of these side effects was indeed daunting. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. From the system's description, Shen Lang envisioned an exceedingly grim fate. Such repercussions could easily jeopardize his professional career. What then should I do to enhance my physical attributes? Certain tasks, unique skills, and specialized training methods can facilitate improvement. All of this requires the host to explore or seek paid consultations. Money-grubbing contraption. Shen Lang cursed, fully anticipating such a response. I need a means to surpass my physical limits, preferably a useful skill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 100 victory points. You have received an answer to your query. Please search for the Richard Hamilton's frenetic running skill on the skills page. Upon upgrading to level 5, exclusive effects and physical training methods will unlock. To search costs 100, purchasing costs 100, and upgrading to level 5 requires 700, totaling 900 victory points. System. I demand a reasonable explanation. According to the system's proposal, Shen Lang's hard-earned victory points would be entirely depleted in one fell swoop. An outcome that could not help but make him feel that the system was conspiring against him. Providing the most suitable solutions for the host has always been the system's guiding principle. Redeem. With a cold snort, Shen Lang found himself utterly powerless against this wretched system. The victory points he earned were intended solely for his own enhancement. It was inconceivable, as some dashing readers might wish, to squander them on the frivolities of acquiring socialites. Absolutely not. At least not at this moment, as it proved far too extravagant. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the level 5 skill, Frenzied Positioning. Frenzied Positioning level 5 by relentlessly sprinting across the court, evading defenders to secure shooting opportunities. Effects. 1. Mid-range king. The shooting percentage for receiving passes while running off the ball increases by 40. 2. Limitless stamina. Energy consumption during off-ball running is reduced by 100. 3. Stamina training. Engaging in daily sprint drills will rapidly elevate stamina limits, maximum increase value. After consumption, we wish the host a delightful experience. The system's habit of exploiting every opportunity has remained unchanged. As he gazed at the effects of his newly exchanged skill, Shen Lang felt an immense satisfaction, momentarily forgetting to berate his subpar system. Richard Hamilton, who is currently playing for the Chicago Bulls this season, may appear to be performing averagely now, but in his youth, he was a remarkable figure. Hamilton was renowned for his exceptional perimeter defense, off-ball movement, and precise mid-range shooting, particularly his tireless, almost perpetual running, which was a nightmare for all defenders. And now, with this skill, Shen Lang had not merely acquired the ability to position himself effectively. He had also enhanced his mid-range shooting percentage and stamina. It was as if he had directly replicated Hamilton's prowess, minus the defensive capabilities, into his own repertoire. In Madison Square Garden, Shen Lang was engaged in an intense, sprinting regimen, bending down to touch the ground before swiftly returning. Under the astonished gaze of teammates who had regained their vitality, Shen Lang's shuttle runs had persisted for over half an hour. Initially, J.R. Smith had attempted to keep pace with Shen Lang, but now he sat on the sidelines, retching. This extreme running regimen was ill-suited for him. Shen, this training can easily lead to injury. You must take it step by step. After completing a set of shuttle runs, Nash looked at Shen Lang with a serious expression, earnestly advising him. Shen Lang's discipline, even bordering on self-imposed torment, is something he deeply admires. The intensity of such training is rarely seen in the league. Perhaps that masochist from Los Angeles engaged in similar practices during his youth. Rest assured, old Nash, I am quite aware of my physical limits, Shen Lang remarked, glancing at his data panel where the minus sign behind his endurance rating of B had vanished. He felt invigorated, brimming with energy. Tossing his towel onto the seat, he commenced the next set of exercises. Shen's unwavering commitment to discipline yields but two outcomes. At that moment, Anthony and Iverson, having just completed a one-on-one match, approached side by side. Nash turned to look at Anthony, who had spoken. As long as he remains untroubled by injuries, he is destined to become a future superstar in the league. Iverson interjected, I don't know if you all have noticed, but playing alongside Shen makes me feel rejuvenated, as if my youthful vigor has returned. Make sure to keep in close contact with the team physician and therapist. They must monitor this guy's condition at all times. If he overtrains himself, it would be a regrettable loss, Anthony sighed, expressing a hint of exasperation. Chapter 104. The King of New York planned. The effects of physical training have been remarkably evident. After 3 consecutive days of intense workouts, Shen Lang successfully elevated his stamina rating to B. However, he could sense that the effectiveness of the training was beginning to wane. This evening, the Knicks were to face the challenge posed by the Dallas Mavericks, and Shen Lang had wisely allowed himself a half-day break in the morning. Since winning a championship, the Mavericks have gradually adopted a laid-back attitude. Mark Cuban, who prides himself on being a good owner, seems intent on letting the team accompany Nowitzki into retirement this season. Apart from the somewhat promising O.J. Mayo, the rest of the roster is composed of players who are aging, frail, or injured, nearly on the brink of retirement. Before the game, the veteran Carter, who came by to greet Iverson, took a moment to chat with Shen Lang. "Hey, Shen, your dunks bear some resemblance to mine. I think you should consider participating in this year's dunk contest. It's too early to think about that now. I'll cross that bridge when the league sends me an invitation. However, you might want to consider joining us once your contract expires. How sweet would it be to win a championship together?" With a combined rating of only being coordination and a mere level 2 dunking skill, competing with those athletic jumpers in a dunk contest would undoubtedly result in embarrassment. You really have some audacity. Winning a championship is far more complex than you imagine. Carter, who had yet to even touch a championship trophy, shook his head with a wry smile. There were no grudges between the two teams, and the game unfolded without incident. In the first quarter, Iverson excelled, hitting a series of jump shots after swift changes in direction, prompting many fans to exclaim that their youth had returned. In the second segment of the match, Shen Lang made a brief attempt at utilizing his positional skills, and indeed, his mid-range shooting percentage after receiving the ball proved to be quite impressive. Unfortunately, the disparity in skill levels resulted in the Knicks' primary players not receiving ample playing time, thus limiting Shen Lang's opportunities to showcase his abilities. The rejuvenated Iverson performed remarkably, achieving nearly a 70% true shooting percentage and scoring 24 points. Anthony delivered a steady performance, accumulating 31 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. Chandler recorded a double-double with 11 points and 11 rebounds. Shen Lang made an impressive 8 out of 12 shots, including a flawless 3 for 3 from beyond the arc and a perfect 3 for 3 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 22 points in a commendable performance. On the opposing side, O.J. Mayo contributed 23 points and 7 rebounds, while Carter and Kamon both added 15 points and 7 rebounds and 15 points and 8 rebounds respectively, with no other players reaching double digits. Ultimately, the score settled at 94-104, granting the Knicks a comfortable victory. Following this match, the Knicks enjoyed another 3-day respite before embarking on a challenging 3-game road trip. Their upcoming opponents include the Magic, Spurs, and Grizzlies. Except for the initial encounter with the Magic, which does not warrant excessive concern, the remaining 2 games promise to be formidable contests, particularly against the Spurs, where Shen Lang has previously fostered animosity last season. One can anticipate a fierce rivalry upon their next encounter. Since the season commenced, the team has not tasted defeat, which has greatly pleased the management, allowing them to grant the entire squad a full day off for rejuvenation. Apart from Shen Lang, everyone else was in high spirits. On the following day, as the holiday concluded, Shen Lang was the first to return to the court, having already completed 3 sets of conditioning drills before anyone else arrived. The team's agenda for the day involved video analysis, where all players gathered in the film room, led by an assistant coach who meticulously dissected each play from previous game footage. Shen, while you often demonstrate an acute ability to anticipate the trajectory of rebounds, your positioning techniques in securing them remain rather underdeveloped, the assistant coach stated earnestly as the footage paused on Shen Lang's rebounding efforts. This improper positioning not only depletes energy but also